In a remote mountain village named Yi Family Village, nestled deep within the Tianling mountain range of the southern domain of the Great Qin Kingdom, a young boy named Yi Chen, endowed with dual spiritual roots of gold and fire, was brought into the Lingyun Sword Sect by an immortal master at the tender age of 12. While others focused solely on swordsmanship, he uniquely wielded a 3-foot azure blade in his left hand and a 9-turn elixir furnace in his right. He cultivated spiritual herbs, crafted fragrant teas, brewed spiritual wines, and raised divine beasts. His pills achieved the pinnacle of the 9th grade, while his sword shattered the firmament. He shunned the pursuit of hollow fame. Yet his life-saving golden elixir garnered renown throughout the realm of cultivation that he avoided conflicts. Yet his sword dispatched bandits, malevolent cultivators, traitors, and archenemies alike. From the mortal martial continent to otherworldly secret realms, from the battlegrounds of the human realm to the celestial domains, he encountered captivating beauties and loyal friends, all the while remaining steadfast on his journey. The path of immortality is long and arduous. I shall master both sword and alchemy, only by vanquishing foes and rescuing old acquaintances can I truly honor this path. This is a slow yet steady, firm yet gentle journey of cultivation, belonging to one who can traverse the world with a sword, while also alleviating suffering through alchemy, a sword. Cultivator and alchemist. Chapter 1. Yi Family Village. In the mortal martial realm, within the southern domain of the Great Qin Kingdom, deep in the Tianling mountain range, there lay a secluded village known as Yi Family Village. Beneath a lush banyan tree at the village entrance, 3 women whispered among themselves. Chen's mother. Dog Egg's mother. Have you heard? Yesterday, a flying immortal appeared in Baiyang town. This immortal has been selecting disciples in the town these past few days. It is said that if a boy or girl from any family is chosen by this immortal, they can join a sect and become a cultivator, learning the ways of immortality and possibly soaring through the skies like a true immortal. Oh, how enviable this opportunity is. Is that really true? Dog Egg's mother exclaimed, abruptly halting her chores, her eyes widening in surprise. Chen's mother also looked up in astonishment, eagerly listening to San Nyo's words. Is it not true? San Nyo's father went to the town today to sell mountain goods. He witnessed it with his own eyes and heard it with his own ears and returned to tell us. How could that be false? So, if one is chosen, they can enter the immortal gate and become an immortal like that master who can fly. Chen's mother could no longer contain her excitement and blurted out. Indeed, Chen's mother, this means if my dog Egg is selected, our Lu family might produce an immortal. We could bring honor to our ancestors and transform our fortunes. Dog Egg's mother exclaimed, her hands trembling with excitement. San Nyo, do you know what the requirements are? What age must one be to try? Chen's mother, equally stirred, inquired eagerly, her eyes fixed on San Nyo. Chen's mother, Dog Egg's mother. The immortal said that as long as one is under 16 years old, any boy or girl above 12 can take the test. It is said that any child with spiritual roots who wishes to join the immortal gate will receive a reward of 10 taels of silver, and the sect will provide 5 taels of annual support. Then my husband said that the immortal placed a fist-sized colorful stone on the table. Any child who touches the stone will have their spiritual roots tested. If the stone emits light, it signifies the presence of spiritual roots, and the immortal will choose them to take away and join the sect. I think we should let Yi Chen, Dog Egg, and our San Nyo go together to try their luck. They are inseparable friends, so why not go together? If all 3 are chosen, our Yi Family Village could produce 3 immortals. We would be remarkable, even if they don't have those spiritual roots. We won't suffer any loss. Yes, I think so too. I will discuss this with Chen's father right away. Chen's mother hurriedly gathered her belongings and hastened home to consult with Chen's father. San Nyo, I will also return to ask my husband. If both Dog Egg's father and Dog Egg agree, we shall go to Baiyang town early tomorrow to test for those spiritual roots. 5 taels of silver a year is quite substantial. It would ensure our families are well fed. Dog Egg's mother also hurried away. Indeed, 5 taels a year is no small sum. As the 2 women hurriedly departed, San Nyo murmured to herself, slowly turning to walk down the hillside towards her own thatched cottage. The sun set in the west, painting the sky in hues of crimson, as golden rays of sunlight bathed the earth. A clear stream meandered through the valley beside Yi Family Village. By the riverbank, 3 boys, aged 11 or 12, frolicked playfully, splashing water and laughing joyously. These 3 boys were Yi Chen, Lu Dog Egg, and Li San Nyo. Among them, Yi Chen stood tall and slender, the eldest at 12, while Lu Dog Egg was shorter and stout, and Li San Nyo, robust like a little calf, was slightly shorter than the lanky Yi Chen. Dog Egg, come here. There's a big fish over here. Li San Nyo shouted excitedly to Lu Dog Egg. Really? Is it as big as the one Yi Chen caught earlier? Lu Dogegg asked as he splashed through the water. Where is it? I'm coming. Another slender figure approached. It seems to have swum over there. Dog Egg, hurry and block it. As the sun descended like a giant fireball on the western horizon, its afterglow enveloped the land in a golden veil. The evening clouds resembled a blood-red tapestry unfolded across the sky. The gentle stream flowed, akin to the lifeblood of the earth, infusing vitality into the tranquil valley. Beside the crystal-clear pond, the three boys, illuminated by the radiant glow, played joyfully like spirited little sprites. Chen resembled a slender reed, Lu Dog Egg a short, plump winter melon, and Li San Nyo a sturdy little calf. Their unique characteristics evoked a fondness in the hearts of onlookers. Chapter 2. Testing of Spiritual Roots. As dawn broke over Baiyang Town, groups of mountain folk began to arrive from the surrounding hills, traveling in clusters of 3 to 5. These villagers, laden with baskets filled with their foraged goods, mushrooms, bamboo shoots, medicinal herbs, wild chickens, hares, wild boars, and roe deer, were a common sight. Baiyang Town, though small, served as the sole marketplace for the surrounding 30 to 40 miles. Each morning, the main street bustled with mountain dwellers eager to sell their wares. Numerous shops lined the street, offering a variety of necessities: general stores, grain shops, pharmacies, fabric stores, blacksmiths, bun shops, and noodle houses. Baiyang Town, though modest in size, was equipped with all essential establishments, akin to those found in larger towns. Today, however, was different. In addition to the usual marketgoers, pairs of young men and women were being escorted by their elders into town, not for the purpose of trading but to participate in a testing for entry into a sect of cultivation. Just days prior, an illustrious immortal had arrived in Baiyang Town, descending gracefully on a flying sword, circling the town several times before landing. He began to recruit disciples in a small plaza, employing a mysterious 5-colored spirit stone as a tool for assessment. All aspiring disciples were required to queue for their turn. Each would place their hand upon the enchanted stone, which would reveal the results in mere moments. Those whose touch elicited a radiant glow from the stone would be chosen, while those who left it unchanged would be dismissed. Yesterday, San Nyo's father learned of this opportunity while selling mountain goods at the market. Upon returning home, he eagerly shared the news with San Nyo's mother. The Yi family, residing deep within the mountains, struggled to cultivate sufficient crops, relying instead on foraging, firewood gathering, and hunting for sustenance. Their lives were marked by hardship and poverty, with children growing thin and frail. San Nyo's family faced particularly dire circumstances, with 6 siblings, 4 boys and 2 girls, struggling to find enough food. Fortunately, 2 of San Nyo's older brothers had sought work in a more distant county. Denyo served as an apprentice in a blacksmith shop, while Ernyo worked as a waiter in a tavern, alleviating some of the family's burdens. As the saying goes, a growing boy can impoverish his father. At this age, boys have prodigious appetites, and San Nyo's mother, constantly fretting over their food supply, was immediately captivated by the prospect of her son joining the sect. If he could secure a place, at least he would not go hungry, for the conditions within the sect were far superior to those of ordinary life. Under the guidance of the immortals, he could learn various arcane arts, secrets of longevity, and the ability to traverse the heavens. Such an opportunity was too splendid to ignore. Thus, filled with joy, San Nyo's mother conveyed the exciting news to her close friends, Yi Chen's and Go Dan's mothers. The camaraderie among the adults extended to their children, who were inseparable. These 3 little ones, often found playing together, shared a bond akin to that of brothers, spending their days assisting with household chores and enjoying each other's company. As the first rays of sunlight bathed the streets of Aries Town, the square had already gathered hundreds of individuals who had hastily arrived from all corners upon hearing the news. Life in the mountains was arduous, with many families struggling to find sufficient food and warmth. Some lived in conditions even worse than that of the San Nyo family, and in certain areas, starvation claimed lives annually, particularly among the children, who appeared emaciated and frail, resembling underdeveloped bean sprouts, their faces gaunt and haggard, evoking a profound sense of compassion. Rumors circulated that those selected by the Celestial Gate would receive 10 taels of silver and an annual stipend of 5 taels thereafter, stirring the hearts of many. Consequently, one could observe groups of children, accompanied by their parents, lining up to test their spiritual roots. As the esteemed immortal had yet to arrive, the queue extended indefinitely, the throng numbering at least 1,000 souls. Some parents had brought all eligible children from their households, reasoning that it was worth testing them all. If they discovered spiritual roots, it would be a blessing, but even if they did not, there was no harm in trying. Better to take a few swings at the opportunity. Thus, the final day of testing attracted far more participants than the preceding 2 days. Despite the impressive turnout, It was said that only 3 individuals, 2 boys and 1 girl, had discovered their spiritual roots in the previous days, leading many to speculate that few among the 1,000 children present today would be met with the same fortune. Yi Chun, Go Dan, and San Nyo accompanied San Nyo's father to test their spiritual roots, and before departing, San Nyo's mother insisted on bringing along Dia, an area to try their luck. Life in the mountains was harsh, and the plight of mountain women was even more severe. If these 2 girls were fortunate enough to discover their spiritual roots and leave Yi family village, it would indeed be a blessing, a departure from their suffering. Thus, the 5 of them stood in the middle of the line, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the immortal to commence the testing. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the altar table at the front, yet the esteemed figure remained elusive. And gradually, impatience began to ripple through the crowd. Surely the immortal hasn't he left for the sect already? Someone voiced anxiously. Impossible. They promised 3 days of testing. And today is merely the 3rd day. I heard it didn't begin until well after noon yesterday, another reassured. That's a relief. I worry we may miss this opportunity, a voice echoed with concern. With so many present, how many would be fortunate enough to uncover their spiritual roots today? It's all a matter of luck. We must leave our fates to the heavens. Each person's destiny is unique. Today is the final day. They murmured as the sun climbed higher, having long since passed noon, yet the immortal still had not appeared. Time ticked away, and the collective anxiety among the crowd escalated. The once orderly queue now buzzing with discontent, as many grew impatient and began to voice their grievances. Just as the tension reached its peak, a sudden shout pierced the air. Look, someone is flying in the sky. It was not just one person, but 4 or 5. Indeed, there are immortals. The crowd's gaze followed the sound, and in the distance, a magnificent flying sword soared through the air, upon which stood 5 figures. At the forefront was a tall, slender young man with kind features, followed by 3 boys and 1 girl. The figure was clad in a flowing robe, with a long sword strapped to his back, its apricot yellow tassel fluttering gracefully in the breeze. His wide sleeves billowed elegantly, and the gentle wind tousled his long hair and garment, evoking an ethereal presence, reminiscent of a transcendent sage. The flying sword circled leisurely above the heads of the crowd before it gradually descended in front of the square. 5 individuals dismounted from the sword, and with a mere gesture, the immense blade shrank to a mere inch in length, swiftly vanishing into a small cloth pouch at the waist of the middle-aged sage. With a clap of his hand upon the pouch, an exquisite 8 immortals table and a grand chair materialized before him, adorned with writing implements, paper, ink, weights, and a teapot with steaming cups, as if freshly brewed. The young sage approached the table with deliberate grace, standing tall, while the 4 youths stood respectfully behind him. Fellow villagers, the sage spoke, his voice soft, yet resonating clearly in the ears of the thousands gathered, almost as if he whispered directly into their ears. It was unclear what magical art he employed, but the crowd leaned in attentively. I am Void, here on behalf of the Lingyun Sword Sect to recruit new disciples. Any young man or woman aged between 12 and 16 may apply. Those who possess spiritual roots will have the opportunity to join our outer disciples, while those with particularly exceptional qualifications may directly enter the inner sect. All new disciples with spiritual roots who wish to join us will receive a settlement fee of 10 taels of silver, with an annual support of 5 taels thereafter. To participate in the assessment, simply place your hand upon this spiritual stone, Void instructed, unveiling a fist-sized, multicolored crystal and placing it upon the 8 immortals table. After a brief tea break, the testing commenced. The first in line was a shy young boy, who approached the table and placed his hand upon the crystal. 3 breaths later, the stone remained unchanged. No spiritual roots. You may leave, the sage declared. Dejected, the boy turned and walked away, followed by 1 youth after another, each receiving the same disheartening verdict. As the queue progressed, 100 youths had passed, none revealing the presence of spiritual roots. How is this possible? Still none. Concern began to ripple through the crowd, as some youths whispered anxiously to one another, fearing they too might lack spiritual roots. Yi Chen stood behind San Nyo and Go Dan, with Dia and Arya flanking him. San Nyo, do you think we might all be devoid of spiritual roots? He inquired. Who knows? We can only find out through testing. If it's there, it's there. If not, it cannot be helped. Everything has already been predestined. We shall go with the flow, San Nyo replied sagely. What you say is true. Even if we all lack spiritual roots, what difference would it make? We would still be the same as before. Should all 3 of us possess spiritual roots and join the Lingyun Sword Sect, we must unite as one within the sect, sharing both hardships and fortunes, providing mutual support, and remaining steadfast as brothers. Indeed, brothers forever. If any individual dares to bully any one of us, We shall confront him together, without hesitation. Yes, we shall confront him. Ha ha. The trio whispered to each other, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. However, Dia and Arya, observing the camaraderie among the three, felt increasingly anxious. The testing process was swift. Each individual required merely a few breaths to complete their assessment, causing the lengthy queue to dwindle rapidly. After an hour, it was finally San Nyo's turn. San Nyo turned back to Yi Chun and Go Dan, making a playful face before striding confidently towards the table. As soon as he placed his hand upon the crystal, within the span of a single breath, the crystal abruptly radiated a fiery red light, accompanied by a hint of emerald green at its edges. The crowd gasped in astonishment. He possessed a fire and would dual spiritual root. Elder Shukong was equally elated, for at last, a child had manifested spiritual roots. Come forth. Let us assess your bone age and record your name. San Nyo leapt for joy, exclaiming, I have spiritual roots. Dual spiritual roots. He waved enthusiastically towards his father in the distance, while loudly declaring his name, address, and age. I am Li San Nyo, residing in Yi family village. And I have just turned 12. He replied earnestly. Elder Shukong swiftly recorded San Nyo's information in a ledger, and upon completion, instructed, Li San Nyo, stand behind me. San Nyo, with his head held high, took his place behind Elder Shukong, awaiting the next participant. Go Dan stepped forward, placing his hand on the crystal. 3 breaths passed, but the crystal remained unresponsive. Another 3 breaths elapsed, and still, there was no change. Go Dan's expression darkened, his brow furrowed, and tears welled in his eyes. No spiritual roots. Next, upon hearing Elder Shukong's voice, Go Dan cast a final, forlorn glance at the crystal before reluctantly departing, one step followed by another, glancing back sorrowfully. Yi Chun, though saddened for Go Dan, harbored the same fear of lacking spiritual roots. His heart raced, as if it might leap from his throat at any moment. Thus, with trepidation, Yi Chun approached the table, placing his hand upon the crystal. The moment he made contact, he felt an icy chill. To his astonishment, 2 brilliant beams of light, one gold and one red, shot skyward, far brighter than San Nyo's earlier display. Elder Shukong abruptly rose from his seat, clapping his hands in excitement, exclaiming, Marvelous! A superior spiritual root. Indeed, a superior spiritual root. His enthusiasm was palpable, his eyes sparkling with delight, and his complexion flushed with excitement. After a brief pause, he resumed his seat and announced, Gold and Fire, superior dual spiritual roots. Step forward for bone age assessment and information registration. Yi Chen's heart soared as he exhaled deeply. The tension that had gripped him dissipating as his anxiety was finally quelled. He took a few steps forward and stood respectfully before Elder Shukong. The void gazed at Yi Chun with fondness and inquired softly, What is your name? Your residence? With a bone age of 12, the void, being an early-stage foundation establishment practitioner, could effortlessly discern Yi Chen's bone age with a mere sweep of his divine sense. I humbly report, esteemed immortal. My name is Yi Chun, and I reside in the Yi family stronghold in Baiyang Town, Yi Chun said, bowing respectfully. Excellent, excellent, the void exclaimed, expressing his delight with unabashed enthusiasm. Upon our return to the sect, I shall introduce you to my master, and I shall endeavor to have him take you as a disciple. The void's affection for Yi Chun was palpable, his joy radiating vibrantly. Now, please stand behind me. Once we assess your spiritual roots, I shall escort you back to the Lingyun Sword Sect, the void said, his spirits elevated. His countenance, once gentle and kind, now appeared even more amiable, enveloping the chosen youths in a warm embrace, akin to the refreshing breeze of spring. The testing continued. The next participant, Dia, placed her hand upon the crystal. After a brief 5 breaths, the crystal flickered slightly before returning to its original state. The void hesitated for a moment before declaring loudly, No spiritual roots. Next, Dia, slightly disheartened, turned and walked toward the waiting Go Dan and her father. The next to test was Arya, who calmly placed her hand on the crystal. In an instant, a brilliant light blue beam shot skyward. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Another with spiritual roots. The void sprang to his feet once more, his excitement surpassing even that of his previous encounter with Yi Chun. A water-type, single spiritual root. My heavens! It is a top-grade spiritual root, he exclaimed, laughter spilling forth as he looked skyward, overwhelmed with joy. Ultimately, the void announced, quickly, Come forward to assess your bone age and register your information. The entire process of testing spiritual roots spanned half a day, concluding after 3 hours when all the youths had completed their assessments. In the end, besides Yi Chun, San Nyo, and Arya, 5 other children had manifested spiritual roots, though they were of lower quality. Thus, with the earlier 4, a total of 12 children from Baiyang Town had been identified with spiritual roots. As the others dispersed, the void produced 12 pouches, distributing them with care. Here are 10 taels of silver and a small quantity of cloth for each of you. Please hand these to your waiting families and bid them farewell. We shall regroup here in half an hour to return to the Lingyun Sword Sect without delay. The children promptly scattered to say their goodbyes. Yi Chun, San Yo, and Eryo approached San Yo's father and Go Dan, handing over the pouches. The atmosphere shifted to one of sorrow. Given that the town was over 40 li away from the Yi family stronghold, the six had set off the previous night to reach the town, navigating treacherous paths under the cover of darkness. Thankfully, they had traveled with 4 or 5 other families from their village, alleviating fears of wild beasts such as wolves. Yi Chun and Go Dan's families had entrusted their care to San Yo's father, hence they had no adult companions. Now, as they prepared to leave the mountains for the distant Lingyun Sword Sect, uncertainty loomed over when they might return. Although reluctance filled their hearts, the children departed with hopes for a brighter future and a more prosperous life ahead. Should one choose to remain in the village and forsake the celestial gates, a lifetime of hardship and suffering would inescapably ensue, with generations to come destined to endure the same arduous existence as their forebears. Each day would be a struggle for sustenance, with tattered clothing offering little protection against the elements, as one toils endlessly for mere morsels of food. However, by entering the celestial sect, not only would one find relief from hunger and want, but also acquire mystical arts and divine abilities, soaring through the skies and traversing the earth at will, achieving immortality and living in harmony with the cosmos. What a splendid prospect! Furthermore, such an endeavor could pave the way for a brighter future for one's family. Though the imminent separation is fraught with emotion, the promise of enduring happiness holds greater significance. Hence, Yi Chen's parents, along with Dog Dan's, entrusted their hopes entirely to old man San Yo. At present, Dog Dan, having failed to ascertain his spiritual roots, remained dejected and silent on the sidelines. Yi Chun and San Yo approached quietly, their hands once more clasped tightly together. Yi Chun declared, "Dog Dan, do not lose heart. Our parting is but temporary. Once we establish ourselves at Lingyun Sword Sect, we shall certainly find a way to return for you. The three of us will remain united. Rest assured, I, Yi Chun, will return for you within 3 to 5 years. We shall seal our promise with a pact. Fear not, Dog Dan. I, San Yo, swear by the heavens that I will come for you, and we shall forever remain steadfast brothers, never depart or abandon one another. Come, let us seal our vow." As Dog Dan's spirits began to lift, he replied, "Yi Chun, San Yo, I believe in you both. Wherever I may be, do not fret about me. Focus on honing your skills and return to me swiftly. I shall await your arrival in the village." The 3 young hands remained tightly intertwined, reluctant to let go. As childhood companions prepared for an extended separation, their bond palpable in the air. Chapter 3. The Tale of Spiritual Roots. Half an hour later. In the square of Baiyang Town, an enormous flying sword, measuring a yard in width and over 10 yards in length, soared into the sky, gracefully circling the town before ascending higher, swiftly vanishing towards the southern horizon. Upon this grand sword stood numerous youths, their youthful faces alight with excitement and anticipation. Yet, the bittersweet sorrow of parting cast a shadow over their expressions, save for Murongyu, who maintained an impassive demeanor, unaffected by the moment. The others, however, brimmed with dreams and hopes for the future, this departure signifying a complete severance from their previous tribulations and the dawn of a new chapter in their lives. As the flying sword receded into the distance, parents lingered in a corner of the square, reluctant to depart, for none could ascertain whether they would reunite again. Perhaps this was indeed a final farewell. Gradually, the atmosphere turned somber, with some women unable to contain their sorrow, softly weeping as tears cascaded down their cheeks. The air thick with a palpable sense of grief. Old man San Yo gazed at the vanishing sword, his heart heavy. Yet he understood that this was an essential path for the children's growth. Gritting his teeth, he maintained an expression of calm, betraying no signs of distress. Yet Dog Egg could no longer contain the sorrow swelling within him. His lips quivered, and tears streamed down his cheeks, plummeting to the ground. Deya, on the other hand, bit her lip with stubborn resolve, refusing to shed a tear. Though she felt a pang of loss for her brother San Yo and sister Erya, she understood all too well what this meant for them, a bright future. A life of beauty that she feared she would never attain. Despite the departure of her younger siblings, especially her inseparable companion Erya, the thought that they would no longer have to worry about hunger lightened Deya's heart considerably. The flying sword ascended higher and higher until it vanished beyond the horizon. The townsfolk in the square of Baiyang watched the sky in silence. their necks stiffening with strain until the sword completely disappeared from view, at which point they averted their gazes. In that moment, the families of those youths were enveloped in a bittersweet sorrow, simultaneously immersed in immense joy, experiencing both pain and happiness. The most immediate benefit was that each child's family would receive a reward of 10 taels of silver, along with an annual stipend of several taels for sustenance. For the mountain dwellers, who rarely encountered silver, this was an astronomical sum. With this wealth, they could purchase enough food to last for years. Furthermore, they would continue to receive generous benefits from the sect, which supported the families of these children, aptly termed a family maintenance fund. According to the esteemed Elder of the Void, once they became disciples of the Lingyun Sword Sect, the newly initiated would dine on fine white rice and flour, with meat served at every meal, and the freedom to indulge as they pleased. In the future, they would even enjoy more precious spiritual grains and the flesh of various magical beasts. Dia felt a profound sense of loss for not having manifested a spiritual root. And rather than feeling sorrowful about the impending separation, she found herself enviously admiring Sanyo and Arya, as well as Yichun. She could hardly suppress her joy. As she trailed behind Dog Egg, she murmured to herself, "Why wasn't I chosen? If only I had that so-called spiritual root, I could join them in indulging in delectable feasts, filled to the brim at every meal. I would even gladly tend to the cattle or chop wood for them." "Dia, what are you thinking?" Dog Egg teased her. "Do you really think the cultivation sect needs a village girl to tend to cattle?" Dia could not help but chuckle at Dog Egg's words, finding humor in her own earlier lament. "Well, if I cannot become an immortal, I shall wait at home for Sanyo and Arya to return, and then we will all enjoy a life of comfort together. Dog Egg, you must come along too." "Of course, I shall go too." As the two children conversed, their spirits gradually lifted. Soon enough, they were filled with joy once more. For when departing from Ares town, Sanyo's father had purchased an abundance of goods, filling a large basket to the brim. He mentioned that Dog Dan and Yichun's family would also share in these treasures. This time, Sanyo's father had acquired a total of 20 taels of silver, and he generously spent 2 taels to indulge in many delights he typically refrained from buying, such as pork, rice, brown sugar, cotton cloth, and an array of candies. Dia and Dog Dan each savored a particularly sweet candy, their hearts brimming with happiness, for the taste, unlike any they had ever experienced, had left an indelible sweetness within them, a delightful flavor they would cherish for a lifetime. Additionally, they each had another complete piece of candy tucked away in their pockets. On the flying sword, the handsome and gallant Su Kong stood with poise, his posture straight and dignified. A gentle breeze caressed his face, lifting his long hair, while his flowing robe danced in the wind. At that moment, he exuded an aura of an otherworldly sage, embodying the essence of a transcendent being. Positioned at the forefront of the flying sword, he was accompanied by 12 young individuals, 3 girls and 9 boys, each possessing innate spiritual roots, whom he had carefully selected for this journey. These children, all in their early teens, were at the pinnacle of youth, exuberant with dreams and aspirations. Their futures were irrevocably transformed by this selection, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes, an unexpected and astonishing metamorphosis. Among them, the eldest was a boy named Linny Fei, merely 14, yet gifted with a mid-grade spiritual root. The youngest was a petite girl named Su Yuer, just 11.5 years old, yet she too possessed the potential for a mid-grade spiritual root. Notably, among this group, Arya stood out with her exceptional talent, being the sole individual endowed with a top-grade single spiritual root. Furthermore, Yichun revealed remarkable prowess, being a bearer of a superior dual spiritual root. There was also a 12-year-old boy named Murongyu, whose spiritual root was even more extraordinary, rivaling Yichun's superior dual root, as he possessed a top-grade single spiritual root of the gold element, surpassing Yichun's capabilities. The remaining boys each exhibited varying degrees of mid-grade and low-grade spiritual roots. Nonetheless, overall, Su Kong felt immensely satisfied with the recruitment, having garnered 1 top-grade root, 2 superior roots, and numerous mid-grade roots among the students. After all, the quality of spiritual roots is paramount for cultivators. Without them, or with inferior roots, embarking on a path of cultivation would be fraught with insurmountable challenges, if not outright impossible. The caliber of one's spiritual root directly influences the trajectory and achievements of a cultivator's future. Generally, those with mid-grade spiritual roots find it exceedingly difficult to ascend to the golden core stage, often stagnating at the foundation establishment stage, with only a handful of fortunate individuals managing to break through to the golden core stage, which represents their utmost limit. In contrast, cultivators with superior roots possess greater talent and potential. If all goes well, they can at least reach the golden core realm. Achieving the nascent soul stage, however, necessitates even greater opportunities and efforts. The prospects of cultivators with exceptional spiritual roots are truly incalculable. They possess extraordinary talents and potential that surpass the ordinary, making it exceedingly difficult to predict the heights they might achieve. Due to the rarity of cultivators with superior spiritual roots, the entire realm of cultivation regards them as precious treasures. The accomplishments they are destined to attain will undoubtedly astonish the world, and they are anticipated to become the most powerful figures in existence, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, illustrating their rarity. Major sects exert every effort to recruit these talented youths into their ranks, offering the finest resources and support, hoping they will evolve into the pillars and pride of their sections. The competition is fiercely intense, with every sect eager to attract more disciples with exceptional spiritual roots to enhance their own strength and reputation. Once these prodigies mature, they are likely to become formidable beings, serving as the powerful backbone of their sections. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to assert that exceptional talents like you are destined to be prioritized as key disciples, likely to become successors to the sect leader, and have a substantial chance of eventually becoming nascent soul cultivators, safeguarding the sect as venerable ancestors. Individuals like Chen and Murong are undoubtedly the prime candidates for becoming elders of their sect. The spiritual root is the most significant distinction between cultivators and mortals. Without a spiritual root, one cannot cultivate to become a cultivator. Furthermore, spiritual roots vary in quality and can be categorized into different grades, ranging from the highest to the lowest. Typically, excellent spiritual roots are assessed based on two criteria. First, the number of spiritual roots, single spiritual roots being the most desirable, followed by dual, triple, and quadruple roots, with 5 roots considered the least favorable, often rendering cultivation unnecessary. Despite the diligent efforts of those without spiritual roots, they are unlikely to surpass the mid-stage of qi refinement throughout their lifetimes. Second, the quality of the spiritual roots is classified from lowest to highest as defective, ordinary, inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. Fewer spiritual roots of higher quality signify greater innate talent, faster cultivation speed, and more significant future accomplishments. Thus, possessing a single, exceptional spiritual root is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Spiritual roots are often further classified into 5 elemental systems: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, based on their distinct characteristics. A cultivator with a single spiritual root enjoys a purer and more refined essence. If they practice cultivation techniques that align with their spiritual root, the synergy between the root and the technique accelerates their advancement, making cultivators with a single spiritual root the fastest and most suitable for cultivation. Hence, this type is regarded as a heavenly spiritual root, signifying a chosen one. Conversely, cultivators possessing 2 of the 5 elemental spiritual roots are termed dual root cultivators, like Chen. Although their advantages in cultivation are not as pronounced as those with a single root, they are nonetheless rare, comprising about 10% of all cultivators, making them the best after single root cultivators. Cultivators with 3 spiritual roots represent the most common majority, characterized by their mediocrity, neither particularly good nor bad, but rather unremarkable. The 4 spirit roots confer no advantages, merely categorizing their bearers as less than favorable. The majority of outer disciples fall into this category of 4 spirit root cultivators, while 5 spirit roots are exceedingly rare. Generally, they are regarded as wasteful spirit roots, implying that those possessing such roots find it nearly impossible to succeed in cultivation. They are but marginally superior to ordinary mortals. Even when these disciples exert their utmost efforts, they may never attain the foundation establishment stage, and many may struggle throughout their lives to reach the 7th layer of qi refinement. Some unfortunate individuals may remain trapped at the 2nd or 3rd layers of qi refinement. Secondly, the quality of spirit roots varies significantly even among the same type. Thus, spirit roots are further classified into superior, high-grade, mid-grade, and low-grade. In summary, the assessment of an individual's spirit root aptitude is typically based on these 2 criteria. For instance, Chen's high-grade dual spirit roots are considerably inferior to Murong Yu's high-grade single spirit root. The cultivation realm of a practitioner serves as a fundamental metric for evaluating their strength. In the martial world where Chen resides, the cultivation realms, ranked from lowest to highest, are qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and divine transformation. Each realm has its own detailed subdivisions. The qi refinement stage is divided into 9 tiers, which are collectively referred to as the early, mid, and late stages of qi refinement. The foundation establishment, golden core, Nascent soul and divine transformation stages are collectively known as the four major realms of immortality, each further segmented into early, mid, and late phases. Previously, the Void Immortal, who tested the children's spirit roots, was a practitioner at the early foundation establishment stage. In Chapter 4, Lingyun Sword Sect, high above, a colossal flying sword carried the Void and a group of newly recruited disciples, swiftly soaring towards the Lingyun Sword Sect, encircled by a transparent protective formation. All aboard felt secure, free from the fear of falling. This protective array was specifically designed by the Void for these mortal children, as their natural trepidation at such heights was inevitable. Among them, 3 girls, particularly timid, chose to sit cross-legged rather than stand, stabilizing themselves upon the flying sword. Observing their bravery, a couple of timid boys also sat down, for gazing down at the rapidly passing scenery below induced a sense of dizziness. At such great heights, even the once soaring eagles appeared distant beneath the flying sword. The sword wove through billowing white clouds, resembling cotton, creating an ethereal sensation akin to that of celestial beings soaring through the skies. Gradually, the children shed their fears, their faces brightening with smiles, and began to engage in conversation with one another. "Look, that's a grand city," one child exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a cultivation city below. "It's enormous, with city walls, towers, and a moat. Over here, this river is so wide, and there are many large ships on it. Quick, look over there. What a vast lake. It seems that there exists a quaint town, significantly larger than our Ares town." The children, bubbling with excitement, enthusiastically pointed out all the breathtaking landscapes visible beneath the flying sword. They had never before experienced such a perspective from which to appreciate the beauty of the earth: mountains and rivers, lakes and wetlands, deserts and gobi, farmlands and towns, bamboo groves and pine seas, towering peaks and snowy summits. All these magnificent natural wonders were generously displayed before these mountain children. Many of them, like Chen, had grown up without ever leaving the deep mountain valleys, never having ventured beyond the towering ranges. Their understanding of the outside world was limited to faint whispers from their elders, and they could scarcely fathom what it might be like. In the Yunling Mountains, their impoverished ancestors toiled tirelessly, laboring day in and day out merely to stave off hunger, yet they ultimately could not escape the clutches of starvation. As for aspirations of a more elevated life, such thoughts were beyond their wildest dreams. Thus, how could these sheltered children truly comprehend the beauty of the world beyond? Among the 12, having even 1 or 2 who could read was remarkable, as many remained illiterate, unable to recognize their own names. Now, these fortunate children finally had the chance to step out of the mountains and leave behind their impoverished circumstances, embarking on a new chapter in their lives. Undoubtedly, these children were blessed, for at this moment, the fates of the 12 had been irrevocably altered, their futures now radiant with promise. Upon entering the sect, should serendipity favor them and they achieve success in their studies, their futures would undoubtedly shine bright and be immeasurable, especially for Arya, Yichun, and Morongyu. Their paths in cultivating immortality might prove to be smoother and take them further. As time passed swiftly aboard the flying sword, Yichun learned through conversation that Morongyu was not a native of Ares town, but rather hailing from a fallen family in a cultivation city thousands of miles away. Their family had been pursued and persecuted, and out of necessity, they had fled to hide, ultimately reaching a small village near Ares town. The other members of their family had scattered, their fates unknown. Yet, Morongyu was fortunate. He had coincidentally encountered the recruitment of disciples by the Lingyun Sword Sect and had successfully passed the examination, thus liberating himself from a life of hardship and ceaseless evasion. The children, naturally sociable, quickly became acquainted with one another. As their wonder at the sights around them began to fade, the flying sword gradually descended towards a majestic city of cultivation. Soon, it landed in this grand city, and everyone disembarked, following the figure in the void towards the city gates. As they walked, the figure explained that considering they had not eaten for half a day, they would enter the city for a meal. Indeed, Yi Chun and his companions had last eaten when they departed from Baiyang town, and after half a day's journey, Senyo felt his stomach rumbling. While aboard the flying sword, he had refrained from voicing his hunger, but now, upon hearing the figure's words, everyone erupted in joy, leaping with excitement and shouting, instantly enlivening the atmosphere. Passing through the grand city gates, they entered the wide streets of the city. The children were awestruck by the city's vibrant prosperity. This was a mid-sized cultivation city named Wangyue City, home to hundreds of thousands of cultivators and ordinary mortals alike. Thus, Wangyue City could indeed be considered quite prosperous. The cobbled streets were bustling with the flow of carriages and pedestrians, lined with shops displaying a dazzling array of merchandise. while customers streamed in and out of the establishments. The shouts of vendors peddling their wares created a lively din, far surpassing the hustle and bustle of Baiyang Town. Not far along this main street, a broader avenue appeared to the right, leading to the entrance of a marketplace. A towering archway inscribed with the words Wangyue Market welcomed visitors. Cultivators streamed in and out of the marketplace, markedly different from the ordinary townsfolk in attire, demeanor, and presence. Some of these cultivators exuded an otherworldly grace, resembling celestial beings, while others carried an air of solemnity that commanded respect. Some looked down upon the world with disdain, while others bore icy gazes that instilled fear. Yet, there were also those whose kind expressions radiated warmth, akin to the gentle caress of spring. In summary, cultivators were indeed distinct from mortals. After all, it has been said that cultivators are not merely human but a newly evolved species, cold-hearted, decisive in battle, cunning, aggressive, and ruthless, often employing any means necessary to prevail. Yet, cultivators also embody resilience, unwavering will, audacity, and meticulous thought, possessing immense strengths alongside numerous shortcomings. Of course, Yi Chun was unfamiliar with these characters. It was Morong Yu who quietly informed him. The figure in the void did not pause, continuing along the street, which grew even more vibrant and bustling with establishments such as taverns, tea houses, theaters, brothels, inns, restaurants, and casinos. Following the figure, they soon arrived at a tavern named Zue Xian Lu. The figure gestured for everyone to take a seat at 2 octagonal tables and inquired, "What would you like to eat?" At the drunken immortal pavilion, exquisite wines, succulent meats, and delectable dishes are guaranteed to satisfy your palate. A young attendant, with a clean cloth draped over his shoulder and a beaming smile, courteously greets the heir, serving simple meals to the children. 2 baskets of meat buns as well. For now, that will suffice. Off you go. Certainly. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. The attendant swiftly descends to arrange the food, while the void takes a seat at the table, leisurely sipping tea. After all, Yi Chun and the other children remain mere mortals. They cannot forego meals as a practitioner like the void can, who has reached a level of cultivation that renders sustenance unnecessary. Once a practitioner attains the foundation establishment stage, they can completely abstain from food, converting their internal spiritual energy into their required vitality, thus eliminating the risk of starvation and the sensation of hunger. However, those in the Qi refinement stage have yet to achieve this capability. They still require nourishment, which is why the existence of the abstaining pill is crucial. This elixir serves as a concentrated substitute for food, allowing practitioners to forego meals for 10 days to half a month. Consequently, it is common for Qi refinement practitioners to keep a supply of abstaining pills on hand for emergencies, especially during periods of seclusion, as they cannot afford to starve should their meditation extend too long. At this moment, the void does not require food, quietly savoring his tea, while the other children, wary of making noise, sip their tea in silence, awaiting their meal. Soon, the dishes arrive. 2 tables laden with 4 cold dishes, 4 hot dishes, and a basket of buns, both meaty and vegetarian. Everyone has been hungry for so long. Let us feast. The void proclaims. The children, like ravenous wolves, eagerly grasp their chopsticks and devour the food, relishing delicacies they seldom enjoy. With a meat bun in his left hand and chopsticks in his right, Yi Chun exclaims, "Delicious. Truly delightful." The meat buns are exquisite. The children, with their mouths full, shower praises upon the sumptuous spread. After their meal, the children let out satisfied burps and set off once more with the void, for their journey back to the sect must not be delayed. As the last rays of the setting sun faded, a colossal flying sword soared into the sky outside Wangyue City, darting like a lightning bolt towards the Lingyun Sword Sect. The sword carried 13 individuals, the foremost being a tall, slender foundation establishment practitioner, who skillfully guided the sword through the heavens, vanishing like a meteor into the vast starry expanse. On the flying sword, Yi Chun and Morong Yu conversed quietly. "Brother Morong, once we enter the sect, we will officially be disciples of the Lingyun Sword Sect, becoming fellow brothers in arms. We must support one another and forge ahead together. I have a matter of concern. Should I bring it up?" Yi Chun asked cautiously. "Enough with the trivialities." Morong Yu lightly patted Yi Chun's shoulder. "Since you have already spoken, we are now considered brothers in the same sect. Is there anything we cannot discuss? As long as I can assist you, do not hesitate to speak up. I, your senior brother, will do my utmost to support you and stand by your side," Morong Yu declared with enthusiasm. Seeing Morong Yu so readily agree to his request without even inquiring about the specifics, Yi Chun felt a bit bashful, rubbing his hands together as his face flushed slightly. He spoke softly, "I would like to ask for your help. Chapter 5. Sword Peak. I would like you to assist me. Teach me to read. Chen said, his face alight with anticipation as he gazed at him. Is that all? Morong replied, his expression one of bewilderment, somewhat unable to believe his ears. Yes, that's it. Our family is poor, and I never had the means to attend school and learn to read. Therefore, I wish for you to teach me during your free time, Chen stated earnestly, his eyes filled with longing and determination. Morong could not help but cover his mouth, bursting into a bright and cheerful laughter. You may not know this, but the first thing we are required to do upon entering the sect is to learn to read and write, Morong explained, his laughter subsiding as he spoke seriously. Everyone must participate in these lessons. Every day, we have dedicated teachers to instruct us, he continued, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes. If there are any questions regarding our studies, there are also elders available to clarify our doubts, he added, his face radiating confidence. How could a cultivator be illiterate? Without literacy, how could one practice the techniques and secrets of cultivation? Morong raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with playful sarcasm and curiosity. Thus, literacy is an essential skill for all cultivators. It is the most basic knowledge, he concluded, his eyes sparkling with wisdom as if he had contemplated this matter deeply. Perhaps I will not have the opportunity to be that teacher, Morong said with a resigned shrug, a tinge of regret crossing his face. Yet, he quickly made a playful face and added, but that's all right. After all, you still cannot read. I heard it from others. The previous void immortal also mentioned it briefly. But I am not entirely clear on the specifics, Chen explained, a glimmer of curiosity and anticipation in his eyes. However, I assure you, as long as you come to me, I will teach you all that I know and do my best to help you learn to read quickly. Do not worry. Morong declared confidently, patting his chest. Really? That would be wonderful. Thank you, Brother Morong. Chen expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. We are already good friends, are we not? Morong replied with a smile. Indeed, we are already good brothers. I will surely find a way to repay you in the future. I won't let your efforts be in vain. Chen promised earnestly, a flicker of resolve shining in his eyes. As time gradually flows by, the night has silently descended. Beneath the flying sword, an expanse of darkness envelopes the surroundings, with only the distant glow of lights illuminating a few towns and cultivation cities. Gazing upwards, the sky is resplendent with countless stars, a profound and boundless expanse. The flying sword continues its swift journey without pause, while the children aboard have nestled against one another, drifting into slumber. Yet, Chen and Sanyo remain awake, lying side by side on the sword, their eyes wide open as they behold the vast celestial canvas, their minds brimming with daydreams of the future. In this moment, they are reminiscent of their carefree days spent herding cattle, lying together on a large rock, basking in tranquility. Their hearts swell with hope, yearning to soon join the Lingyun Sword Sect as formal disciples, where they aspire to learn extraordinary techniques and become formidable cultivators akin to the esteemed Shukong Xianzhong. The thought of soaring through the skies and traversing the world fills them with exhilaration. At the forefront of the flying sword sits Shukong, poised and serene, his gaze steadfast and clear. Internally, he remains unperturbed despite the initial challenges faced during this mission assigned by his master. Having struggled to find a disciple with spiritual roots in several locations, he felt a flicker of disappointment, preparing himself for the consequences upon returning to the sect. However, as he soared over the Yunling mountain range, he sensed an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy in this area, prompting him to whimsically descend upon a seemingly desolate and backward town. Who could have predicted that within this unremarkable mountain village, hidden talents with remarkable spiritual roots awaited discovery? Particularly, the girl with exceptional single spiritual roots, a once-in-a-century prodigy, was likely to garner fierce competition among the sect's leaders, all vying for her as a personal disciple. Moreover, the two boys with superior spiritual roots were equally impressive, and the master could easily adopt them as his direct disciples. The other 3 children with intermediate roots would undoubtedly qualify as inner disciples, while the remaining 6 with inferior roots could comfortably enter the outer sect as disciples. Thus, Shukong had undoubtedly exceeded the expectations of his master's task, and he might even receive commendations and rewards for his accomplishments. Lost in these thoughts, a subtle smile crept upon Shukong's lips, unaware of how trivial this seemingly minor achievement truly was, merely bringing these mountain children, who had never ventured beyond their secluded home, to the bustling Wanyue city for a simple meal was, in reality, an experience of profound significance. For these children, this journey not only introduced them to the vast world beyond, but also allowed them to witness the legendary cultivators firsthand. This revelation illuminated the darkness within their hearts like a brilliant beam of light, igniting within them an insatiable longing for the future and an ardent desire to pursue the path of cultivation. As for the void, he remained oblivious to the profound impact his actions would have on these children. To him, it was merely an obligation, a gesture of goodwill towards these unfortunate souls. Little did he anticipate that this seemingly trivial act would irrevocably alter the trajectory of their lives. Perhaps this is the enchanting nature of fate. A seemingly insignificant act of kindness can often trigger unforeseen chain reactions, giving rise to extraordinary tales. In the days to come, these impoverished children from the mountains would strive diligently to pursue their dreams. They may encounter obstacles and setbacks, yet they would not surrender. For they understood that only through relentless effort could they achieve their aspirations. Meanwhile, the void would continue his journey of cultivation. He might face numerous challenges and opportunities, yet he would confront them with unwavering faith. He believed that if he persevered, one day he would become a formidable cultivator. Within the hearts of these children, a torch was ignited, opening a realm of hope previously unknown to them, revealing a world of beauty and possibility, thereby planting the seed of hope. As this seed germinates and flourishes, it will undoubtedly blossom into a fruitful future, vibrant and colorful. Their story has only just begun, with the future brimming with infinite possibilities. They will embark on many adventures and challenges, continually growing and evolving. Their friendships, courage, and perseverance will accompany them every step of the way. This world is fraught with danger yet rich with opportunities for them. They must continuously learn and explore to better adapt to their surroundings, all while maintaining their innocence and kindness, resisting the allure of external temptations. In this realm of cultivation, they will forge bonds with like-minded companions, standing shoulder to shoulder to confront various crises together. Their fates will intertwine, collectively crafting their legendary narrative. May these children fulfill their dreams and become the individuals they aspire to be. Regardless of how arduous the path ahead may be, they must march forward with unwavering resolve, never yielding, for they are the hope of the future, the architects of this world. All of this stems from the void receiving his master's command to fulfill the sect's mission of recruiting new disciples. It was this opportunity that catalyzed a monumental transformation in the fates of these 12 children, irrevocably altering the course of their lives. Previously, they might have led a mundane existence, ultimately succumbing to the cycles of aging and death, perhaps never escaping the mountains. Yet now, no one can definitively predict how their futures will unfold. This excursion into the city has unveiled to them the true essence of urban life, the grandeur and vibrancy they had never known. They discovered that humanity can indeed live in such a manner, free from the daily toil for mere subsistence. Upon witnessing all these marvels, they yearned to lead such a splendid life and aspired for their parents and loved ones to partake in this joy in the future. To achieve these aspirations and pursue the beautiful future they envisioned, they resolved that once they entered the sect, they would devote themselves wholeheartedly to their cultivation. Only through the relentless enhancement of their abilities could they hope to realize their ideals and aspirations. In their previous life at Yi Family Village, Chen and his companions dreamt of becoming hunters akin to Dog-Egg Dad, venturing into the mountains to hunt, setting traps, and employing bows and spears to capture game like wild chickens, rabbits, and spotted deer. They even fantasized about bravely battling wild boars, wolves, and bears. Being a hunter was a testament to courage, a mark of respect, standing in contrast to the humble villagers who foraged for mushrooms, wild vegetables, and herbs. Yet, the life of a hunter was fraught with hardship and danger. They too faced hunger and cold, injuries and falls, and often struggled to make ends meet. Having never ventured beyond Yunling, their exposure to the world had been limited. Now, they had broadened their horizons and discovered the delightful cuisine of the inns. The pork buns made from white flour were exquisitely delicious. Fried rice and vegetables were surprisingly fragrant. All of this left them, the mountain children, utterly astounded. They realized that as long as they worked hard, their futures would undoubtedly be far better than their present. After experiencing the splendor of Wangyue City, they vowed to carve out a remarkable future for themselves and, when they were able, to bring their family to share in the comforts and luxuries of this vibrant world. Two naive children, overwhelmed by the shock of their newfound knowledge, drifted into a restless slumber. The flying sword continued its journey through the night sky, and when the children awoke the next day, bleary-eyed, they were met with an even more breathtaking sight. Above the boundless sea of clouds, a radiant sun burst forth. Quietly hovering above the clouds like a yolk released from its shell, golden rays emanated from the sun, gradually painting the entire cloud sea in fiery hues. Resembling a fierce blaze, the sun appeared as a burning wheel, akin to a torch ablaze. From afar, the sun radiated myriad golden beams, casting light and warmth across the land. Everyone was enveloped in the resplendent sunlight, basking in its warmth and comfort. The grandeur of the scene was something these youths had never experienced before, and at that moment, they were all captivated by the awe-inspiring beauty of nature. In this vast expanse, Chen felt acutely aware of his own insignificance. Insignificant, akin to a single grain amidst the vast ocean. When juxtaposed against the entirety of the cosmos, the cycles of day and night, the ebb and flow of clouds, in relation to the natural laws, the cycle of life and death, the power of cultivators appears feeble, woefully inadequate, to defy destiny, to overturn the celestial order, to shatter the cycle of reincarnation. What immense fortitude and supernatural prowess must one possess? Regardless of the hardships, cultivators persist in their struggle against all odds. In triumph, they advance in their cultivation, acquiring even more formidable abilities. In failure, they may face death and dissolution, only to begin anew. In stark contrast to the tenacity of cultivators, ordinary mortals have entirely relinquished their fight, submitting wholly to the inevitable. They flow with the current, accept their fate, and drift along with the tide. Their lives, though tranquil, ultimately succumb to the dictates of destiny and the orchestration of natural laws. Thus, the average lifespan of mortals, around 40 to 50 years, becomes trivial, akin to a fleeting meteor streaking across the vast night sky, vanishing without a trace. Those unyielding to fate and the natural order, the resolute cultivators, achieve remarkable feats. A mortal may live to 50, while a chi refining cultivator may reach 150, a foundation establishment cultivator 230, a golden core cultivator 500, a nascent soul cultivator 1000, and a god transformation cultivator an astonishing 2,500 years. This stark disparity illustrates the consequences of differing attitudes. Cultivators endure the agonies that mortals never confront, yet they reap immense rewards. Not merely longevity, but also unparalleled strength, robust physiques, heightened senses, and the extraordinary abilities to traverse the heavens and earth, to move mountains and alter seas, to wield the power to reshape existence itself. As the sun's rays intensified, piercingly bright, the distant horizon revealed the silhouette of a towering mountain range, its peaks piercing the clouds. Bathed in the golden light of dawn, the mountains appeared even more majestic and awe-inspiring. Sunlight cascaded over the lofty summits, enveloping the entire range in a resplendent golden hue, shimmering with brilliance. Viewed from above, the scene became even more grandiose. As the flying sword approached rapidly, the mountain range gradually came into clearer focus. In the distance, atop the highest peak, a magnificent palace complex emerged, densely clustered, extending from the mountain summit into the vicinity of the sea of clouds. The expansive yellow glazed tiles of the palace rooftops exuded an air of solemn elegance, resembling not the realm of mortals, but rather a celestial paradise, a secret abode of immortals. At that moment, the ethereal elder raised a hand, gesturing forward to introduce, "Behold, that towering and magnificent peak is Lingyun Peak, the residence of our sect leader. The grand hall at the apex of Lingyun Peak is the assembly hall of the Lingyun Sword Sect. Surrounding Lingyun Peak are the four guardian peaks, Qingyang Peak, Saixia Peak, Shenwu Peak, and our own Jianfeng Peak. That steep and perilous peak, standing upright like a sharp sword piercing the heavens, is Jianfeng. We are nearly there." As they gazed at the increasingly proximate mountains, the children felt a surge of excitement. For they could now see numerous cultivators navigating the skies on various flying artifacts and majestic avian creatures within that region. Even in their vicinity, cultivators occasionally soared past on their swords. Such are the practitioners of the mystical arts, known as cultivators. Though it may appear that Lingyun Peak is within reach, a considerable distance still lies ahead. This is akin to the saying, "The journey to the mountain is a race against the horse." After soaring through the skies for a while longer, the flying sword gradually descended, drawing closer to the ground. As it pierced through the clouds once more, the scenery below unfolded before their eyes, revealing familiar sights, fields and farmland, towns and villages, mountains and rivers, all coming into clear view. These landscapes swiftly receded behind them as the flying sword continued its descent, gliding lower and lower, weaving through numerous peaks, hastening towards their destination. After a brief respite, the flying sword finally settled gently in a plaza before an ancient, imposing stone archway, the entrance to the Lingyun Sword Sect, commonly referred to as the Mountain Gate. Murong Yu quietly informed Yi Chun that the four prominent characters inscribed on the architrave of the gate spelled out Lingyun Sword Sect. Yi Chun couldn't help but steal a few glances, firmly imprinting those four characters in his memory. He was certain that the next time he encountered them, he would recognize them instantly. Learning these four characters filled Yi Chun with immense joy. They had finally arrived at the Lingyun Sword Sect. and he felt a sense of safety wash over him. Exhaling a long breath of relief, he felt his heart settle. At this moment, these were Yi Chen's truest feelings. Throughout the journey, he had been apprehensive about potential dangers lurking along the way. After all, traveling such a long distance was no small feat, but fortunately, the journey had gone smoothly, and he had enjoyed the splendid scenery from atop the flying sword. With a wave of his hand, Shukong retracted the flying sword and led the 12 children toward the mountain gate. Upon reaching the entrance, Shukong produced a token and presented it to the disciple guarding the gate for inspection. "This is my fellow disciple. These 12 individuals are the newly recruited disciples of our sword peak," Shukong stated to the attendant at the gate. Before long, the disciple completed the verification process and respectfully returned the token to Shukong, wearing a fawning expression as he said, "Brother Shukong, please forgive me. Verifying the token is a sect regulation, so do not take offense." After carefully examining Yi Chun and the others, the disciple added with a beaming smile, "Congratulations, Brother Shukong, on recruiting so many outstanding disciples at once. It seems your sword peak is bound to flourish. You have a promising future ahead. Congratulations." He clasped his hands in a gesture of congratulations. Shukong remained unfazed, returning the salute and replying, "Brotherly, you are too kind. I must hasten to report back. So I bid you farewell. Until we meet again. Safe travels, brother." The two exchanged formal farewells, and Shukong, beaming with joy, strode confidently through the mountain gate, leading the group toward the direction of the Lingyun Sword Sect's sword peak. Chapter 6. The Master's personal transmission. Yi Chun and the others followed Shukong along a stone-paved path. After a short while, they arrived at the base of a towering peak that soared into the clouds. A 5-foot-wide stone pathway wound its way up the mountainside, and as they looked up, the peak and stone steps were shrouded in white mist, obscuring the summit entirely from view. At the foot of the mountain, a colossal rock bore the elegantly carved crimson characters, Sword Peak. The void did not cease its march, leading the way as it ascended the steps toward the mountain summit. Yi Chun and others followed closely behind, making their way upward. After more than an hour of strenuous effort, they finally arrived above the sea of clouds. At that moment, they beheld a scene entirely different from before. The snow-white sea of clouds undulated like vast, rolling waves, while the peaks, varying in height, appeared even more magnificent and awe-inspiring amidst the cloud sea. Gazing upward, Lingyun Peak stood tall and solitary, the most imposing of all, with the other 3 peaks encircling it like loyal guardians. On these mountains, pavilions and towers were arranged in a harmonious manner, densely packed with green bricks and azure tiles. The grand halls were ensconced among the ancient pines and verdant cypress trees, while opulent palaces, resplendent in beauty, seemed to float among the swirling mists, dreamlike and ethereal. The sound of bubbling springs and gurgling streams filled the air, accompanied by the sweet symphony of birds and fragrant blossoms, with vibrant flora blanketing the hillsides. Various divine birds and mystical beasts roamed the forest and streams, while the melodious strains of celestial music drifted through the air. Majestic cranes soared in flocks, and precious herbs and divine grasses flourished, with colorful wildflowers carpeting the mountainside. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying a delicate fragrance of flowers and grasses, refreshing the spirit and invigorating the mind. A true paradise of immortals, a celestial realm on earth. At the mountainside, a grand expanse of palatial structures emerged, with red walls and azure roofs, exuding magnificence. Soon, the group followed the void to a colossal palace, where it instructed a young attendant at the entrance to report their arrival. Before long, the attendant emerged to convey the message. "Master Void, you are invited inside. The ancestor wishes for all of you to enter the great hall." Thus, Void led Yi Chun and the others into the hall. Upon entering the massive doors, they found the interior brightly lit, where only a man and a woman were engaged in tea and conversation. At the upper seat sat an elderly Taoist with hair and beard as white as snow, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. His youthful visage belied his age, and his sharp gaze pierced like a sword. A long sword rested upon his back, with a deep crimson tassel hanging from his right shoulder, and a wine gourd slung at his waist. He was clad in a blue robe and simple straw shoes. At the lower seat sat a strikingly beautiful woman, her white attire draped like a veil, her features resembling a delicate painting. Her arched brows and deep-set eyes sparkled like autumn waters, stirring emotions within those who beheld her, rendering them entranced and unable to resist her allure. Void approached respectfully, bowing deeply to the elderly Taoist and the woman. "Greetings, master." "Greetings, Aunt Lu." The elder waved his hand dismissively and inquired, "How fared your mission upon descending the mountain?" "Your 3 fellow disciples have recruited a total of 10 youths with medium-grade spiritual roots. Pray tell, What of those who accompany you? Void glanced at Aunt Lu beside him, hesitating and stammering, unable to articulate a complete response for some time. The elder chuckled lightly, dismissing his caution. There's no need for such reticence. Your Aunt Lu is not a stranger. Kai Xia Peak and Sword Peak have always maintained a cordial relationship, akin to family, built on mutual trust. There is nothing you need to conceal from Aunt Lu. Speak freely. Encouraged by the elder's words, Void finally said, respectfully reporting to Master. I have recruited a total of 12 new disciples, including 6 with inferior grade spiritual roots, 3 with medium grade roots, 2 with superior grade roots, and 1 with an exceptional single spiritual root. What? Both individuals were taken aback, unable to contain their astonishment. The woman suddenly rose, her excitement palpable as she inquired. Virtuous Void, is that disciple endowed with an extraordinary spiritual root? Which disciple possesses such a rare gift? The old man, almost simultaneously, voiced his curiosity. Virtuous Void gestured toward Arya, stating, "It is this girl." Arya promptly stepped out of the ranks, bowing respectfully to the two. The old man, his beard trembling with exhilaration, approached her with hurried steps, producing a spirit-testing crystal stone from his palm. "Place your hand upon this stone," he urged. Arya obediently extended her right hand, grasping the crystal, and at once, a brilliant light of pale blue spiritual essence erupted from the stone, illuminating the palace ceiling. Indeed, it was true, without a doubt, an extraordinary water-type, single spiritual root. At this moment, Master Lu hastened forward to stand before Arya, her aura shifting dramatically. The striking beauty that had once inspired awe transformed into a visage of kindness and warmth, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Her eyes sparkled with deep affection for Arya as she bestowed upon her a gentle smile, sweet and comforting, radiating endless warmth and care. Instantly, Arya felt her spirit sway, an overwhelming sense of closeness enveloping her towards this enchanting female cultivator. She found herself defenseless, developing an affinity akin to that of a daughter towards her mother, her spirit yearning to trust and embrace this captivating woman. Simultaneously, she felt enveloped in comfort, as if bathed in the gentle spring breeze, fostering a profound sense of dependence and affection towards the alluring female cultivator before her. It was then that Master Lu softly inquired, "Little girl, what is your name? Would you consider becoming my direct disciple under the auspices of Caixia Peak? Oh, I forgot to mention, I am the master of Caixia Peak." Witnessing Master Lu's intent to claim the prodigious disciple she had painstakingly recruited, the old man grew anxious. Interjecting before Arya could respond, "Master Lu, this is a disciple our Jian Peak has gone to great lengths to recruit. You cannot simply seize her from us in such a brazen manner." Seeing the Jian Peak Master Ouyang Qin's agitation, Lu Yao remained unfazed, secretly communicating with him to negotiate terms. "Friend Ouyang, the bond between our two peaks has always been harmonious and intimate. This time, the girl possesses exceptionally outstanding innate talents, a prodigy seldom seen in a century. However, your sword peak is ill-suited for nurturing a disciple with a water attribute. Although all 5 peaks practice sword cultivation, your focus leans predominantly towards metal-based techniques, emphasizing an aggressive approach. This young lady, being of the water element, is not compatible with your metal-oriented methods. Forcing her to train in your techniques could hinder her development as a gifted disciple. Our Caixia Peak, on the other hand, excels in water-based cultivation, making it the most appropriate environment for her to truly harness the potential of her abilities. This would undoubtedly enhance her future achievements. Furthermore, the male-dominated environment of your sword sect poses challenges for female cultivators. Even if this girl were to become your disciple, the dynamics of a man instructing a female apprentice could lead to unwarranted gossip, tarnishing your reputation. It is hardly fitting. Moreover, your peak consists primarily of rough, sword-focused practitioners, which would not be conducive for a female cultivator's long-term residence and training. Caixia Peak, being predominantly female-focused, would provide her with a more beneficial environment for her development. I would personally take her under my wing as a direct disciple, imparting to her various cultivation techniques tailored for female practitioners, particularly those aligned with her water affinity, which is my specialty. From the perspective of our sect's interests, having her as my direct disciple would offer her the greatest opportunities for rapid growth, ultimately becoming a pillar of strength for our sect. All resources would be directed towards her, ensuring she receives the finest training and practices suited to her abilities. Should she become my direct disciple, I assure you she shall not be neglected. Moreover, even if I were not to vie for this talented disciple, the other 3 peaks would certainly not remain passive, especially sect leader Wang Yunfei, who would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Have you considered whether you could prevent the sect leader from taking her as his personal disciple? Thus, both in public and private interest. I am the most suitable master for her. Only I can fully cultivate her into the most formidable practitioner of our Lingyun Sword Sect. A source of pride and honor for our entire sect. Your contributions, Yang, have been significant. Rest assured, I will not allow you to suffer in vain. I promise to stand by you in all major decisions made within the sect, providing unwavering support. With my backing, your sword peak's influence within the sect will increase considerably, preventing other peak leaders from overstepping their bounds in your presence. I will ensure you receive ample compensation for your efforts. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to express them. I will resolutely support you. As they communicated through their spiritual senses, the others present remained oblivious to the nature of their conversation. The onlookers could only observe the gradual transformation of Yang's originally ashen visage, which eventually brightened to reveal a satisfied smile. Simultaneously, Yang accepted a storage bag from Lu Yao, the contents of which remained a mystery. Nevertheless, it was evident that Yang was exceedingly pleased, beaming with delight, indicative of a harmonious consensus reached between the two peak masters, culminating in a decisive resolution for Arya's status as a disciple of the peak. Once again, Yang and Lu Yao returned to their seats, their expressions serene as they lifted their teacups to savor the spiritual tea. After a brief interlude, Lu Yao beckoned to Arya with a smile, saying, "Young lady, come here." Arya stepped forward, standing before Lu Yao. "What is your name?" "Arya." She replied, "Arya, I have conferred with Peak Master Yang, and you shall henceforth be an inner disciple of the Caixia Peak. Do you wish to take me as your master and become my direct disciple?" Upon hearing this, Arya glanced at Peak Master Yang, who gave a gentle nod. Instantly, Arya knelt and declared, "Disciple Arya pays her respects to Master." Seeing Arya's willingness, Lu Yao's smile broadened. "Rise. The formal initiation ceremony will be held upon our return to Caixia Peak, where I shall bestow upon you a name. For now, stand behind me." "Yes." Arya respectfully positioned herself behind Lu Yao, her heart brimming with joy, for she understood that her fate had irrevocably changed. She was not only officially recognized as an inner disciple of the Lingyun Sword Sect, but also as the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Caixia Peak. This esteemed title would ensure her a smooth journey in cultivation, replete with abundant resources, elixirs, and the personal guidance of the sect leader, benefits that were beyond the reach of ordinary disciples. Yang set down his teacup and addressed the void. "What of those two disciples with superior spiritual roots, and the three with medium spiritual roots?" The void stepped forward once more, stating, "Both of these individuals possess superior spiritual roots. This one is Chen, endowed with both gold and fire spiritual roots, while this is Murongyu, who has a singular gold spiritual root. The three new disciples possess medium spiritual roots and are named Li San Yo, Lin Yifei, and Su Shui'er. The remaining six have inferior spiritual roots." After the introductions, the void respectfully retreated to the side. Yang joyfully regarded Chen and Murongyu, inquiring, "Do you two wish to become the direct disciples of the Peak Master of Jian Peak?" Chen and Murongyu exchanged glances and promptly replied, "We are willing." They hurried forward to bow, declaring, "Disciple Chen pays respects to Master. Disciple Murongyu pays respects to Master. Then let us conduct a simple initiation ceremony." Lu Yao interjected, ready to witness. The void quickly instructed a young attendant to prepare tea. Chen and Murongyu respectively presented cups of spiritual tea to Yang, who relished the offerings before gently sipping, marking the conclusion of this modest initiation rite. Yang then raised his hand, and two storage bags floated before Chen and Murongyu. "Consider these your initiation gifts from me. As my direct disciples, you must diligently cultivate and bring honor to Jian Peak." Chen and Murongyu joyfully accepted the storage bags, scarcely pausing to inspect their contents before expressing their gratitude. "Disciple thanks Master for the generous gifts." As the two individuals rose, Lu Yao cast two talismans into the air, which floated gracefully before them. "Congratulations, Master Yang, on acquiring a beloved disciple. These two talismans for escape shall serve as a token of my regard today. In a critical moment, this talisman could very well save your life. Thank you, Master Lu, for your generous gift." Chen and Murongyu expressed their gratitude in unison, bowing respectfully before joyfully accepting the talismans. With the simple formalities of apprenticeship completed, Lu Yao turned to Yang and said, "Master Yang, I have another matter to discuss with you. This young female disciple, Su Shui'er, possesses a middle-grade spiritual root and has caught my eye. Why not allow her to join my Caixia Peak directly? In exchange, you may select any male disciple of middle-grade spiritual root from this year's new recruits at Caixia Peak to become a disciple of your Sword Peak. What do you think?" After a moment's contemplation, Ouyang Qing replied, "Since I have already bestowed a prodigious disciple with a superior spiritual root, it would not be a loss to part with this middle-grade female disciple. The Sword Peak indeed lacks female disciples, and entrusting Su Shuer to Caishiao Peak is not a bad proposition. After all, there are plenty of middle-grade disciples to spare." He readily acquiesced. "Very well. Let it be as Master Lu has proposed. The 2 middle-grade disciples, Li Sanyu and Lin Yifei, shall join my Sword Peak as inner disciples, while the remaining 6 will be outer disciples." With a cheerful demeanor, Ouyang Qing instructed, "Shukong, please take the extra effort to head to the sect's administrative hall and assist them in completing their entry procedures and obtaining their disciple tokens. Ensure their proper settlement. Obeying the master's command, I shall escort them to complete the necessary formalities." Void respectfully accepted the command, leading Yi Chun and others away from the grand hall towards the foot of the mountain. After Void's departure, Lu Yao also rose to take her leave, guiding Arya and Su Shuer away. Chapter 7. 5 Peaks and 1 Hall. The Lingyun Sword Sect is comprised of 5 majestic peaks, with Lingyun Peak being presided over by the sect leader, Wang Yunfei, a practitioner at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Within the sect, aside from the Supreme Elder who has secluded himself for the past 50 years, Wang Yunfei boasts the highest cultivation level. The other 4 peak masters oversee their respective peaks. Li Dehai of Qingyang Peak, at the early stage of Golden Core, Lu Yao, the master of Caishiao Peak, at the mid-stage of Golden Core, is also the only female practitioner at this level within the Lingyun Sword Sect. Caishiao Peak is predominantly populated by female practitioners, creating a unique environment characterized by beauty and grace. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a saying that no woman of the cultivation world is unattractive, implying that female practitioners possess extraordinary beauty, far surpassing that of ordinary women. Consequently, Caishiao Peak is often affectionately referred to as the fairy peak among its disciples, who are enchanted by the abundance of beauty that flourishes there. Lu Yao herself, with her youthful appearance seemingly in her early 20s, embodies the epitome of beauty, warranting descriptions of unparalleled allure and grace. Moreover, Lu Yao has mastered a seductive technique that bewitches the hearts and minds of her targets, profoundly altering their perceptions and attitudes towards her. This technique is particularly effective on male practitioners, leaving most individuals defenseless in her presence, quickly falling under her spell. As a mid-stage Golden Core practitioner, her capability to influence those of lower cultivation is formidable, while only those with profound skills, like Ouyang Qing, can remain unaffected and composed. Previously, on the Sword Peak, Arya and others were ensnared by Lu Yao's allure, developing a deep-seated trust and reliance on her. The Sword Peak is under the stewardship of Ouyang Qing, a mid-stage Golden Core practitioner renowned for his mastery of the sword. Unlike ordinary practitioners, sword cultivators dedicate themselves solely to the path of the sword, often surpassing their peers in combat prowess. Their formidable reputation is well known throughout the cultivation world. However, not all sword users are true sword cultivators. True sword cultivators are distinguished by their unwavering spirit, fearlessness, and unwavering commitment to their path, eschewing fear of death or authority, and facing challenges head-on with resolute intent. The peak master of Shenwu Peak, Wu Heihu, is at the early stage of Golden Core. Each of the 5 peaks operates independently, selecting disciples on their own. The core disciples of the sect, including the favored students of the peak masters, are exceptionally gifted individuals whose talents are considered extraordinary. They represent the future and hope of the sect, holding a prestigious status within the community, and their contribution will ultimately determine whether the sect can continue to thrive and prosper. The disciples of the sect are categorized into inner disciples and outer disciples. Inner disciples are specifically selected from among the exceptionally gifted youths with outstanding spiritual roots. Some excellent outer disciples, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, may have the opportunity to advance to inner disciples. Outer disciples typically possess ordinary spiritual roots, and the roles of inner and outer disciples within the sect differ significantly, resulting in a vast disparity in the benefits and resources they receive. Inner disciples often enjoy superior cultivation resources, and their future prospects are bright, while outer disciples, receiving little attention from the sect, are relegated to the role of support for inner disciples, obtaining only the minimum cultivation resources. Their futures are often limited to the foundational stage, with few achieving that level. Outer disciples are also referred to as miscellaneous disciples, serving as hired hands for the sect, and inner disciples, with their prospects appearing bleak and the path to immortality remaining elusive and uncertain. In addition to the sect leader and the 4 peak masters, the Lingyun Sword Sect has an elder hall, which oversees the daily affairs of the sect. This hall is comprised of over a dozen golden core elders. In the Lingyun Sword Sect, any cultivator who reaches the golden core stage can directly become a member of the Elder Council, automatically ascending to the status of an elder and enjoying all associated privileges. Those whose cultivation is limited to the foundational stage may only serve as ordinary elders, managing affairs and duties within the sect. The elders are led by 4 prominent figures. The first elder, Chu Dei, who possesses mid-golden core cultivation. The second elder, Wu Gu, also at mid-golden core cultivation and related by blood to Wu Heihu, the master of the divine martial peak, sharing a common ancestor. The third elder, King Chunzi, at early golden core cultivation and a renowned alchemist, overseeing all alchemical affairs within the sect and responsible for the medicinal pills used by all cultivators. With numerous alchemical disciples under his guidance, as all 4th grade and below alchemists are his apprentices, and the 4th elder, Zhou Yang, at early golden core, a 4th grade talisman master. Yi Chun, San Yo, and others followed Shukong to the administrative hall, located beneath Lingyun Peak amidst a cluster of grand pavilions and palaces, the most magnificent of which featured red walls and green tiles, enveloped by ancient pines and cypress trees, creating a serene and elegant environment. Upon entering the grand hall, they found it bustling with activity, as many disciples were coming and going. In the central area, there were several service counters lined up, with disciples queuing to attend to their respective matters. Shukong led the group to the innermost counter, where more than 20 individuals were already waiting in line. Yi Chun, unable to read, nudged Murongyu in front of him and quietly inquired, "What does that sign say?" Murongyu glanced at it and replied, "This is the place for us to process our entry procedures." At that moment, Shukong in the front began conversing with another leading cultivator, Senior Brother Wu Ming. "Are these the new disciples from your divine martial peak?" "Indeed," was the response. "Disciple of the Void," Wu Ming began. "These 20 or so individuals are new disciples I personally selected. During my recent trip to Tain City, I nearly found myself in conflict with the Blood Fiend sect while recruiting them. Fortunately, I returned safely, albeit with some trepidation." Tain City, Wu Ming continued. "That place is perilously close to the Blood Fiend sect and the Li family, far removed from our sect. I visited there a few years ago during my travels, and it is indeed teeming with loose cultivators and many young mortals possessing spiritual roots. The concentration of spiritual energy in that region is quite commendable. Alas, both the Blood Fiend sect and the Li family covet this cultivation city, vying for control over it, yet neither has succeeded in their ambitions." "Indeed," Void replied. "As you rightly observed, there are indeed numerous talented youths with good spiritual roots within the city. In just 3 days, I managed to recruit this many, thus fulfilling my mission with relative ease." Wu Ming leaned closer, lowering his voice. "To be candid, all these disciples possess mid-grade spiritual roots. Regrettably, the high-grade ones were snatched up by the Blood Fiend sect and the Li family beforehand." "Huh?" Void gasped in astonishment, reflecting inwardly. If he were to remove the 6 disciples he recruited with inferior roots from his 12, he would only have 6 left, which paled in comparison to Wu Ming's numbers. However, he was content with the quality of his recruits. While Wu Ming excelled in quantity, Void clasped his hands in congratulations. "Congratulations, my friend. Your divine martial peak has garnered such an impressive assembly of disciples. Meanwhile, our sword peak is languishing, with scarce talent to speak of." Void leaned in closer to Wu Ming, whispering, "Unfortunately, more than half of them possess inferior roots and are of little use. They can only serve as outer disciples." As the two engaged in this amiable exchange, the attendant ahead had already begun processing the admission formalities for the disciples Wu Ming had brought. Soon, after completing the procedures, Wu Ming bid farewell to Void with a clasp of the hands, leading his entourage of over 20 individuals away with great enthusiasm. Next in line were Yi Chun and the others. The admission procedures were uncomplicated. Void produced his identity token and explained his situation to the attending official. In no time, Yi Chun and the others received their identity tokens and storage bags. Yi Chun's identity token, crafted from a century-old spiritual wood, was a dark, inky black, recording a multitude of personal information: name, bone age, likeness, cultivation level, and their respective peaks, whether inner or outer. Furthermore, this token possessed several additional functionalities, though Yi Chun was yet unaware of them. His inner disciple token differed from the others, as all inner disciple tokens of the Lingyun Sword Sect were fashioned from this century-old spiritual wood. The outer disciples tokens of the other 6 were made from 10-year-old spiritual wood and were gray in color. Yi Chun's token bore the words Lingyun Sword Sect on the front, while the back displayed the characters Sword Peak at the top, accompanied by a few golden characters below, personally taught by the Peak Master. This token shall henceforth serve as Yi Chun's identification, signifying his esteemed status within the sect, being a personal gift from the Peak Master. This inner disciple token holds exceptional significance. Upon opening his storage bag, Chen discovered several items within, 2 sets of standard dark black robes for inner disciples, a booklet titled Regulations of the Lingyun Sword Sect, a map of the sect, a tome on swordsmanship titled Lingyun Sword Technique, and a foundational cultivation method known as Changchun Formula. Additionally, there was a common grade sword, all of which Murong had discreetly informed Chen about. He could only recognize the 4 characters Lingyun Sword Sect on the booklet, the rest were unfamiliar to him. After registering his identity information here, the formalities of entry were complete. Shukong guided the group out of the administrative hall without taking them on a tour of the other areas, leading them directly back to the Sword Peak. Along the way, Shukong provided a general overview of the Lingyun Sword Sect to the disciples, emphasizing that they would need to learn the specifics in due course. The booklet containing the sect's regulations warranted careful study, as any violations could result in severe penalties from the law enforcement hall. Offenses could lead to anything from corporal punishment and imprisonment to execution, revocation of cultivation, or expulsion from the sect. Thus, adherence to the sect's regulations was paramount. Furthermore, each disciple's future accomplishments depended on their own efforts and fortuitous circumstances in cultivation. As for literacy and entry-level cultivation, arrangements would be made by the responsible elders upon their return to the Sword Peak. Upon arriving at the Sword Peak, Shukong entrusted the 6 disciples with inferior spiritual roots to the outer sect's administration, who would oversee their training. These 6 outer disciples were to remain at the foot of the Sword Peak and were not permitted to ascend without explicit permission. The entire Sword Peak area was enveloped by a grand formation, which imparted a distinct energy as one entered. Chen, not yet a cultivator, was unable to perceive this difference, which stemmed from the varying density of spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy within the Sword Peak surpassed that of the outside world, increasing as one ascended. Inner disciples resided at the mid-level of the Sword Peak, where there were designated living quarters, cave dwellings, and training grounds. After handing over the 2 inner disciples, San Nyo and Lin Yifei, to the inner sect's administration, only Chen and Murong remained by Shukong's side, who now appeared even more amiable and approachable. My dear junior brothers, in the present day, our esteemed master has officially accepted you both as his direct disciples, thus establishing a brotherhood amongst us. Prior to this, the master had taken in 7 direct disciples, of which I am the 7th. You 2 have concurrently entered the sect, with Murong as the elder brother, ranking 8th, and Chen as the 9th brother. The master's cultivation cave is situated at the summit of Sword Peak, and the 9 of us have our cultivation caves located near the mountain's apex, where the spiritual energy is exceptionally dense and ideal for practice. I shall now guide you in selecting your own cultivation caves. Chen and Murong followed senior brother Shukong along the mountain path, and before long, they arrived at a location close to the summit, where the concentration of spiritual energy was palpable, enveloping the area in a delicate mist. Within Sword Peak lies a superior spiritual vein, and beneath the Lingyun mountain range, there exists a medium-sized superior spiritual vein. This vein is dispersed across 5 central peaks, which is why the Lingyun Sword Sect deliberately chose these 5 mountains as the core of the sect upon its establishment. The area surrounding these peaks boasts the most concentrated spiritual energy, rendering it the heart of the Lingyun Sword Sect. Additionally, a grand spirit gathering formation has been laid out in this region, amplifying the spiritual energy within its bounds significantly compared to the surrounding areas. Chapter 8. Selecting the cave in this vicinity. There are 4 available caves for selection, and the 2 junior brothers may choose according to their preferences. Allow me to lead you in this endeavor. Thank you, senior brother. Your efforts are much appreciated. There is no need for formalities. We are now fellow disciples. So let us refrain from such distant pleasantries, as they might create a sense of estrangement. Indeed, Chen and Murong quickly agreed, and as the 3 conversed while walking, they arrived at a cave with an excellent location, surrounded by picturesque scenery, conveniently close to the mountain path, and easily accessible. Inside, there were 4 cultivation chambers. With a flick of his hand, Shukong cast a spell, and the stone door of the cultivation cave slowly opened. The trio entered the cave, standing in the main hall, where Chen surveyed the surroundings. The cave was as bright as day, with numerous luminous stones adorning the ceiling, radiating a soft, natural light that was not harsh on the eyes, providing a most comfortable ambience. These luminous stones are a type of low-grade artifact, requiring only a modest infusion of spiritual energy to maintain their glow for 1 to 2 years. Once the energy is depleted, a simple recharging will suffice to restore their brilliance. These glowing crystals are truly remarkable, Chen exclaimed in awe. However, Chen, You may not be aware that these luminous stones are not particularly precious and can be purchased in abundance at the market for a minimal amount of spirit stones. Chen observed that the cave was equipped with various essential furnishings, such as tables and chairs, though the decor was quite simple and unrefined, lacking any lavishness. As you are not yet true cultivators, you may not fully perceive the density of spiritual energy here. Let us explore the other caves. The three departed from the cave once more and soon arrived at a second cultivation cave nestled beneath a sheer cliff on a mountainside. Aside from its secluded location, this cave bore a striking resemblance to the first. However, it was adorned with a few plum trees, peach trees, and an array of exquisite flowers such as peonies, roses, and orchids, exuding a scholarly ambience and a cultural essence. Yu's eyes sparkled with unhidden delight. Senior Brother Shukong, this cultivation cave appears quite elegant and tranquil. I have developed a particular fondness for it. Might I request to reside here? Shukong readily nodded in agreement. Of course. As long as you cherish it, my junior brother. The spiritual energy within this cave is commendable. Since you are so enamored with it, I shall fulfill your wishes. As he spoke, Shukong handed Yu a disc that activated the cave's formation, a key to the cave's control. As you currently lack the magical power and consciousness to manipulate this disc freely, I can assist you in using your disciple's token to simply govern the cave and its formations. Once you become a cultivator and refine the disc with a drop of your blood to acknowledge it as your own, you will truly command this cave and its formations. Shukong took the identity token from Yu and swiftly inscribed a spell into it. There. From now on, you can use this token to open and close the cave and its formations. The specific operational methods are contained within the small pouch given to you by our master, which also holds a plethora of common cultivation spells and knowledge. If you diligently study according to these methods, you will soon grasp the fundamental principles of cultivation. Should you encounter any issues or uncertainties during your practice, feel free to seek me out. However, refrain from troubling our master unless absolutely necessary. He is currently at a pivotal moment in his cultivation. If he successfully breaks through this time, he will attain the same cultivation level as the sect leader, reaching the late stage of the golden core, an achievement of great significance. Remember this. Understood. Chen and Yu replied in unison. Let us continue to explore the other two cultivation caves. The third cultivation cave was situated on the northern side, behind the sword's edge, being on the shaded side. It was evidently more secluded and tranquil, distanced from the cultivation caves of the other disciples. It stood alone beneath a precipice, accessible only by navigating a bend and circumventing a massive boulder to reveal a narrow path diverging from the main road. This barely passable trail, overgrown with wild grasses and flowers, led to the third cultivation cave nestled beneath the cliff. The area appeared desolate and quiet due to infrequent visits, with the cave entrance starkly devoid of any trees or flowering plants. Chen noticed two seal script characters, the size of large bowls, engraved on the stone wall directly above the cave entrance. After inquiring with Yu, he learned that these characters read idle clouds. Chen surmised that this was likely the name bestowed by the cave's former owner. Once again confronted with such an awkward situation, Chen felt an urgent desire to learn to read. In the past, his illiteracy had not hindered his daily activities in the mountains. Herding cattle, chopping firewood, and foraging for mushrooms did not require reading skills. His companions, Dog Dan and San Nyo, were equally illiterate, rendering literacy an inconsequential matter. However, the present circumstances were drastically different. If he wished to ascend to the realm of immortals and become a practitioner, mastering the written word was imperative. Otherwise, progress would be painfully slow. The cave abode before him was unremarkable, perfectly concealed amidst the mountainous terrain and rocky outcrops. Without the faintly discernible path as a reference, it would be nearly impossible to detect its existence from afar. This particular training cave was the most remote, with a door that was both low and rough, lacking any distinctive features, making it the least appealing among the 4 cave dwellings. Consequently, it had remained abandoned for decades, untouched by human presence. With a wave of his hand, Su Kong cast a spell, causing the cave's protective barriers to dissolve. The heavy stone doors creaked open, and the trio entered in single file. A faint mustiness lingered in the air, a testament to the long absence of inhabitants or maintenance. Thick layers of dust coated the entire cave, accentuating its dilapidated state. Su Kong swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a spell, dust cleansing technique. As the spell took effect, a surge of spiritual energy swept through the cave, accompanied by a gentle breeze that revitalized the space, rendering it immaculate as if it had just been tidied up. Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as he surveyed the transformation, unable to believe the changes before him. He extended his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Master Su Kong. What incredible skill! What kind of divine magic is this? I wish to learn it as well." Su Kong smiled modestly and replied, "Junior brother, you flatter me. This is merely a minor spell of little significance. If you are interested, you can find it in this booklet. You may study it on your own. The technique is called object cleansing, quite simple and straightforward." "Is that truly the case?" Yi Chen's face was alight with envy and admiration. At that moment, he yearned to absorb all the spells and techniques that Master Su Kong wielded, eager to accelerate his own growth and become a self-reliant foundation establishment practitioner like Su Kong. Within the sect, Qi refinement disciples would greet Su Kong with respect, bowing in acknowledgement. "I have met Master Su Kong, a revered senior. In the realm of cultivation, supremacy is dictated solely by strength. Age, lineage, and position hold no significance. Practitioners are often ranked according to the heights of their cultivation, with those of higher levels enjoying elevated status, while those of lesser prowess occupy lower ranks. Among peers of the same generation, the one with superior cultivation is addressed as brother, while the one with inferior cultivation is referred to as younger brother. Should there be a significant disparity in cultivation levels, the distinction becomes even more pronounced. The hierarchy of cultivation realms, from the lowest to the highest, is as follows: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and transformation of the divine. Beyond the transformation of the divine, other realms exist, yet they lie entirely beyond the confines of this worldly plane. In the realm of martial arts, once one attains the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, they are rejected by this world and subsequently ascend to a more advanced civilization of cultivation in the upper realms. In that more civilized domain, there may exist even more sophisticated cultivation practices, but all of this remains mere conjecture. None have returned from that exalted world to share their knowledge. It is known, however, that some masters of the perfected nascent soul have ascended directly through the celestial gates into that enigmatic upper world. This indicates the existence of a higher civilization of cultivation. Once a practitioner breaks through the shackles of their cultivation and reaches the perfected nascent soul realm, the gateway to that mysterious world will open high in the sky. Currently, the few remaining nascent soul practitioners in this realm are in seclusion, diligently striving to elevate themselves to the perfected nascent soul realm, thereby enabling their own ascension to the upper realms. They tread further along the path of cultivation, seeking ultimate enlightenment and mastery over the Tao. Yi Chun meticulously examined the entirety of the cultivation cave, which comprised 6 distinct chambers designated for various cultivation functions, arranged by its original owner. These chambers include the cultivation room, the tranquil room, the alchemy chamber, the artifact forging chamber, the spiritual herb cultivation chamber, and the spirit pet chamber. Notably, within the alchemy and artifact forging chambers, there exists an outlet for the earth's fire. Upon lifting the sealed lid, an intensely scorching fire from the earth's veins surges forth, serving as a direct source of heat for both alchemy and forging. In the spiritual herb cultivation chamber, Yi Chen also discovered a small plot of spiritual herb field, measuring 1 zhang square, although not a single spiritual herb was found to be growing therein. However, this spiritual field can undoubtedly serve as a place for cultivating ethereal herbs and celestial grasses in the future. The chamber for spirit beasts is exceptionally vast and spacious, towering over 2 zhang in height and covering an area that surpasses 10 other chambers combined. One could gallop freely within its confines. It appears that the former master of this cave abode once tended to a remarkably large mystical beast or celestial companion. After surveying this cultivation cave, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with delight, deeply enamored by its charm. The concentration of spiritual energy within this cave is not particularly remarkable, merely average. As you have observed, its remote and desolate location has deterred previous occupants, leading me to suggest that junior brother Yi consider one final cultivation cave before making a definitive choice. The selection of a cultivation cave is of utmost importance to cultivators. Thus, a careful and prudent approach is essential. Let us proceed to inspect the last cave. I apologize, senior brother, Yi Chen said. Look who it is again, junior brother Yi. Did I not mention that there is no need for formalities? If you continue to be so courteous, I shall be compelled to take offense. Su Kong's expression turned serious, feigning anger. Sensing Su Kong's displeasure, Yi Chen quickly amended his words. Senior brother Su Kong is right. I acknowledge my mistake and shall refrain from such errors in the future. I will not be formal with you again. That's the spirit. Su Kong beamed, revealing a genuine smile. With a grand gesture, he declared, let us go. The two of them promptly followed closely behind Su Kong, ascending towards the higher cave. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the trio arrived at a relatively flat cultivation cave situated near the southern face of the mountain's peak. Above the cave, a large pine tree, as thick as a person, grew at a slant, its branches and lush foliage spreading outwards like a natural umbrella, shielding the entrance from rain and snow. Standing at the cave's entrance and gazing outward reveals a vast expanse of level grassland, where wildflowers and grasses flourish freely. The sunlight is gentle. A soft breeze caresses the air, and the melodious songs of birds blend with the fragrance of flowers, imparting a sense of natural ease. Indeed, this cave is quite commendable. It is, at the very least, superior to the one selected by Muronyu. The environment here is exquisite, basked in sunlight, and the concentration of spiritual energy within the cave is the most abundant. Junior brother, ye may wish to contemplate this option. Void suggested that the three of them examine the cave, which bore little difference from the previous one. For cultivators, establishing a new meditation chamber is a trivial task. As long as there is a need, they can simply increase the number of cultivation caves. After some contemplation, Chen ultimately felt that the secluded, shadowy cave was the most suitable for him. Should he embark on his cultivation journey, he would likely spend most of his time in seclusion, diligently honing his skills, with little opportunity to appreciate his surroundings or tend to the trivialities of flowers and plants. For a cultivator, elevating one's cultivation level is the most pragmatic and meaningful endeavor. The realm of cultivation serves as a means of survival and protection. How far one can progress on the path of cultivation and the magnitude of one's achievements hinge upon the heights of their cultivation and the strength of their abilities. The ephemeral joys and romantic entanglements that mortals cherish hold no significance for cultivators. Their pursuit is of formidable power, for only with such strength can they ensure their self-preservation, prolong their lifespan, attain immortality, and achieve the ability to traverse the heavens and earth, to wield the forces of nature, and to obliterate all that exists. Given his limited time, the more desolate and remote the cave's surroundings, the less likely he would be disturbed by others. This particular cave possessed such an advantageous quality. Moreover, the concentration of spiritual energy within this cave was on par with others, which sufficed for Chen's needs. He did not wish to remain an inconspicuous, ordinary cultivator. He aspired to become a peak cultivator with profound skills and exceptional power. Therefore, he needed to lay the groundwork in advance, mastering various arts of cultivation to solidify his foundation and enhance his capabilities comprehensively. This necessitated delving into multiple disciplines, leading to a diverse array of skills and techniques he needed to acquire: alchemy, artifact forging, planting and nurturing, raising spiritual pets, formation arrays, talismans, puppetry, and more. To facilitate this, he required sufficient cultivation chambers to practice these skills. Currently, the number of such chambers was somewhat inadequate, and when the time came, new ones could be established. Brother Shukong, I have made my decision. I shall choose that secluded cave. Shukong, somewhat taken aback, replied, Since junior brother Yi has made a choice, let us return to that cave. As long as it pleases you, that is all that matters. I, too, believe that location is indeed suitable for cultivation and will benefit your practice. You can devote yourself wholeheartedly to your training without being distracted by worldly affairs. The trio returned to the third cave, named Idle Clouds. Shukong proceeded to assist Chen in re-establishing the method for accessing the cave. From now on, Chen could manipulate the cave's formation and restrictions directly with his identity token, freely entering and exiting the cave. All set. 2 junior disciples, henceforth, dedicate yourselves diligently to your cultivation within your respective abodes. Within the bags entrusted to you by our esteemed master lies a vial of fasting elixir. Upon consumption of this potion, you shall sustain yourselves for an entire month without the necessity of food. Mortal beings and practitioners in the early to mid stages of qi refinement have yet to attain the realm of fasting. They must continue to partake of sustenance. Only upon reaching the later stages of qi refinement can one truly forego food, as the adept can directly convert the spiritual energy within into personal vitality. Therefore, for the time being, you must still consume meals to replenish your energy. This fasting elixir will sustain you for a considerable duration. And once you have successfully drawn spiritual energy into your bodies and initiated your training, you shall be able to manage your own dietary needs. For now, reliance on the fasting elixir is necessary. Additionally, our Sword Peak has established a dining hall within the inner disciple living quarters on the mountainside, providing meals throughout the day. Should you not find it too troublesome, you may dine there. Chen's countenance brightened with joy as he pondered that, since meals were available, he might as well set the fasting elixir aside for the time being. The memory of the delightful feast in Moonview City lingered vividly in his mind. How could a cultivator forsake such culinary temptations? Having only recently embarked on his journey, Chen had no intention of relinquishing the opportunity for free meals. In the past, It had been a challenge to satiate his hunger in the mountains, but now, a chance to indulge awaited him. He was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. For a 12-year-old boy accustomed to hunger, the allure of delectable food was irresistible, especially with the prospect of meat. What child could withstand such gastronomic temptation? Chen had resolved that once senior brother Shukong departed, he would accompany Yu to the mountainside for a delightful meal, and, while there, check on the current status of Sanyo Lin and Fei. Dear junior disciples, you are the newest entrants this year, and others of your cohort will gradually arrive in the coming days. Starting tomorrow, a dedicated steward will be present in the inner disciple area of the mountainside to teach you literacy and writing, impart cultivation methods, and familiarize you with all matters concerning the realm of cultivation. Your primary task over the next 6 months will be to learn to read and write. Complete the process of drawing spiritual energy into your bodies and become practitioners of qi refinement. Subsequently, every half-month, a designated elder will instruct you in cultivation techniques, guiding you through the sword techniques and philosophies of our Lingyun Sword Sect, addressing any queries you may have. As direct disciples of our master, you will also receive personal guidance from him. Each month, you may collect your sect benefits from the Sword Peaks Steward Hall, which includes spiritual stones and elixirs for cultivation. Moreover, as direct disciples of your Peak Master, you will have access to a wealth of literature in the scripture repository of Sword Peak, and you may exchange sect contribution points for various cultivation techniques from the Technique Hall. Beneath Lingyun Peak, where the Peak Master resides, there lies a small market where you can trade and purchase various cultivation resources. Should you encounter any needs or difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. My cultivation abode is adjacent to that of junior disciple Yu. For now, this is ample information. It is advisable not to leave Sword Peak in the next 6 months. Remember, at sunrise tomorrow, do not forget to attend classes at the inner Sword Peak. After your long journey today, take the opportunity to rest. The 2 junior disciples bid farewell, as I must report back to the master. With a respectful gesture, I took my leave. Chen and Yu hastily returned the gesture, urging, "Brother, take care." As I turned and exited the cave dwelling, I patted the storage pouch at my waist, and a flying sword materialized before me. Stepping onto the sword, it swiftly soared toward the mountain peak, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Chen and Yu exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. "Yishidi, let us now visit the inner sect of Jianfeng and perhaps enjoy a meal while we meet with Li Sanni, Lin Fei, and the others." "Very well. Let us depart at once." The 2 promptly donned their pristine inner sect robes and left the cave, hastening down the mountain. At the summit of Jianfeng, within the main hall, I paid my respects to the sect leader, Ouyang Qing, and detailed all that had transpired. Ouyang Qing stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Shukong, you have executed your sect mission admirably, enrolling numerous disciples for Jianfeng, particularly the exceptionally gifted Li area, Chen, and Yu. You shall be rewarded with a place in the sect's spiritual cleansing pool in 6 months. Furthermore, take this essence cleansing pill. Your cultivation level is currently the lowest among my 7 disciples, resting at the initial stage of foundation establishment. In 3 years, there will be a secret realm trial. I encourage you to diligently cultivate and enhance your strength. I intend to send you to the secret realm. I trust you understand." Ouyang Qing tossed a small pill bottle to me, which floated before my eyes. Overjoyed, I grasped the walnut-sized vial, fearing it might sprout wings and fly away. A broad smile stretched across my face as I secured the pill in my storage pouch. This essence cleansing pill is capable of elevating a cultivator's root quality, fundamentally enhancing their physique and cultivation aptitude, thereby accelerating their training speed. It is an exceptionally rare and precious elixir, unattainable in the market, as the spiritual herbs required for its refinement are scarce and difficult to procure, and the process itself is exceedingly complex, a challenge that ordinary alchemists cannot surmount. To fortuitously acquire such a precious pill, which can fundamentally improve a cultivator's root quality, is indeed a stroke of immense luck. Now, this grand opportunity had fallen directly into my lap. How could I not feel elated? Had it not been in the presence of my master, I would have leapt for joy. Additionally, the opportunity to cultivate in the sect's spiritual cleansing pool is a rare privilege. The Lingyun Sword Sect possesses a remarkable training ground, located within a naturally occurring cave rich in spiritual energy on the summit of Lingyun Peak, the very spiritual cleansing pool itself. Every 3 years, the sect initiates the cleansing of the spiritual pool for cultivation. From the 5 peaks of the Lingyun Sword Sect, 3 exemplary disciples are selected from each peak to partake in this purification for a duration of half a month. The spiritual pool is formed by the convergence of a spring rich in spiritual energy that flows from within a cavern. Only 15 disciples are granted the opportunity to enter the pool each time, making it a coveted chance for the disciples of each peak. Historically, those who have trained in the spiritual pool have experienced significant enhancements in their cultivation levels. There are precedents of Qi refining disciples advancing 3 or 4 levels in just half a month, as well as foundation establishment practitioners increasing their levels by 2. To achieve such remarkable progress in a mere fortnight is indeed rare, which highlights the profound efficacy of the spiritual pool. Consequently, disciples exert themselves to the fullest for this opportunity, as it arises only once every 3 years, with only 3 slots available for each peak, allocated at the discretion of the peak masters. Thus, only those favored and recognized by the masters can ultimately seize this chance. In previous instances, it has been the turn of other senior brothers to partake, and it is the first time that Shukong has been granted such an opportunity. This promise from the master was bestowed upon him early on, largely due to his fortunate performance during the recent recruitment of new disciples, which left the master particularly pleased. Shukong, what do you think of your 2 junior brothers? Ouyang Qing inquired softly after sipping his spiritual tea. After a moment of contemplation, Shukong responded, "These 2 junior brothers possess exceptional talents and remarkable qualities. They are astute and have their own thoughts. 8th junior brother Murongyu is well-educated, empathetic, and appears to have some familial background, suggesting a connection to the world of cultivation, possibly even hailing from a lineage of cultivators. The place I visited was a harsh and impoverished region, where the local villagers struggled in poverty and were largely illiterate. Yet, Murongyu dressed elegantly and demonstrated a decent command of language. 8th junior brother is composed and possesses an admirable disposition. I believe he is a promising candidate for cultivation. As for 9th junior brother Yichun, he is just an ordinary child from the mountains, endowed with good spiritual roots, and his character is not notably different from that of other children. However, there is one aspect that I do not comprehend, and I seek your wisdom, master." "Oh, please elaborate," Ouyang Qing said, intrigued. When selecting the cultivation caves, aside from the second cave chosen by 8th junior brother, the other 3 caves were clearly inferior, with the 4th cave being notably superior in terms of location, density of spiritual energy, and internal conditions. Typically, one would unhesitatingly choose the 4th cave. Yet 9th junior brother opted for the least conspicuous, most desolate, and remote 3rd cave. This has left me perplexed. If I were to choose, I would undoubtedly select the cave with the highest elevation and densest spiritual energy. Does 9th junior brother not recognize the significance of spiritual energy in cultivation? Or does he have other intentions? I am truly dull-witted, and I humbly request your clarification, master." Ouyang Qing pondered for a moment, stroking his beard, and remarked, "This young man possesses extraordinary talent and considerable intelligence. I have noticed him before. His demeanor, reminiscent of an ordinary child, is not a pretense, but rather a manifestation of his innate nature. Yet, he exhibits a remarkable level of composure and meticulousness, entirely unlike other children who are often fraught with anxiety and unease. He remains calm and unflustered, especially after your esteemed master Lu Yao employed her enchanting techniques. It appears that this old 9th has remained unaffected, maintaining his tranquility. From this, one can infer that Yi Chun has an incredibly resolute spirit, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Should he continue his cultivation, his determination will undoubtedly be as steadfast as a rock and as stable as Mount Tai. He is a promising candidate for the path of immortality. In this regard, Yi Chun outshines Murongyu significantly. As for the selection of the cave dwelling, this lad has certainly taken note of the cultivation chambers within, particularly the fiery hearths in the alchemy and artifact crafting chambers, as well as the expansive beast taming chamber. In comparison, the external environments of the other options are of little consequence. This indicates that his ambitions are grand, and his cunning runs deep. If he is nurtured properly, he will undoubtedly become an exceptional talent. It seems I have developed a fondness for this cheeky lad. Ha ha. As Ouyang Qing chuckled, he softly murmured, "Lu Yao believes she has unearthed a great treasure from me, unaware that the greatest gem may very well be this mischievous boy." Shukong, who had overheard these words, felt a profound shock. He could not comprehend why his master held such a high opinion of this seemingly ordinary child from the mountains. In the inner sect area, the exuberant Yi Chun and Murongyu hopped down to the halfway point of the mountain, arriving at the area where the inner disciples resided. Here, young disciples were abundant, and the entire Sword Peak's mid-mountain region was dotted with numerous disciples' cultivation caves, estimated to accommodate at least 1,000 individuals. In a flat expanse of 10 acres at the mountain's waist, several magnificent halls rose impressively, the tallest of which was the inner sect's Deacon Hall. Nearby, a modest hall served as the dining area for the inner disciples. At this moment, as the sun had yet to set. Disciples were already bustling in and out of the dining hall. Yi Chun and Murongyu, lured by the enticing aroma of food, approached the dining hall's entrance. Upon entering, they were greeted by a vast hall capable of accommodating hundreds of people. At this time, 5 to 6 dozen disciples were already seated, indulging in their meals. Along one side of the hall, an array of steaming dishes was displayed: steamed buns, rice, noodles, various stir-fried dishes, and generous portions of meat. How delightful! Both boys swallowed hard, their stomachs growling with hunger. They quickly approached the serving area, presenting their identity tokens to the disciple in charge. Yi Chen selected his favorite dishes, opting for rice and meat, and also picked up 2 meat-filled buns. He had developed a particular fondness for these steaming meat buns during his last meal in Wanhua City, believing them to be the most delectable. Thus, he made sure to take an extra 2 this time. The 2 of them chose a table, exchanged no words, and dove directly into their meal. Soon, the 2 12-year-old boys devoured the food in the bowl, their mouths glistening with grease. After a brief tea time, they left the dining hall, content and burping from their feast. As they departed, Yi Chun discreetly tucked 3 meat buns into his cloak, while Murongyu chose not to do so. Upon exiting the dining hall, Yi Chun intercepted a disciple who was about to enter for a meal, bowing respectfully and inquiring, "Excuse me, senior brother, where do the newly admitted inner disciples reside?" The disciple, clad in the inner disciple's robe, examined Yi Chun curiously before pointing to a nearby building, saying, "I heard from junior brother Zhang that they are currently attending a lecture from Elder Sunday. You should hurry and find them over there." "Thank you, senior brother," Yi Chun exclaimed, grabbing Murongyu as they quickly made their way towards the building. They soon arrived at the Grand Hall, the Hall of Enlightenment. Murongyu softly pronounced the 3 gilded characters emblazoned above the entrance. Inside the Hall of Enlightenment, over 40 boys of similar age to Yi Chun were seated upright on their cushions. At the forefront, Elder Sun was explaining the various sect rules of the Lingyun Sword Sect to the children. Li Sanni and Lin Yifei sat side by side in the middle, attentively listening to Elder Sun's discourse, utterly oblivious to Yi Chun and Murongyu, who had quietly settled onto the cushions behind them. In less than the time it takes to consume a meal, Elder Sun concluded his lecture. "Tomorrow morning, at sunrise, we shall reconvene here to continue discussing matters related to the sect. Following this, Steward Liu will teach everyone literacy and reading. After lunch, we will resume our studies, with Steward Ma instructing you on cultivation techniques, how to draw spirit into the body, how to absorb spiritual energy, and how to become true cultivators. The foundational sword technique of our Lingyun Sword Sect, the Lingyun Sword Art, will commence in 3 months. You will also practice swordsmanship at the training ground. By then, regardless of your spiritual roots or aptitude, each of you must strive to improve your swordplay. The primary condition for learning the Lingyun Sword Art is to become a genuine first-layer Qi refinement cultivator. In summary, the first 3 months will focus on learning to read and write, with the introduction of spirit into the body and cultivation as supplementary tasks, progressing step by step. After 3 months, we will officially commence the study of sword techniques. Beginning at sunrise each day, no one is permitted to be lax in their studies. Now, class is dismissed. Everyone is to head to the dining hall for a meal. With Elder Sun's conclusion, he rose and departed, prompting the disciples to stand and turn towards the dining hall. Yi Chun nudged Li Sanni in the back, who immediately turned around, exclaiming, "Who poked me?" Before he could finish, he spotted Yi Chun winking at him, alongside the smiling Murongyu. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Li Sanni scratched his head and awkwardly remarked, "Oh, it's you. When did you arrive? I didn't even notice." 4 individuals rose together, following the crowd towards the dining hall. In Chapter 10, Counting the Rewards, the 2 accompanied San Nyo and Lin Yifei back to the dining hall. Yi Chun and Murongyu did not partake in the meal. Instead, they sat across, observing San Nyo and Lin Yifei devour their food with voracious appetites. In a whirlwind of motion, San Nyo managed to consume 2 large bowls of rice. Once San Nyo and Lin Yifei had satisfied their hunger and left the dining hall with contented burps, the quartet returned directly to the cultivation cave of San Nyo and Lin Yifei. The total number of inner sect disciples at Jianfeng approached 1,000, all residing on the mountainside, where the terrain was gentle and conducive to the construction of numerous cultivation caves. The area above the mountainside boasted a higher concentration of spiritual energy, which greatly benefited disciples in their training. However, the sect strictly prohibited other disciples from establishing cultivation caves above the mountainside, reserving those locations for the personal disciples of the Peak Master. Outer sect disciples were only permitted to inhabit the most spiritually enriched area, as descending the mountain resulted in diminishing spiritual energy, thus dissuading disciples from constructing caves lower down. At the mountain's base, the spiritual energy concentration was significantly inferior to that of the mountainside, leading all outer sect disciples to reside at the foot of the mountain. The closer one approached the peak of Jianfeng, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy. Consequently, outer sect disciples constructed their cultivation caves around Jianfeng, while San Yo, Lin Yifei, and their companions established their caves somewhat lower on the mountainside. These caves were densely packed in rows, resembling a sprawling constellation across a vast expanse of the mountainside. The sect imposed strict limitations on the caves of inner sect disciples, with each cave measuring only 1 zhang in width and height, and 2 zhang in depth, prohibiting the excavation of additional training chambers. All inner sect disciples shared identical accommodations. San Yo's cultivation cave was not situated near Lin Yifei's. A considerable distance separated them. Upon reaching San Yo's cave, he enthusiastically led the way, using his disciple token to open the entrance. The four entered San Yo's cave, which, in comparison to the quarters of the Peak Master's personal disciples, felt rather cramped and confined. It contained merely a stone bed and a set of table and chairs. Beyond that, there was nothing else. The rough stone walls and floor were uneven and pockmarked, and the number of luminous stones embedded in the ceiling was clearly insufficient, resulting in dim illumination that rendered the cave oppressive. Water dripped from some walls, fostering patches of moss. San Yo invited the others to sit, cheerfully stating, "The environment here is quite pleasant, far superior to what we had at Yi Family Village. I'm content as long as I have enough to eat, a roof that doesn't leak, and a place to sleep sheltered from the wind and rain. Compared to our drafty thatched house, this is simply wonderful. I truly like it here. Starting tomorrow, we'll be able to learn to read and write. Soon, San Yo, will be literate too. We couldn't find a single literate person in Yi Family Village, and even the village chief is only half-educated, unable to recognize many characters." Lin Yifei chimed in. "Indeed, this place is infinitely better than our Lin family ditch village. With this cultivation cave, we no longer need to worry about wind and rain. Most importantly, we have enough to eat and can study the art of cultivation. Once we master it, we'll become immortal beings ourselves. In a few years, we'll be able to fly through the skies on swords, returning directly to Baiyang Town from here." Lin Yifei's face radiated with longing, his eyes sparkling with pride, as an expression of exuberance adorned his features. Observing the somewhat harsh surroundings, Murong-Yu remained composed, choosing silence as he listened intently. Yet, the same glimmer of hope and conviction shimmered in his eyes, akin to that of San Yo and Lin Yifei. Yi Chen recognized this illumination as a beacon of aspiration. Indeed, their arrival in this place heralded a complete transformation of their futures. The once carefree mountain boy, who tended cattle and gathered firewood, had vanished without a trace, never to return. In Yi Chen's heart, grand ideals flourished. Upon entering Wanyue City and gazing upon the towering peaks of the Lingyun Sword Sect from a distance while riding the flying sword, he was profoundly moved by the enchanting scenery resembling a celestial realm. At that moment, Yi Chen resolved to become like those exalted beings, those who soared freely through the heavens. They were the true titans of this world, and he, Yi Chen, aspired to be such a formidable cultivator. What others could achieve, he would also attain, especially as he possessed exceptional aptitude for cultivation. Furthermore, he was the direct disciple of the sect leader of the Lingyun Sword Sect, endowed with unparalleled advantages and opportunities. Thus, his cultivation journey would undoubtedly be smooth and unimpeded, far easier than that of others, including San Yo. The initial ambition of his companions to join the immortal sect was to indulge in abundant feasts and learn the mystical spells and powers of the immortals, ultimately achieving longevity and transcendence. Now, Yi Chen had already surpassed the first stage, elevating his next goal to the realm of cultivation. Within the next 3 months, he aimed to master reading and writing, becoming a cultivator. San Yo and the others might still be at the disciple level. While Yi Chen found Murong-Yu's thoughts inscrutable, as his background was exceedingly complex and his family lineage formidable. Thus, Murong-Yu's aspirations were undoubtedly not limited to mere sustenance, as he likely had no worries about filling his belly prior to arriving at the Lingyun Sword Sect, a deduction readily made from his attire and literacy. Regardless of others, Yi Chen's sole ambition remained focused on cultivation, enhancing his mastery and striving to reach the level of his senior brother, Su Kong, where he could wield his sword to fly and traverse the skies. He greatly envied the celestial-like flying techniques and yearned to master such powers swiftly. Let us all rise early tomorrow to study at the Tao Enlightenment Hall and ensure we are not late. Today, everyone is weary, let us rest early. We shall gather at the Tao Enlightenment Hall tomorrow morning, Yi Chen advised his companions. Yi Chen is right. Let us return and rest early. See you all tomorrow morning. As several individuals took their leave, Senyo escorted them to the entrance of the cave dwelling, bidding farewell with a wave. Yi Chun and Murong-yu returned together to the area designated for their disciples, parting ways thereafter. Yi Chun arrived at his meditation cave before the sun dipped below the horizon. Upon entering, the door closed automatically behind him. He made his way to the quiet room, where the floor and interior had already been meticulously cleansed by his senior brother, Shukong, employing the dust purification technique, rendering it immaculate and devoid of any trace of dust, thus sparing Yi Chun the need for tidying up. Yi Chun retrieved 2 storage pouches, placing them before him. One was a palm-sized cloth bag, a gift from his master, Ouyang Qing, the head of the Sword Peak, while the other was a low-grade magical artifact storage pouch distributed by the sect. Shukong had informed Yi Chun that the latter contained a tome of sect regulations, a cultivation manual, a swordsmanship treatise, a map of the sect, an ordinary long sword, a disciple's token, and a set of standard robes. He had already donned one set, and the discarded garments were temporarily stored in this pouch. The 3 tomes, varying in size, were of no immediate use to Yi Chun as he was still illiterate. This inner disciple's storage pouch had limited capacity, measuring merely 3 feet square, just enough to accommodate the long sword. Shukong had already instructed Yi Chun on how to utilize such a pouch, by pricking his finger and letting a drop of his blood fall upon it. He could then attune his mind to establish a connection. Once he could sense a bond with the pouch, reciting a specific incantation would solidify this initial link, allowing him to access its contents freely. He could retrieve or deposit items simply by focusing his thoughts, although this initial recognition did not guarantee the safety of the contents. As Yi Chun remained a mortal and not yet an adept cultivator, he had yet to master the spells necessary for fully refining the pouch and securing it. Thus, while he could use it, other practitioners could easily access its contents as well. In the future, once Yi Chun truly embraced the path of cultivation, he could deepen the pouch's refinement, once again pricking his finger to re-establish ownership, ensuring greater security against unauthorized access. Yi Chun hung this pouch at his waist and withdrew the more exquisite storage bag gifted by his master, Ouyang Qing. As a token of apprenticeship, a similar pouch was possessed by Murong-yu as well. Previously, Yi Chun had lacked the time to examine it closely. Now, he opened the pouch and laid its contents before him. Among the items were a low-grade magical artifact meditation cushion, which, upon sitting, instantly invigorated him and sharpened his mind, an invaluable asset for a cultivator's practice. Additionally, there was a medium-grade magical sword, clearly designed for a practitioner's use, starkly contrasting with the ordinary long sword. The blade shimmered with ethereal light, indicating its razor sharpness. Yi Chun tested it against a nearby hard rock wall, easily slicing off a piece as if it were mere tofu. Truly, this sword was capable of cleaving gold and jade with ease. A white, bone-like shield, a magical artifact, was tested by Yi Chun with his mid-grade sword, which could slice through iron as if it were mud. Surprisingly, the sword merely left a white mark on the shield without inflicting any damage. Accompanying this was a talisman, a gift from Lu Yao, the master of Kaixia Peak, presented to Yi Chun and Murong-yu as a token of respect and initiation. This was a talisman of 1,000-mile escape, when faced with imminent danger. It could be activated to allow instantaneous retreat to a location 1,000 miles away, a precious gift whose value is self-evident, especially for a disciple like Yi Chun, whose combat prowess was not particularly strong. Elated, Yi Chun realized he had already begun his journey standing upon the shoulders of giants, while others like Senyo might wait an eternity to acquire such treasures. In future battles against peers, Yi Chun could easily crush his opponents with these formidable artifacts, ensuring effortless victories. Even in the wild, he could dispatch foes with ease. With great affection, he stored away all the treasures except for the mat into his storage bag, which he then tucked close to his chest. He turned towards the main hall of the Sword Peak and bowed in gratitude, expressing his profound appreciation for the master's generous gifts. Closing his eyes, Yi Chun sat cross-legged on the mat, entering a state of tranquility. As he was unable to practice his techniques due to his illiteracy, this was a rather cumbersome predicament. Fortunately, starting tomorrow, he would begin learning to read and write. And within 3 months, he would have grasped a basic understanding of common characters, no longer being a blind illiterate. He emptied his thoughts, allowing his mind to settle in this serene place, ultimately achieving a state of egolessness, feeling nothing and desiring nothing, as if he had entirely ceased to exist. Yet, he remained acutely aware of his being, enveloped in a sense of ethereal freedom, as if he had fully merged with nature, omnipresent, leaving traces of his existence everywhere. The winds that whispered through the mountains, the stones, trees, birds, fish, the clouds above, the celestial bodies, and the flowing rivers and lakes. All that is alive and inanimate, tangible and intangible, even the tiniest speck of dust in the air. Yi Chen's spirit, like a gentle breeze, drifted away from the confines of his meditation chamber and the cave of cultivation, wandering freely across the sword peak, soaring to the heavens, weaving through the clouds, and sinking into the depths of the sea's sediments. His spirit roamed beyond the mortal realm, experiencing a profound sense of liberation, capable of reaching any destination. This wondrous sensation guided Yi Chen on a dreamlike journey, transporting him from one unfamiliar place to another, lingering only for a fleeting moment before vanishing to yet another strange locale. Gradually, his thoughts became increasingly muddled, and he found himself in a state of confusion, losing track of his identity and the identity of others around him. Completely lost in oneself within the cave of Sanyou, he reclined languidly upon a stone bed, engulfed in a deep slumber, his snores resonating like thunder. In the void cave, Su Kong was seated in meditation, a wisp of ethereal mist gradually ascending from the Bai Hui point atop his head. Meanwhile, in Ouyang Qing's cave abode, his eyes were tightly shut, not engaged in cultivation but rather in profound contemplation of his techniques, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Thousands of miles away, in the Yi family village, within a humble and decrepit thatched cottage, a man and a woman were diligently attending to their tasks, the man meticulously carving a new hoe handle, while the woman sat under the light, mending garments. In a secluded chamber dedicated to cultivation, a young lad was consuming a medicinal pill, a tome of cultivation techniques lying beside him. Across the ocean, in a hidden underground chamber, a practitioner was in the process of refining a corpse into a zombie. Far from this, in another cave, a practitioner enshrouded in dark energy was channeling his magical essence into an obsidian spirit banner, employing a soul-refining technique to consecrate this artifact. In the central plains, within the alchemy chamber of the Dan Alliance's headquarters, an elderly man, his hair and beard white as snow, was wholly absorbed in concocting a batch of high-grade elixirs. Beneath the ocean, in a secluded cave, a great demon lay in slumber, as the surrounding seawater gradually converged its spiritual energy towards the sleeping titan. In the realm of the earth, a young practitioner was executing his techniques, and with a mere thought, a colossal magical hand manifested in the void. Yi Chen's spirit drifted like smoke, flitting between various locations, lingering only briefly in each, before transitioning to yet another unfamiliar place. He found himself unable to recall the identities of the practitioners he encountered, be they human, demon, or ghost, each visage both familiar and foreign. In an instant, their faces became completely obscured, their forms fading into indistinct silhouettes, lost to memory. Chapter 11. Transcending the mundane. As dawn gradually illuminated the sky, Yi Chen finally emerged from his dazed state, opening his eyes to feel a heaviness in his eyelids and a lack of vigor. The experiences from the previous night lingered faintly in his mind. He could only recall a relentless passage through various familiar yet strange locales, filled with bizarre beings, humans, demons, and monsters, whom he could not identify. It felt as if he stood on the brink of recollection, yet the memories remained elusive, shrouded in mystery. The indistinct images seemed poised to crystallize in clarity at any moment, firmly lodged in Yi Chen's memory. Ultimately, he was aware that he had traversed many places and met countless individuals, yet he could recall nothing concrete. A headache surged within him, prompting him to abandon the attempt to revisit these surreal visions. Rising to his feet, he adjusted his robe and prepared to depart. Today marked his first day at the Enlightenment Hall for study, and he was determined not to leave a poor impression on the seemingly irritable elder son due to tardiness. Junior brother Yi. As Yi Chen was about to open the door to his cave dwelling, Mu Rongyu was already calling out for him from his own abode. Yi Chen promptly opened the door and stepped outside, securing it behind him. Together, Yi Chen and Mu Rongyu made their way down the mountain, refreshing their youthful faces with the crystal-clear spring water along the path. Before long, they arrived at the dining hall, where they had a light breakfast. Afterward, they headed toward the Enlightenment Hall. Upon entering, Yi Chen noticed that San Yo and Lin Yifei had already arrived. They had quickly consumed a few buns in the dining hall before coming to the Enlightenment Hall to prepare for their lessons. After all, for a young shepherd boy from the mountains, the opportunity to learn to read and write was a source of great excitement. Thus, San Yo and Lin Yifei arrived early at the Wudao Hall, securing the most advantageous positions against the mountain. Yi Chen and his companion settled down beside San Yo. Yi Chen surveyed the Wudao Hall, where already a dozen disciples were seated on their mats, awaiting the commencement of the lesson by Elder Sunday. Approximately 50 cultivators had gathered for today's session, predominantly comprised of this year's newly initiated inner disciples, recruited by Yi Chen's 7 fellow brothers from various locales. Senior brother Shukong had previously ventured out twice, bringing back 8 disciples with mid-grade spiritual roots. Yi Chen and his group represented the 3rd batch of disciples recruited by Shukong. Aside from Shukong, the other 6 peak masters' true disciples also made their own gains. The Lingyun Sword Sect typically recruits a new cadre of talented youths with exceptional spiritual roots every 3 to 5 years, with the exact number determined by each of the 5 peaks. The resources required for the cultivation of these newly recruited disciples are primarily the responsibility of their respective peaks, while the sect only provides resources for a select few particularly outstanding disciples. Every 5 years, the sect distributes a variety of cultivation resources, including pills, spirit stones, weapons, talismans, spiritual herbs, and sect contribution points as rewards. However, these resources are not allocated evenly. Rather, distribution is contingent upon the performance of disciples in the inter-peak competitions. The number of disciples and their rankings in these competitions ultimately dictate the allocation of cultivation resources. The Lingyun Sword Sect, guarding the Lingyun mountain range, boasts spirit stone mines, medicinal fields, cultivation cities, and various profitable enterprises. Consequently, each year, the sect amasses considerable profits, which are managed directly by the Elder Council. The 4 peak masters and the sect leader have no authority over these cultivation resources, nor are they permitted to engage in these lucrative businesses. The peak masters are solely tasked with the recruitment and training of disciples, nurturing those with exceptional spiritual roots to strengthen the sect's prowess, enabling the Lingyun Sword Sect to ascend as one of the foremost sects in the southern region. The southern region, however, remains the weakest among the entire mortal martial continent, with the other 4 regions showcasing formidable strength, particularly the central and eastern regions. In recent years, the Yin Ghost Sect and the Corpse God Sect have rapidly developed, hinting at a potential expansion towards the southern region, which lacks significant power. To the north, the Demon Sect, and to the west, the Monster Clan, possess considerable might. Each of these powerful sects dominates their territories within the cultivation world. Amidst such looming crises, the Lingyun Sword Sect, ranked among the top 3 in the southern region, prepares in advance by actively recruiting disciples with exceptional spiritual roots. When these disciples mature, they will align perfectly with the impending chaos and sect disputes. Should the Lingyun Sword Sect maintain its foothold during this upheaval, it will have the opportunity to flourish, becoming an even more formidable sect, expanding its territories and establishing itself as a powerful sect within the mortal martial continent. This has long been the aspiration of the illustrious predecessors of the Lingyun Sword Sect. The founding patriarch, the Lingyun Sword Immortal, single-handedly established the sect, ruthlessly vanquishing surrounding forces to secure its foothold. Subsequently, the Lingyun Sword Immortal unleashed his might, defeating the Shireen sect and completely dominating the entire Lingyun mountain range, thereby laying the foundation of the Lingyun Sword Sect. The Shireen sect fell into decline and ultimately vanished without a trace. Legends later emerged that the Yin sect of the central continent and the Shirshin sect of the eastern continent were 2 offshoots of the Shireen sect. Over the course of centuries, these 2 malevolent sects grew in power, eventually becoming significant forces in their respective regions. This looming crisis has prompted the upper echelons of the Lingyun Sword Sect to become acutely vigilant, devising strategies to counter the threat. The customary 5-year interval for recruiting new disciples has been advanced by 2 years, allowing Yi Chen and his companions to fortuitously join the Lingyun Sword Sect, rather than waiting an additional 2 years. Moreover, the number of new disciples being recruited has significantly increased. Any individual with a spiritual root under the age of 14 can now be directly admitted to the outer sect, while those with mid-grade spiritual roots or higher are welcomed into the inner sect. Disciples with superior spiritual roots are directly taken as personal disciples by the various peak masters. These inner sect disciples and personal disciples will become the primary fighting force of the Lingyun Sword Sect. In terms of high-level combat power, the cultivation of foundation building and golden elixir stage practitioners is a slow process, often requiring decades for significant progress. Thus, cultivating a large number of chi-refining disciples with exceptional spiritual roots is essential, not only to counter the advancements of the 2 rival sects, but also to potentially yield a substantial number of foundation building and golden elixir practitioners from this vast pool. If a significant number of foundation building and golden elixir practitioners can be nurtured, repelling the onslaught of these 2 sects would not be an insurmountable task. Currently, the sole piece of good news is that the Lingyun Sword Sect is situated at the southernmost part of the southern domain. Should these 2 sects wish to annihilate the Lingyun Sword Sect, they must traverse the southern domain, passing through the territories of numerous other sections. Consequently, the powers within these territories are unlikely to permit such passage, inevitably resulting in fierce confrontations. Only by defeating these forces and seizing their territories can they hope to confront the Lingyun Sword Sect directly, seeking vengeance. This would deplete their strength significantly, leaving them weakened and vulnerable when they finally face the Lingyun Sword Sect, likely leading to another defeat. Should they suffer yet another loss, their capacity for revenge would be utterly diminished, while the Lingyun Sword Sect would seize the opportunity to rapidly expand its territory, engulfing vast areas of the southern domain and bringing the flames of war to the heartlands of the central and eastern continents. In this scenario, local forces in the central and eastern continents may seize the opportunity to rise against them, taking advantage of their weakened state to deliver a decisive blow, possibly leading to their complete destruction. If events unfold in this manner, it would inadvertently aid the Lingyun Sword Sect, allowing its adversaries to grow stronger through adversity, thereby facilitating an expansion of their own territory and consolidating their power in the southern domain. As Chen and a few others whispered among themselves, other inner disciples gradually arrived. Just as the first light of dawn began to illuminate the sky, the steward's son made his entrance into the Enlightenment Hall. He strode confidently into the grand chamber, where new disciples were already seated on cushions. At the back, several previous inner disciples, who had been delayed in their literacy studies, took the opportunity to learn alongside the newcomers. Sun took his place at the front behind a desk, where the attending disciples had already presented him with spiritual tea. He surveyed the room, satisfied to see everyone present, and then spoke in a measured tone. Esteemed disciples of our sect, as inner disciples of the Sword Peak, you shall one day become the elite of our Lingyun Sword Sect, the backbone of our community. Thus, you carry a significant responsibility. As cultivators, you will find that literacy is indispensable. Mastery of reading and writing is essential. Its importance cannot be overstated. You are all intelligent individuals, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. The sect leader has mandated that you must master literacy within 3 months. Each one of you must meet the basic requirements for reading and writing. For ordinary people, 3 months may seem insufficient, but for cultivators like us, it is more than enough. In fact, with diligent practice, one could achieve mastery in as little as a month, as our memories and cognitive abilities far surpass those of ordinary individuals. While a rare genius among mortals may have an exceptional memory, we cultivators, through our daily practice of immortal techniques, develop superior sight, comprehension, memory, mental acuity, and physical endurance. Thus, we can achieve remarkable feats of learning in a fraction of the time. To expedite your mastery of literacy, you must first transcend the limitations of ordinary life and embrace your path as cultivators. During these 3 months, you will not only learn to read and write, but will also engage in your cultivation practices. It is only after you have become cultivators that your learning speed will significantly increase. Therefore, I urge you to dedicate your primary focus to cultivation, to practice diligently day and night, and to stabilize your energy at the Qi refinement stage. Initially, you only need to memorize a handful of characters each day. As most of you reach the Qi refinement stage, we will accelerate the pace of your literacy education, requiring you to learn hundreds of characters daily. If, by that time, anyone has not reached the Qi refinement stage, they will undoubtedly struggle to complete the learning tasks. The schedule is arranged as follows: 2 hours of reading and writing in the morning, 1 hour of studying cultivation methods and sword techniques in the afternoon, followed by individual practice after class. To advance swiftly in your cultivation, you must strive to learn diligently and cultivate fervently. In the beginning, there are no intricate techniques. Cultivators do not require rest, as practicing is akin to resting. Therefore, everyone can cultivate through the night. Of course, this process requires a period of adaptation, and each individual should tailor their approach to their own circumstances. In the first month, we will focus solely on cultivation methods, avoiding sword techniques, as everyone needs to quickly channel spiritual energy into their bodies and become cultivators. This morning, we will learn 10 characters. As Steward's son spoke eloquently, after a brief period, all began to read and write the 10 characters designated for that day. After lunch, the afternoon session commenced with the study of cultivation techniques. Each disciple received a thin booklet of just a few pages, adorned with text and illustrations of cultivators meditating. Steward Zhang conducted the afternoon session, meticulously explaining the cultivation methods for an hour, after which he encouraged everyone to reflect on the teachings independently. Chen attentively absorbed Zhang's instructions. Yet by the end of the session, he had not made any discernible progress. When he inquired with others, they merely shook their heads in disappointment, none having sensed the presence of spiritual energy. As Chen and his companions departed the Enlightenment Hall and went their separate ways, He returned directly to his cultivation cave after a meal in the dining hall. Throughout his journey, he pondered Zhang's teachings. Upon arriving at his cave, he still found no clarity but remained undeterred. After all, this was merely the beginning. As the saying goes, the first step is always the hardest. Perhaps this was a threshold that every cultivator must face. Regarding literacy, Chen felt little burden during the 2 hours of morning instruction. He had already mastered 4 characters of the day's lesson. Now, he had learned a total of over 10 characters, including the 4 words of the Lingyun Sword Sect and 5 from the marketplace of Wanwest City, which Murongyu had shared with him. With a sharp memory, recalling these characters was not a challenge. Therefore, upon returning to his cave, he merely reviewed the characters he had learned before resuming his meditation. Sitting cross-legged on the cushion bestowed by his master, Chen closed his eyes, focused his mind, and settled into tranquility. Once he achieved stillness, he felt his thoughts sharpen, his spirit invigorated, and his mind considerably clearer. Chapter 12. Channeling spiritual energy into the body. After fully relaxing his mind, Chen began to sense his surroundings. Initially, he perceived nothing but darkness, unable to see anything. As time passed, the blackness gradually faded, and he noticed a growing clarity before him. With each passing moment, the once pitch-black environment seemed to brighten slightly, and he could begin to feel his entire body as he sat in meditation. However, soon thereafter, he experienced no further changes. As time continued to flow, Chen began to feel a light dizziness, his consciousness becoming increasingly hazy, and a wave of fatigue washed over him, nudging him toward drowsiness. What could be the cause of this? Chen was perplexed. Previously, Manager Zhang had stated that if the cultivation method was correct, practitioners would not only remain unwearied but would also invigorate their spirits, resulting in heightened vitality. Yet here he was, having practiced for merely 2 or 3 hours, already feeling fatigued and weary. Did this imply that his cultivation method was flawed? Indeed, there must be an issue with his approach. According to Manager Zhang, a proper cultivation process should not induce fatigue. Rather, it should become increasingly effortless, akin to the rejuvenating effects of a deep slumber, leaving one invigorated and refreshed. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Chen found himself grappling with the confusion that clouded his mind. He repeatedly recalled the cultivation techniques imparted by Manager Zhang. Perhaps it would be prudent to concentrate his efforts inwardly. As he mulled this over, he began to follow the cultivation method, fundamentally altering his previous approach. Chen devoted his entire focus to his interior, meticulously attuning himself to his own body. Initially, he perceived nothing unusual. However, as time gradually elapsed, he began to vaguely sense the presence of his dantian and meridians. His body was intricately woven with numerous meridians, all ultimately converging upon the dantian. Chen hazily discerned his dantian, the 7 meridians, and various acupoints. Thus, he continued his practice throughout the night, and soon the earlier sensations of exhaustion dissipated. While he had yet to achieve the invigorated state described by Manager Zhang, he no longer felt utterly fatigued. This suggested that his cultivation method was indeed approaching correctness. Inwardly elated, Chen ceased his practice as dawn began to break. He slowly opened his eyes, rose from his cushion, and stepped outside his cave dwelling. Beholding the vibrant greenery that enveloped the landscape, he noticed a small grove of bamboo nearby. Hidden within the bamboo thicket, a mountain spring gushed forth from the sheer cliff, converging into a natural pond, barely 3 feet square and about a foot deep. Once the spring water filled this small pond, it flowed down a slender groove, meandering towards the distant foothills, ultimately cascading into a miniature waterfall approximately 3 yards from the pond. This waterfall plummeted from the platform of Chen's cave, creating a slightly larger pond below, before trickling down the steep rock crevices halfway up the mountain. Approaching the small pond, Chen cupped his hands to gather the crystal-clear spring water, immediately sensing its refreshing coolness. After taking a sip, he was struck by a taste distinctly different from ordinary mountain spring water, perhaps due to the abundant spiritual energy in the area and the underlying spiritual meridians. This small mountain spring may have absorbed the essence of the spiritual veins underground, thus altering its quality and flavor to such a degree of sweetness. Surely, this spring water was rich in spiritual energy. How significant might its effects be on a practitioner's cultivation? What quantity of spiritual energy does it truly contain? Chen pondered for a long while, then freshened up before turning towards the training cave of Murongyu. Yesterday, he had ventured out late, and Murongyu had already come looking for him. Today, Chen rose early, intending to head to Murongyu's cave to attend the Tao comprehension class together. As he walked through the mountains, the various little birds in the forest chirped incessantly, and the wildflowers and grasses thrived abundantly underfoot. The once indistinct sheep path had begun to show signs of being trodden upon in recent days. Chen planned to tidy up the area outside his training cave and the path when he found the time. Before long, he arrived at Yu's training cave. From a distance, he could see that the entrance had been meticulously cleaned, a stark contrast to the disarray when senior brother Shukong had brought them here. Clearly, Yu had taken the effort to restore the place. The once overgrown and desolate surroundings were now pristine, and even the fruit tree had been carefully pruned. Chen called out loudly from several meters away, but received no response. After waiting for several breaths, he called out again, Murong Shixiao, are you there? Let us go to the Dao Comprehension Hall for class. Still, there was no reply. Chen remained unperturbed, surmising that Yu had likely left the cave to explore the nearby areas. Otherwise, he would surely have heard Chen's calls. After waiting for several more breaths, Yu descended from the mountain, asking Chen to wait. With an air of apology, he said, I woke up early today and took the opportunity to wander around and familiarize myself with the surroundings. I apologize for keeping you waiting, junior brother Yi. Chen smiled and replied, no need for such courtesy, Murong Shixiao. I just arrived myself and was about to call for you to join me in heading to the Dao Comprehension Hall. It seems I fortuitously spotted you coming down the mountain. That's splendid. Let us go now, lest we be late and incur the displeasure of manager's son. Indeed. Let us proceed. Two individuals descended the mountain together and soon arrived at the entrance of the dining hall, where they fortuitously encountered Li Sanyu and Lin Yifei, who were also there to partake in breakfast. The four exchanged polite greetings, addressing one another as senior and junior brothers, before entering the hall together. They swiftly procured their meals and indulged in a hearty feast. Before long, they had efficiently finished their breakfast and made their way to the Hall of Enlightenment. The day's lessons mirrored those of the previous day, with Manager Sun initially conducting a review of the students' assignments. He then proceeded to instruct them in 10 new characters. After a brief half hour, the disciples began to read aloud, simultaneously gesturing with their hands to practice writing the characters they had just learned. In the afternoon, Manager Zhang continued the instruction on cultivation techniques. He instructed everyone to retrieve their instructional book, a mere dozen pages, along with the small booklet provided by the sect, which was kept in their storage bags alongside the mundane sword. Consulting the text from Introduction to Changchun Gong and the slender illustrated manual depicting the human form, he meticulously taught the first step of cultivation, the perception of spiritual energy. It was essential to follow the prescribed methods of cultivation, learning to harness one's consciousness to perceive the existence of spiritual energy. Through focused intent, one would guide this energy along specific meridians into their body, ultimately drawing the ambient spiritual energy into their dantian. There, it would be refined into one's own magical and spiritual power. Achieving this step would signify a successful initial entry into the realm of spiritual cultivation, marking the beginning of the Qi refining phase. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and the first step is often the most challenging. In the past, some disciples took an entire month to complete the process of drawing spiritual energy into their bodies. Therefore, at the outset of their cultivation journey, it is crucial for everyone to remain patient, as individual circumstances vary significantly. In the early stages of cultivation, one must avoid impatience and reckless ambition, instead taking steady, measured steps to solidify their foundation and prepare for future advancement in their practice. To truly attain the first layer of Qi cultivation, one must persist in rigorous practice until mastering the foundational cultivation technique, drawing ambient spiritual energy into the body with fluid precision, then absorbing and refining it within the meridians and dantian. Only upon achieving this seamless integration does the cultivation foundation solidify, marking genuine entry into the first layer, a threshold that formally inaugurates the immortal path. From this point onward, advancement demands continual absorption and refinement of ambient spiritual energy, or the ingestion and assimilation of potent elixirs and spirit stones, whose concentrated, pristine essence fuels profound inner transformation. In the early stage of Qi cultivation, the cultivator's sole focus lies in drawing in as much spiritual energy as possible. As cultivation matures into the intermediate stage, one must simultaneously accumulate spiritual energy and purify the raw essence already gathered within the dantian, distilling its impurities, enhancing its purity, and intensifying its resonance. The practice of the great heavenly cycle, guiding energy through the full circuit of meridians, serves precisely this purpose. Repeated circulation subjects the energy to successive layers of tempering and refinement, yielding a more luminous, potent, and responsive spiritual force capable of manifesting formidable arcane power. By the late stage of Qi cultivation, the emphasis shifts toward condensation and consolidation, transmuting the initially diffuse and heterogeneous spiritual energy into a denser, purer, and more cohesive essence. This process meticulously prepares the Dantian for the pivotal transition into foundation establishment, wherein spiritual energy must coalesce from gaseous form into liquid, an essential prerequisite for the next great leap. Upon successfully ingesting the foundation establishment pill and breaking through the celestial barrier, the cultivator begins compressing and refining the gaseous spiritual energy further, transforming it into a viscous, radiant liquid essence. When this liquid essence reaches its zenith of refinement and stability, signaling the culmination of the foundation establishment phase, the cultivator may then attempt the ultimate trial, the formation of the golden core. Consuming the golden core formation pill initiates the most arduous and perilous trial of all, the sublimation of liquid spiritual essence into a solid, resplendent golden core. This process demands not only extraordinary spiritual acuity and unwavering will, but also profound mastery over one's inner energies. Success heralds the dawn of the golden core realm, the pinnacle of aspiration for countless cultivators, a dream realized by but a rare few, so scarce as to be likened to phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. Over 90% of cultivators remain eternally bound to the foundation establishment stage, their lifespans waning before they can pierce the veil into golden core cultivation. Thus, each successive realm grows exponentially more demanding, requiring ever greater diligence, perseverance, and unshakable devotion. Yet every cultivator present possesses exceptional spiritual roots and rare potential. Each bears the latent capacity to ascend to the golden core realm. Therefore, I implore you, cultivate with unwavering discipline, uphold your original intent with steadfast resolve, and march resolutely, undaunted, along this thorny, solitary path. Master Zhang, the senior disciplinary elder, exhorted the novices not only with words of encouragement, but also with profound personal insights drawn from his own arduous journey. He urged them to honor the sect through diligent cultivation, and, in time, to elevate the Lingyun Sword Sect to unparalleled glory. Chen sat upright, ears pricked attentively, absorbing every word Master Zhang imparted, cross-referencing the elder's teachings with his own practice from the previous night. He swiftly identified several critical errors in his technique, sparking quiet elation within him. Knowing where one errs is the first step toward correction. Returning to his cave abode that evening, he would refine his method without delay. Perhaps, before long, he would succeed in drawing spiritual energy inward, truly stepping onto the immortal path. A faint, serene smile graced his lips. Unaware, an hour had slipped away. Master Zhang concluded the session and dismissed the assembly. Murong Yu and San Nyo hurried forward, eagerly presenting their practical difficulties, seeking immediate guidance. With infinite patience, Master Zhang addressed each query, dispelling confusion, correcting misconceptions, and offering gentle but incisive counsel, fortifying their resolve with heartfelt encouragement. Chen, however, remained apart, listening intently from the periphery, committing every syllable to memory. He intended to return to his abode, sit in silent contemplation, and deeply reflect upon the elder's words, certain that profound revelations awaited him within their subtle wisdom. Once all questions had been answered to satisfaction, Master Zhang departed with a look of quiet contentment. Chen and his three companions left the Hall of Enlightenment together, heading toward the communal dining hall. Upon returning to his secluded cave dwelling, Chen sealed the entrance, entered the silent meditation chamber, and settled into stillness. There, he recalled Master Zhang's instructions, then began practicing anew. With the insights gleaned from last night's trial and today's guidance, his prior missteps had been decisively corrected. His cultivation now flowed with remarkable ease, effortless, harmonious, and unobstructed, devoid of the earlier stagnation and discomfort. Centering his awareness wholly within, he observed the subtle currents of his inner landscape. After the span of a single teacup's duration, he perceived his internal state with newfound clarity, though still veiled, as if gazing through a gossamer mist. Yet this was a marked improvement over the earlier, impenetrable obscurity. Though not yet fully satisfied, Chen reminded himself, this was only his second day of practice. Progress, however incremental, was itself a triumph. With each session, clarity would deepen, and soon, perhaps sooner than he dared hope, he would attain the lucid perception Master Zhang described. Chapter 13. Attaining the first layer of Qi cultivation, Chen devoted 2 to 3 hours to refining his spiritual perception, until further advancement proved impossible, and he paused, poised at the threshold of a new plateau. Then, shifting focus, he turned his awareness outward, to discern the ambient spiritual energy permeating the air. Seated in lotus posture within the silent chamber, Eyes closed, he gathered his mind and extended his consciousness into the surrounding void. For over an hour, he perceived only a featureless, blinding whiteness. No trace of spiritual energy revealed itself. Yet he knew the energy was there, abundant, dense, and concentrated within his cave abode, far richer than in ordinary places. Its invisibility betrayed not its absence, but the immaturity of his spiritual perception, perhaps stemming from flawed methodology, or simply the lingering veil of uninitiated practice. True entry into cultivation demanded not only sensing spiritual energy, but drawing it inward, guiding it through meridians into the dantian, refining it into malleable, conscious arcane force. Only then would he have truly succeeded in spiritual entry, the sacred rite of initiation into the immortal path. Undeterred by his inability to perceive the energy, Chen remained unshaken. Among the 50 or so novices attending the Hall of Enlightenment, none had yet succeeded, nor was such failure unexpected. Tradition held that even the most gifted required several days, sometimes longer, before attaining the first resonance. Ordinary inner sect disciples often needed 1 or 2 months to master the fundamentals. Patience, therefore, was not passive, it was the quiet strength of certainty. He knew, with quiet confidence, that each of them would, in time, pierce the veil and awaken as true cultivators. With that resolve, he withdrew from meditation and left his cave, walking alone to the small spirit spring nestled outside. There, beside the tranquil pool, he seated himself, closed his eyes, and stilled his mind, attuning himself to the surrounding stillness. Silence reigned, save for the low hum of nocturnal insects and the gentle, ceaseless murmur of spirit water cascading from the spring. In that profound hush, the liquid song of the spring resonated with crystalline clarity. Once more, he gathered his focus, reaching outward, not with force, but with gentle, persistent awareness. Gradually, the impenetrable fog began to lift, like mist receding at dawn. The oppressive blackness dissolved, softening into a muted, ashen gray. Then, suddenly, a single golden mote appeared in the gray void, no larger than a grain of sand, drifting aimlessly, east, west, up, down, untethered, unguided. It drifted nearer, then, with startling immediacy, veered toward his right eye, passing effortlessly through the orb and into his skull. Chen held his focus, summoning all his will, guiding his dantian and meridians as instructed in the preliminary manual of eternal spring cultivation. Slowly, his dantian stirred, awakening, as if from deep slumber. His meridians, once disjointed, now resonated as unified channels, each forming its own closed circuit. From among them, he selected the precise pathway illustrated in the manual, discarding all others. Instantly, his dantian responded with heightened sensitivity. He activated the chosen circuit, and at last, it stirred, gently, then steadily, settling into a smooth, eternal loop. Guided by his spiritual intent, the dantian reached outward, toward the golden mote hovering near his chest. At first, it remained inert. Then, a tremor. Chen surged his will forward, an invisible, potent force enveloped the mote, drawing it, ever so slowly, into the awakened meridian. The moment it entered the channel, its motion accelerated, swept along like a leaf caught in a swift, luminous current, racing unimpeded toward its destined destination. Within less than an hour, it arrived, settling into the dantian. Instantly, it vanished, engulfed, absorbed, dissolved. Chen recoiled inwardly, stunned. His soul, hard-won mote, gone. Had his effort been in vain? Had the dantian consumed it, erasing all trace? Refusing surrender, he probed the dantian with meticulous care, searching, sifting, scrutinizing, until, after nearly half an hour, he detected it, a minuscule filament of gold, so fine it would escape notice entirely, were one not looking with absolute precision. He gazed upon it, still, silent, awestruck. Then, clarity struck. Sudden and radiant. Was this not the mote itself, transformed? It was not destroyed. It was refined. Chen was overwhelmed with excitement. At this moment, he had come to a firm realization that the golden particle he had discovered was indeed the spiritual energy present in the air. The fine golden substance he later found in his dantian was likely the magical power absorbed and refined by his dantian. If this were the case, it meant that he could now perceive the spiritual energy surrounding him and transform it into his own magical power. If that golden thread represented magical energy, then he could completely manipulate this refined spiritual energy within his dantian. With this thought, Chen concentrated his mind once more, attempting to control the golden thread. Indeed, the golden thread began to move smoothly in accordance with his intentions, up and down, left and right within the dantian. It was a success. He had finally achieved it. Filled with elation, Yi Chen opened his eyes and leaped from the ground, wildly waving his arms in jubilation. "Oh yeah, I did it," he shouted. At this moment, Yi Chen's emotions surged, nearly overwhelming him, but he gradually managed to regain his composure. He reminded himself not to let anyone else know about this, for it would invite unnecessary trouble and danger. As his thoughts swirled, Yi Chen resolved to keep his newfound ability to draw spiritual energy into his body a secret. Otherwise, others might harbor ill thoughts. Such is human nature. Envy and jealousy can run deep. Even his closest friends must remain uninformed. He needed to keep the matter confidential from San Nyo and Mu Rongyu, despite their close relationship. Maintaining a degree of distance between people is often prudent. As for Lin Yifei and the others, his trust in them had diminished even further. Pulling himself back from the heights of excitement, Yi Chen settled down once again. Adopting a meditative posture, he resumed the previous process, and soon enough, he discovered another golden particle. Without much delay, he effortlessly absorbed and refined another strand of golden spiritual energy. With these two successful experiences, his cultivation and insights became increasingly smooth. Gradually, Yi Chen found himself capable of perceiving 2, 3, even 5 or 6 golden particles darting about at once. "Where do you think you're going? I will catch you," he thought, fixating on the golden particles that suddenly emerged from the void, his heart swelling with joy at his ability to detect multiple particles simultaneously. "Keep going," he encouraged himself, as Yi Chen continued to absorb and refine the surrounding spiritual energy with growing proficiency. He began to sense dozens of golden spiritual particles shimmering around his body. With patience, he refined each golden particle one by one. Thus, Yi Chen immersed himself in his cultivation, resembling a monk in deep meditation, concentrating all his energy on absorbing and refining the golden particles that quietly appeared around him. With each subtle movement and every breath, he remained intricately connected to this enigmatic realm of energy. Accompanied by Yi Chen's unwavering diligence, resplendent golden particles, akin to spirited sprites, were drawn to him and led into his dantian. Within this sacred space, they underwent wondrous transformations, gradually merging and condensing, ultimately evolving into delicate strands of golden silk that intertwined with the vast network of meridians within Yi Chen's body. As time quietly slipped away, the prolonged darkness faded, giving way to a faint light upon the horizon. Throughout the entire night, Yi Chen maintained an unwavering focus, never yielding to fatigue. After hours of tireless cultivation, he successfully absorbed and refined nearly 100 golden particles suspended in the surrounding space. Yet, at that moment, a surprising revelation dawned upon Yi Chen. Despite having assimilated such an abundance of golden particles, their numbers not only remained unchanged but multiplied. Within a radius of 3 feet around him, over 100 similarly radiant golden particles swirled, akin to a multitude of twinkling stars, freely drifting and weaving through the air. What astonished Yi Chen further was that his perception was confined solely to this immediate vicinity. The moment any golden particle ventured beyond this boundary, even slightly, it would vanish without a trace, as if it had never existed. No matter how earnestly Yi Chen endeavored, he could no longer trace their whereabouts. This peculiar phenomenon plunged Yi Chen into profound contemplation. Only those particles that entered within 3 feet of him could he sense. Thus, his current perceptual range was limited to 3 feet. According to Sun Guan's explanation, Yi Chen had now embarked on the path of spiritual awareness. Having reached the initial stage of qi refining, Yi Chen settled his mind, carefully attuning to the transformations within his dantian. It was evident that his dantian had undergone significant changes. Previously a deflated pouch with limited space, it now resembled an inflated bag, having expanded considerably. The golden strands he had absorbed and refined floated freely within this newly enlarged dantian space. Upon meticulous counting, he found a total of 89 golden strands, a testament to the fruits of his cultivation from the previous night. If he were to maintain such an astonishing pace of cultivation, the golden strands within his dantian would undoubtedly increase day by day. It would not be long before he experienced a remarkable elevation in his cultivation realm. Perhaps within 3 months, he would successfully break through the constraints of the first layer of qi refining. And a year from now, he could scarcely imagine the profound heights he might reach in his cultivation journey. In summary, Yi Chen had keenly recognized the exceptional advantages he possessed in his pursuit of cultivation. Compared to other inner disciples, I evidently stand out as exceptional and extraordinary. This is likely attributable to my remarkable spiritual root talent. Therefore, possessing a superior spiritual root bears profound implications for my future cultivation journey. In this regard, I am destined to effortlessly leave the likes of San Nyo far behind. Given this, Could it be that area is significantly stronger than I am at this moment? This thought ignites within Chen a fierce competitive spirit and an indomitable pride. He resolves to double his efforts in cultivation, vowing never to be surpassed by anyone. I, Chen, refuse to believe that with my spiritual root talent and diligent endeavor, I could fall short against a mere girl. No, absolutely not. I must surpass area. I cannot be outdone by a girl. The path ahead demands that I intensify my efforts, for the journey of cultivation is not solely determined by spiritual root talent. Undoubtedly, while spiritual root talent is crucial, relentless personal effort also plays a significant role. Otherwise, how could the renowned and formidable masters of the world be so few among those possessing extraordinary spiritual roots? My fate is dictated by my own actions, not by the heavens. This mantra is firmly etched in Chen's heart. Defying destiny has always been the unwavering creed of cultivators. It is only through personal struggle and perseverance that one can transform the seemingly impossible into reality. Chen contemplates, growing increasingly convinced that he can achieve even greater heights. Having successfully drawn in spiritual energy and entered the ranks of cultivators, no challenge he faces henceforth will be insurmountable. For in this world, there is nothing that Chen cannot accomplish. This powerful confidence is rooted in the intrinsic qualities of Chen's character. As dawn began to break, Chen gradually emerged from his excitement, slowly opening his eyes, rising with a serene demeanor. He opened the door of his cave abode and made his way to the small pond. After washing his face and rinsing his mouth, he felt invigorated and revitalized. Stretching his arms wide and gazing up at the grayish-black sky, he noticed the first light of dawn illuminating the horizon. Soon, the day would brighten, marking the beginning of a new chapter. Chen marveled at how beautiful life had become, filled with hope for the future. One day, he envisioned soaring through the skies on a flying sword, just like senior brother Su Kong. How splendid that would be. Immersed in this delightful reverie, he suddenly noticed a slender figure approaching from a distance. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was Yu, who had come to invite him to the Tao Enlightenment Hall for study. Chen quickly adjusted his attire and walked towards Yu. Junior brother Yi. As soon as they met, Yu eagerly inquired, "How did your cultivation go last night? Were you able to successfully draw in spiritual energy?" Chen gazed at Yu, whose expression bore a hint of anxiety, and calmly replied, "Not at all. Invoking the spirit into the body is not as simple as one might think. Did you not hear what Manager Sun said? Some disciples take 2 to 3 months to achieve this. Those with higher comprehension may take about a month. Yet none of the inner disciples should exceed 6 months in this endeavor. Invoking the spirit into the body is paramount for cultivators. It serves as a true test of one's understanding. Comprehension is crucial for future cultivation, as those with higher insight often cultivate at a faster pace and find it easier to break through bottlenecks in their cultivation. This is not a matter to be rushed. One must possess patience. As long as one has a spiritual root, enlightenment will eventually come, completing the invocation of the spirit into the body. There is no need for haste. Has anyone succeeded in this thus far? Manager Sun has not urged us, and we need not disrupt our own progress. We should simply focus on diligent practice without excessive worry. Indeed, indeed. Yu responded, "You speak wisely, but I am anxious. Let us head to the outer sect's enlightenment hall on the mountainside now." "Very well, let us go." Side by side, Chen and Yu made their way down the mountain, engaging in lively conversation and reviewing the previous day's lessons. For them, the coursework was hardly challenging. Yu was already literate, and Chen was a clever child with a meticulous mind. Moreover, Chen had recently ascended to the first layer of qi refinement, resulting in a remarkable transformation in his physical capabilities. Chen had experienced firsthand the extraordinary enhancement of his memory, which had improved 100-fold. He found that whenever he contemplated his past memories, once vague, they would instantly crystallize with clarity, as if unfolding before his very eyes. With a mere exertion of mental energy, his former recollections would vividly manifest in his mind, far surpassing his previous faculties. Describing it as having an impeccable memory would not be an exaggeration. Furthermore, his senses, sight, hearing, smell, touch, and strength, had all undergone a profound elevation. For instance, even before dawn, in the depths of darkness, Chen had keenly detected the sound of Yu's footsteps from a considerable distance, allowing him to discern the identity of the approaching figure with remarkable clarity. This was a testament to his significant enhancement. Within a 3-foot radius around him, even the minutest details, such as the delicate antennae of an ant, could be perceived without direct sight, merely through his spiritual awareness. The intricate veins of leaves were distinctly visible, and even the faintest sounds were detectable. This meant that as long as Chen employed his spiritual awareness, He could perceive everything within that 3-foot radius. Such an immensely powerful ability is what cultivators take the greatest pride in, the power of spiritual awareness. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the distance a cultivator's spiritual sense can detect. A late-stage Qi refinement cultivator can sense up to several dozen zhang, while a foundation establishment cultivator may perceive even further, extending to hundreds of zhang. Golden core cultivators can effortlessly explore several li beyond their immediate surroundings. This remarkable ability of spiritual sense can yield unimaginable benefits. As time flowed gently by, Chen followed a consistent routine. In the mornings, he attended the Enlightenment Hall to learn reading and writing, while the afternoons were dedicated to studying cultivation methods. Upon returning to his meditation chamber, he would practice diligently until the dawn of the following day. After the passage of over 20 days, Yu successfully drew spiritual energy into his body, becoming a Qi refinement stage 1 cultivator. By the end of the month, Chen informed Yu of his own success in this endeavor. Throughout the subsequent month, many other inner disciples gradually completed the process of drawing spiritual energy into their bodies, achieving the same level of cultivation, including San Nyo and Lin Yifei. As the 3-month learning period approached its conclusion, the final inner disciple also succeeded in drawing spiritual energy into their body. Consequently, all 50 new disciples of the Sword Peak had officially become cultivators. Each of them had met the requirements for reading and writing, and were now capable of literacy. Manager Sun commended their efforts, acknowledging the hard work they had put forth over the past 3 months. Following this, he offered further encouragement and anticipation for their futures. With the mission of this literacy class accomplished, it disbanded. From henceforth, each individual was to cultivate independently within their own meditation chambers, with their futures solely reliant on their own endeavors. Before leaving, Manager Sun addressed Chen and the others, stating, "You are now officially recognized as Qi Refinement Stage 1 cultivators of the Sword Peak. From this day forth, each month, you may use your disciple identity token to visit the Sword Peak's Deacon Hall and receive the sect's monthly resources for cultivation. As you progress and reach certain levels of cultivation, you may also go to the task hall to undertake sect missions, earning rewards that will enhance your cultivation resources. Every month, corresponding elders will be dispatched to impart various cultivation techniques and address any questions you may have during your practice. In summary, while the master may lead you to the door, the journey of cultivation ultimately rests in your hands. The path of immortality is long and arduous. How you traverse it depends solely on your own efforts. I wish you all the success in achieving enlightenment and ascending to higher realms, becoming remarkable figures in the world of cultivation." Throughout these 3 months, Chen had mastered reading and writing. Utilizing his formidable memory, he not only learned literacy early on, but also developed exceptional penmanship. Unlike ordinary mortals, cultivators possess extraordinary abilities, enabling them to accomplish feats beyond the reach of common individuals. For instance, with their powerful magical energy and spiritual sense, they can effortlessly wield a brush to create characters at will. Remarkably, Chen achieved the same level of literacy and writing skill in less than 3 months that Yu had taken years to acquire. Thus, attaining excellent penmanship was not overly challenging. Chapter 16. Claiming sect benefits. Chen, San Nyo, Yu, and Lin Yifei emerged from the Enlightenment Hall, their spirits lifted and bodies invigorated. Having completed 3 months of rigorous foundational training, they were no longer the illiterate mountain peasants they once were. They had become cultured individuals capable of reading and writing. Of course, Yu was an exception, as he had always been literate. After 3 months of honing their skills, the 4 of them had finally ascended to the realm of cultivators, having attained the first level of Qi refinement. Henceforth, they would no longer be common mortals, but rather the esteemed practitioners of the mystical arts, revered by ordinary folk as celestial beings capable of traversing the heavens and earth at will. Since becoming a first-level Qi refinement cultivator, Chen had undergone significant transformations over the past 3 months. His physique had changed remarkably. The once frail boy had matured considerably. Daily meals of steamed buns and rice, complemented by meat, fish, chicken, and duck, nourished them well. The hollow looks that once characterized their faces were replaced with a rosy vitality. Chen had grown taller, maturing from the appearance of a mere child to that of a boy who now resembled his actual age of 12, a spirited young lad with a lively demeanor. The 4 companions departed the Enlightenment Hall and made their way to the dining hall. After a hearty meal, they emerged, satisfied and full. "Where shall we go next, brothers?" Lin Yifei inquired. "To the disciplinary hall, of course," Chen replied. "Indeed, didn't Elder Sun mention that we are now disciples in the Qi refinement stage? We can collect our cultivation resources from the disciplinary hall," Yu added. "What resources will they provide us?" Senyo wondered aloud. I heard from the senior disciples in the inner sect that it includes a vial of chi pills and 3 spirit stones, Lin Yifei informed them. Then let us hasten our steps. As they chatted and laughed, the 4 made their way to the disciplinary hall. Upon arriving at the Jianfeng disciplinary hall, they found several attendant disciples assisting others with various matters. A scholarly-looking steward, around 30 years of age, sat behind a desk engrossed in a book. On the table before him lay a wooden sign that read, Benefits Collection. Upon entering the hall, Yi Chun and his companions immediately spotted the sign. They approached the steward, with Mu Rongyu stepping forward first, bowing respectfully as he inquired, May I ask your esteemed name, senior? We are newly admitted disciples wishing to collect our sect benefits from you. The steward, upon hearing this, set aside his book and turned his gaze upon the 4, offering a warm smile. I am Steward Tang. Are you for the new disciples of Jianfeng? Indeed we are. First, present your disciple identity tokens for registration. Now that you have all become disciples in the Qi refining stage, you may come each month to receive the sect's benefits. Yi Chun and the others promptly produced their respective disciple tokens. The first to step forward was Mu Rongyu, who respectfully handed over his identity token with both hands. Manager Tang accepted the token and retrieved a thick ledger, meticulously verifying and recording the information. He then produced a palm-sized storage pouch, adorned with an exquisite emblem of a sharp long sword, and handed it to Mu Rongyu along with his disciple token, stating, the formalities are completed. This is your sect benefit for this month. Thank you, Manager Tang. Mu Rongyu promptly bowed in gratitude, accepting his disciple token and storage pouch with both hands. Subsequently, Yi Chun and the others received their respective sect benefits in turn, with Yi Chun being the last to collect his. Having secured their cultivation supplies, the 4 bid farewell to Manager Tang and departed. As they exited the Deacon Hall, a satisfied smile graced Manager Tang's face as he murmured, These 4 are all elite disciples of our Sword Peak. They are destined to become pillars of strength, especially Mu Rongyu and Yi Chun, the direct disciples of the 2 peak masters. Their future is indeed promising. In just 3 months since their initiation, the cultivation levels of these 2 had already reached the late stage of the Qi refining first layer, while other inner disciples were merely at the initial stage. Such extraordinary aptitude in their spiritual roots is truly remarkable. They are undoubtedly the hope of our Sword Peak. Ha ha ha. The 4 disciples parted outside the Deacon Hall, with Sanyo and Lin Yifei returning to their inner sect cultivation caves, while Yi Chun and Mu Rongyu ascended the mountain together, each heading to their respective cultivation chambers. Yi Chun, eager to discover the contents of his sect benefits, had refrained from checking previously, suspecting that the benefits for direct disciples might be significantly superior to those of ordinary inner sect disciples. Not wishing to dampen the spirits of Sanyo and Lin Yifei, he had not examined his storage pouch in the Deacon Hall. Upon entering his cultivation cave and closing the door, Yi Chun immediately proceeded to his secluded meditation chamber. Settling into a cross-legged position, he took out the storage pouch marked with the sword emblem. Unable to contain his anticipation, he opened the pouch and poured its contents out onto the floor, revealing an array of items before his eyes. 3 bottles of elixirs and 15 crystal-clear stones, each the size of a fingertip. Yi Chun surmised that these must be the so-called spirit stones. Spirit stones are of paramount importance to cultivators, as their practice is inextricably linked to these mystical gems. Spirit stones serve 3 significant functions. Firstly, they can be directly utilized for cultivation. The term spirit stone is a shorthand for spirit power stones, which encapsulate an abundance of exceptionally pure spiritual energy. This energy is far more refined and potent than that found in the air, which contains a chaotic and dispersed variety of spiritual essence that is not as pure. The absorption and refinement of such energy from the atmosphere yield minimal results, whereas the spirit energy within spirit stones is incredibly concentrated. Once a cultivator fully absorbs and refines the energy contained within a spirit stone, the stone disintegrates into a small quantity of white powder, losing its efficacy. Secondly, spirit stones act as a source of energy, providing power to formations, teleportation arrays, flying vessels, and energy cannons, thereby supporting the prolonged operation of these magical artifacts and unleashing formidable attacks against adversaries. Thirdly, spirit stones are universally recognized as a medium of exchange within the realm of cultivation, allowing cultivators to trade them for other cultivation materials. They function similarly to currency in the mortal world, akin to gold and silver. Without spirit stones, cultivators find their progress severely hampered. Apart from spirit stones and medicinal pills, cultivators also possess a mid-grade magical sword. At the Lingyun Sword Sect, all disciples must practice sword techniques, making the magical sword indispensable. As a direct disciple of the Peak Master, one is rewarded with a mid-grade sword, whereas inner disciples typically only receive a low-grade sword. In the cultivation world, weapons and equipment are categorized into various grades, ranging from magical artifacts to spiritual tools, precious artifacts, and immortal tools, with each category further subdivided into low, mid, high, and supreme grades. Generally, cultivators in the chi refinement and foundation establishment stages can only wield magical artifacts, while spiritual tools require a powerful consciousness to control. Thus, only a select few late-stage foundation establishment cultivators possess the capability to handle them. Golden core cultivators, endowed with formidable consciousness, can effortlessly master spiritual tools. In marketplaces frequented by cultivators, a low-grade magical sword typically costs around 100 low-grade spirit stones, while mid-grade swords are considerably more expensive, often requiring hundreds, with superior ones ranging from 500 to 1,000 spirit stones. High-grade swords are exceedingly rare, priced in the thousands of spirit stones, making them unattainable for most cultivators. Supreme-grade swords seldom appear on the market, reserved for those of high status and remarkable backgrounds. Upon joining the sect, Chen and his companions were provided with only a mundane iron sword, devoid of any grading, while inner disciples qualified for a low-grade magical sword, a privilege not extended to outer disciples. As favored disciples of the Peak Master, Chen and Mu Rongyu received mid-grade swords. In addition to these items, Chen discovered several vials of various medicinal pills, including a small green porcelain bottle containing a vibrant green pill labeled Rejuvenation Pill. Upon inspecting the pill, he noted its striking emerald hue, its rounded and semi-transparent form glistening with a faint spiritual light and exuding a refreshing herbal fragrance. The steward had previously mentioned that this pill is an excellent healing remedy that can rapidly mend injuries. The one in Chen's palm is a mid-grade rejuvenation pill, of superior quality compared to the lower-grade ones received by the inner disciples. Another white vial contained 10 dark red pills labeled Fasting Pill. Chen, now literate, could easily recognize these characters, a testament to the educational benefits he has gained since joining the Lingyun Sword Sect. If he were in the mortal realm, he could even aspire to pass examinations akin to the scholar's test. Beyond literacy, the steward and elders have taught Chen and his peers various forms of correspondence and documentation, allowing them to excel in academic pursuits, rivaling the diligent scholars of the mortal world. The fasting pill is consumed during periods of seclusion, enabling cultivators to sustain themselves without food for extended durations. However, early-stage chi refinement cultivators still require occasional sustenance, and only upon reaching mid to late stages can they completely abstain from food, relying solely on the absorption of spiritual energy from spirit stones for their energy needs. During seclusion, the fasting pill serves as a convenient substitute for food. With a total of 10 pills in the bottle, if one is utilized monthly, it provides sustenance for an entire 10 months. Medicinal pills, such as the Rejuvenation Pill and Fasting Pill, are readily available in the sect's marketplace for those with spirit stones, facilitating the replenishment of cultivation materials. To aid their disciples, the Lingyun Sword Sect has established a small marketplace at the foot of Lingyun Peak, where a variety of cultivation resources can be procured, demonstrating that even the smallest of markets can be fully equipped. The small marketplace, aside from a few stalls operated by the sect, permits disciples to engage in free trade. Disciples may bring their surplus cultivation materials here to set up their own stalls, engaging in unrestricted buying and selling with fellow sect members. The only rule to adhere to within the marketplace is the prohibition against deception. No counterfeit goods or substandard wares may be presented to mislead others. This is strictly enforced by the sect's law enforcement team, which frequently patrols the marketplace. Should anyone violate these regulations, they will face severe penalties. The consequences may range from fines and disciplinary actions to grave injuries, loss of cultivation abilities, or even expulsion from the sect. Thus, no one dares to act recklessly in the marketplace. Currently, Chen has just embarked on his cultivation journey and does not lack for resources at this time. Once his cultivation level advances and he has other needs, he intends to revisit the sect's marketplace. As a direct disciple of the Peak Master, he receives ample cultivation resources from the sect monthly, allowing him to focus solely on diligent cultivation without the worry of securing elixirs or spirit stones. Chen plans to primarily reside in seclusion, dedicating himself to elevating his cultivation level. At the tender age of 12, he believes that 3 years is sufficient for a substantial breakthrough in his cultivation. His goal is to reach the late stage of chi refinement, specifically attaining at least the 7th layer of chi refinement within this period. Typically, outer and inner sect disciples require 10 to 20 years to surpass the chi refinement stage, and many inner sect disciples find themselves stagnating in the mid-chi refinement stage, unable to advance further. Ultimately, fewer than 20% of inner sect disciples achieve the transition from Qi refinement to foundation establishment. Therefore, reaching the 7th layer of Qi refinement is a significant milestone. Most disciples are firmly held back in the mid-Qi refinement stage, with only those who are exceptionally diligent, talented, and fortunate managing to progress to the late Qi refinement stage or even attain foundation establishment. As an outstanding cultivator with superior spiritual roots, Chen is certainly more exceptional than the average inner sect disciple, making it reasonable to expect that he can cultivate to above the 7th layer of Qi refinement within approximately 3 years. This is entirely achievable, which means that by the time Chen turns 15, he could very well become a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator, an impressive feat within the sect. Attaining this level would enable him to venture outside the sect to complete simple sect tasks and earn rewards. While there are risks associated with being a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator in the world of cultivation, he would possess a certain degree of self-protection, rendering ordinary rogue cultivators no longer a threat. As disciples of Lingyun Sword Sect, each member is regarded as a treasure, and none may be lost. Nevertheless, a cultivator's growth necessitates experience. Without weathering storms, how can one behold the rainbow? Only those cultivators who have weathered various dangers and grown steadily step by step can be deemed truly capable. The sheltered blossoms of a greenhouse are utterly incapable of enduring the trials of wind and rain. Therefore, the care and training that the Lingyun Sword Sect provides for its disciples is of utmost necessity. Inner disciples must achieve a certain level of cultivation and are required to venture outside the sect each year to complete a specified number of sect tasks to qualify for corresponding sect benefits. This is also a vital means of maintaining the normal operation of the sect. Among the items spilled from the storage bag were 2 small booklets. One was titled Changchun Ju Gongfa, also known as Changchun Skill. The copy obtained by Chen was the true transmission for disciples, referring to those who are highly esteemed within the sect, such as the personally taught disciples of peak lords, the sect master, and the heads of various halls, those who form the core of the sect. There exists a significant disparity between these disciples and ordinary inner disciples. The sect's goal is to cultivate these personally taught disciples into advanced cultivators at the foundation establishment or golden core stages. Many inner disciples may spend their entire lives without reaching the foundation establishment stage. This underscores the gap and explains why the sect is so devoted to nurturing these exceptionally gifted disciples, who represent the future and hope of the sect. The other booklet was Basic Spells of the Lingyun Sword Sect, which contains a dozen basic spells and supernatural abilities that cultivators must practice. Combat among cultivators primarily revolves around the competition of spells and abilities. Due to their limited magical power, Qi refinement stage disciples often need to practice close combat skills in addition to spells, necessitating martial arts training. All combat techniques fall under the martial arts category. Sword cultivators are uniquely categorized among practitioners, with the sword path being a specific branch of martial arts. The Lingyun Sword Sect focuses on sword cultivation, gathering numerous formidable sword cultivators. Chen's master, Ouyang Qin, is a powerful mid-golden core sword cultivator, and the outstanding disciples of the Sword Peak have inherited the sword cultivation legacy, each being skilled sword cultivators. Among them, Shukong is a remarkable foundation establishment sword cultivator. These basic spells represent the foundational abilities that cultivators must master to enhance their combat prowess. All cultivators select spells that align with their specific elemental roots for focus training. Regardless of the elemental root, basic spells can be utilized. For instance, the Golden Sword technique is a spell that transforms magical energy into a golden sword to attack foes. If a cultivator possesses a gold-based root, mastering this spell becomes significantly easier and its potency increases. Similarly, the Water Arrow technique is better suited for water-rooted cultivators. If we were to compare 2 cultivators of equivalent realms, the Fireball spell cast by a fire-rooted cultivator would far exceed in power that of a water-rooted cultivator. Conversely, the Water Arrow technique wielded by a water-rooted cultivator would be superior to that of a fire-rooted one. This illustrates the nuance of selecting spells that correspond to one's elemental roots. Consequently, disciples often choose to practice spells that resonate most with their elemental affinities, yielding greater efficiency in their training and maximizing the advantages of their abilities. Chen possesses both gold and fire elemental roots, making the spells of the gold and fire elements particularly suitable for his practice, such as the Fireball and Golden Sword techniques. Additionally, there are spells applicable to any elemental root, welcoming all 5 elemental affinities, such as the Wind Blade technique, Great Hand Seal, and Iron Fist technique. Aside from these 2 booklets, there was also a map printed on cloth depicting the entire southern region where the Lingyun Sword Sect is located, detailing the sect's strongholds, territorial boundaries, various mortal nations, and the locations of hundreds of cultivation cities, both large and small. Chen hurriedly unfolded the map. It was a 3-foot square chart, with the position of the Lingyun Sword Sect distinctly marked by a red circle. Chen eagerly leaned over the map, beginning his search for the location of his hometown. After a lengthy period of searching, he finally found it. He had located it at last. As Chen excitedly murmured to himself, a minuscule area, no larger than a fingernail, appeared before his eyes, marked simply with the 2 characters of the Qin kingdom. No other details were provided. Even the capital of the Qin kingdom was absent from the map. Locating the position of the Qin kingdom consumed a considerable amount of Chen's time, as he could not find Baiyang town despite his relentless searching. Just when he was on the brink of despair, he finally discovered a scarcely noticeable speck in the northwestern corner of the map, a humble realm known as the Qin kingdom. Had Chen not meticulously followed the winding Yungling mountain range for tens of thousands of miles, he would have never found this nation named Qin. Regrettably, although he had located Qin, Baiyang town and Yi family village were nowhere to be found on the map. Such a vast kingdom, merely represented as a fingernail-sized, concealed countless mortal towns within its expanse of 1,000 miles. Beginning his search from the Qin kingdom, Chen recalled that they had previously traveled on the flying sword of senior brother Shukong, pausing for a meal in a place called Wangyue City. They had accompanied Shukong into Wangyue City, dining in a tavern and stocking up on provisions and fresh water. Here, Chen exclaimed, pointing at a cultivation city with excitement. He had finally discovered a cultivation city named Wangyue, located thousands of miles from the Qin kingdom. Generally, ordinary mortal towns would not be marked on this map. Only significant and renowned cultivation cities were recorded. Chen traced his finger from Wangyue City towards the Lingyun Sword Sect, scrutinizing the various cultivation cities along the way. As the mountains and rivers he passed gradually fused with the real landscapes he had observed from the flying sword, it was as if he were reliving a long journey. Now fully aware of the names of the mountains, rivers, and towns he encountered, it had been a full 3 months since he left his parents. He wondered how they were faring now. And what about Dog Dan? He had promised to take him out to see the world, and Chen was determined not to break that promise. To fulfill his commitment as soon as possible, he needed to cultivate more diligently, elevating his cultivation level. Only by reaching the foundation establishment stage could he wield the flying sword and traverse mountains and rivers back to Yi family village. This goal still felt distant. Chapter 18. Closed-door cultivation. Chen pondered deeply, his gaze profound and resolute, as if he could glimpse the distant future through the void before him. He meticulously planned his life's path, his mind flooded with visions of a splendid future, one that would materialize following his cultivation achievements. He firmly believed that with sufficient effort and dedication, he could break through to the late Qi refinement stage within 3 years, and with an additional 3 to 5 years, he would successfully ascend into the ranks of foundation establishment practitioners. I will surely accomplish this, Chen silently vowed to himself, brimming with confidence. He understood that only by advancing to the foundation establishment stage could he reunite sooner with his parents and dear friend Dog Dan, fulfilling his initial promise and bringing his loved ones together. Whenever he recalls their warm smiles and kind words, Chen feels an overwhelming sense of happiness and contentment. At this moment, although he finds himself in a foreign land, he experiences no sorrow. Instead, a profound sense of pride surges within him. He knows he is bravely pursuing the path of his dreams, and one day he will make his loved ones proud. In the future, he is determined to become a formidable cultivator renowned across the world, akin to his senior brother Shukong, soaring through the skies on his sword, traversing the vast expanse of the universe, and venturing ever further along the arduous path of cultivation. Chen clenches his fists tightly, his eyes glimmering with unwavering determination. He gazes down at the map of the southern region, which marks the location of his sect, and cannot help but marvel at the vastness of this boundless continent, realizing that the southern region is merely a trivial part of it. According to Steward's Son, the entire world is roughly divided into 5 major regions. In addition to the southern region where he resides, there lies the Western Sea Islands, a mysterious and distant realm seemingly detached from the mortal world, sparsely populated. This vast and unbounded sea has essentially become the dominion of the demon race, where various sea monsters reign unchecked. With their innate aquatic abilities, these sea creatures thrive on the myriad islands scattered throughout, as if they are fish in water, emboldened by their surroundings. These sea monsters ruthlessly occupy countless islands, claiming them as their territory and forbidding any encroachment by humankind. The northern wilderness is a territory jointly occupied by the demon race and the sea monsters. Here, human cultivators appear weak and disadvantaged. They struggle to survive in this harsh environment, constantly facing threats and oppression from both the demon and sea races, forced to endure a life of humility and disgrace. The Eastern continent, on the other hand, serves as a paradise for evil cultivators. A sinister aura permeates every corner, with chilling puppets, corpses, and various malevolent entities lurking everywhere. The unfortunate humans find themselves akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, ensnared in the abyss of slavery and oppression, powerless to resist the encroachment of dark forces. In contrast, the Central Continent is a veritable haven for the human race, a flourishing paradise for human cultivators. It is home to numerous powerful human sects, where martial arts and alchemy thrive and prosper. Countless outstanding golden core, nascent soul, and even transformation god cultivators emerge in abundance, making the Central Continent the most resplendent and illustrious region for humanity. However, the southern region remains a barren and desolate land, devoid of spiritual energy. Although it is still predominantly inhabited by humans, due to the scarcity of resources, the strength of the human race here pales in comparison to that of their counterparts in the Central Continent. The chasm between the two is akin to an insurmountable divide, difficult to bridge. Due to the absence of substantial and medium-sized spiritual veins in this region, the scarcity of spiritual energy has resulted in a diluted concentration of aura, which is detrimental to the cultivation of practitioners. In ancient times, this place was not dissimilar to the Central Continent, thriving as a sanctuary rich in spiritual energy and numerous spiritual veins. However, a cataclysmic disaster of monumental proportions irrevocably altered the landscape, leading to the gradual collapse and depletion of these spiritual veins, thereby diminishing the concentration of spiritual energy. Consequently, the cultivation environment deteriorated further. A millennium ago, a catastrophic calamity befell the human race, prompting fierce competition among various factions vying for cultivation resources, resulting in violent confrontations. This strife culminated in significant casualties among human practitioners, with countless lives lost amidst the brutality of civil war. The aftermath of this devastation led to a fracture in martial and alchemical traditions, stalling progress and even severing the transmission of knowledge, which subsequently triggered a series of tragic events. Today, martial and alchemical practices languish, with talent dwindling and the path to advancement for practitioners becoming exceedingly arduous, an unfortunate consequence of those past calamities. Presently, numerous sects and families continue to fiercely compete for the limited cultivation resources available, with fierce rivalries persisting unabated. Practitioners engage in relentless competition, often resorting to unscrupulous means. And each year, many fall victim to duels and conflicts, an enduring lament for our race. The living conditions for practitioners have grown increasingly dire. As each unfolded the map, a tempest surged within him, filled with fervor and passion. In this perilous and complex environment, he was acutely aware of the possibility of being swept into the vortex of sect battles, becoming yet another casualty of this senseless conflict. He felt a profound sense of helplessness, recognizing his own inadequacy in the face of such grand-scale sect warfare. His only hope was to survive the turmoil. Should Chen attain the strength to command the situation, he would strive to unify and consolidate the southern region, harmonizing all major sects and families to eradicate these internal conflicts, thereby providing every practitioner with a tranquil and harmonious cultivation environment, reducing violence and strife. At present, Chen silently established his foremost objective, to elevate his cultivation to a level as enigmatic and profound as that of his senior brother from the void. Only then could he wield his flying sword with freedom, traversing the realms, exploring the vast expanse of the cultivation world, and gaining insight into the true nature of existence. However, to achieve such an ambitious goal, he must first break through to the foundation establishment stage. Regrettably, Chen currently stands as a mere novice, having only just entered the immortal sect and remaining at the first layer of chi refinement. Compared to the lofty realm of his senior brother, the disparity is as vast as the heavens and the earth, a chasm of countless miles. Having joined the sect for barely 3 months, Chen has only just grazed the threshold of the path to immortality, akin to having merely placed one foot upon this arduous journey, yet still not having taken the first step. As the saying goes, ideals are abundant, while reality is starkly lean. In this ruthless and unyielding realm of cultivation, one is engulfed by unending slaughter and the crimson of spilled blood. The relationships among cultivators are far from the harmonious coexistence typical of mortals. Rather, they are characterized by fierce competition that may even escalate into irreconcilable enmity. Even among brothers of the same sect, one cannot guarantee mutual sincerity or genuine camaraderie, let alone the notion of selfless loyalty. In many instances, cultivators often fall victim to treacherous ambushes and covert betrayals from those they hold most dear. A harsh reality that is indisputable. However, the existence of such dark facets is not disclosed openly by the sections. After all, the master may open the door. But the journey of cultivation is a solitary endeavor, where profound insights and realizations must be gradually explored and felt by each practitioner. Should one fail to grasp the underlying truths, they are bound to suffer significant losses at the hands of other cultivators in the unending journey ahead. Chen is a person of keen intellect and vigilance, agile in movement, and possesses a temperament that is both composed and seasoned. He has become adept in matters of this nature without formal instruction. Unlike the straightforward and candid demeanor of San Nyo, Chen's youthful heart has long pondered the harsh realities of this world. While he may lack the power to influence the actions of others, he is resolute in his commitment to face challenges with unwavering focus and determination. To each individual in his vicinity, he maintains a heightened state of alertness, ensuring that no malevolent person is afforded the opportunity to exploit him. As for those who would conspire against him or seek to inflict harm, Chen is resolved to make them suffer a retribution 100-fold, even to the point of extinguishing their lives. For Chen firmly believes, one must be ruthless to stand firm. To confront foes, one must be more adversarial than the adversary, more merciless than the enemy. Only by continuously enhancing his own strength can he safeguard himself, instill fear in his enemies, and render them quaking at the mere mention of his name. To reach such heights, one must relentlessly strive to amplify their own prowess. After meticulously examining the contents of his storage bag, Chen repacked the items within. At this moment, he has officially become a legitimate inner disciple of the Lingyun Sword Sect, a title he has rightfully earned. This signifies the commencement of a new and challenging journey in his cultivation. Henceforth, he must devote himself entirely to serious training, for within this mysterious and ancient sect, the path of cultivation for each practitioner largely hinges on their own efforts. Within the sect, cultivators typically rely on unyielding perseverance and a steadfast pursuit of the Tao to navigate their cultivation journey alone. However, when they encounter insurmountable challenges or perplexities, the esteemed elder disciples will step forward to offer invaluable guidance and counsel. Moreover, each month, specific foundational elders will visit in person, meticulously analyzing the paths of cultivation and imparting exceptional techniques to numerous disciples. Indeed, the majority of common cultivation dilemmas can often be resolved through the meticulously crafted techniques disseminated by the sect to its practitioners. With earnest study, diligent contemplation, and practical application, many uncertainties can be readily dispelled. For outstanding disciples like Chen, endowed with exceptional spiritual roots and held in high regard, the advantages are even more pronounced. Not only do they benefit from the superior resources provided by the sect, but they also receive direct guidance from their profoundly skilled master, who generously imparts unique secrets and diligently instructs them in the art of cultivation. Consequently, the disciples within the sect aspire to attain the prestigious status of direct disciples, thereby securing greater access to cultivation resources and rare opportunities. Compared to ordinary inner disciples, individuals like Chen undoubtedly enjoy more favorable conditions along their cultivation journeys, experiencing swifter and smoother progress. Furthermore, with a senior brother like Shukong, who offers unwavering support akin to that of a caring sibling, Chen's cultivation life within the sect has become increasingly liberating and unrestrained. Currently, Chen has advanced to the late stage of Qi refinement level 1. And with further breakthroughs, he stands poised to ascend to level 2. He now plans to enter a secluded state of cultivation, as his reserves of resources remain ample. At the very least, he can sustain himself in seclusion for 3 months. With a substantial bottle of fasting elixirs at his disposal, he can forego the need to venture to the inner disciples area for meals, allowing him to cultivate in tranquility, free from distractions. Though the spirit stones and medicinal pills distributed by the sect are only sufficient for a month, they are allotted according to the status of a direct disciple, thus exceeding the amounts provided to inner disciples like San Nyo over several months. In the early stages of cultivation, this should adequately support Chen's needs for 3 to 5 months. Additionally, Chen is literate, fully capable of understanding the cultivation manuals issued by the sect. By diligently practicing the methods and steps outlined within, he is unlikely to encounter any significant issues. Should he face any challenges along the way, he can seek guidance from senior brother Shukong or his master. Such difficulties are but trifles to Chen, who possesses unwavering conviction and indomitable will to surmount any obstacles. Thus, the path before Chen is clear, through personal effort and unwavering focus. He must wholeheartedly immerse himself in arduous cultivation to achieve his goal of transcending his limitations and enhancing his prowess. With resolve firmly established, Chen acted without hesitation. He gently closed the door of his cave dwelling, effectively shutting out the clamor and turmoil of the outside world. Next, he swiftly activated the carefully arranged defensive formations within the cave. In an instant, a wondrous transformation occurred. Outside the Lingyun cave, dense white mist surged forth, akin to tumultuous ocean waves, converging from all directions and enveloping Chun's cave dwelling in an impenetrable embrace. As time elapses, the white mist thickens and deepens, enveloping the space like a heavy quilt, shrouding it completely. The previously discernible defensive formations of the cave are now submerged within this vast expanse of fog. Through the layers of mist, one can faintly perceive a weak yet resilient barrier of light, akin to a loyal sentinel guarding the last line of defense. Thus, the entire Lingyun cave, along with its surrounding environment, becomes entirely concealed within this boundless sea of white mist. From a distance, it transforms into an enigmatic domain, rendering its true nature inscrutable. In this tranquil and harmonious atmosphere, Chen embarks on his long and arduous journey of cultivation. Chapter 19. 3 months of seclusion. Refining the Huchi pill. In this instance of retreat, Chen preliminarily prepares to seclude himself for a duration of 3 months. He sits quietly in the cultivation cave, with 2 vials of elixirs, several spirit stones, 3 small booklets, and a mid-grade magic sword arranged before him. These items will serve him throughout the 3 months. 1 vial contains a pill of abstinence, and the other houses the Huchi pill. The 3 booklets consist of 2 cultivation manuals issued by the sect, one detailing the primary cultivation technique, Changchun Gong, and the other outlining the basic spells of Lingyun Sword Sect, alongside a volume dedicated to the swordsmanship techniques of the sect. Initially, Chen must focus on cultivating Changchun Gong. By practicing this technique, he aims to elevate his cultivation level. He picks up the first vial, removes the cork, and pours out a pill the size of a longan, examining it closely. This pill is a deep crimson, perfectly round and full-bodied, shimmering with a radiant spiritual light. It is a pill of abstinence, and of exceptional quality, as it does not meet the standards of a first-grade elixir, categorizing it as a low-grade, unranked pill similar to those consumed by mortals. Chen's pill, however, is of superior quality among pills of abstinence, a privilege afforded to him as a direct disciple of the sect leader. This pill surpasses the ones received by the inner disciples, ensuring that its efficacy is significantly greater, providing sustenance for an extended period. Chen delicately lifts the pill of abstinence with 2 fingers and places it in his mouth. It dissolves instantly. In that moment, he feels a cool sensation gliding down his throat to his abdomen, smooth and pleasant. The pill's flavor is subtle, imbued with a faint herbal aroma that envelopes his palate, bringing him a sense of ease and clarity, refreshing his spirit. As the pill settles in his stomach, Chen quickly experiences a sense of fullness, completely devoid of hunger. Simultaneously, he feels invigorated, his body brimming with energy, as if he possesses boundless strength. Indeed, the pill of abstinence is remarkable, truly a wondrous elixir. Chen once again calmed his mind, concentrating intently as he gently closed his eyes. He began to recall the intricate processes of cultivating the first layer of the Changchun Gong technique. After a brief span of time, he initiated the prescribed movements of the technique, absorbing and refining the spiritual energy from the surrounding atmosphere. Gradually, Chen's dantian began to activate, and the spiritual power coursing through his meridians commenced its journey along a predetermined path within his body, completing a great circulation. Before long, a minuscule vortex, no larger than a fingernail, appeared within his dantian. This diminutive whirlpool was enigmatic and mysterious. Any spiritual energy or power drawn into it would vanish without a trace until it underwent thorough refinement and transformation, eventually manifesting within the dantian. The entire process was both intricate and wondrous. As the vortex spun languidly, it quickened its pace in tandem with the activation of the dantian. With the acceleration of the air vortex, an invisible force of attraction began to extend outward along the spiral. Within the dantian's reservoir, strands of spiritual energy were gradually drawn closer to the center of the vortex by this elusive force, ultimately disappearing as they were absorbed. Simultaneously, in a different region of the dantian, pure strands of spiritual power would emerge seemingly out of nowhere. Unlike the ordinary, unrefined spiritual energy initially absorbed, these strands had undergone extensive refinement and could be manipulated at will by Chen. This newly manifested spiritual power, a result of repetitive purification within his dantian, was regarded by cultivators as magical power. The more magical power a practitioner possessed, the stronger their capabilities and combat prowess became. The cultivation of a practitioner involves the mastery of various forms of spiritual energy. During the Qi refining stage, this energy manifests as a gaseous form. As one progresses to the foundation establishment stage, it transitions into a liquid state. Upon reaching the golden core stage, the energy condenses into a solid golden core within the dantian. Finally, in the nascent soul stage, this energy transforms into the nascent soul itself. As Yi Chun commenced his cultivation, he once again perceived the golden particles surrounding his body through his spiritual consciousness. These particles represent the spiritual energy present in the air. Gradually, these golden particles were drawn into Yi Chen's dantian, where they were absorbed and refined, leading to a slow increase in his spiritual power. After a quarter of an hour, Yi Chen opened another vial of elixir and consumed a Huqi Dan. The moment the elixir entered his body, it transformed into a surging torrent of spiritual energy. This immense flow surged through Yi Chen's meridians, converging incessantly towards the dantian, which soon brimmed with the pure spiritual energy released by the Huqi Dan. The Huqi Dan is a commonly used elixir for disciples in the Qi refining stage. Imbued with vast amounts of pure spiritual energy gathered from the spiritual herbs used in its creation. The potency contained within a single Huqi Dan is significantly greater than the thin spiritual energy found in the air. The benefits derived from consuming a Huqi Dan for cultivation cannot be matched, even by a practitioner who diligently cultivates day and night for an entire month. Practitioners primarily rely on absorbing and refining the pure spiritual energy within elixirs to elevate their cultivation level. Only those impoverished loose cultivators, lacking access to elixirs, primarily absorb and refine the spiritual energy present in the air to enhance their cultivation. The vast majority of practitioners, however, prefer the method of refining elixirs to advance their realm. In the southern regions, most areas are characterized by a dearth of spiritual energy, devoid of underground spiritual veins, creating a harsh environment for cultivation. Engaging in closed-door cultivation in such spiritually deficient areas yields minimal benefits. Only sects like the Lingyun Sword Sect, which are established near underground spiritual veins, enjoy a significantly higher concentration of spiritual energy conducive to cultivation. Thus, practitioners typically opt for locations rich in spiritual energy or those in proximity to underground spiritual veins for their cultivation endeavors. The Sword Peak serves as an ideal location, where a spiritual vein extends from Lingyun Peak. The higher one ascends the Sword Peak, the denser the spiritual energy becomes. The summit, reserved exclusively for the Peak Master, boasts the most concentrated spiritual energy. Yi Chun, situated on the mountainside, still enjoys a relatively rich concentration of spiritual energy, allowing for cultivation even without the aid of elixirs or spirit stones. Previously, he had elevated his cultivation to the late stage of Qi refining solely through the abundant spiritual energy within his cultivation cave, having never consumed any elixirs before. The experience of taking a Huqi Dan now filled Yi Chun with an unparalleled thrill and excitement. In Chapter 20, titled 3 Months in Seclusion, the Qi rotation of the dantian, a deep crimson mid-grade harmony pill enters Yi Chen's mouth, dissolving instantly as if a brilliant star had erupted, releasing an immense and exceptionally pure surge of spiritual energy. The richness and purity of this energy vastly exceed any spiritual aura Yi Chun had encountered within his cave residence, its potency far surpassing mere hundreds or thousands of times. It was a stark contrast, akin to the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Yi Chen's dantian resembled an expansive ocean, while the incessantly flowing spiritual energy surged like tumultuous waves, each one higher than the last. Simultaneously, the formidable medicinal power contained within the harmony pill gushed forth like a breached dam, swiftly enveloping Yi Chen's entire dantian sea and all of his spiritual meridians. Yi Chun understood well that this was an unparalleled opportunity for cultivation, should he successfully absorb and refine this medicinal and spiritual energy. Transforming it entirely into his own magical power, his strength would experience a qualitative leap. After all, the deeper the magical power within him, the more astonishing his combat prowess would become. Without hesitation, Yi Chen summoned all his energy, prompting his dantian to operate at the utmost speed. He immersed himself wholly in the absorption and refinement of the abundant spiritual energy within his dantian. It was then that the mysterious vortex, which had been slowly rotating in the dantian, began to accelerate. With the increasing speed of this small vortex, an ever-growing amount of spiritual energy seemed to be drawn in by some enigmatic force, vanishing silently. As his dantian surged to life, a powerful suction emerged. akin to an invisible giant hand grasping the relentless, flowing medicinal energy of the harmony pill. His meridians functioned like rivers in full flow, efficiently transporting this immense medicinal power to the dantian. Within the dantian, a marvelous refining process commenced quietly, the once wild and unruly medicinal power, after repeated tempering and integration within the dantian, gradually became docile and obedient. Each trace of medicinal energy was meticulously broken down, purified, and ultimately refined into the most pristine and exquisite spiritual energy. This refined energy exhibited a unique and mysterious aura, akin to the dazzling stars in the night sky, radiating an enchanting glow. In this moment, Chen closed his eyes, completely immersed in the realm of cultivation. His entire focus was directed toward his dantian, his consciousness acutely attuned to every subtle change within. As the great circulating cycle accelerated, an increasing torrent of spiritual energy surged into the vortex within Chen's dantian, disappearing from sight. Following a series of intricate and mysterious refining steps, it transformed into a more advanced, pure form of magical energy. The entire process of absorption and refinement is shrouded in mystery and enigma. Each cycle of the great circulation serves as a repeated tempering process, akin to a baptism. It not only comprehensively and profoundly cleanses and sharpens Chen's meridian pathways, but also purifies and refines the spiritual energy. His dantian resembles an inexhaustible engine, absorbing and refining spiritual power, continuously transforming that energy into a form he can wield and manipulate. The chaotic and fragmented spiritual qi is meticulously purified, ultimately transforming the diverse energies drawn from the outside world into an exceptionally pure and manipulable magical power. This intricate process is undoubtedly complex and mysterious. In essence, to completely extract and forge the vast reservoir of spiritual energy contained within a medium-grade harmony pill into a pure and exquisite magical essence, which is then stored in the Dantian Sea of Qi, one must persistently engage in tempering and purification. Each completed cycle of the great circulation signifies the experience of such a tempering and refining process. For Chen, it necessitated tireless and repeated efforts to refine this spiritual energy. Only through such relentless endeavor could he endure until every trace of energy was completely refined. Thus, he immersed himself day and night in the arduous pursuit of cultivation. Remarkably, it took him a full 6 days to achieve the complete refinement of a mere medium-quality harmony pill. At the moment he successfully refined the final trace of spiritual energy, he joyfully perceived that the qi within his dantian had reached a pivotal juncture. As the last vestige of energy was unreservedly released and assimilated into the dantian, Chen experienced a wondrous sensation, as if his cultivation level were undergoing a breathtaking and intense tremor. Subsequently, the once insurmountable bottleneck at the first level of qi refinement began to show signs of loosening due to this violent vibration. The previously unbreakable shackles of his cultivation began to crumble, revealing indications of imminent collapse. Chen's heart soared with joy, for he understood that after consuming a medium-grade harmony pill and thoroughly absorbing its immense medicinal potency, the hindrances of his late-stage qi refinement had become insurmountable. The constraints of that level were on the verge of being shattered, and Chen's cultivation bottleneck was about to be breached. Once he surpassed this threshold, he would ascend to the second level of qi refinement. The attainment of the second level signifies that Chen has finally embarked on the first step as a cultivator. The breakthrough of this cultivation barrier heralds the commencement of a new phase. Chen's path of advancement is now irrevocably initiated. As long as he continues to cultivate in this manner, his cultivation realm will gradually elevate, progressing through the third level, the fourth level, and ultimately reaching the ninth level of qi refinement. Upon transcending the ninth level, Chen will become a foundation establishment cultivator, capable of soaring through the skies on a sword, thus entering the second stage of cultivation, becoming a respected senior among the disciples of the qi refinement stage. Having completely transcended the ranks of qi refinement disciples and distanced himself from the lowest echelon of cultivators, Chen now stood on the threshold of becoming a foundation establishment cultivator. The perils encountered during cultivation would significantly diminish. Unlike the qi refinement stage where disciples could easily meet their demise, in the realm of cultivation, it is often said that the qi refinement stage serves merely as an introductory foundation, while the true journey begins with foundation establishment. Those who attain this stage possess boundless potential, with prospects of ascending to golden core, nascent soul, and even divine transformation realms. However, achieving foundation establishment is no trivial matter. The vast majority of cultivators lack the opportunity to reach this pivotal stage. One reason is that most cultivators possess subpar spiritual roots and low talent, making it exceedingly difficult to overcome the bottleneck of foundation establishment, leaving them forever constrained within the chi refinement stage, ultimately leading to a regrettable demise as their lifespans dwindle. Additionally, many cultivators with decent spiritual roots do not withstand the rigorous trials during the chi refinement phase and meet untimely ends, either perishing in competition for cultivation resources or succumbing to unfortunate accidents. Thus, for chi refinement cultivators, advancing to foundation establishment is fraught with challenges, requiring the perfect alignment of time, place, and opportunity. Consequently, to traverse the path of cultivation with longevity in mind, the most crucial step is to rapidly break through to the foundation establishment stage. Attaining this critical milestone grants a modicum of self-preservation, significantly enhancing one's chances of survival and allowing for prolonged cultivation and continuous breakthroughs in realms, ultimately leading to becoming a golden core cultivator. With thoughts of a promising future, Chen felt an immense sense of exhilaration, envisioning himself as a foundation establishment cultivator, soaring through the skies atop a flying sword, just as he had done over 3 months ago while standing on his senior brother's sword in the void, freely gliding through the azure expanse. As he approached this breakthrough, the first of his cultivation journey, he stifled his overwhelming joy, striving to maintain a tranquil demeanor and focus on his practice. He concentrated his mind entirely on his dantian, observing the once tumultuous small vortex that had now slowed its rotation. The abundant spiritual energy that had previously filled his dantian had vanished, transformed by the potent medicinal essence released from the chi pill, which had been thoroughly refined and purified into the mana now present throughout his dantian. This mana appeared as a faint mist, permeating the entire space. Yet, within the vast emptiness of his dantian, only a wisp of this delicate mist remained. Akin to morning fog, insufficient in quantity, Chen couldn't help but sigh at the scarcity of mana. As the moment of breakthrough approached, Chen found that the potency of the Huchi Dan had been utterly depleted. To achieve the desired advancement, he needed to continue absorbing spiritual energy and refining it. Only by augmenting the magical power within his dantian to a sufficient level could he hope to transcend his current cultivation realm. In a sudden flash of inspiration, Chen pondered, since the efficacy of one Huchi Dan had been validated, why not experiment with the potential effects of a spirit stone on his training? With this thought, Chen promptly grasped a spirit stone in his palm and closed his eyes once more, entering a state of meditation. As he circulated his dantian, the small vortex reappeared within, and he soon felt a subtle flow of spiritual energy being gradually siphoned from the stone, penetrating his body through the meridians of his arm, ultimately reaching his dantian. How wondrous! Was this the process of absorbing spiritual energy? Chen marveled at the phenomenon, noticing that the moment the spiritual energy entered his dantian, the rapidly spinning vortex drew it into its center, causing it to vanish instantly. Was this what refinement entailed? Chen was astonished. The energy absorbed from the outside world was swiftly consumed by his dantian. Where did that energy go? Just as confusion flooded his mind, a sliver of exquisitely pure golden spiritual energy suddenly emerged from the void in a corner of his dantian space. Chen's eyes widened in disbelief at this miraculous scene. Could this fragment of energy be the refined and purified magical power? With a heart full of questions, Chen finally unraveled this process. The cultivation of a practitioner involves the absorption, refinement, and purification of spiritual energy. After being absorbed into the dantian, the energy enters an unimaginable mystical space. Within this enigmatic realm, the dantian repeatedly refines and purifies the mixed spiritual energies drawn into this mysterious dimension. Ultimately, through thorough refinement, this spiritual energy transforms into the pure magical power that practitioners can wield at will. Therefore, the essence of cultivation lies in transforming the external spiritual energy into one's own pristine magical energy. The greater the quantity and purity of magical power within a cultivator, the stronger their capabilities and higher their cultivation realm. This is the secret of cultivation in the world of immortals. Chen's understanding of this process brought clarity to many previously perplexing questions about cultivation. Indeed, the essence of a practitioner's training is to continuously refine and purify the external spiritual energy into their own magical power. The more magical power one accumulates within, the purer it becomes, leading to increased strength and higher realms of cultivation. Competitions among practitioners ultimately boil down to a comparison of their magical power, intellect, and overall prowess. To become a formidable force, one must first possess formidable magical prowess. If one can also wield sufficient cunning and wisdom, that individual would undoubtedly be a true powerhouse. Henceforth, in one's cultivation journey, it is imperative to exert effort in these areas, as the pace of elevating one's cultivation level will surely accelerate, leading to the eventual emergence as a significant figure or even the most powerful entity in the entire world. At this moment, Chen seemed to have suddenly unraveled many profound truths. The greatest secret of the cultivation realm had been unveiled to him. His heart, devoted to the path of cultivation, now shone with clarity, like a guiding beacon illuminating the entire path of his spiritual journey. Is cultivation truly this simple? Surely not. Chen was utterly astonished. How could a mere novice in the realm of cultivation so effortlessly decipher the secrets of training? Upon reflection, it indeed seemed so. There was nothing amiss. As long as one could absorb the external spiritual energy to the fullest, refining and purifying it into pure magical power within oneself, the elevation of one's cultivation level would follow suit in swift succession. With a higher cultivation level, one's strength would naturally increase rapidly. The crux of the matter lies in how to swiftly and abundantly absorb and refine spiritual energy. How does one acquire a vast quantity of high-grade elixirs and spirit stones? High-grade elixirs, high-grade spirit stones. The higher the quality of the elixirs and spirit stones, the more refined the spiritual energy they contain, making absorption and refinement into the dantian easier and faster. Therefore, to rapidly elevate one's cultivation level, the ultimate goal is to obtain a substantial quantity of high-grade elixirs and spirit stones. How can one achieve this? Chapter 22. 3 months of seclusion. A breakthrough to the second layer of Qi refinement. One must possess immense capabilities or unique skills. High-grade elixirs must be exchanged for a wealth of spirit stones and treasures, or one must be an alchemist capable of crafting them directly. Becoming a high-grade alchemist is no simple feat. Most advanced alchemists are elderly men with graying beards, and it is rare to encounter a young alchemist. This highlights the difficulty of aspiring to be a high-grade alchemist. As for high-grade spirit stones, if there are low-grade spirit stones, there must also be mid-grade, high-grade, and even top-grade spirit stones. To acquire a large quantity of high-grade spirit stones, one not only needs extraordinary fortitude, but also must possess sufficiently powerful strength to obtain what one desires. Yet again, the question arises, how does one attain such strength? The answer circles back to the beginning. Formidable strength is not acquired overnight, but is cultivated through diligent effort, step by step. Thus, to swiftly enhance one's power, the initial phase necessitates a grounded and gradual accumulation of progress. No one can ascend to the pinnacle of the world in a single night. Contemplating this, Chen's fervent emotions gradually calmed, and the unrealistic fantasies were entirely cast aside. One must consume food bite by bite, and undertake tasks step by step. One cannot gain weight from a single meal, nor can one hasten the process of cultivating immortality. Haste leads to failure. Presently, the environment for his cultivation does not permit aimless musings. He must engage in diligent and earnest practice, since all forms of cultivation require effort. If he can exert himself more than others, he would surpass them under identical conditions. For instance, with Muronyu, their innate talents and roots are roughly comparable, nearly indistinguishable. Neither is inferior to the other. Currently, their cultivation levels are also similar. If Chen works harder than Muronyu, upon emerging from seclusion after 3 months, he will find his cultivation level slightly superior. Over time, this advantage could enable him to far exceed his peers. In a few years, the disparity would become even more pronounced. After 10 or 20 years, would not the gap between himself and others grow wider? Of course, the path of immortality is intricate, requiring consideration of many factors, including chance encounters and fortune, which are equally pivotal in cultivation. In sum, under his present circumstances, exerting every effort towards diligent practice can yield no detriment. As for whether the heavens favor him or if fortune smiles upon him, that is a matter left to fate. One must strive with determination, letting the outcomes rest in the hands of destiny. With this resolution, Chen refocused his energy, concentrating on absorbing and refining the spirit stone in his hand. As the pure spiritual energy flowed continuously into his body, it traversed through his meridians and ultimately entered his dantian. There, it was gradually drawn into a small whirlpool, vanishing from sight, and ultimately refined into pure, magical energy. The spirit stone in Chen's palm diminished in size, akin to a fruit losing moisture. Within merely half a day, the pure spiritual energy contained within the stone was completely absorbed and refined. Chen opened his palm to reveal only a small handful of white stone dust remaining. Concurrently, new refined spiritual energy surged forth from his dantian, filling the space with increasing magical force. At a certain moment, a soft pop echoed, reminiscent of a finger piercing through window paper. Chen suddenly sensed that the bottleneck in his cultivation realm had been shattered by a tremendous force. The constraints of his cultivation dissolved under this powerful surge, and he felt his Dantian space rapidly expanding. What had once been the size of a fist swiftly grew to that of a basin within a mere few breaths. As the Dantian space expanded exponentially, the previously thickened magical energy began to thin out, even less concentrated than during his initial stage of qi refinement. He had finally breached the second level of qi refinement. At last, he had attained the second level. Oh joy! Chen, elated by his breakthrough in cultivation, shouted with exuberance, vigorously waving his fists. Though his voice resonated loudly, it ultimately failed to transcend the barriers of the defensive array surrounding his cave abode, leaving the outside world oblivious to his jubilant cries. Not far from Chen's retreat, another disciple, Mu Rongyu, was diligently engrossed in his own practice, having recently progressed to the mid-stage of qi refinement. He was now at the latter stage of this realm. Filled with joy, he danced about, marveling at his rapid ascent from an ordinary mortal to a late-stage qi refinement cultivator within a mere 3 months. With a superior spiritual root and the privilege of being a direct disciple of his sect's leader, he was certain that ample resources for cultivation would soon be within his grasp. With dedicated effort, becoming a foundation establishment practitioner would pose no challenge, and his future gleamed brightly ahead. Having reached the late stage of qi refinement, a further period of cultivation would undoubtedly pave the way for an effortless advancement to the second layer. Previously, he had consumed 2 harmony pills, which had significantly accelerated his progress. Now, brimming with enthusiasm and anticipation for his future, a wave of resentment surged within him. He swore an oath to avenge the grievances against his family. Clenching his fists, his gaze was filled with fierce determination. At Kaixia Peak, in a female cultivator's cave, Arya sat cross-legged in meditation before several elixir bottles. As the favored disciple of Lu Yao, the peak's master, she had flourished under her mentor's guidance over the past 3 months. Not only had she learned to read and write, but she had also made continuous breakthroughs in her cultivation. With an ample supply of mid-grade harmony pills, her cultivation had ascended to the 4th layer of qi refinement. As a prodigy with an exceptional spiritual root, advancing her cultivation was a relatively simple endeavor. Growing up in the mountains, Arya was accustomed to hard work, ensuring her path of cultivation was remarkably smooth. She relished her training environment, devoting half her days to learning various aspects of cultivation from her master, expanding her knowledge and skills. The rest of her time was freely allocated, as she was a diligent child. Besides her daily lunch outings with Su Shui heir to the cafeteria, she dedicated herself entirely to her training. Having been raised in poverty, Arya had a fondness for the diverse meals offered in the cafeteria, often taking an hour to trek to the mountainside for a meal. Sharing this time with Su Shui heir was equally delightful, as Kaixia Peak was predominantly inhabited by beautiful young female cultivators, allowing Arya to forge new friendships. Her circle of companions was gradually expanding. The happiest moments of her day were spent in the inner sect, dining with her newfound friends, chatting and laughing together, embodying a different kind of beauty. After all, Arya is merely a young girl in her teens, and her joys are not markedly different from those of other children. Each day, she feasts heartily and adorns herself in beautiful garments, a stark contrast to her previous life in the mountains. Each day spent here brings her happiness and contentment. The only shadow cast upon her joy is the growing longing for her parents and kin. As for San Nyo and Chen, since her arrival at Kaixia Peak, she has not laid eyes on them again, leaving her uncertain of their current well-being. That Su Shui, now a disciple within the inner circle of Kaixia Peak, possesses a medium-grade spiritual root and has already attained the 1st level of qi refinement. This stage merely marks the beginning of her journey in cultivation, a path fraught with challenges and peril. Many cultivators have met their demise along this arduous road. How many truly pass away from natural causes after their lifespan has been exhausted? The life of a cultivator is one of relentless struggle, fervent endeavor, and constant danger. Those with slightly better innate abilities, favorable fortunes, and sound mental acuity may find themselves free from existential worries. Being a disciple of a sect or a noble family provides a certain degree of security, as one can rely on the backing of their lineage, benefiting from a more conducive environment for cultivation. However, the plight of a loose cultivator is vastly different. Constantly isolated in their pursuits, they face potential dangers at every turn, with the specter of death looming ever closer. In the relentless quest for cultivation resources, they often engage in life-threatening skirmishes with others, and may even fall victim to schemes, ambushes, or lethal confrontations over treasures. In summary, the path of a loose cultivator is fraught with immense difficulty. in the tranquil depths of the cave. After the initial surge of exhilaration, Chen once again tempered his emotions and resumed his seclusion for cultivation. This time, he resolved to immerse himself for a span of 3 months, for this was merely the inception of his journey. Upon ascending to the second level of qi refinement, Chen meticulously employed his spiritual sense to inspect his dantian. The transformation was remarkable. The once desiccated dantian, no larger than a fist, had now expanded to the size of a basin. The conduits connecting his dantian to the meridians had also undergone significant widening, allowing for a smooth and unobstructed flow of energy. The previously congested areas had been thoroughly cleared, and as he punched through the bottleneck of the second level, those narrow pathways had been forcefully opened by his potent magical energy. As Chen activated his energy to circulate through the great cycle, he felt it glide effortlessly through his meridians. The small vortex that had once appeared at the center of his dantian, no bigger than a fingernail, had now swelled to the size of a walnut, spinning in harmony with the flow of his dantian. Although he had just attained the second level of qi refinement, his state remained somewhat ethereal and unsteady. Thus, after a moment of exhilaration, he calmed his mind and commenced a new cycle of cultivation. Drawing from his prior experience, Chen decided to first utilize the Huchi Dan for his training, reserving the spirit stones for later, as they had myriad other uses. He recognized the necessity of conserving spirit stones for future needs, lest he find himself unprepared when the time came to procure other essential items. The sect had provided him with a total of 15 spirit stones, of which he had already expended 1 during his cultivation, leaving him with 14. Chen resolved to use no more than 4 stones for the time being, preserving the remaining 10 for emergencies. Contemplating this, he carefully stowed the 10 stones in the storage pouch at his waist. Currently, Chen possessed 2 storage pouches, both of the most rudimentary kind, each with a space of merely 3 feet square. For him, this was sufficient. The pouch at his waist held his frequently used items, such as his disciple token, a mid-grade sword, spirit stones, medicinal pills for cultivation, healing potions, and various other necessities. The second pouch, tucked within his robes, contained more valuable items, such as the sect's cultivation manuals. Presently, he had no other personal belongings, so this pouch was not heavily laden. Seated in a meditative posture, Chen closed his eyes and began to channel his cultivation techniques. As his dantian slowly commenced its rotation, the small vortex within sprang to life, gradually spinning. With the vortex's movement, the strands of spiritual energy surrounding him began to stir. The newly enlarged vortex possessed a significantly amplified pulling force, enhancing its ability to absorb spiritual energy, which was now markedly more effective than before. Chen could distinctly sense the surrounding spiritual energy shifting, gradually swirling around him before coalescing and entering his body, vanishing from sight. Within him, these dissipated strands of spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, ultimately reaching the space of his dantian. This was Chen's novel method of absorbing the ambient spiritual energy, following his elevation to the second level of qi refinement. Within the dantian, the air vortex continued its relentless rotation, drawing the strands of spiritual energy closer until they were consumed at its center. After a period of refinement and purification within the dantian, the previously vanished strands re-emerged in a luminous golden hue, now finer and imbued with a potent essence. This was the essence of magical energy, a force Chen could command at will, distinct from the raw spiritual energy that had yet to be refined. This magical energy belonged to Chen, an integral part of his burgeoning strength. They will not drift about like ethereal threads. They can only reside within Chen's dantian meridians, serving his purpose. They become his strength when Chen performs spells and divine abilities. This magical power serves as the energy source for these incantations. The magnitude of a cultivator's magical power directly correlates to the terrifying prowess of their cultivation level. Chapter 24. 3 months of seclusion and rigorous cultivation. As Chen continuously absorbed the spiritual energy, he distinctly felt his cultivation realm gradually and incrementally rising. However, relying solely on the absorption of surrounding spiritual energy proved to be a painstakingly slow process. Having previously experienced the absorption of Qi Dan and spirit stones, Chen has now gained a clear understanding of these 3 cultivation methods. Absorbing the spiritual energy from the air is the slowest approach. Even 3 months of practice cannot compare to consuming a mid-grade Qi Dan for 5 or 6 days. For cultivators, time is of the essence. If one were to cultivate for a year, it would be far more beneficial to consume 3 or 4 mid-grade Qi Dan. Naturally, cultivators prefer to take medicinal pills, as this method conserves a significant amount of time and accelerates their cultivation pace considerably. Had Chen possessed such mid-grade Qi Dan, he would undoubtedly opt for the pill as the swifter method. While refining spirit stones does offer a faster rate than simply absorbing spiritual energy, it still pales in comparison to the efficacy of medicinal pills. The effect of a single mid-grade Qi Dan is equivalent to several spirit stones. Currently, Yi Chen's resources are limited, with only 14 spirit stones in his possession. He hopes to use these stones to acquire other cultivation resources in the future. Thus, utilizing spirit stones for cultivation is not a worthwhile option. After careful consideration, Yi Chen devised a plan for the upcoming 3 months. He would first utilize the remaining Qi Dan for cultivation and then assess the situation further. However, he resolved to consume no more than 4 spirit stones, after which he would have no choice but to absorb the spiritual energy from the air for his practice. Calculating the time, this arrangement should suffice. At worst, I can simply exit my seclusion a few days earlier. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen promptly retrieved a vial of elixir and consumed another harmony pill. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into a cool surge of spiritual energy that flowed down his throat into his abdomen. Yi Chen hastily activated his dantian to absorb the potent medicinal power rapidly released by the harmony pill. As the dantian operated swiftly, a small whirlwind began to stir within its confines, a vortex the size of a walnut emerging at its center. With the whirlpool spinning at high velocity, an immense force of attraction emanated from the dantian, ensnaring the medicinal potency within Yi Chen's body. In a mysterious tugging sensation, the energy released by the harmony pill surged into Yi Chen's meridians, circulating rapidly until it reached the dantian space. Gradually, this medicinal power was drawn into the vortex's center, vanishing without a trace. The dantian is an exceedingly enigmatic entity, particularly within the realm of cultivation, and no one has truly understood this extraordinary place. The harmony pill was entirely absorbed by the dantian in this manner, and as the meridians continued their relentless circulation, the medicinal power was repeatedly refined and purified in another mysterious space within the dantian. Once all the spiritual energy had been thoroughly distilled, golden threads of mana emerged from the dantian space. Instantaneously, the mana threads within the dantian multiplied significantly. Yi Chen's consciousness distinctly sensed an increase in his cultivation level, clearly bolstered by the surge of mana within him, infinitely stronger than the spiritual energy he had previously absorbed from the air. Indeed, the mid-grade harmony pill is a remarkable treasure. It seems I must find ways to procure more of such elixirs in the future. Yi Chen could not help but marvel, yet he was soon beset by worry. He currently had no means to acquire harmony pills. Aside from those allocated monthly by the sect, there was no other recourse available. What should I do? Yi Chen pondered, realizing that if he devoted himself entirely to cultivation, the harmony pills distributed by the sect would be insufficient. To obtain more, he would need to devise alternative strategies. Despite his deep contemplation, no viable solutions emerged. Alas, for the time being, there was no choice but to proceed as is. He would think of other methods once his 3-month seclusion concluded. After fully absorbing and refining a harmony pill, Yi Chen calculated the time and was suddenly struck by a startling realization. Had the speed of absorption and refinement increased? He distinctly recalled that during his initial stage of Qi refinement, it took him a full 6 days and nights to refine a single mid-grade harmony pill, while absorbing a spirit stone required a whole day. Yet just now, after advancing to the second layer of Qi refinement, he had managed to refine a mid-grade harmony pill in merely 3.5 days. This meant that with the elevation of his cultivation, the speed of absorbing and refining medicinal pills had significantly accelerated. Yi Chen contemplated deeply and finally grasped an important truth: the higher one's cultivation, the faster one absorbs and refines medicinal pills, necessitating an ever-increasing quantity of resources for advancement. My heavens, does this imply that in the future, the resources I require for cultivation will multiply exponentially? Continuing down this path, might I not face bankruptcy? It is unsustainable. If that were to occur, whither would I turn for resources to cultivate? The mere thought of the vast quantity of resources I would require for my training caused a heavy weight to settle upon Yi Chen's mind. Alas, what to do? With a deep sigh, Yi Chen gently shook his head, a frown etched upon his face. Yet, as the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. Let it be. I shall take one step at a time. If challenges arise, I shall devise a solution then. First, I must absorb and refine these elixirs. As Yi Chen pondered this, he swiftly cast aside his previous worries. The thought that each consumption of a harmonious Qi pill would markedly elevate his cultivation realm brought a glimmer of hope to his countenance. As time flowed steadily, 50 days elapsed unnoticed. Gradually, Yi Chen opened his eyes, emerging from his meditative state, 2 piercing gazes shooting forth. The elixirs were consumed. His cultivation realm had broken through. Yi Chen, calm and collected, rose slowly to his feet. Throughout this period, he had diligently practiced day and night, absorbing and refining all the harmonious qi pills. After 2 months, his cultivation realm finally reached the early stage of the qi refinement third layer. To solidify this realm, he gritted his teeth and utilized 4 spirit stones, thus firmly stabilizing his cultivation at this early stage. During this time, more than half of his fasting pills had been consumed, leaving him with only 10 spirit stones he hesitated to use. Originally, he had planned for a 3-month seclusion for cultivation, yet only 1 month remained. With resources depleted and no elixirs left, further cultivation would yield little benefit. Rather than squander time here, it would be more prudent to exit early and seek solutions externally. With this resolve, Yi Chen began to organize his belongings, elixir vials, spirit stones. As he grasped a mid-grade magic sword, a sudden realization struck him. He regretfully slapped his forehead and muttered to himself, "Blast it! I forgot the most crucial matter." Chapter 25. 3 months of seclusion and swordsmanship training. When Yi Chen initially received the entry benefits from the sect, he was bestowed with a volume of sword techniques, specifically the Lingyun sword art. This foundational swordsmanship was carefully selected by Yi Chen to accompany a mid-grade sword during his seclusion. As the most fundamental sword technique of the Lingyun Sword Sect, it was a privilege for Yi Chen, as a disciple personally instructed by the Peak Master, to possess this esteemed text, particularly the Advanced Core Disciple Edition. Within the sect, to maintain confidentiality, although all disciples practiced the Lingyun sword art, there existed distinct variations. The primary divisions were as follows: the Inner Sect Disciples Edition, which served as the most elementary sword techniques suitable for their training. Disciples practicing this edition were required to take a solemn oath not to divulge the techniques to anyone, even their fellow disciples. Breaching this oath would incur severe penalties from the sect, a stringent measure implemented to prevent the leakage of these sacred techniques. Notably, the Inner Disciples version was incomplete, ensuring that even if it fell into the hands of rival sects, the true essence of the Lingyun sword art would remain elusive. The Core Disciple Edition encompassed not only peak masters like Yi Chen, but also those personally instructed by the sect leader and elders, alongside exceptionally talented individuals selected from the Inner Disciples. The foundational techniques in this edition were considerably more comprehensive than those for Inner Disciples, providing significant advancement in swordsmanship. However, even this edition did not encompass the absolute essence of the sect's techniques. It merely allowed practitioners to reach the intermediate level of sword mastery. In contrast, the Foundation Building Practitioners Edition allowed for further advancement, potentially achieving the great mastery of swordsmanship. Attaining higher realms remained an arduous endeavor, accessible only to those like Yi Chen's master, who had reached the Golden Core stage. Currently, Yi Chen possessed the sect's swordsmanship training method that enabled direct advancement to the intermediate level of sword mastery. The Lingyun Sword Sect was renowned for its sword techniques, founded by the illustrious Lingyun Sword Immortal, who had reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm at the establishment of the sect. Over the centuries, the Lingyun Sword Immortal ascended to the God transformation stage, ultimately shattering the void to ascend to a higher realm, leaving behind a legacy that spanned over a millennium. However, after 1,000 years of tradition, the Lingyun Sword Sect had waned in strength, far from its former glory. Presently, the highest-ranking member was the revered ancestor, who had secluded themselves for over 50 years. Their current fate unknown, likely having succumbed to the ravages of time. Following this ancestor was the current sect leader, Wang Yunfei, at the late Golden Core stage, accompanied by various elders and peak masters, all of whom were at the Golden Core level. In the southern region, the Golden Core stage represented the pinnacle of cultivation. The Lingyun sword art, meticulously compiled by the Lingyun Sword Immortal, included both the Foundation Building and Golden Core Practitioner editions, with the Sect Leaders edition being the most advanced, allowing for the highest level of cultivation. The techniques crafted by a master of swordsmanship were undeniably formidable, and for over a millennium, the Lingyun Sword Sect had diligently maintained its prestigious position at the forefront of the southern region. It is only in recent decades that the power of the sects has rapidly declined, with a dearth of outstanding disciples and a significant reduction in the number of senior cultivators. The overall strength of the sects has diminished considerably, leading to a precarious hold on their esteemed positions. The prominent sects in the southern domain have recognized this rare opportunity and are eager to seize the coveted throne of supremacy. Consequently, the Lingyun Sword Sect now finds itself besieged by numerous challenges. While the surface appears tranquil, tumultuous undercurrents of crisis are already at play. Should a particular opportunity arise, the southern domain could witness a monumental upheaval, igniting fierce competition among various factions for territory and cultivation resources. Such an outbreak of sect warfare would render the entire landscape of cultivation in the southern domain utterly chaotic and unpredictable. The casualties among sect cultivators would soar, inflicting catastrophic damage upon the cultivation environment of the southern domain. This once backward civilization of cultivation would regress even further, with the disciplines of martial arts, alchemy, weaponry, and swordsmanship suffering grievous losses. These are the grave concerns of the higher echelons of the Lingyun Sword Sect. Faced with this imminent crisis, the Lingyun Sword Sect has begun to strategize in advance, investing heavily in the training of exceptionally gifted disciples with superior spiritual roots. Once this cohort matures, the sect's strength will experience a remarkable enhancement. Even if a sect war were to erupt, the inclusion of these outstanding disciples would elevate the sect's overall power, nullifying the threat posed by rival sects of lesser strength. Thus, this group of disciples represents the hope and future of the sect. The sect is willing to spare no expense in providing abundant cultivation resources to nurture these promising newcomers, which is precisely why Chen is able to receive such generous benefits from the sect. The mid-grade Sword of Law, regarded as a weapon of considerable caliber, was once exclusively bestowed upon foundation-building cultivators. It was deemed commendable to merely obtain a low-grade Sword of Law from the sect. For disciples, such as Chen, who were direct protégés of the peak masters, the elevation of their weaponry could only be resolved through their respective masters. Moreover, when it came to medicinal pills for cultivation, this time Chen received only mid-grade pills, with even the quality of the pill of abstinence experiencing a significant upgrade, an occurrence once deemed impossible. In the past century or two, the overall strength of the Lingyun Sword Sect has witnessed a steady decline, with its foundational resources diminishing and its power rapidly regressing. This implies that the sect's financial capacity is concurrently shrinking, making it increasingly challenging to sustain the numerous disciples. Although a reduction in the welfare and benefits of all disciples might seem prudent, such actions could precipitate unpredictable dangers and uncertainties. Thus, a collective decision was made by the higher echelons of the sect to maintain the existing benefits for all disciples without reduction. Conversely, the welfare for newly recruited disciples would see an increase. The sect would allocate a portion of its reserves to cover these deficits, with the hope that this batch of exceptional disciples would mature swiftly and assist the sect in overcoming its crises. In the future, these disciples would stand as the sect's loyal benefactors and pillars of strength. Chapter 26. 3 months of seclusion. Mastering the sword techniques, Chen picked up the Lingyun Sword Techniques, which is the core disciple edition. This swordsmanship cultivation method allows Chen to reach the intermediate stage of sword mastery. Within the hierarchy of sword cultivation, the disparity between each level of advancement is monumental, akin to an insurmountable mountain that ordinary cultivators cannot transcend. In this framework, irrespective of the level of advancement, as long as one's sword cultivation surpasses that of the opponent by a tier, victory can be assured. The party with inferior sword mastery stands no chance of defeating their adversary and is left with no option but to surrender and admit defeat. This illustrates the principle that in the realm of cultivation, each level is akin to a sky, a towering mountain that cannot be crossed. From this, it is evident that the cultivation method left behind by the esteemed Lingyun Sword Immortal is indeed formidable. Chen resolved to master this sword cultivation technique diligently, for it embodies his direct combat prowess and serves as his most reliable means of self-preservation. To vanquish his foes, he must firmly dominate them in the realm of sword mastery. The higher his swordsmanship level, the greater his combat strength, and thus, the easier it will be to defeat his opponents. Ultimately, whether he can stand proudly among the crowd, wielding his mid-grade Sword of Law, will depend entirely on the sharpness of his blade and whether his sword mastery exceeds that of his adversaries. Given the significance of this sword and the Lingyun Sword Techniques, Chen found himself with no justification to abandon his pursuit of mastering this cultivation method. Chen first picked up the small booklet and meticulously perused its contents until he could recite it flawlessly, grasping the profound intricacies of the cultivation technique. After 3 days, he had committed the entire booklet to memory, achieving an impressive retention akin to second nature. During this period, Chen endeavored to comprehend the essence of the cultivation method, and soon, he successfully unraveled many of its critical steps, swiftly and accurately discerning the various subtle applications within. As he fully internalized the principles of this sword cultivation technique, another half-month slipped by. For nearly 20 consecutive days, Chen dedicated himself to relentless study and contemplation of the practices and insights contained within the booklet. He diligently pondered, immersed himself in research, and sought to master the formidable sword cultivation technique, all while following the operational methods detailed within the booklet. He practiced with a mid-grade sword, methodically executing each move and form with care. Perseverance bore fruit. At long last, after over 20 days of rigorous training, Chen's mastery of the sword path reached the entry-level stage. This initial breakthrough signified his emergence as a sword cultivator, albeit at a modest level. While his combat prowess remained limited, he now possessed a certain level of resilience against typical early-stage Qi refinement disciples, no longer finding himself wholly outmatched as before. Consequently, with his third-layer Qi refinement and entry-level sword path mastery, Chen had become a formidable practitioner in his own right. Since embarking on his study of the Lingyun Sword technique, he sensed a remarkable aptitude and talent for swordsmanship. What was once a challenging endeavor to elevate his sword path mastery, he astonishingly achieved in just over 20 days, seamlessly transitioning into an entry-level sword cultivator. Although Chen has achieved remarkable progress in the art of swordsmanship, he remains unsatisfied. With half a month remaining before his breakthrough, he intends to exert himself further, striving to elevate his swordsmanship to a significant level and reach the minor accomplishment realm. To enhance his skills, he not only immerses himself in the study and contemplation of his training techniques, but also diligently practices with his sword, executing each move repeatedly, hundreds or even thousands of times daily. The arduousness of this endeavor is evident. For instance, one particular technique known as the draw sword technique requires not only a swift extraction of the sword, but simultaneous slashing towards the opponent. What appears to be a simple maneuver conceals a multitude of intricate factors, such as power, speed, and the trajectory of the slash. After tens of thousands of repetitions, Chen truly grasped the sophistication and subtlety inherent in this technique. Strength demands prolonged training and a high cultivation level, while speed similarly requires extensive practice to improve. The most challenging aspect lies in the final secret, the various possible trajectories of the slash. The choice of path rests entirely with the practitioner. To masterfully and precisely control the sword's trajectory necessitates formidable strength. A skilled swordsman may possess thousands of different offensive paths for a single technique, even altering the trajectory mid-attack. Despite his diligent training, Chen, at the entry level of swordsmanship, could only execute 5 fixed offensive routes, far from the myriad options available to true masters. This experience imparted a simple yet profound lesson. There are always greater heights beyond the mountains, and greater talents beyond mere mortals. Chen recognized that he still has a long journey ahead in his path of sword cultivation, understanding that to navigate it smoothly and steadily, he must invest significantly more effort and sweat than others, committing to relentless training and perseverance. As he consumed the nourishing pills, time passed steadily. Throughout the fortnight, Chen remained undeterred, continuously practicing by day and cultivating his realm and sword techniques by night. This ceaseless endeavor not only enhanced his spirit, but, with the aid of the pills, alleviated his concerns about sustenance. A single high-quality pill could sustain him for over 10 days. Following another half-month of rigorous training, Chen's swordsmanship finally transcended into the minor accomplishment realm. Elated, he realized that his combat prowess at this stage equated to that of an average mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner. Despite his own cultivation being merely at the third level of Qi refinement, his actual combat strength now rivals that of ordinary mid-stage practitioners. Although he might experience a slight reduction in effectiveness when facing late-stage opponents due to lack of experience, while defeating such opponents remains a formidable challenge, he is certainly capable of holding his own against those at the 5th or 6th levels of Qi refinement. In essence, Chen has acquired a certain degree of combat capability, enabling him to defend himself against practitioners of the Qi refinement stage, no longer subject to oppression. The minor accomplishment realm of swordsmanship, the third level of Qi refinement. Quite commendable. In just 100 days, such remarkable achievements have been realized, which truly comes as a surprise. Chen felt a surge of joy within. All the objectives he had set before entering seclusion had been accomplished. Although the duration of his retreat was extended due to his cultivation of the sword path, it mattered not. With a heart full of satisfaction, Chen prepared to emerge from his seclusion, tidying up the cultivation chamber. He officially exited, unlocking the restrictions of the cave, as the 2 stone doors slowly opened. A brilliant ray of sunlight streamed in at that moment. Chen stepped out of the cave and made his way to the nearby clear spring. After a refreshing wash, he felt invigorated and completely at ease. Chapter 27. Emergence from seclusion. Chen stretched comfortably, contemplating his future plans. His supply of medicinal pills had been depleted, and with 3 months having passed, it was time to collect the sect benefits. Moreover, he realized that his stock of pills might still be insufficient. prompting him to think of alternative methods to procure more. Previously, senior brother Shukong had mentioned a marketplace beneath Lingyun Peak where disciples of the Lingyun Sword Sect could trade for various cultivation items. Perhaps there would be pills available for sale there. Unfortunately, he currently possessed only 10 spirit stones, but with the 45 spirit stones he was about to collect, he might be able to purchase some medicinal pills. Regardless, even if he had nothing to sell, he felt compelled to visit the marketplace to familiarize himself with the situation. He could invite Morong Yu and San Yo to join him if they were available. With determination, he decided to act swiftly. Noticing that it was still early, Chen grabbed his spirit stones and set off for the sect's marketplace. After closing the cave door behind him, he soon arrived at Morong Yu's cultivation cave. Just as he was about to call out to Morong Yu, he noticed a piece of paper affixed to the door, which read, "In seclusion, please do not disturb." Chen shook his head in resignation and turned away, striding towards the inner gate area. Before long, he reached San Yo's cultivation cave. San Yo, are you inside?" Chen called out. Just a few breaths later, he heard the sound of the door opening, and before he could see San Yo, he recognized the familiar voice of Li San Yo. "Is that you, Chen? It's been over 3 months. You have finally emerged from seclusion." San Yo opened the east door, his face alight with joy. "Do you have any other plans today? If not, how about we visit the sect's marketplace?" "Indeed. That sounds good, but Lin Yifei has also been in seclusion these past few days, so he may not be able to join us. By the way, why hasn't Morong Yu come down with you? He is also in seclusion for cultivation. I did not want to disturb him." "Then it shall be just the two of us today. Let us first visit the Elder Hall to collect our sect benefits from the past few months." "Shall we go now? Since it is still early, perhaps we should first eat at the dining hall. It has been a while since I have enjoyed a meal." Chen expressed his longing for food. Seeing Chen's enthusiasm, San Yo readily agreed. "Very well. Let us go at once." The two individuals promptly set off towards the dining hall, their camaraderie evident as they walked shoulder to shoulder, exuding a warmth reminiscent of their village days. As they strolled, they exchanged updates on their recent lives. Since the conclusion of their literacy studies, San Yo had officially embarked on his cultivation journey. However, unlike Chen, who had secluded himself for 3 months of rigorous training, San Yo only ventured to the dining hall when hunger struck, devoting the rest of his time to cultivation. Upon entering the sect, he observed his peers diligently honing their skills, and he understood that without effort, his strength would falter, jeopardizing his very existence. As a cultivator, future confrontations were inevitable. Those who lacked skill often met with dire consequences. Thus, he recognized the urgency of his training. Neglecting it would lead to significant troubles down the line. Consequently, San Yo committed himself to daily, arduous practice. Although the training was demanding, it paled in comparison to the hardships he had endured in the past. At the very least, he could now enjoy hearty meals, unlike before, when he toiled on an empty stomach, tending to cattle and gathering firewood. In contrast, he felt a profound sense of happiness in his current life, with the promise of a bright future ahead, far superior to his existence in Yi family village. As they continued their conversation, they soon arrived at the dining hall. Since it was not mealtime, the hall was relatively empty. Chen and San Yo each prepared their favorite dishes and settled at a table, ravenously devouring their meals. After a long period without food, Chen savored the delectable dishes before him, overwhelmed by a profound sense of happiness. For a child who had grown up in poverty, being well-fed was a source of immense joy. The abundance of food here was remarkable. Steamed buns, rice, and various meats like chicken, duck, and fish were all at their disposal. Even the wealthiest families in the mortal realm could not boast such lavish provisions. Consequently, San Yo felt immensely satisfied with the treatment he received in the sect. The hardships endured during his training seemed trivial in comparison. Sometimes, he reflected on his situation. Cultivating here was akin to being hired for a task, with the rewards manifesting as daily sustenance. His sole responsibility was to cultivate. Ultimately, the benefits of his cultivation were his alone to reap. Currently at the first layer of chi refinement, San Yo had significantly increased his strength, even surpassing his father. His natural stature had always been impressive, and with the enhancement of spiritual energy, his power had grown substantially, unmatched by ordinary mortals. Additionally, beyond mere strength, his senses, sight, hearing, smell, and touch, had all undergone remarkable enhancement. His body was now more robust and powerful, with explosive strength and endurance that were incomparable to his previous state. All these transformative changes were the fruits of his cultivation practice. After finishing their meal, Chen and San Yo proceeded to the Sword Peak Hall to collect their sect benefits. With his identity token, Chen quickly received a small cloth pouch containing his sect welfare for the past 3 months, 3 bottles of mid-grade chi pills, and 45 spirit stones. Joyfully storing away these thoughts, Chen respectfully bowed and expressed his gratitude to the attendant before departing the attendant hall with San Nyo, making their way down the mountain. The two boys, around 12 or 13 years of age, skipped along merrily until they reached the foot of the Sword Peak. This area was designated for the outer disciples of the Sword Peak, where numerous cultivation caves were densely constructed in accordance with the terrain. The residents of this region were all outer disciples, who were prohibited from ascending the mountain without orders. The 6 disciples with inferior spiritual roots, who had initially accompanied Chen, were assigned to this place. However, as Chen had personal matters to attend to today, he and San Nyo did not linger here. But instead, with their identity tokens in hand, they directly left the Sword Peak. They walked along the stone-paved path, and according to the markings on the map, the two soon arrived at the sect's marketplace, nestled in a flat area beneath the towering Lingyun Peak and enveloped by a small formation, lay the modest marketplace of the Lingyun Sword Sect. Upon reaching the entrance of the marketplace, Chen and San Nyo looked up to behold several robust and vigorous red characters inscribed above the entrance. Sect Marketplace. To gain entry into the market, one must first activate the formation. Chen observed as several inner disciples effortlessly presented their identity tokens to enter the marketplace. Imitating them, Chen and San Nyo produced their own tokens and smoothly stepped into the bustling market. Chapter 28. Strolling through the sect's market as they crossed the threshold, the scenery before them transformed dramatically. They found themselves within the market's gates. Gazing ahead, they noted that the market comprised a single street, less than 100 zhang long, easily visible from end to end. At that moment, only a few hundred cultivators were present, with merely dozens of stalls lining both sides, offering wares for sale. Chen and San Nyo meandered along the street, inspecting each stall in turn. In this modest marketplace, the vendors were primarily disciples from the sect, and their offerings were limited in variety and quantity. In essence, the primary items available included medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, weaponry, martial arts manuals, techniques, books, notes, talismans, and an assortment of peculiar cultivation items. Among the medicinal pills, the most commonly found were the harmony pills, frequently consumed by Qi refinement stage disciples, with the majority being of inferior quality, while only a scant few bottles contain medium-grade variants. Beyond harmony pills, various other types of pills such as fasting pills, healing pills, and revitalizing pills were also available in abundance. However, Chen found no immediate need for the other types of pills, so he decided to purchase only those that would serve him now, mindful of his limited supply of spirit stones. The fasting pills on offer varied in quality, yet their prices were quite affordable. After inquiring about their costs, Chen discovered that the price for inferior quality fasting pills was roughly 3 to 4 for a single spirit stone, while those of superior quality could only be purchased at 1 per stone. Calculating the costs, Chen discerned that acquiring the inferior quality fasting pills was evidently more economical. Although he possessed a few fasting pills from his initial entry into the sect, the quantity was dwindling. The sect's benefits did not include fasting pills, and he had received only 1 bottle of high-quality pills upon joining. Once these were exhausted, he would need to purchase more with his spirit stones. Given that Qi refinement stage cultivators lack the power to convert their internal spiritual energy into the energy required for sustenance, they must still consume food. Unlike ordinary individuals, cultivators often engage in extended periods of seclusion, making daily meals impractical. Furthermore, their training demands undivided attention, rendering fasting pills an invaluable substitute. With just 1 fasting pill, a cultivator could sustain themselves for over 10 days or even a month, which significantly benefits their solitary cultivation sessions. At that moment, Chen possessed 55 spirit stones. Considering that he was still at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement and would remain at this stage for a considerable time, he recognized that fasting pills would be essential for several years to come. Therefore, he resolved to purchase a sufficient quantity to ensure he would not have to worry about sustenance during future training or tasks. With inferior quality fasting pills priced at 3 or even 4 for 1 spirit stone, these would last him for more than a month. Conversely, a single high-quality fasting pill, akin to the one Chen had previously utilized, cost 1 spirit stone and would only sustain him for a little over 20 days, falling short of a month. In comparison, the inferior quality fasting pills were decidedly more cost-effective. Additionally, bulk purchases often came with discounts, allowing for negotiation. Having surveyed the entire market, Chen noted that the 10 or so vendors with fixed stalls offered higher quality fasting pills at steeper prices, yet without any room for negotiation. In contrast, those vendors who spread cloth on the ground to display their wares offered lower prices, albeit with slightly inferior quality. Among them, 2 or 3 stalls featured fasting pills for sale, and Chen had inquired about their prices. He discovered a young vendor, approximately 20 years of age, selling pills that struck a better balance between quality and price. This plump young cultivator offered fasting pills of moderate quality at a rate of 3 pills for 1 spirit stone. Chen and San Yo paused at the vendor's stall, and Chen picked up a bottle of fasting pills for closer inspection. "What is your name, fellow cultivator? How much do you sell these pills for?" As Chen inspected the wares, he inquired, while the stout cultivator assessed both Chen and San Yo, responding, "I am Pai Dai, an inner sect disciple of Qingyang Peak. Currently, I am under the tutelage of Elder King Chunzi, a master alchemist, serving as one of his apprentices in the art of alchemy. The elixirs on this stall, including the pill of abstinence and the harmonizing pill, are all concocted by my own hand. Should you find them satisfactory, I am willing to offer a generous discount for bulk purchases." San Yo, however, had no intention of acquiring any items. Although the sect provided inner disciples with a modest monthly stipend, comprising a bottle of low-grade harmonizing pills and 3 spirit stones, these potions sufficed for San Yo's cultivation needs. His presence today was merely to accompany Chen. "Oh, it turns out that fellow Taoist Pai is a promising alchemist," Chen remarked. "At such a young age, you are already capable of producing several varieties of potions. You are destined to become a master in this craft. We are both disciples of Sword Peak," he continued. "I am Chen, and this is my friend San Yo." The three exchanged polite gestures, solidifying their acquaintance. "Fellow Taoist Pai, you mentioned a discount on the pill of abstinence. Could you elaborate on what that entails?" "Ah, fellow Taoist Yi," Pai Dai replied. "These pills of abstinence were crafted during my studies in alchemy, and I had no intention of making a fortune from them. If you can purchase 10 spirit stones worth or more, I can offer them at the rate of 4 pills of abstinence for 1 spirit stone, whereas the market price is typically 3 pills for 1 spirit stone. What do you think?" Chen felt a surge of joy at this proposition, though he masked it with a frown as he turned to San Yo. "San Yo, I may not be able to afford such a quantity. Perhaps we could pool our resources to purchase some pills of abstinence together?" With his back to Pai Dai, Chen exchanged knowing glances with San Yo, who quickly grasped his intent and replied, "I also cannot buy many. Together, I believe we can meet that requirement. After all, the pills of abstinence hold little value for us nascent sword chi cultivators. I am merely at the first layer of the chi refining stage and have no need for them. Dining in the cafeteria is far more delightful. Who would spend money on such things? They taste dreadful." San Yo's expression of disdain prompted concern in Pai Dai, who, fearing that Chen might abandon the purchase, hastily interjected, "Do not rush, my friends. I also have some low-grade harmonizing pills available. While their quality is not exceptional, they are perfectly suitable for early-stage chi refiners. I am willing to sell these at a low price. Typically, one can acquire only 2 of this quality for a spirit stone in the market, but I can offer 3 to you both. It seems today is a fortuitous occasion for me to forge a friendship with you too, so I shall make a generous offer. You shall undoubtedly benefit." Seeing the modest price of the elixirs, Chen felt a surge of joy within. It appeared that his visit today was far from futile. Acquiring the urgently needed potions at such a reasonable cost was beyond his expectations. Determined to purchase a greater quantity of elixirs from this vendor, he also sought to cultivate a rapport with him. In the future, should he require more potions, it would be far more convenient to procure them directly from this source. Moreover, befriending an alchemist would undoubtedly be advantageous, as he would inevitably need various other elixirs. At that juncture, he could enlist this ally to procure items from the third elder. Given that he was an apprentice in the art of alchemy under the elder's tutelage and familiar with the circumstances, Chen calculated his spiritual stones. With 55 stones at his disposal, he could not afford to spend them all, as he would need to reserve some for other necessities or unforeseen circumstances. Thus, he decided to set aside 15 stones, using 10 to purchase the pill of abstinence and 30 stones for the harmonious spirit pill. Contemplating this, he inquired, "Esteemed friend, might I ask how many lower-grade harmonious spirit pills you have available for sale?" Upon hearing Chen's inquiry, Pai Dai's heart soared with joy. He understood that Chen had resolved to procure a substantial number of harmony pills. Indeed, since embarking on his alchemical studies, Pai Dai had invested considerable time and effort, depleting his entire savings in the process. The various spiritual herbs required for pill formulation had to be sourced by him, necessitating an upfront expenditure of spirit stones for each batch. Only by successfully producing pills and subsequently selling them could he recoup his spirit stones to acquire the necessary herbs for further alchemical endeavors. Should these pills accumulate without sale, he would find himself devoid of spirit stones to purchase more herbs, thus halting his alchemical pursuits. The enhancement of an alchemist's skills occurs incrementally, built upon the experience gained from countless pill refinements. Continuous practice is essential for insight and improvement. However, due to his limited expertise, the harmony pills he produced were of mediocre quality, predominantly classified as inferior grade. Consequently, their marketability suffered. Although the quality of the fasting pills was relatively acceptable, the demand among qi condensation disciples was not substantial. Few would purchase them in bulk. As a result, Pai Dai found himself with an excess of pills, severely impacting his ability to procure spiritual herbs. To expedite the sale of these pills, he had no choice but to lower his prices, hoping to attract cultivators willing to take them off his hands. Now, Chen was the person he had long awaited. With only 50 fasting pills and a full 100 inferior grade harmony pills available, Pai Dai proposed a deal. If his companion could consume them all, he would require a total of 45 spirit stones. However, in the spirit of forging a benevolent partnership, he offered to reduce the price to 40 stones, waiving 5. Furthermore, if Chen required more pills in the future, he could directly approach Pai Dai at Qingyang Peak. Beyond the pills he could currently refine, Pai Dai assured that he could procure higher-grade pills, provided Chen was willing to meet the price, as he was well acquainted with various alchemists within the Lingyun Sword Sect. Upon hearing Pai Dai's words, Chen felt an overwhelming surge of elation. This was an unprecedented opportunity that he must seize. Not only could he purchase the urgently needed pills at a favorable price today, but he could also establish a connection with a future alchemist, and, through Pai Dai, acquire other pills from the sect. Such fortuitous circumstances were rare indeed. Excellent. It's a deal. Your kindness today, Pai Daoist, is duly noted by my brother and me. Henceforth, let us refer to each other as brothers. Brother Yi, how forthright. Very well, then. Let us henceforth be brothers. Brother Li, Brother Yi, Pai Go. Given that both you and Chen are younger than I shall take on the role of your elder brother. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen handed over 40 spirit stones to Pai Dai in exchange for 50 fasting pills and 100 inferior grade harmony pills. Following a short conversation, Pai Dai, eager to procure the necessary herbs for his next alchemical endeavor, hastily took his leave. Once Pai Dai had walked away, San Nyo, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Chen, how did you acquire such an abundance of spirit stones? Moreover, why did you purchase so many nourishing pills and qi-enhancing pills all at once? Observing the bewilderment in San Nyo's eyes, Chen felt compelled to elucidate. Dear San Nyo, you may not be fully aware that the sect provides additional support for the direct disciples of the peak masters. The sect prioritizes the cultivation of these individuals. Thus, each month, they are granted a greater share of sect benefits. I receive 15 spirit stones monthly. Furthermore, my consumption of pills and spirit stones during closed-door cultivation exceeds that of ordinary disciples. The resources allocated by the sect are simply insufficient to meet my needs, which is why I found it necessary to purchase some. In the future, I may require even more. However, my cultivation level has been advancing rapidly. I must whisper this to you, so do not disclose it to others. I have now reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. What? The 3rd level of qi refinement? How astonishing! San Nyo exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock as he scrutinized Chen as if he were a rare beast. How is this possible? I am still merely at the initial stage of the 1st level of qi refinement. How could you advance so swiftly? If you possess any cultivation secrets, please do not keep them to yourself. I wish to learn as well. San Nyo implored eagerly, gripping Chen's sleeve. Chen glanced around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, and then spoke softly to San Nyo. In truth, there are no profound secrets. It simply involves diligent practice, working harder, and striving with greater determination. Of course, every individual possesses varying degrees of spiritual roots and innate talents, leading to disparities in cultivation speeds. However, the rate of improvement in one's cultivation level does not correlate with the eventual height one may achieve. Even with less favorable spiritual roots, consistent and persistent effort will ultimately lead to greater heights. It may just require more time and effort. As long as one possesses unwavering resolve and a proactive spirit, perseverance will ultimately result in becoming a golden core or nascent soul cultivator. In order to bolster San Nyo's confidence, Chen felt compelled to offer encouragement, imparting the understanding that in the realm of cultivation, as long as one remains diligent and resolute, success will inevitably follow. Upon hearing Chen's revelation of his actual cultivation level, San Nyo felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning, overwhelmed by shock. He found himself in the outer disciple area, and among the cohort of inner disciples who had joined Lingyun Sword Sect alongside him. Despite 3 months of intensive study in cultural subjects and basic cultivation, everyone had successfully drawn in spirit energy and become 1st-level qi refinement cultivators within that time frame. However, the majority of these individuals had only just begun to scratch the surface of the path to immortality. Although any disciple who could draw in spirit energy could be classified as a Qi refinement disciple, the disparities among them were vast. The first level of Qi refinement marks the critical initial stage of a cultivator's transformation from a mortal into an immortal, typically divided into 4 phases: entry, early stage, mid-stage, and late stage. A considerable number of inner disciples remain stagnant at the initial stage of Qi refinement, including Chen. Despite 6 months of relentless cultivation, the majority of these individuals are still ensnared in the nascent phase of Qi refinement. Only 20% of the inner disciples have attained the early stage of the first layer of Qi refinement, and a mere handful have reached the mid-stage of the first layer. None have managed to break through to the second layer. Thus, when Chen revealed that he had ascended to the third layer of Qi refinement, Sanyo was undeniably taken aback. Previously, he had assumed that everyone was on a similar level, and he did not consider himself particularly dim-witted. However, in comparison to Chen, he felt as if his face had been scorched by flames, inflamed with embarrassment, while a wave of ominous thoughts and emotions surged within him. Sanyo even began to question whether he was truly a rough gem destined for cultivation. Was he genuinely fated to remain unremarkable in his practice? This self-doubt and negation rendered Sanyo's countenance exceedingly grim. Chen, perceptive to this subtle shift in Sanyo's emotions, promptly engaged in earnest counsel. Akin to a gentle spring rain that soothes and nurtures, striving to alleviate Sanyo's concerns. Sanyo, you must grasp this truth. Do not fall into a dead end of despair, for every individual's innate talent and spiritual roots are gifts bestowed by the heavens. As if predetermined by fate, we are powerless to alter them. The quality of one's spiritual roots is merely one condition among many for a cultivator's journey. And possessing superior spiritual roots does not guarantee success. Many such individuals falter midway or even perish along the path. Conversely, those of us with less remarkable spiritual roots can, through unwavering perseverance and steadfast will, ultimately reach the moment of triumph. What does this signify? Every individual has the potential for success, albeit through different paths. Therefore, we cultivators should not overly emphasize our spiritual roots, but should instead enhance our diligent practice. As the saying goes, diligence can compensate for deficiencies. This is the truth. Otherwise, why would we strive so hard? Upon absorbing Chen's words, Sanyo's spirits began to lift, and a smile once again illuminated his face. Chen, please do not misconstrue my feelings. I am not envious of you, but rather concerned for my own future. Hearing your perspective has enlightened me, regardless of our innate talents. As long as we commit ourselves to rigorous cultivation, we too can become formidable. Indeed, Chen replied with satisfaction, patting Sanyo on the shoulder. Since you accompanied Lu Yao to Caixia Peak, you have likely not seen her in a while. Her spiritual roots are exceptionally gifted, far surpassing our own. The master of Caixia Peak will undoubtedly impart her knowledge generously, providing meticulous guidance. I surmise that her current cultivation level has likely reached the advanced stage of Qi refinement. Indeed, it is highly probable that she has already surpassed the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Such spiritual root talent is beyond our reach. Yet if we persist in our cultivation, with time, we too can catch up to her strides. The path of cultivation is indeed a long and arduous journey. Not merely a matter of a few years or months, but a lifelong endeavor. The days ahead are lengthy. We must resolutely strive and support one another. We cannot allow a mere girl to surpass us. Let us persevere. With a gentle clash, Chen and Sanyo's fists met, producing a crisp sound. They encouraged each other, inspiring one another, and established clear goals for their futures. From this moment forth, their training would no longer be aimless. It would be a pivotal step towards realizing their aspirations. Oh, Chen, you haven't yet divulged whether all those elixirs you purchased are truly meant for cultivation. How could one person possibly consume so many elixirs? Is that even a question? Perhaps it is due to your current lack of large-scale elixir utilization that you remain unaware of the insatiable demand for elixirs during cultivation. Once you step into the early stages of Qi refinement, you will be enlightened. No matter how many elixirs one possesses, it will never be sufficient. They will be consumed entirely, and at that juncture, you will not lament having too many elixirs, but rather worry about the scarcity of them. The elixirs I bought today will likely be depleted in no time. I am left pondering where I will acquire more spirit stones and elixirs. Observing Chen's gradually furrowing brow, Sanyo was genuinely convinced this time. Damn it, cultivating immortality is truly a cumbersome affair. It is nowhere near as carefree and exhilarating as our days herding cattle on the mountain. Chen glanced at the somewhat childish Sanyo and retorted with a hint of annoyance. We are all growing up. Do you wish to remain a cowherd for life? Though the path of cultivation is arduous, Once we achieve our goals, we shall soar through the skies on flying swords like our senior brother Wukong. What a splendid future that would be. We can then bring Dog Egg along, and the three of us would be reunited. How delightful that would be. Mentioning Dog Egg makes me truly miss him. I wonder how he is faring now. What can he do? He is still herding cattle up the mountain, fishing in the river, lounging on the grass, eating wild fruits, watching ants fight, and eagerly awaiting our return to take him with us. I suddenly feel quite sorry for Dog Egg. He lacks any opportunity for cultivation and can only place his hopes on us. Thus, we must double our efforts to fulfill the vows we made and return to fetch him as soon as possible. Yes, let us strive hard. Seeing San Nyo once again brimming with confidence and vigor, as if invigorated by a surge of energy, Yi Chun felt a great sense of relief. No longer burdened with worry for San Nyo, the two continued to stroll through the market, conversing and laughing. Yi Chun had already procured all the items he needed, and his remaining spirit stones were few. Only 15 were left, and these precious stones held significant importance for him, so he could not afford to squander them carelessly. At that moment, Yi Chun's attention was captured by a small, exquisite box displayed at a modest stall. He ambled over to the stall, where the proprietor was a strikingly handsome youth, around 17 or 18 years old, reminiscent of a graceful jade tree swaying in the wind. Upon noticing patrons at his stall, the youth promptly greeted Yi Chun and San Nyo with a warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. Esteemed friends, please stay a moment. I kindly invite you to peruse my humble offerings. Should any item resonate with you, I shall surely facilitate the transaction, providing you with the utmost concession to ensure your satisfaction. Yi Chun, unreserved, reached for a diminutive wooden box. This box, smaller than the palm of one's hand, measured merely 3 inches square and was delicately crafted from an enigmatic spirit wood. As he gently opened it, 5 slender golden flying needles, each no longer than 3 inches, lay neatly arranged within, resembling 5 lively serpents. The tips of the needles gleamed with a sharp brilliance, unmistakably forged from the hardest of materials, rendering them indestructible. Yi Chun recognized these as a secret weapon commonly employed by disciples in the Qi refinement stage, akin to flying daggers, capable of being unexpectedly hurled to ambush foes. In comparison to daggers, these needles were more discreet and difficult to anticipate. Should he possess such a tool for surprise attacks and diligently hone his skills, mastering the use of these flying needles could significantly enhance his combat prowess, potentially turning the tide in critical moments, preserving his life against formidable opponents of superior strength. These needles were intended for close-quarters combat, ideally deployed within a mere 3 to 5 feet. Once launched, their speed rivaled that of lightning, making them nearly impossible to evade in such proximity and brief time. Thus, the success rate of ambushes would be greatly amplified, rendering enemies defenseless. Upon sighting these flying needles, Yi Chun was overwhelmed by a fervent desire to acquire the box. However, recalling the considerable expenditure on elixirs, he lamented his dwindling supply of spirit stones. Realizing he lacked sufficient resources for further purchases, a thought struck him. It was imperative to devise a means to acquire more spirit stones, otherwise, his progress would be severely hampered by this scarcity, adversely affecting his cultivation. Therefore, he resolved to seek a path to financial gain, to amass enough spirit stones to alleviate this predicament. Though captivated by the golden needles, Yi Chun feigned indifference, casually inquiring, "Esteemed friend, might I ask what treasures lie within this modest box? What remarkable uses do they possess? And what is the asking price?" Initially, the handsome youth had been elated at the prospect of business, eagerly anticipating a sale, but was taken aback to find that this slightly shorter boy, seemingly around 12 or 13 years old, was merely a novice in the realm of immortals, unfamiliar even with such a common weapon as flying needles. It was evident that his inquiries stemmed from mere curiosity, rather than intent to purchase. Having spent over an hour at his stall, without a single sale, impatience began to gnaw at his heart. Currently, these two inexperienced youths are inquiring about a rather insignificant trinket. In order to make a sale, the vendor generously offers an exceedingly low price. "Dear young friends, this item is known as the Golden Light Needle, a type of flying needle used for stealthy attacks. Akin in function to flying daggers, it is meticulously forged from various refining materials. Though compact and exquisite, the process of sourcing materials and crafting it is quite arduous, demanding considerable effort and dedication. Originally, each needle is priced at 2 spirit stones, totaling 7 spirit stones. However, seeing that you are newcomers to the sect with limited savings, I shall consider this a fortuitous opening of my business and offer it to you at cost for merely 5 spirit stones." Yi Chun is well aware that the typical price for such flying needles hovers around 7 to 8 spirit stones. The The vendor's willingness to sell it for just 5 spirit stones is indeed a favorable deal in his eyes, and he is about to speak when his companion, San Yo, suddenly interjects. The shopkeeper truly possesses keen insight, immediately discerning that we are fresh disciples. To be frank, we are among the new entrants of the Sword Peak this year, receiving only 3 spirit stones each month. Friend, for such a small wooden box containing just a few slender needles to demand 5 spirit stones is quite absurd. Wouldn't you agree? Are you attempting to deceive us, thinking we are unfamiliar with the market? The handsome cultivator cannot help but chuckle at this amusing junior. Why would I deceive you? The marketplace is patrolled by the sect's enforcement team. Who would dare cheat here? They would impose severe consequences, even risking their lives. Thus, all items sold within the sect's marketplace are regulated by the enforcement team, ensuring both quality and price. There is absolutely no possibility of deception. The prices of all items will not exceed the average market price, meaning they cannot be sold for more than the market rate. You are simply unfamiliar with this sect's marketplace. Once you become acquainted, you will no longer fear being swindled. Were it not for my lack of sales, I would not offer such a low price. Typically, such golden light needles would never be sold for less than 7 spirit stones, with the normal price reaching as high as 8 spirit stones. My intention in treating you 2 young disciples favorably is merely to forge a good relationship and friendship. In the future, I hope you will take care to support my business. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire at other stalls regarding the price of such items. In truth, Chen has already inquired about the prices of similar items at several stalls, and they align perfectly with what this cultivator has stated. The reason the golden light needle is priced so low is due to specific factors. Firstly, this type of hidden weapon is rather difficult to use, requiring not only sufficient skill and strength, but also extensive practice over time to unleash its full potential. Generally, cultivators in the chi refining stage focus their energies on elevating their cultivation levels and mastering the sect's sword techniques, leaving little time for practicing the use of such concealed weapons. To enhance the speed of the golden needle, one must possess formidable arm strength and wrist power. In essence, sufficient magical prowess is imperative. Secondly, despite the diminutive size of the golden needle, the materials required for its crafting are quite costly, resulting in a substantial overall expense. Though this flying needle artifact has not attained a formal grade and falls short of the quality of inferior magical tools, it surpasses the mundane weapons utilized by ordinary individuals, thus categorizing it as a product of extraordinary caliber, which accounts for its relatively low price. Should it reach the status of an inferior magical tool, its value would undoubtedly escalate to dozens of spirit stones. The artisans capable of forging such artifacts must possess a considerable degree of skill, expertise, and specialized training to successfully create these golden needles. Without prior experience in crafting, it would be utterly impossible to produce such slender, lightweight, yet remarkably sharp flying needles. Not every craftsman can forge these golden needles. A standard box of flying needle projectiles contains merely 5 pieces, and typically, only one is needed to effectively serve its purpose. When wielded by adept practitioners, the flying needle launches with lightning speed, so much so that its slender form renders it almost invisible, appearing as a fleeting flash of golden light. Hence, the weapon is aptly named the Golden Needle. When employed skillfully, this concealed weapon can unleash an astonishingly potent effect. Its lethality should not be underestimated, often achieving a one-strike kill. As a cunning cultivator, Chen naturally seeks to prepare contingencies for himself, and this flying needle weapon aligns perfectly with his needs: affordable, practical, easy to carry, and significantly lethal. Generally, cultivators in the chi refining stage cannot master its use nor unleash its full potential, indicating the considerable difficulty in controlling such needles. If Chen were to invest time mastering this skill, he would possess a unique and formidable weapon. Observing that the seller showed no inclination to negotiate further, as 5 spirit stones represented his absolute limit, Chen promptly produced the stones and remarked, "Since you are so kind, my brother and I graciously accept your offer. We shall take this box of flying needles." The handsome young man, upon witnessing Chen's transaction, beamed with delight, his face illuminating with a radiant smile, his eyes narrowing with joy. He accepted the spirit stones and handed the box of flying needles to Chen, saying, "Thank you for your patronage. Finally, we have made a sale today. Please feel free to return if you require anything else." Chen took a moment to admire the flying needles before securely placing them in his storage pouch. "Do you require anything else?" he was asked. "Essentially, there is no longer a need. Moreover, even if one wished to purchase, the spirit stones are currently unavailable. However, our expedition is a rare opportunity. Let us explore and see what treasures we might find, with the intention of returning to acquire them later. Indeed, it is also a chance to broaden our horizons. For many of the items here are unfamiliar to me, having only heard of them from the venerable elders. Today, I have finally laid eyes upon them. And this journey proves worthwhile. As the two wandered through the market, they perused stall after stall, inquiring about various items. Gradually, they developed a rudimentary understanding of the prices of numerous cultivation resources and weapons. This modest market is rather limited, primarily frequented by low-level disciples in the early to mid-stages of qi refinement, with scarcely any late-stage cultivators in sight. From the elders of the sect, they learned of several other renowned markets outside the Lingyun Sword Sect. To the east, 200 miles away, lies Zhao country, home to a city named Feihua, where mortals and cultivators coexist. The southeastern, northern, and southern districts are occupied by mortals, while the western district is inhabited by cultivators. In this western district, there exists a moderately sized market catering to cultivators, which is the closest to the Lingyun Sword Sect. The resources sold here are primarily aimed at late-stage qi refinement practitioners, making it a common destination for disciples of the sect. 800 miles directly north of the Lingyun Sword Sect is a small mortal realm known as Zhou country, which borders a town of cultivators named Chuyue City, home to approximately 200,000 practitioners, mostly low-level scattered cultivators. The highest cultivation level in Chuyue City belongs to a few foundation establishment practitioners. The market here offers all the necessary resources for qi refinement cultivators, and even some elixirs and spiritual herbs required by foundation establishment cultivators. Further northwest, 1,500 miles away, lies Shirtu City, a bustling market that attracts cultivators from several thousand miles around. The scale and abundance of resources in Shirtu City far surpass those of Chuyue City, and many cultivators from the Lingyun Sword Sect frequently travel in groups to replenish and exchange their cultivation materials. In addition to these markets, the southern region boasts numerous cultivation towns with their own markets, totaling over 30. Among them is the Wanyue City Market, where Yi Chen and his companions stop for a meal. The Longqing Market is also well known, yet distant, only attracting foundation establishment and golden core practitioners. The most prosperous market in the southern region is undoubtedly the Huadan City Market, which falls under the influence of the Divine Pill Sect. Located 18,000 miles from the Lingyun Sword Sect, each year, the sect dispatches high-ranking cultivators to Huadan City to procure various cultivation resources, particularly high-grade elixirs, and to participate in large-scale auctions where senior golden core practitioners and esteemed elders are sent to partake. At present, Yi Chen is unable to visit any of these external markets due to his insufficient strength. Without the ability to protect himself, the sect forbids their disciples from leaving. In the future, to undertake sect tasks, one must meet the minimum cultivation requirements set by the sect. Therefore, for the foreseeable future, Yi Chen cannot hope to venture beyond the sect for trade. Within the sect's market, he can procure everything he requires, free from risk, under the watchful eyes of the sect's enforcement team, alleviating concerns of deceit or bullying from others. This market is thus perfectly suited for Yi Chen at his current cultivation level, providing a secure and worry-free shopping experience. As Yi Chen and San Nyo strolled through the market, they marveled at the various curiosities on display. They wandered along until they reached the end of the street, halting at the final stall. This stall featured an array of books, some yellowed and brittle with age, indicating they had been around for quite some time. Most of the books for sale were texts from the mortal realm, including martial arts manuals, travelogues, and accounts of cultivators as seen through the eyes of mortals. Truly, there were few books directly related to cultivators, necessitating careful selection among the multitude. Among the volumes, Yi Chen discovered a cultivation diary penned by a practitioner, but upon closer inspection, he realized the author was merely a scattered practitioner at the second level of qi refinement, inferior even to himself. With a resigned shake of his head, he set the diary aside and continued his search, while San Nyo squatted beside him, sifting through the pile for useful tomes related to practitioners. In just a meal's time, they had mostly examined the collection, but found little of value. The stall owner, an elderly man with white hair and a cultivation level around the second or third stage of qi refinement, appeared to be a low-ranking outer disciple. The items he offered were of little worth and garnered scant interest from buyers. Had it not been for their idle curiosity, Yi Chen and San Nyo might not have lingered so long. As Yi Chen prepared to leave, a small, damaged, coverless book caught his attention. Upon flipping through its contents, he discovered it was a guide on how to concoct elixirs, authored by a modestly skilled alchemist. The booklet meticulously detailed the entire process of refining a fasting pill, noting crucial details and personal insights along the way, and included a complete recipe for the pill. This recipe comprised 2 sections, the names and quantities of each spiritual herb required, along with the precise weights and ratios necessary for producing a batch of fasting pills, and a thorough explanation of the refining process and precautions to take. At the end of the booklet, there was even a slightly flawed recipe for a harmony pill. The imperfection lay in the absence of the final segment of the refining process, rendering it impossible to produce the harmony pill without that information. Likely due to this incompleteness, the recipe had gone overlooked by others. One could imagine that no other cultivator would waste spirit stones purchasing such an incomplete volume. Particularly, these individuals are not low-level alchemists. It is widely acknowledged that this formula bears no intrinsic value. However, Yichun harbored a different perspective. If he could locate someone to complete the missing segment of the formula, might he not be able to successfully concoct the harmony pill? It is indeed conceivable that if he mastered alchemy, even if it were only the art of creating the sustenance pill and the harmony pill, he could attain a state of independence in his cultivation. His progress would undoubtedly accelerate significantly, with a plethora of medicinal elixirs at his disposal. Yichun was convinced that elevating his cultivation would become an inevitable pursuit. He had previously witnessed the astonishing rate at which cultivation consumed elixirs, especially as one's prowess increased, leading to an ever-growing demand for such potions. If he could learn to refine these elixirs, it would not only benefit him, but also serve to assist Sanyo in advancing his own cultivation. He could provide Sanyo with a portion of the elixirs, thereby facilitating his ascent in strength. Simultaneously, he could emulate Pai Dai by selling a portion of the elixirs in exchange for spirit stones, affording him the means to acquire other necessary resources for his cultivation. The advantages were plentiful, with little to no detriment. The only drawback was that the journey to becoming an alchemist would require a considerable investment of effort and diligence. However, as long as it contributed to his cultivation, what did it matter if it entailed some hardship? Yichun was undeterred, resolute in his decision. He prepared to secure the small tome. With casual indifference, he selected 2 additional booklets and inquired of the stall owner, "Esteemed vendor, how much for these volumes?" The elderly man merely lifted his eyelids, glanced at the 3 booklets, and raised 2 fingers, stating, "Each of the 2 is priced at 2 spirit stones. This one is 15 spirit stones. The total is 19 spirit stones, no negotiation." Upon hearing the old man's price, Yichun felt a surge of urgency, for he was determined to possess this particular booklet. Alas, the stall owner seemed to perceive his intentions, perhaps aware of the genuine worth of the tome. The formula for the harmony pill alone was of considerable value. Even the sustenance pill formula at 15 spirit stones was not exorbitant, but rather a bargain. Regrettably, Yichun had brought only 55 spirit stones, having already expended 45, leaving him with a mere 10, insufficient for his needs. Sanyo received 3 spirit stones monthly, totaling 18. But he too had likely consumed some. Yichun leaned in closer to Sanyo, whispering, "How many spirit stones do you have left? Lend me a few, and I shall repay you once the sect provides this month's benefits." Sanyo, slightly embarrassed, replied, "I'm truly sorry. I only have 3 spirit stones left. The rest have all been used in my cultivation." Disappointed by the inability to gather enough spirit stones, Yichun implored the vendor once more, "Respected proprietor, we presently possess only 13 spirit stones. Could you possibly lower the price to allow me to purchase this booklet?" Reluctantly, Yichun relinquished the other 2 booklets, clutching the one on refining the sustenance pill tightly, fearing it might slip away. "I have already stated, no bargaining. If you cannot muster the required spirit stones, you may return another day. Every day, I purchase items here," thought Yichun to himself. "That won't do. What if someone else buys it?" Yichun quickly contemplated a solution. With a furrowed brow, he devised a plan and, filled with excitement, inquired of the shopkeeper, "Sir, I possess a mid-grade chi pill. How many spirit stones can I exchange for this pill?" "What? A mid-grade chi pill? The market price for a single mid-grade chi pill is 3 spirit stones." Yichun was already aware of its market value, which indeed stood at 3 spirit stones. Currently, he had only 10 spirit stones left and was reluctant to expend them at this moment. However, he still had several bottles of mid-grade chi pills, which he had just acquired before arriving at the market. If he could utilize 5 mid-grade chi pills to offset the cost of this booklet, it would be quite feasible. Previously, he had purchased 100 low-grade chi pills from Pai Dai, so he was not lacking in chi pills in the short term. Therefore, offering 5 mid-grade chi pills was certainly manageable. Thus, Yichun promptly asked, "Sir, may I exchange 5 mid-grade chi pills for this booklet?" Chapter 31. Strolling through the sect's market for confrontation with Wu Haoran. The elderly man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly nodded. "Excellent. Just splendid. I happen to need such a pill. Allow me to inspect your mid-grade chi pills." Yichun promptly retrieved an empty elixir vial. Pouring out 5 medium-grade chi pills, and extending the vial towards the elder. The elder hastily accepted the vial, meticulously examining each pill before contentedly stowing it away in his robe, a broad smile illuminating his face. The pills were commendable, and thus, this ancient tome is yours. For outer disciples, the monthly benefits distributed by the sect pale in comparison to those of their inner counterparts. Even the lowest grade chi pills are limited in quantity, and spiritual stones are even scarcer. To acquire additional rewards, outer disciples must undertake more tasks, earning corresponding compensation. In truth, the resources available for cultivation to outer disciples are exceedingly meager, insufficient to meet their needs. Typically, they can only obtain low-grade chi pills, while medium-grade ones must be purchased with spiritual stones, which are prohibitively expensive, each costing 3 to 4 stones, a luxury they cannot afford. Today, however, this remarkably young disciple possessed such valuable pills and was willing to barter, filling the elder with joy. These pamphlets were originally accumulated by him over time and effort from the surrounding mortal realms. Their worth rather modest, typically fetching only a few spiritual stones each. The particular pamphlet Yi Chun coveted was no exception. It had garnered interest from an inner disciple the previous day, who was willing to pay 12 spiritual stones for its method of refining a specific pill. Unfortunately, the elder had informed him that without a deposit, the transaction was void, leaving him in a dilemma as he had already spent his stones on other purchases. Today, Yi Chun's interest fell upon this coverless, slightly damaged pamphlet, prompting the elder to raise the price to 15 spiritual stones. To his surprise, Yi Chun agreed to the transaction and offered medium-grade chi pills as payment. Such pills are rarely seen in the sect's marketplace, deemed a rarity. By presenting these medium-grade pills, Yi Chun circumvented the hassle of purchasing them with spiritual stones. And the quality of the pills he provided was evidently on par with those given to core disciples, their excellence surpassing that of the medium-grade pills available in the marketplace. The elder was exceedingly pleased with this transaction. Thus, the earlier display of mirth, where teeth were visible but eyes were not, came to be. As for the monk from yesterday, the elder harbored no concerns, for he had adamantly refused to pay a deposit and had consented to the elder's right to sell the booklet at no less than 12 spirit stones. This boldness allowed the elder to raise the price by 3 spirit stones when selling to Yi Chun, confident that Yi Chun would not find the price excessive. After all, the booklet was hardly a difficult item to sell. Upon witnessing the elder accept the medicinal pills, Yi Chun bid farewell along with San Nyo, preparing to leave. Just as they turned to exit, 2 young disciples dressed in the inner sect robes approached briskly. From a distance, one of them inquired of the elder, Old Zhang, "Have you saved that booklet I was interested in? I have brought ample spirit stones this time." Hearing this, Yi Chun quickly pulled San Nyo along, hastening toward the market's exit, fearing that the item they sought to purchase was the very booklet he had just acquired. Eager to avoid any complications, he quickened his pace. The elder disciple, known as Old Zhang, recognized the newcomers as the very monk who had failed to pay the deposit the day before, and replied coolly, regrettably, "You are too late. I have already sold that booklet." "What?" The youth erupted in anger. "Old Zhang, how could you do this? Did I not inform you that I would definitely come to buy it today?" "Third brother, first ascertain who it was sold to. Are they still around?" Prompted by this remark, the youth quickly asked, "Who purchased that booklet? Where are they?" The Zhang elder pointed toward Yi Chun and San Nyo, who had already distanced themselves, saying, "There, those 2. Let us go, third brother." With a clear target set, the 2 rushed toward Yi Chun and his companion. "Hey, you 2, halt." As Yi Chun and San Nyo made their way to the market entrance, they suddenly heard someone shouting at them from behind. Turning to look, they found the 2 disciples had closed the gap. One was tall and handsome, with a calm demeanor, his piercing gaze cutting through the air like a sword, scrutinizing San Nyo and Lin Xian as though they were criminals, emanating an air of superiority. The shorter disciple, however, was visibly furious, his expression contorted in rage. Glaring with wide eyes, he approached San Nyo and angrily pointed at him, exclaiming, "You stole the booklet I intended to buy. What audacity! Do you not know who Wu Gang am? How dare you snatch something I have my eye on? Hand it over immediately, and I shall refrain from making a fuss with you too." As he was being pointed at, San Nyo was about to argue back, but Yi Chun swiftly restrained him, signaling him to hold back. Stepping forward, Yi Chun clasped his hands together and said, "Esteemed friend, what is the meaning of this? We seem not to be acquainted. What do you mean? Let me ask you, were you not the ones who just purchased a booklet without a cover from Old Zhang?" The short youth pointed toward Old Zhang's stall nearby. "Indeed, this is true. However, in the spirit of fair trade within the market, the transaction has been completed without dispute. What fault do I bear?" Yi Chun replied, maintaining his composure and displaying no fear. The short youth, incensed by Yi Chun's response, retorted, "You insolent brat. Did you fail to comprehend my previous statement? Or are you intentionally seeking trouble? Will you relinquish it or not? The short young man grew increasingly irate, raising his voice, drawing the attention of the surrounding cultivators who curiously gazed in their direction. Yi Chun, undeterred, asserted, "There is no reason for me to part with what I've acquired through my spirit stones." Observing that Yi Chun was unwilling to surrender the small booklet, the short young man attempted to seize it directly. However, the taller young man quickly restrained him, signaling for him to exercise restraint, and then addressed Yi Chun with a calm demeanor. "Is it true that you purchased that book? How many spirit stones did it cost? I am willing to offer you additional spirit stones if you would hand it over to us." Yi Chun, appreciating the taller young man's courteous manner, replied, "Indeed. I purchased that book for a total of 15 spirit stones, but I shall not part with it. Do not entertain such thoughts. You dare speak so insolently. I shall teach you a lesson today, so you may comprehend the consequences of disrespecting your elders within the sect," the short young man declared, preparing to engage Lin Xian. The taller young man quickly intervened, introducing himself. "Esteemed friends, I am Wu Haoran, a direct disciple of the Peak Master Wu Heihu of the Divine Martial Peak. And this is my younger brother Wu Gang. May I inquire which peak you both belong to?" Before Sin Yo could respond, Yi Chun interjected. "We are disciples of the Sword Peak. I am Yi Chun, and this is Li San Yo." "Aha, so you are disciples of the Sword Peak. Might I beseech you to grant me a favor? I am willing to offer double the price, 30 spirit stones, for that small booklet, as it holds great significance for us. I hope you can understand and part with it." Seeing Wu Haoran speak so courteously yet remain persistent, Yi Chun's tone softened somewhat, although his stance remained resolute. "Brother Wu, I too place great value on this booklet. It is of utmost importance to me. I hope you can understand that I am unable to assist." Realizing that Yi Chun was unyielding and had no intention of surrendering the booklet, Wu Haoran finally relented. "Since you are so unwilling to part with the book, let us conclude this matter here. I apologize for the disturbance," Wu Haoran said, taking Wu Gang with him as they departed. Wu Gang, begrudgingly following, cast a menacing glance back at Yi Chun and San Yo, threatening, "Yi Chun, Li San Yo, you two are quite memorable. Expect retribution." Once the two were out of earshot, San Yo cautiously inquired, "Yi Chun, have we angered individuals we ought not to have?" Wu Gang and Wu Haoran appear quite formidable. Had it not been for the regular patrols by the enforcement team in the market, I suspect they would not have spared us today. Fear not. This is within the sect. They dare not act recklessly. However, should we encounter them outside the sect, we must exercise caution. Words alone will not suffice. We must elevate our strength and hasten our cultivation. With sufficient power, we shall fear no one. Senyo. From this day forth, we shall diligently practice and not allow ourselves a moment of complacency. Otherwise, the path of cultivation will be fraught with difficulty. Understood. Let us strive together. Onward. As the two individuals exited the gates of the market, they made their way towards the Sword Peak. After a period of 1 hour, they returned to their respective cultivation chambers within the Sword Peak. Yi Chun settled into his meditation space, reflecting on his recent visit to the market. Overall, he deemed his experience fruitful. During their expedition to the sect's marketplace, Yi Chun had acquired a plethora of items. Not only did he become acquainted with the workings of the sect's market, but he also met Pai Dai, a prospective alchemist, and procured various medicinal pills. Among his acquisitions, he was particularly pleased with the set of golden needles and the pills for nourishing energy and enhancing spirit, which filled him with delight. Yi Chun resolved to dedicate time to studying alchemy, with the ambition of crafting the energy-nourishing pills, as they would significantly benefit his cultivation journey. The immediate priority was to exhaust all the energy-nourishing pills in his possession to expedite his advancement in cultivation. Furthermore, during any available time, Yi Chun intended to pursue several other endeavors. Foremost, mastering the sect's sword techniques, which were fundamental to his combat prowess. As a disciple of the Lingyun Sword Sect, what merit would he have if he could not achieve mastery in the way of the sword? How could he defend himself or vanquish his adversaries? Furthermore, it is time to commence the practice of the Golden Needle, a concealed weapon that requires diligent effort to master. In the future, this Golden Needle will serve as a crucial means of self-preservation and a method to triumph over formidable foes, matters intricately linked to one's existence, demanding the utmost seriousness. Thirdly, considering long-term aspirations, the pursuit of alchemy and the ambition to become an alchemist is paramount. Yi Chun, possessing both gold and fire attributes, is ideally suited to the study of alchemy, endowed with a unique advantage. His proficiency in controlling flames and temperatures is markedly superior, making his goal for learning alchemy unequivocal, to ensure a steady supply of medicinal pills for his cultivation and to exchange surplus potions for spirit stones and other cultivation resources. thus accelerating his progress, enhancing his equipment, and augmenting his combat prowess. The sole unfortunate occurrence today was an altercation with two disciples from the divine martial peak, leading to enmity. The inner disciple named Wu Gang has evidently taken offense at both himself and San Yo. Thus, once he departs from the sect, he must remain vigilant against these two, particularly the seemingly gentle and unassuming disciple of the peak master, Wu Haoran. Though he presents himself with humility and grace, his impeccable demeanor and meticulous conduct warrant caution. Being favored by the master of divine martial peak and accepted as a direct disciple suggests exceptional talents. His innate abilities likely rival or even surpass Yi Chen's. Such individuals often possess extraordinary gifts and exhibit remarkable advancement in their cultivation. In the future, their prospects are undoubtedly bright and boundless. Moreover, such individuals tend to have acute intellect, rich in stratagems, and their emotions seldom betray their true thoughts, making them all the more insidious and formidable. As the adage goes, the barking dog seldom bites, which aptly describes such characters, capable of inflicting the greatest threats. Once targeted by them, one might as well be shadowed by death itself, ever at risk of being struck down. No one wishes to provoke such individuals. However, today, Yi Chen has inadvertently offended Wu Haoran by decisively rejecting his proposal, thwarting his plans on multiple occasions, and leaving him empty-handed. This blatant disregard must have severely embarrassed Wu Haoran in front of others, tarnishing his reputation. Thus, Yi Chen surmises that this individual will harbor resentment towards him. Wu Haoran possesses status, backing, power, means, and cunning. The most alarming aspect is his capacity for scheming. Yi Chen caught a fleeting glimpse of his suppressed fury and disdain, although Wu Haoran adeptly concealed his emotions. In stark contrast stands Wu Gang, whose emotions are overtly displayed, revealing his character. Therefore, despite Wu Gang's exuberance and loud demeanor, he likely possesses little genuine strength and may very well be nothing more than a mere puppet. Chapter 32, The Second Retreat for Cultivation 1. The fire of alchemy, Yi Chen harbored no fear of Wu Gang. Such individuals were relatively easy to handle. The true challenge lay in confronting Wu Haoran. Although Yi Chen could not discern his cultivation level at present, he could surmise from the aura of spiritual energy emanating from him that Wu Haoran's prowess far surpassed his own, likely residing in the mid to late stages of qi refinement. In his current state, Yi Chen was no match for him. Conversely, Wu Gang's cultivation level was approximately on par with his own. Yi Chen sensed that Wu Gang was likely at the third layer of qi refinement. Lacking a specialized technique to assess the cultivation levels of others, he found himself unable to accurately gauge the abilities of those around him. It seemed necessary to consult senior brother Shukong about where one might acquire such a technique. Additionally, he intended to share the troubles he had encountered with his senior, seeking counsel on how to resolve the conflict that had arisen between himself and Wu Haoran. In this moment, setting aside all other matters, I dedicate myself to rigorous cultivation. I have procured a sufficient quantity of fasting pills and harmonious pills, complemented by the middle-grade harmonious pills acquired from the sect. This enables me to retreat for an extended period of time. Upon my emergence from seclusion, I shall once again visit the sect to obtain its benefits. After acquiring spirit stones, I will seek out Pai Dai in the marketplace to purchase additional harmonious pills, and I will also present to him the small booklet I have acquired, hoping he can complete the formula for the harmonious pill and share his knowledge on refining fasting pills. Should Pai Dai assist me in grasping the basics of alchemy, I would consider it a fair exchange to gift him a vial of middle-grade harmonious pills, valued at a modest 30 to 40 spirit stones. With that thought, I once again sealed my cultivation cave and activated the defensive array, officially commencing my retreat. This time, I have formulated a distinctly different plan for my seclusion. My objective is not merely to advance my cultivation level, but also to deepen my understanding of the sword path. I intend to dedicate a significant portion of my time to practicing the sect's sword technique, the Lingyun Sword method, aiming to elevate my proficiency from the minor accomplishment to a higher tier. Enhancement of my swordsmanship requires not only a thorough study of the sword techniques and comprehension of their intricacies, but also relentless practice with the sword, executing the techniques repeatedly until I master their critical applications and unleash their formidable powers. The deeper my understanding of each technique, the more potent its manifestation will be. The disparity in cultivation levels profoundly influences the depth of comprehension and the resultant power unleashed when executing the same technique. For instance, a novice swordsman and one who has achieved minor accomplishment may both perform the same thrust, yet the former's attack will remain a mere straight line, devoid of variation or potential for change in speed or power. Conversely, a swordsman who has attained minor accomplishment can alter the trajectory of their thrust mid-execution, adjusting it in any direction with precision. This adaptability allows the attack to target a broader area and enhances the likelihood of striking true, even against evasive maneuvers. Moreover, the ability to control the speed and force of the strike improves with each advancement in swordsmanship. A swordsman of higher cultivation can wield greater power and swiftness, rendering their attacks more formidable and challenging to evade. Presently, my swordsmanship remains at the minor accomplishment level, and I am still a considerable distance from achieving the intermediate level, perhaps only attainable when my cultivation and chi refinement reaches its mid-stage. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a correlation between the levels of swordsmanship and ordinary martial arts for sword cultivators. While ordinary cultivators can be classified as martial practitioners, focusing solely on their cultivation levels, sword cultivators must additionally refine their swordsmanship, which constitutes a separate realm of cultivation. The true combat prowess of a sword cultivator is assessed through a dual lens of both their cultivation level and swordsmanship proficiency. When drawing parallels between martial arts and swordsmanship, one can roughly equate the different power systems as follows. The foundational level of swordsmanship corresponds to the early stage of chi refinement, while the minor achievement level aligns with the mid-stage chi refinement cultivators. Conversely, the late stage of chi refinement is akin to the mid-level sword cultivators, and those at the foundation establishment stage correspond to the advanced swordsmanship level. The power of golden core cultivators aligns with the perfected swordsmanship level, while the strength of nascent soul cultivators equates to the grand culmination of swordsmanship. Moreover, the prowess of transformation stage cultivators is comparable to those at the extraordinary swordsmanship level. As for the connections beyond these advanced levels, they transcend the realm of comprehension within this world, and knowledge of such ranks has faded into obscurity. It has been many years since a nascent soul or transformation stage cultivator has graced the southern domain, and the rare sword cultivators of such caliber are exceedingly scarce. All levels of swordsmanship can be further subdivided into early, mid, and late stages. Wang Yunfei, the esteemed leader of the Lingyun Sword Sect, currently resides in the late stage of the Golden Core realm. However, his swordsmanship has yet to reach the perfected level, remaining at the late stage of grand achievement. Nonetheless, Wang Yunfei's combat strength is unparalleled in the southern domain, with only a handful of sect leaders capable of challenging him. Sword cultivators inherently possess greater strength than their martial counterparts at the same realm, making it unlikely for more than 3 individuals to match him in combat. The ferocity of sword cultivators is thus evident, and should Wang Yunfei ascend to the perfected swordsmanship level, he would effortlessly surpass his challengers, claiming the title of the most formidable being in the southern domain. During this period of seclusion, Chen has meticulously arranged his training schedule. With 12 hours of practice each day, the absence of day and night within his cave abode, illuminated by numerous luminous stones, renders the time of day inconsequential. Chen intends to focus on 3 primary tasks. First, cultivating his cultivation level. Second, refining his swordsmanship through practice. And third, studying the art of pill concoction, particularly the methods for creating the pill of absence and the pill of harmony. His allocation of time is as follows. 8 hours are dedicated to cultivating his foundational techniques, primarily the Changchun technique, 3 hours to honing his swordsmanship with the Lingyun Sword technique, and 1 hour devoted to learning about pill crafting from the pamphlet he procured from the sect's market. Cultivators do not require conventional rest, as their practice invigorates them rather than exhausting them. In fact, prolonged cultivation leaves them feeling refreshed and full of vitality. Chen retrieves several vials of elixirs and tomes from his storage bag, placing them before him. He also brings forth a meditation cushion gifted by his master, a remarkable artifact that enhances focus and dispels distracting thoughts, fostering an environment conducive to deep cultivation. This cushion likely contains rare materials beneficial for practitioners, categorizing it as a true artifact of cultivation. With its assistance, Chen's training efficiency will see a significant enhancement. As he assumes a cross-legged position, he gradually enters a state of tranquility, channeling his mental focus to commence his formal training. For this session, Chen has prepared 2 vials containing a total of 25 medium-grade harmony pills, 100 low-grade harmony pills, 50 absence pills, and 10 spirit stones. He does not intend to expend the spirit stones, as their utility is vast, and he wishes to accumulate more for future purchases of medicinal herbs and necessary alchemical equipment post-seclusion. Spirit stones, a unique resource in the realm of cultivation, can be acquired in the market for a modest price. A single spirit stone can procure a considerable amount of fire stones, which are favored by alchemists, particularly those still honing their skills. Fire stones serve as a reliable source of heat, providing consistent and manageable flame intensity for potion brewing. However, they do have a limitation. Once depleted of their internal energy, they become indistinguishable from ordinary stones. As a vital resource in the alchemical process, fire stones can be bought with spirit stones, making them accessible yet economical. Alchemical apprentices typically require 3 to 5 spirit stones each month for fire stones, which are essential for their craft. Alchemists often prefer using geothermal magma fire, harnessed from underground lava flows, as it offers a powerful and high-temperature flame, facilitating the rapid refinement of difficult materials. However, the geothermal fire is unpredictable due to the volatile nature of underground magma, which can lead to sudden fluctuations in temperature and intensity, posing risks during critical moments of potion crafting. Such instabilities could result in catastrophic failures, including explosions, jeopardizing the entire alchemical process. The explosion of an alchemical furnace poses significant dangers. The consequences can range from the destruction of the furnace and the loss of precious medicinal herbs to catastrophic failures resulting in injury or even death for the alchemist. Thus, the practice of alchemy inherently carries considerable risks, particularly for those whose skills are lacking, as they may face peril to their very lives. The second source of alchemical fire is the mystical flame, a natural fire that forms from the absorption of celestial energies by the earth. The varieties of mystical flames differ greatly in potency and temperature. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a renowned list of mystical flames, ranking the top 100, which are regarded as superior sources for alchemical endeavors. These mystical flames can be tamed and cultivated by practitioners, who may nurture them within their own bodies. As these flames develop and grow, they absorb the practitioner's spiritual energy, enhancing their own power. Once they reach a certain strength, they can be wielded as weapons for offense and defense. Alchemists can also manipulate these mystical flames in their craft, which are far more potent than ordinary flames, yielding tremendous benefits when utilized in alchemy. Some advanced alchemists possess mystical flames, and once their cultivation reaches the golden core stage, they can convert their internal energy into another form of flame known as Dan fire, or the fire from their dantians, to serve as a source for concocting elixirs and forging artifacts. The temperature of Dan fire is exceedingly high, capable of refining even the most challenging herbs and materials, thus producing higher quality elixirs and magical artifacts. As Chen gradually enters a meditative state, he opens a vial of elixir and pours a mid-grade Qi Dan into his mouth. The mid-grade Qi Dan, renowned for its superior quality, dissolves instantly without any residue, transforming into a refreshing surge of medicinal power that flows smoothly down his throat and into his body. Chapter 33. The second retreat for cultivation. The potent energy of the mid-grade Qi Dan rapidly disseminates within Yi Chen's body, swiftly transferring through his meridians to his dantian. As Yi Chen begins to absorb and refine this energy with all his might, the dantian operates at an accelerated pace, causing the air vortex within to spin wildly once again. The vortex spins faster and becomes increasingly powerful, drawing in the spiritual energy that quickly vanishes into its center. With his eyes closed, Yi Chen's consciousness keenly monitors the changes within his dantian. As he continues to refine the Qi Dan's medicinal power, the pure spiritual energy, having undergone purification, begins to flow steadily from a mysterious space within the dantian. The amount of refined spiritual energy increases, signifying the gradual enhancement of Yi Chen's strength. As his internal energy accumulates, his cultivation level subtly rises over time. Previously, during his first retreat, Yi Chen had already broken through to the early third layer of Qi refinement. Now, after refining the mid-grade Qi Dan, there are signs of further growth. With his earlier breakthrough, the capacity of his dantian has expanded significantly, allowing it to hold much more spiritual energy. Thus, to fully replenish the refined spiritual energy within his dantian, he must absorb and refine a far greater quantity than before. In other words, as a cultivator ascends through each level of cultivation, the subsequent breakthrough requires a significantly greater absorption and refinement of spiritual energy than the previous level. To illustrate this quantitatively, if Yi Chen absorbed and refined a single harmonious Qi pill to elevate his cultivation from the first to the second level of Qi refinement, then, to advance from the second to the third level, he might need to consume an entire vial containing 10 harmonious Qi pills. Furthermore, as he aspires to progress from the third to the fourth level, the quantity required could escalate to 10 vials, totaling 100 pills. This analogy serves merely as a representation. In reality, the number of harmonious Qi pills needed will far exceed 100. Each level of cultivation is meticulously divided into early, middle, and late stages, and transitioning from the early to the late stage demands several times the amount of refining pills. The disparity is akin to the earlier analogy. While it may not reach a tenfold exaggeration, it remains substantial. This explains why Yi Chun opted to procure 100 low-grade harmonious qi pills and 25 mid-grade ones, yet still harbored concerns about insufficient resources during his seclusion for cultivation. The consumption of resources in a cultivator's training is indeed staggering, particularly in the later stages. As one progresses further, the demand for refining pills intensifies. If a cultivator lacks the means to acquire such resources, their training may be severely hampered, leading to stagnation or painfully slow advancement due to inadequate supplies. Based on Yi Chen's estimations, should he exhaust all these harmonious qi pills and fully absorb and refine them, he would be quite content if his cultivation could reach the 4th level of qi refinement. The early stage of qi refinement allows for rapid advancement, especially at the initial phase. However, as one transitions into the mid and late stages, each level requires arduous effort and prolonged diligence to achieve even incremental progress. The breakthroughs among these pivotal stages are particularly arduous. Notably, the transition from the 3rd to the 4th level is fraught with challenges, as the 3rd level still categorizes one as an early-stage cultivator, whereas the 4th level marks the entry into the mid-stage. Such a leap in stages is hardly a trivial undertaking. In the realm of cultivation, the path of a practitioner during the qi refinement stage proves to be an arduous journey, even for those extraordinarily gifted individuals with exceptional spirit roots. Transitioning from a mere mortal to the foundation establishment stage entails a formidable challenge, often requiring an extensive duration of dedicated effort. Generally, these aspirants devote nearly all their time to their cultivation, striving to break free from the constraints of time and successfully ascend to the foundation establishment stage. The final hurdle, overcoming the bottleneck of foundation establishment, is particularly daunting. For the most exceptional disciples, the cultivation process remains lengthy, with the cultivation world often summarizing their journey as 5 years of qi refinement, followed by 10 years of foundation establishment. This indicates that even for the most talented individuals, a minimum of 5 years is requisite to successfully establish their foundations, while those with lesser endowed spirit roots may require even longer durations. Achieving a decade for foundation establishment is already considered remarkable. Cultivators typically commence their training around the age of 12, though particularly gifted disciples may begin as early as 8 or 9, akin to the case of Brother Shukong. During Master Yi Chen's travels, he serendipitously discovered Shukong's commendable cultivation aptitude and exceptional spirit root quality, prompting him to bring Shukong to the sect as his personal disciple at such a tender age. Over a span of 15 years, Shukong ultimately succeeded in breaking through to his respective stage, followed by several additional years to solidify his cultivation level. The circumstances of Shukong's 6 senior brothers were largely analogous, with variations primarily in the time and effort expended to reach the foundation establishment stage. When comparing Shukong to them, he occupies a middle ground. Notably, Master Yi Chun achieved a remarkable feat by elevating his cultivation level to the 3rd layer of qi refinement in merely half a year, an accomplishment that stands out among his peers. Moreover, Yi Chun demonstrated a significant enhancement in his alchemical prowess, having absorbed and refined a medium-grade qi dan in just 4.5 days. A stark improvement from the 6 days and nights previously required for such an endeavor. Following the elevation of his cultivation level, Yi Chun sensed a marked increase in the vigor and speed of his dantian's operation compared to his earlier stages of qi refinement. This enhancement could very well be attributed to the expansion and fortification of his dantian, thereby accelerating his absorption and refinement of medicinal pills. Every day, Yi Chun meticulously dedicates 4 hours, spending 3 of them honing the sect's sword technique, the Lingyun sword art, practicing his swordplay, and contemplating the profound depths of swordsmanship. The remaining hour is devoted to studying a booklet acquired through the exchange of a half bottle of mid-grade qi pills, which details the crafting of the pill of abandoning hunger and the qi pill. Although alchemy is inherently challenging, particularly in the absence of a mentor, self-study makes the endeavor even more formidable. Many intricate concepts elude Yi Chen's grasp. However, as a cultivator with a sharp intellect, he possesses the remarkable ability to retain information effortlessly. Consequently, he committed the entire content of the unbound booklet to memory in a short span of time. Whenever he finds a moment, Yi Chun immerses himself in the study of the various spiritual herbs, pills, and the intricacies of alchemy contained within its pages. Gradually, he has comprehended the entire process of pill crafting and has created a clear mental record. Upon his emergence from seclusion, Yi Chun intends to embark on his journey into alchemy. The process of pill making is intricate and laborious, necessitating the procurement of relevant spiritual herbs and an alchemical furnace. The ingredients for the pill of abandoning hunger and the qi pill are readily available in the sect's marketplace, requiring only the adherence to the specified types and quantities listed in the recipe. It is essential to acquire a furnace as well. The one used by alchemists is considered a type of magical artifact, varying in quality. As an apprentice alchemist, Chen need only invest in the most basic and affordable furnace, which he estimates will not be excessively costly. He even contemplates acquiring a second-hand furnace, discarded by others, which may prove even more economical. Regarding the firestones necessary for alchemy, Chen decides to purchase only a small quantity, as his alchemical chamber already features a geothermal outlet, a crucial reason for his choice of this particular cave, which, though not the most secluded, possesses sufficient spiritual energy. This cultivation cave has two geothermal outlets, one in the alchemical chamber and another in the artifact crafting chamber, both of which are fully operational and exhibit excellent firepower. It is evident why this cave serves as a cultivation site for the sect leader's direct disciples. With these two outlets, Chen can significantly reduce his expenditure on firestones for future alchemical endeavors. Nevertheless, he opts to acquire some firestones in preparation for future needs. Should he find himself outside the cave and in need of alchemical work, having firestones on hand will afford him the flexibility to craft pills at any time. After his retreat, Chen also plans to seek out the alchemist Pai Dai, hoping to gain his assistance in completing the fragmented recipe for the qi pill. Pai Dai undoubtedly possesses the complete recipe, as he has already mastered the crafting of low-grade qi pills, making it quite reasonable for him to have access to the full formula. The crux of the matter lies in whether others are willing to extend their assistance, and whether they are amenable to aiding one in this endeavor. One can still procure another batch of inferior spirit pills from them, thus fostering a closer relationship with Pai Dai. Ideally, forging a friendship with Pai Dai would prove immensely beneficial, as having an alchemist as a friend would greatly enhance one's cultivation and learning in the art of alchemy. Furthermore, Chen could entrust him with the task of selecting an affordable alchemical furnace, considering his own lack of knowledge regarding the quality of such items. Upon exiting the seclusion, it would be prudent to seek out senior brother Su Kong, requesting his aid in acquiring techniques that reveal the cultivation levels of others. If the opportunity arises, obtaining a technique to conceal one's own cultivation level would be advantageous, allowing for the anticipation of potential dangers and the ability to navigate through them. Currently, Chen's most pressing concern is the inability to amass spirit stones. His cultivation is solely reliant on the monthly benefits provided by the sect, which, given his current situation, are woefully insufficient. The dilemma remains: how can one procure spirit stones for purchases in the market? It is imperative to discover a means of earning spirit stones. Possessing them would facilitate a more effective and accelerated cultivation process. This situation brings to mind a saying from the mortal realm: with grain in hand, one remains calm. In the realm of cultivation, to pursue one's path without worry and to achieve immortality, one must rely on the four essential supports: wealth, companionship, methods, and land. Among these, wealth holds the utmost importance, referring specifically to spirit stones and other resources necessary for cultivation. Only with an ample supply of such resources can one cultivate without concern, dedicating oneself to the path. A lack of wealth, such as spirit stones and medicinal pills, renders a cultivator unable to progress. The plight of wandering cultivators serves as a testament to this reality. Without sufficient resources, their cultivation stagnates, and their strength fails to improve. In times of peril, they risk being vanquished by other cultivators or demonic beasts, leading to their untimely demise. Thus, the foremost priority for any cultivator is indeed wealth. Currently, relying on the sale of pills to earn spirit stones is not feasible, and mastering the art of alchemy is no simple task. Becoming an alchemist necessitates years of dedicated study and refinement, meaning that in the short term, Chen cannot rely on pill crafting to generate income. Instead, the pursuit of alchemy would demand considerable expenditure on spirit medicines and furnaces, further exacerbating Chen's already overwhelming burdens and frustrations. Nevertheless, there will inevitably be a solution. The most crucial task at hand is to focus on the present. Those worries can be addressed once the seclusion is concluded. Chen ultimately adjusted his mindset and resumed his cultivation with a tranquil heart. As time slowly flowed by, 2 months had unknowingly passed. Throughout these 2 months, Chen devoted himself tirelessly to his practice, diligently cultivating day and night without respite. Essentially, he spent 12 hours each day in continuous training, dedicating 8 of those hours to absorbing and refining the inferior quality Qi Dan in his possession. After fully assimilating the 5 mid-grade Qi Dan from half a vial, he ceased using the mid-grade pills and began to cultivate with the 100 inferior quality Qi Dan purchased from Pai Dai. Having experienced the efficacy of mid-grade Qi Dan, Chen immediately perceived the stark contrast between the two. The medicinal power released from the mid-grade Qi Dan contained an abundance of exceptionally pure spiritual energy, which his Dantian could effortlessly absorb and refine into his own magical power. In contrast, the spiritual energy released from the inferior quality Qi Dan was significantly inferior, both in quantity and purity, being far more chaotic. The absorption and refinement of this mixed spiritual energy proved to be a more arduous task, requiring additional time and more cycles of the great circulation. After repeated refinement, the amount of pure magical power obtained was vastly inferior to that derived from the mid-grade Qi Dan. In summary, the process was time-consuming, labor-intensive, and yielded limited rewards. Absorbing and refining a single mid-grade Qi Dan equated to the effort of assimilating more than 10 inferior quality Qi Dan, consuming even more time. Moreover, a small amount of chaotic spiritual energy always remained in the Dantian, unable to be refined or expelled from the body, ultimately accumulating like refuse and occupying valuable space within the Dantian. This phenomenon might very well be what cultivators refer to as Dan poison. The consumption of elixirs invariably leaves behind a residue of Dan poison within the body, which inflicts a certain degree of harm upon the cultivator. The accumulation of Dan poison intensifies its detrimental effects, particularly during pivotal moments of breakthrough in cultivation. Such accumulation may even precipitate a catastrophic failure in their ascension attempts, rendering the cultivator's meticulous preparations utterly futile. When Dan poison reaches a critical threshold, it can obliterate the path of progression, jeopardizing the cultivator's promising future. It stands as a formidable obstacle, a stumbling block on the arduous journey of cultivation. Cultivators are inherently reliant on elixirs for assistance in their practice. The lower the quality of the elixir, the greater the quantity of Dan poison it contains. Conversely, higher quality elixirs harbor fewer impurities, resulting in diminished Dan poison levels. The classification of elixirs is thus delineated. Inferior grade elixirs contain less than 40% impurities, medium grade elixirs contain less than 20%, superior grade elixirs contain less than 10%, and exquisite elixirs contain less than 5%. Perfect elixirs are entirely devoid of any impurities. Common elixirs fall into the categories of superior, medium, and inferior grades, while exquisite elixirs are virtually non-existent in the southern domain, where the alchemical civilization has lagged behind the rest of the world. Here, superior grade elixirs are regarded as the pinnacle of quality. As for perfect elixirs, they reside solely in the realm of legend, known only to a select few high-ranking alchemists and leaders of grand sections. The existence of alchemists capable of concocting such perfect elixirs is highly questionable, perhaps suggesting that none possess such extraordinary skills. Chen, despite having 2 entire bottles of medium-grade Qi elixirs at his disposal, reluctantly resorts to inferior-grade Qi elixirs. Driven by circumstances beyond his control, he intends to reserve the 2 remaining bottles of medium-grade Qi elixirs for emergencies, so that when his spirit stones dwindle, he can utilize them as he did previously to offset his spirit stone deficit. In the marketplace, medium-grade Qi elixirs are in high demand and often serve as a substitute for spirit stones in trade transactions. In times of scarcity, aspirations may dwindle, and necessity may dictate one's choices. This is an inevitable act of desperation for the hero. Had Chen possessed an ample supply of spiritual stones, he would undoubtedly have prioritized the cultivation of mid-grade Qi pills, which boast a higher purity and minimal toxicity. However, his current circumstances necessitate a multitude of spiritual stones, and his supply is woefully inadequate, compelling him to resort to such measures. During the 2 months of seclusion for cultivation, nearly 80 of the 100 low-grade Qi pills have been consumed by Chen, leaving him with merely 20 or so. Although his cultivation remains at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, he has experienced a marked advancement, progressing from the initial stage to the latter stage of the 3rd level. With an additional month or 2 of dedicated practice, he is certain to reach the 4th level of Qi refinement, thereby entering the mid-stage of the Qi refinement period. The 4th level serves as a significant watershed, delineating the boundary between the early and mid-stages of Qi refinement. Practitioners in the early stage typically possess limited strength, with a superficial grasp of spells and abilities, and their capacity to wield various techniques is restricted. Conversely, those in the mid-stage begin to focus on mastering a diverse array of spells and tactical training. The primary task for practitioners at this level is to enhance their combat skills and tactical capabilities, as elevating one's combat prowess is essential for self-preservation. Consequently, Chen places considerable importance on this pivotal juncture at the 4th level of Qi refinement, setting his sights resolutely on achieving it. During the past 2 months, Chen diligently practiced the sect's technique, the Changchun Gong, to enhance his cultivation level. In addition, he showed no signs of slackness in mastering the sect's swordsmanship, the Lingyun Sword technique. His proficiency in the sword path has seen considerable improvement, having firmly reached the mid-stage of minor accomplishment, which corresponds to the combat prowess of a 5th-level Qi refining practitioner. When wielding his sword, Chen could unleash a tempestuous force, with sword energy surging forth in a magnificent display, exuding an impressive aura. However, whether he could actually repel foes or slay enemies beyond his level could only be determined through real combat. Generally speaking, sword cultivators of the same cultivation level possess greater strength compared to ordinary practitioners, a fact well recognized. Chen's current combat ability at the mid-stage of minor accomplishment is roughly equivalent to that of other 5th-level Qi refining practitioners. Having been in the sect for 8 months, Chen has yet to engage in a true contest with other practitioners, thus lacking a clear understanding of their specific strengths. This clarity could only be achieved after experiencing actual combat. Although he has not had the opportunity thus far, he could seek out Moronyu, Senyo, and Lin Yifei for sparring and exchange, which would allow him to gauge his standing among the newly initiated disciples. During this period of closed-door cultivation, Chen did not set a specific duration for his practice. He knew it was time to emerge when he had exhausted all the medicinal pills in his possession. Currently, he possessed over 20 inferior Qi pills, which, based on his previous consumption rate, would sustain his cultivation for another 6 to 7 days. Once he had refined these pills completely, he would make further arrangements. With these considerations in mind, Chen re-entered his cultivation state, absorbing and refining the inferior pills, circulating his dantian, and tempering his spiritual energy. The process of cultivation is inherently arduous and monotonous, without great willpower and ambition. One cannot endure the tedious routine of day in and day out, year after year. Those of weak resolve may succumb to the solitude and tedium of prolonged seclusion, leading to mental breakdowns or demonic states. Once a practitioner descends into madness, it is all but certain that their path of cultivation will be irrevocably severed, losing their mind, becoming deranged, and spiraling into chaos. In such a state, how can one cultivate effectively? Once a practitioner loses their sanity, death is inevitable, either at the hands of other practitioners or through the assault of demonic beasts, or even by self-destruction. Chen is currently immersed in a state of monotonous cultivation. As he ingests a low-grade elixir, it swiftly dissolves, releasing a wave of refreshing and comforting medicinal energy. This energy rapidly travels down his throat and enters his body, where it spirals in his dantian, generating a powerful suction force. Gradually, this energy is drawn through his meridians, ultimately reaching the dantian, where it begins to revolve around a whirlpool of air, comparable in size to a walnut. Eventually, it is absorbed into the center of the vortex, disappearing into a mysterious space. Once the ethereal energy has been completely refined within the dantian, it undergoes a fundamental transformation, becoming pure mana that emerges from the void of the dantian and returns once more. Chen continues to adhere to his rigorous training schedule, absorbing and refining the elixir, practicing sword techniques, and mentally simulating the alchemical process. When it comes to alchemy, he has developed an innovative method of his own design. He has thoroughly researched the entire process of concocting both the fasting pill and the harmony pill, considering even the most minute details. Consequently, Chen attempts to visualize a realistic scenario in his mind for crafting these pills, carefully manipulating the flames according to the operational steps and methods he has devised. He attentively monitors the state of the spiritual herbs within the cauldron using his consciousness, adjusting the flame's intensity beneath the cauldron as needed, and regulating the temperature within to maintain it within a reasonable range. This multitasking approach, while effective, is exceedingly taxing on a practitioner's mental focus and demands a high degree of awareness. After a period of practice, Chen has significantly enhanced his mental acuity, now perceiving a much broader range of coverage. Initially, he could only sense a limited area within his body, but with each advancement in his cultivation, his awareness gradually expanded to encompass a certain distance around him. Now, following another leap in his cultivation, he can sense his surroundings within a radius of 2 to 3 zhang. This means that if he were to engage in close combat, even with his eyes closed, he could rely on his consciousness to navigate the battle without any detriment. Within this range, he can perceive with utmost clarity, even surpassing the efficacy of direct sight. However, the drawback of using his consciousness is the significant depletion of his spiritual energy. While manageable in the short term, prolonged use leads to considerable fatigue. This exhaustion differs markedly from the fatigue associated with depleted mana. The latter can be swiftly alleviated through rest or elixirs, whereas the recovery of consciousness takes much longer. regardless of the consumption of mana-replenishing pills. Another benefit of his training is a marked improvement in the speed and proficiency of his hand seals. Whether using one hand or two, his ability to form seals has reached new heights, allowing him to complete them instantaneously. Many spells and techniques are executed through these seals, including the fire control technique employed by alchemists. In addition to finger seals, incantations can also be used to form seals, which enhances both the power and speed of the spells when executed simultaneously. Through his study of alchemy, Chen unexpectedly augmented his mental strength, enhancing his seal formation speed and the potency of his spells. Under Chen's unique simulated alchemical operations, he has even managed to craft exceedingly poor quality fasting pills in his mind. Although his techniques remain unrefined and the process is fraught with flaws, this simulation does not impose any real burden or cost. Even when his mental simulations result in failed concoctions, there is no loss or damage to the actual spiritual herbs, making this method of simulated alchemy a unique and effective learning tool. There is no need to mourn the waste of spiritual herbs due to failures. He can simply start anew. Upon discovering this remarkable phenomenon, Chen was filled with unparalleled joy. Did this not imply that he could practice the alchemical process using this method before actually concocting pills, thereby significantly reducing the resources and costs associated with spiritual herbs? He could refine his skills until he felt wholly confident in his ability to successfully create pills, at which point he could truly commence the alchemical process. Unable to contain his ecstatic delight, Chen gazed skyward and laughed heartily. Was this not a special skill bestowed upon him by the heavens? With this approach, would his journey into alchemy not be akin to wings on a tiger or water to a fish, allowing for swift advancement? What was there to fear in failure? If he were to fail, what of it? Mastering this method would further facilitate research and innovation, even allowing for the improvement of alchemical formulas and the creation of entirely new ones. Although countless experiments and refinements would still be necessary, the actual cost would be considerably lower, eliminating concerns about the excessive wastage of spiritual herbs. He would no longer dread the dangers posed by potential alchemical explosions. All that was required of him was time and energy. Since successfully crafting the pill of abstinence in his mind using this method, Chen eagerly anticipated the day he could personally concoct pills, ultimately becoming a true alchemist. Should he achieve a breakthrough in alchemy and successfully create pills, he would resolve his economic crises and the troubling lack of spiritual stones. Once this issue was addressed, his path of cultivation would broaden significantly. Even if he were to leave the sect and no longer rely on it, he would not fret over resources for his cultivation. In his exuberance, Chen became increasingly convinced that he would pursue the dual path of alchemy and swordsmanship in his quest for immortality. However, after fully absorbing and refining the last inferior Qi pill, Chen's cultivation level still did not break through to the fourth tier of Qi refinement. He remained at the late stage of the third tier, merely a hair's breadth away from advancement. Yet, this slight margin proved to be an insurmountable barrier, leaving him frustrated and lamenting his predicament. His swordsmanship also saw little progress, remaining at the mid-level of minor success. This was an unavoidable reality, as advancing in swordsmanship was inherently challenging, with further progression being even more arduous. It often required long periods of diligent practice followed by moments of enlightenment to achieve significant breakthroughs. Were it not for Chen's considerable talent in swordsmanship, a cultivator in the early stages of Qi refinement achieving the mid-level of swordsmanship would be quite remarkable. Yet, Chen had not only reached the minor success realm, but had also attained the mid-level. Such accomplishments surpassed the majority of sword cultivators' advancement rates, and even the most gifted sword practitioners rarely achieved such speed. Calculating the time, Chen had been a disciple of the Lingyun Sword Sect for just over 8 months since leaving the Yi family village. His cultivation was on the verge of reaching the mid-level of Qi refinement, alongside a notable mid-level in swordsmanship. Such impressive achievements were truly eye-catching, prompting admiration for Chen as a genuine prodigy of alchemy with superior spiritual roots. At present, Chen has completely absorbed and refined 100 inferior Qi pills and 5 medium-grade Qi pills. The remaining 2 bottles of medium-grade Qi pills are temporarily unusable, as Chen has other plans. Consequently, he has reached a point where he possesses no medicinal pills at his disposal. As for the mere 10 spirit stones that remain, they cannot be utilized either, for he will need to purchase a considerable array of items, and he has yet to secure any additional spirit stones. Relying solely on the absorption and refinement of the relatively dense spiritual energy within the cave for his cultivation is not an option for Chen at this moment. Compared to consuming medicinal pills, the thin spiritual energy present in the atmosphere is utterly inadequate to satisfy Chen's current cravings. It would be premature for him to emerge from his seclusion now. If he could wait another 20 days or so, he would be able to claim his 3-month sect benefits once again. Thus, with no other choice, Chen must continue his closed-door cultivation, patiently awaiting the time to once more receive the sect's benefits. Lost in contemplation, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Oh, how could I have forgotten such an important matter? How vexing. Chen, filled with regret, lightly smacked his forehead. Chen suddenly recalled that upon entering the sect, he had received a small booklet titled Basic Spells of the Lingyun Sword Sect. At that time, due to his inability to read, he had paid little attention to its contents. It was only after 3 months of training, when he had gained literacy, that he realized the purpose of that booklet. During his initial months, he had been preoccupied with cultivating his realm and had overlooked the significance of the booklet. Now, the memory of it sparked a surge of joy within him. He hurriedly retrieved the storage bag gifted to him by his master and opened it, extracting the booklet. This storage bag, which was similar to the one belonging to Muronyu, possessed a larger internal space, measuring 4 feet on each side. Chen stored all his crucial belongings within this bag, while the pouch hanging at his waist contained only less significant items. Even the mid-grade magic sword given to him by his master was stored in this larger bag, while the ordinary long sword issued by the sect remained in the waist pouch. Previously, his senior brother Shukong had introduced the method of refining storage bags. By the time Chen reached the 2nd level of Qi refinement, he had already re-refined both of his storage bags, binding them to himself with a drop of blood. This act had imbued the bags with an additional layer of security, rendering them inaccessible to others unless a practitioner far surpassing Chen's realm forcibly breached the restrictions. Furthermore, Chen had also re-refined his cultivation cave, making it increasingly difficult for others to intrude. His cave had become as fortified as an impregnable fortress. And with the defensive array activated, even practitioners in the Qi refinement or foundation establishment stages would find it arduous to breach the defenses. Only elders in the Golden Core stage possessed the strength to dismantle such protective formations. Within the confines of the sect, under the watchful eyes of the Peak Master, no one dared to recklessly assault the cultivation cave of a direct disciple. Thus, when Chen entered seclusion and activated the defensive array, he could be assured of uninterrupted cultivation. As he picked up the booklet and began to peruse its contents, he discovered it introduced a variety of basic spells and techniques. All practitioners with spiritual roots could learn and utilize these spells. However, if one could select spells that aligned with their specific elemental affinity, the effects would be exponentially enhanced. Cultivating spells that resonated with one's spiritual roots would yield greater power and lethality, making the learning process significantly easier. As Chen possessed both metal and fire spiritual roots, the corresponding spells of the metal and fire elements were perfectly suited to his innate qualities, making them the most appropriate for his studies and practice. Among the 5 elemental arts of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the metal-based spells primarily focus on offense. The vast majority of metal spells are inherently aggressive, such as the commonly known metal sword technique, a renowned spell that exemplifies the prowess of metal-based sorcery. These foundational spells are frequently employed by practitioners during combat and assassination, necessitating the conversion of their magical energy into specific spells to unleash the formidable power contained within them. Through this system, practitioners harness the immense energy released to assault their adversaries. As previously mentioned, the metal sword technique is one of the most fundamental spells within the metal category. A practitioner transforms their magical energy into a tangible golden sword, manipulating this formidable weapon using hand seals, incantations, and other mystical methods to strike their foes. Another widely utilized and easily learned spell is the fireball technique, whereby practitioners transmute their magical energy into a fireball to attack their enemies. This technique is often employed to incinerate corpses and erase traces of wrongdoing, as the flames generated are distinct from ordinary fire. The flames born from a practitioner's energy are spiritual in nature, exceedingly potent, and capable of melting solid rock and steel into liquid form. Given their high temperature, spiritual flames can reduce a body to ashes in mere moments, and if one is struck by such flames without prompt extinguishment, they too may swiftly be consumed by the inferno. The power of the fireball technique is notably substantial. During confrontations among practitioners in the Qi refinement stage, battles typically oscillate between close combat and spellcasting. Close combat tests the martial prowess of the practitioners, while spell duels engage their magical capabilities from a distance. Higher-tier practitioners wield more potent spells, often defeating lower-tier opponents with a single technique. When practitioners of similar strength clash, they engage in a fierce contest of their most adept spells, ultimately determining the victor after an intense struggle. Practitioners in the early stages of Qi refinement have limited magical energy, thus restricting their spellcasting abilities. Even the simplest fireball technique may not be readily conjured, and the number of fireballs one can summon in a short span is also constrained. The potency of the fireball is contingent upon the practitioner's cultivation level. A practitioner at the first level of chi refinement might only manage to summon a diminutive and weak fireball, akin to a mere flickering flame, easily extinguished by a gust of wind. However, as their cultivation advances into the mid and late stages, they gain mastery over the fireball technique, enabling them to produce significantly larger and more powerful fireballs. In the late stages of chi refinement, practitioners can conjure fireballs the size of large water containers, which not only possess immense size, but also unparalleled temperature and power compared to the small fireballs of their earlier counterparts. If struck by such a formidable fireball, the likelihood of fatality is exceedingly high. The early-stage practitioners' fireballs are weak, barely qualifying as true fireballs until their cultivation improves, allowing for a genuine manifestation of this technique. The potency of the fireball technique is influenced not only by the size of the fireball and the temperature of the flames, but also by the speed at which the fireball travels through the air. Furthermore, practitioners in the late stages can execute even more sophisticated and powerful variations of the fireball technique, transforming these ordinary fireballs into intricate patterns or vivid, animated scenes. This illustrates a direct correlation between a practitioner's cultivation level and the power of their spells. From the various spells introduced in this booklet, Chen selected those that piqued his interest and aligned with his current learning needs. The booklet presents a total of 15 fundamental spells, universally accessible to practitioners of all elemental affinities. Chen chose spells suited for his dual elemental roots of fire and metal, selecting one from each. Additionally, he opted for 2 escape techniques, earth escape and water escape, both of which are pragmatically invaluable in dire situations. For wood-based spells, he chose the binding technique, which manifests magical energy into resilient vines to ensnare and incapacitate enemies. Chen also selected the earth wall technique for defense, which provides robust protection against fire, water, corrosion, and toxins, forming a substantial earthen barrier against various assaults. Moreover, he discovered a spell known as the cleansing technique, devoid of offensive capability, serving merely to purify oneself and their garments. Previously, his mentor, Brother Shucomb, had demonstrated this spell while selecting a cultivation cave, instantly rendering the long-abandoned space spotless with a mere wave of his sleeve. Chen was astounded by the efficacy of this astonishing technique, and now he too has the opportunity to learn it. Once mastered, he can effortlessly maintain cleanliness within his dwelling. The 2 spells that align with Chen's elemental roots are the fireball technique and the metal sword technique. Among them, the fireball technique is the most fundamental spell that every cultivator can adeptly wield. This technique allows the practitioner to transform their internal magical energy into a fireball, employing it as a basic tactical method to assault adversaries. Beyond the elementary spherical form, the fireball technique encompasses numerous advanced variations, one of which is the arrow technique, an upgraded version of the fireball technique. While a single casting of the fireball technique can only conjure 1 fireball, the arrow technique enables the practitioner to unleash dozens or even hundreds of arrows in one go, facilitating a concentrated area attack against multiple foes. Thus, the arrow technique is suited for engaging groups of enemies, whereas the fireball technique is more appropriate for one-on-one confrontations. The golden sword technique represents another form of offensive spell. This technique allows the practitioner to directly transmute their magical power into a sword, which can be manipulated with incantations and hand seals to strike at enemies. Furthermore, the upgraded version is the giant sword technique. Once unleashed, this enhanced form manifests as an enormous sword, extending several feet or even dozens of feet in length, boasting formidable attacking prowess. Under the assault of this giant sword technique, if the opponent lacks sufficient strength, they may be cleaved into fragments with a single strike. The cultivator's ability to execute the earth-splitting and river-cleaving divine technique is, in essence, a further evolution of this giant sword technique. The higher the cultivation level of a practitioner, the greater the potency of the spells they cast. A yuanying, nascent soul, cultivator wielding the giant sword technique could cleave mountains and overturn seas. Their sword might shaking the heavens and the earth. In Chapter 36, during the second period of seclusion, Chen ultimately selects these 8 spell techniques for his cultivation. This time, he intends to initially master the most urgently needed spells, intending to learn all 15 techniques when time permits. Each additional skill enhances his strength incrementally. The more spells he masters, the more advantageous it becomes for him, promising greater assistance in the future. In summary, there is no detriment to learning. These 8 spell techniques can be broadly categorized into 4 groups based on their functional roles. Among them, the Golden Sword Technique, Fireball Technique, and Wind Blade Technique serve as offensive spells, while the Earth Wall Technique and Entanglement Technique are defensive spells employed to hinder or restrain enemies. The Art of Earth Escape, also known as Ground Evasion, along with the Water Escape Technique, serves primarily as a means of fleeing and survival. Though they may not hold significant value in confrontational combat, these spells are indispensable. Selecting the right spells for priority study and practice is crucial. Chen has officially commenced his training in these techniques within the confines of a secluded training chamber. With a new strategy for organizing his time, he has concluded that, having exhausted his supply of medicinal elixirs, there is no longer a need to focus on elevating his cultivation level. Instead, he plans to dedicate the entirety of his previous 8 hours of daily practice to the exploration and mastery of magical spells and abilities. Apart from reserving 1 hour each day for further research into alchemy and simulating the refining of potions, Chen intends to devote the remaining time entirely to the study of spells and supernatural techniques. This allocation grants him a robust 11 hours each day for the cultivation of these arts. First and foremost, he requires a profound comprehension of these spells. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, Chen gradually opened his eyes, took hold of a small booklet, and turned directly to the page detailing the Fireball Technique. Engaging in a thorough reading. The Fireball Technique is a method by which cultivators transform their internal magical energy into spirit fire through their cultivation methods. This spirit fire, evolved from magical energy, is then ignited through other means of cultivation, allowing the practitioner to manipulate it via hand seals to launch an assault on adversaries. Mastery of this spell necessitates a sufficient reserve of magical energy. The higher the practitioner's level of cultivation, the greater their internal magical reserves, thus enhancing the potency of the fireball they can invoke. Currently, Chen stands as a high-level practitioner in the Qi refining stage, nearing the mid-level of this stage with ample magical energy to perform such spells. Practitioners often cultivate spells pertaining to the 5 elements, with their magical energy being the most refined spiritual energy, repeatedly distilled through the Dantian. This energy can be transmuted into the 5 elemental energies: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each corresponding to a specific elemental attribute. During this transformation, the practitioner's magical energy inherently possesses corresponding elemental properties. For instance, as Chen possesses both metal and fire spirit roots, his internal magical energy consists of both metal and fire energies. To cast water spells, he must first convert his internal fire energy into water energy, which incurs a loss during the transformation between differing elemental properties. According to prior experience, the transformation between conflicting elemental energies, such as fire and water, can only achieve a 70% conversion efficiency, while harmonious elements can achieve up to 90%. For energies that neither conflict nor nurture one another, the conversion can reach 80%. When converting the same type of energy, the conversion can be complete, with no loss incurred. For instance, when Chen activates the Fireball Technique, all of his fire-type energy can be entirely transformed into the fireball without any magical loss. Thus, Chen deliberately chose the Fireball Technique and the Metal Sword Technique for his training. The first step involves converting his internal magical energy into the energy required for the spell. The second step entails following the operational principles of the spell to condense and shape it into a fireball, infusing it with magical energy just before launching it. The more fire energy infused within the fireball, the larger its size and the more formidable its power becomes. After successfully condensing the fireball, the third step involves activating it to strike the enemy, utilizing incantations, hand seals, and gestures to control its flight speed, path, and distance. Upon striking its target, the fireball detonates, unleashing all the magical energy contained within, maximizing its destructive potential. Furthermore, an essential final step is the retraction of the Fireball Technique, allowing the practitioner to cease the attack and withdraw their magical energy. If a practitioner wishes to retract a launched fireball or lessen its lethal impact, they can control its power to partially or fully withdraw the attack. However, this ability to retract an activated spell is only attainable by foundational level practitioners. Those in the Qi refining stage, with their limited capabilities, generally lose control once the fireball is launched. It can only travel in a straight line, unable to change its trajectory or be recalled. These limitations are dictated by the practitioner's magical energy and consciousness, with the latter being particularly crucial for cultivation. Many hand seals and incantations are governed by the practitioner's consciousness, which has a limited range. As Qi refining practitioners typically possess lower cultivation levels, their consciousness is correspondingly weaker, restricting their operational range. Once an attack exceeds this range, all spells controlled by consciousness become ineffective, resulting in the fireball's loss of control and its subsequent linear flight. Through repeated study of the fireball technique, Chen has achieved a clear understanding of its execution. To unleash the fireball's full potential, one must possess a fire spirit root, attain a sufficiently high cultivation level, and maintain strong consciousness while being thoroughly familiar with the technique. Chen not only possesses a fire spirit root, but also has attained mid-level proficiency in swordsmanship. This advancement allows him to match the combat prowess of a fifth-layer chi refining practitioner, thereby enhancing his consciousness to a comparable level. Consequently, Chen's consciousness is now stronger than his high-level chi refining cultivation, reaching the level of a fifth-layer practitioner in this regard, granting him a distinct advantage in duels. Having diligently studied the fundamental principles of the fireball technique, Chen is now left with the task of practical application. The training chamber he occupies is specifically designed for the cultivation of sword techniques and magical spells, equipped to handle powerful attack methods. The chamber is surrounded by incredibly hard rock walls, fortified by a protective array, rendering them even more resilient. Previous attempts at practicing sword techniques resulted in mere scratches left by mid-grade swords, incapable of inflicting significant damage. Thus, practicing powerful spells here incurs no risk of damaging or collapsing his training realm. With a collected mind, Chen took a deep breath, centering his focus. He performed the necessary hand seals, activating his internal magical energy, and quickly condensed it into a fireball the size of a fist. During this initial experiment, he intentionally reduced the fireball's power due to concerns about his control. Once the fireball was fully formed, Chen directed it towards the stone wall before him. Uttering a low command, "Go!" Suddenly, a fiery orb, no larger than a fist, materialized at Chen's fingertips, swiftly hurtling towards the stone wall before him. With a soft thud, the fireball struck the surface, erupting into a vast conflagration. After a few breaths, the flames extinguished, leaving behind a shallow indentation the size of a fist on the stone wall. Beneath the dent, traces of rock, melted by the intense heat, were faintly discernible. Rising to his feet, Chen approached to scrutinize the potency of the fireball technique he had unleashed for the first time. Quite impressive, he mused, nodding in satisfaction. He had not anticipated that such a seemingly casual application of the fireball spell could yield such formidable results. Previously, during his cultivation, Chen had endeavored to unleash his full strength with a punch against the same wall, leaving it unscathed. Without the protective array, his strike could have created a foot-deep crater. Yet now, this light and airy fireball had managed to breach the array's defenses, leaving an indentation on the rock face. Clearly, the temperature of this spiritual fire was not to be underestimated, capable of swiftly melting stone. The intensity of such heat was nothing short of terrifying. It was no wonder that spiritual fire could reduce a corpse to ashes in an instant, taking lives in the blink of an eye. This flame was indeed formidable. Contemplating this, Chen could not help but marvel at the might of the fireball technique and resolved to push further. He returned to his position, settling back onto the mat, preparing once more. Thud, 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 as the relentless sounds of fireballs colliding with the stone wall echoed. Numerous fireballs of varying sizes struck the surface, transforming the once smooth and even wall into a pocked landscape within a mere half-day. The ground beneath bore remnants of newly formed rock, a product of the molten stone. Through continuous practice, Chen gradually honed his proficiency in casting the fireball technique. He discovered through experimentation that the fireballs he conjured could range from the size of a fingernail to that of a wash basin. For cultivators at the advanced stage of chi refinement, being able to unleash such large fireballs was truly remarkable. Additionally, Chen could consecutively launch 3 large fireballs. But after doing so, he would find himself drained of magical energy, dizzy, and his consciousness severely depleted, necessitating a period of rest before he could cast the fireball technique again. In contrast, the smaller fireballs did not exert such a toll on his energy or awareness. He could effortlessly produce dozens of fist-sized fireballs without feeling fatigued. Thus, in future confrontations, these fist-sized fireballs would prove to be the ideal balance of power, reserved for when he faced formidable opponents requiring greater might. However, casting more than 2 large fireballs in succession would lead to a depletion of his magical energy and a potential risk to his very essence. Should he attempt 3 consecutive large fireball attacks, he would inevitably exhaust his magical power, rendering him temporarily incapacitated and vulnerable to capture. If an adversary were to exploit this weakness, it could spell disaster for him. Therefore, in subsequent battles, it was imperative to conserve sufficient strength, avoiding reckless expenditure of energy without consideration of the consequences. After casting countless fireballs, Chen began to sense a waning of his magical energy. the potency of the fireballs diminishing, and his spirit feeling exceedingly weary. This was undoubtedly a symptom of excessive magical expenditure and a drained consciousness. It was time to cease his practice of the fireball technique. Feeling a persistent dizziness, Chen has come to realize that he has excessively depleted both his magical energy and spiritual essence during this period. Fortunately, he has been cultivating within the confines of his cave dwelling rather than engaging in actual combat. This has allowed him to recklessly unleash a barrage of fireball spells without regard for the consequences. After numerous applications of the fireball technique, Chen has gradually developed a deeper understanding of this spell, enabling him to execute it with greater ease and proficiency. No longer does he find himself struggling as he did in the early stages of his learning. He can now effortlessly conjure fireballs at will. His mastery over the spell's potency has also improved significantly, and with further practice, he believes he will fully command this technique. Now, however, his magical energy is nearly depleted, rendering any further training in fireball spells impossible. Consequently, Chen must cease his practice of this technique and turn his attention to mastering the manipulation and application of 7 other spells. As long as he refrains from using his magical energy and spiritual essence, it equates to resting and restoring them. The recovery of magical energy requires 2 to 3 hours, while the restoration of spiritual essence demands a longer period. At least an entire night's rest is necessary for it to recover to about half its normal capacity. Thus, during this time, Chen cannot employ either his spiritual essence or magical energy, which compels him to embark on the study of the other 7 spells he has chosen. Despite their differences from the fireball technique, these spells share many underlying principles and methods of application. Having thoroughly mastered the fireball technique, Chen finds it considerably easier to learn additional spells, benefiting from the interconnectedness of these magical arts. Although these spells may differ in subtle execution, the overarching principles remain largely consistent. The fireball spell primarily transforms the practitioner's magical energy into searing flames to assail enemies, while the golden sword technique similarly converts magical energy into a razor-sharp force of impact. The methods of harnessing and directing these spells are fundamentally alike, with only the nuances of each specific spell differing. With diligent contemplation and analysis, Chen has devised an effective and straightforward learning methodology. Armed with his experience in mastering the golden sword technique, he now finds the study of the other 6 distinct, yet interrelated spells significantly more manageable. After 5 days of dedicated study, Chen has successfully grasped the theoretical foundations of these 7 basic spells. As their name implies, these spells are among the simplest and most accessible for practitioners to learn, making them particularly easy for a prodigious talent such as Chen to master. Remarkably, he has accomplished this feat within a mere 5 days and nights, especially excelling in the 7th spell, the cleansing technique, which is notably simpler than the others. This spell requires minimal power to execute, functioning akin to a variant of both the wind blade technique and the rain summoning spell. The cleansing technique effectively employs magical energy to forcibly remove dirt and grime from his body and garments, utilizing a wind blade that, while not as formidable as the true wind blade technique, generates a powerful gust capable of dislodging surface debris. Coupled with droplets of water condensed from the surrounding air through the rain summoning technique, it enables rapid cleansing of both body and clothing, leaving them renewed and quickly dried. The previous instance when senior brother Shukong waved his sleeve, the entire cave dwelling was thoroughly cleansed by the cleansing technique. Mastering this spell offers numerous advantages, the most significant being the considerable savings in time and effort, greatly alleviating the burden of maintaining the cultivation cave and allowing practitioners more time to focus on their training. As 5 to 6 days pass, Chen's magical energy and spiritual essence have largely replenished. Throughout this period of seclusion, he has not rested for even a moment, finding joy and a sense of accomplishment in mastering these spells, which fills him with pride at his rapid progress. These spells will become vital tools in his arsenal, with some serving as primary means of defense in battle. Chen is reluctant to reveal all his capabilities at once. He intends to maintain a facade. As a practitioner in the Qi refinement stage, he must embody the awareness and strength befitting that level, concealing the true extent of his swordsmanship. Thus, in general circumstances, Chen can only display the strength of a third-level Qi refinement practitioner, deliberately hiding any excess power. In duels among Qi refinement practitioners, combat often revolves around the use of the most basic spells and techniques, with limited power resulting in prolonged engagements. Chen's pursuit of mastery over these techniques is driven by self-interest. He faces every challenge alone, with all obstacles requiring his personal resolution. Therefore, acquiring additional skills is undeniably essential. With this limited period of seclusion, Chen plans to master the remaining fundamental spells in his next retreat, thereby solidifying his foundation on the path of cultivation. A practitioner must explore various arts, as proficiency in diverse skills enhances their power. For instance, a cultivator well-versed in formations will exhibit a marked advantage over one who is not when encountering such constructs. Therefore, it is crucial to accumulate strength along the path of cultivation, especially during the early stages of qi refinement when differences in power among practitioners are not significant. Once his magical energy is restored, Chen can begin practical exercises with the spells he has theoretically mastered. He first practices the Golden Sword technique, a widely favored offensive spell among practitioners due to its formidable attack power. This technique can inflict lethal damage on adversaries, with the Golden Sword conjured by the spell possessing remarkable penetrating ability, easily overcoming typical low-grade defensive shields. Other defensive measures often struggle to intercept the damage inflicted by such spells, particularly for cultivators with golden spiritual roots, who often prefer the Golden Sword technique over the Fireball spell. Seated in meditation, Chen channels his magical energy, ready to be manipulated at a moment's notice. Forming a hand seal, he swiftly casts the spell, and as he completes the gesture, a golden sword materializes from the void. With a flick of his finger toward the stone wall before him, he commands, "Go." The golden sword shot towards the stone wall with astonishing speed, vanishing into the void in the blink of an eye. In an instant, it pierced through the stone, leaving behind a gaping, pitch-black hole the width of an arm. Such ferocity! Chen exclaimed in astonishment, quickly rising to approach the stone wall for a closer examination of the dark cavity created by the golden sword. Upon inspection, Chen discovered that this deep hole, wrought by the sword's technique, extended a full 6 to 7 feet into the wall. It was important to note that this was no ordinary rock face. It was fortified by a defensive array, far more resilient than typical stone. Had it been a standard rock wall, the golden sword's assault would have undoubtedly carved a hole at least 10 feet deep. Truly, this golden sword technique was formidable. Chen marveled at its potency. The previous Fireball spell had merely left superficial marks on the wall, failing to yield such devastating consequences. If such an attack were to strike a cultivator, none would withstand it. This clearly illustrated the might of the Golden Sword spell. It seemed imperative to employ this technique more frequently in future confrontations. Chen returned to his meditation mat, resuming his practice of the Golden Sword technique. He varied the intensity of the magical energy he channeled into the spell, testing the different capabilities of the Golden Sword under varying levels of power. Indeed, as Chen wielded the Golden Sword with different intensities, he gained a deeper understanding of this spell's extraordinary potential. The weakest manifestation of the Golden Sword he conjured was a petite golden dagger, less than a foot in length, capable of penetrating the stone wall to a depth of 3 inches, a remarkable feat in its own right. Although the power may be modest, the speed of the short sword is exceedingly swift, surpassing the offensive velocity of other formidable Golden Sword techniques by more than double. In rapid flight, the short sword becomes increasingly difficult to defend against, and its lethality remains significant. Employing such a technique can yield unexpectedly effective results, particularly suited for ambushes against weaker practitioners with lower cultivation realms. This is especially true when confronting those at the initial stage of qi refinement, as they struggle to react effectively to such speed. On the other hand, the most potent Golden Sword technique manifests in a sword that can extend to 1 or 2 zhang in length, resembling a colossal instrument of destruction. The might of this massive sword is formidable, instilling a sense of dread and intimidation in those who behold it. The sheer force of its assault left a cavernous 5-foot-deep hole in the stone wall, representing Chen's current pinnacle of offensive capability. At present, Chen has only reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement, yet he possesses such tremendous striking power. Should he advance to the later stages of qi refinement or attain the foundation establishment stage, his offensive prowess would undoubtedly escalate to an even more formidable level. Currently, he holds a certain advantage only at the initial stage of qi refinement. When faced with practitioners in the mid to late stages, Chen remains outmatched. After all, the fundamental basis of a practitioner's strength lies in their cultivation realm. A practitioner at the initial stage of qi refinement, no matter how skilled, cannot contend with one at the late stage. This is a basic understanding, akin to comparing a child to an adolescent. They simply do not share the same level. As Chen grows increasingly adept at the Golden Sword technique, he becomes acutely aware that his cultivation realm is lagging behind. His next step must be to expedite the elevation of his cultivation level. Upon emerging from seclusion and acquiring the training resources distributed by the sect, Chen intends to promptly enhance his cultivation to the mid-stage of qi refinement, striving to break through to the fourth layer. The distinction between the mid and initial stages of Qi refinement is substantial, despite being merely one layer apart. Chen is quite satisfied with the progress he has made in mastering the golden sword technique. Achieving this level is commendable. With this technique at his disposal, he can effectively counter other practitioners. Such a powerful technique is immensely valuable, as its advantage lies in its ability to execute medium to long-range attacks. Previously, Chen's most formidable means of offense was a close combat swordplay at the minor success level of the sword path, which could only exert its effectiveness within a limited distance. Beyond that, he had no recourse. At the third layer of Qi refinement, his cultivation level scarcely holds any weight against other practitioners. Now equipped with the golden sword technique, a potent means of mid to long-range assault, Chen possesses a degree of offensive capability and self-defense. Thus, learning these techniques is undeniably essential, as they may even save his life in critical moments. The most precious asset for any practitioner is their own life. With such methods, Chen can at least maintain an undefeated stance among practitioners of the same rank. The outer disciples, such as San Yo, are no longer his adversaries. And even Moron Yu and others may not prove to be his equals. Once his cultivation reaches the late stage of Qi refinement, Chen is confident that his strength will become even more formidable. Having mastered the golden sword technique, Chen's spirits have also lifted. He now embarks on the practice of the third offensive spell, wind blade technique. This spell is relatively easier to cultivate than the golden sword technique, as its power does not match that of the latter. In essence, the wind blade technique transforms spiritual energy into a blade-like aura. This aura is not a true sword but rather a manifestation of sword and blade Qi, possessing the same cutting power as a sword strike. The speed of these blade auras is exceptionally swift, akin to a gust of wind, which is why practitioners commonly refer to it as the wind blade. The wind blade technique can be unleashed in a continuous manner, launching attacks against adversaries. Although it may lack the formidable might of the golden sword technique, its impact can still sever a practitioner in two if it strikes true. Thus, its lethality should not be underestimated. Within just a day, Chen has already mastered the wind blade technique with proficiency, capable of unleashing a barrage of over 10 wind blades in succession, similar to the golden sword technique. He has also learned to control the size and intensity of the wind blades, allowing him to skillfully invoke various forms of the technique. Chen can accurately generate mini wind blades as small as 3 inches in length. These smaller blades travel faster than their larger counterparts, making them ideal as concealed projectiles for stealth attacks. They are particularly effective for ambushing lower-tier practitioners with modest cultivation realms. Their high speed, diminutive size, and low detectability render them challenging to evade, while their lethality remains potent. A 3-inch wind blade can just as easily sever an enemy's head or pierce their heart. Therefore, the minuscule wind blades Chen conjures can unleash a remarkable degree of lethality against those of lower cultivation. With sufficient power, minimal consumption of spiritual energy, and impressive speed, the wind blade technique resembles the small-scale golden sword technique in its effectiveness. Chen has now proficiently mastered 3 offensive techniques: fireball technique, golden sword technique, and wind blade technique. These 3 spells are all offensive in nature, and Chen now has the liberty to choose one to confront his adversaries. Having mastered these 3 aggressive incantations, he suddenly felt an increase in his arsenal, with more cards up his sleeve and a wider array of choices. His ability to confront enemies at varying distances has significantly improved, greatly enhancing his self-preservation capabilities. In Chapter 38, during his second retreat for cultivation, he focused on the 4th spell, the binding technique. With a buoyant spirit after mastering 3 offensive spells, Chen was eager to forge ahead and practice defensive spells next. The first of these is known as the earth wall technique, which is ideally suited for cultivators with an earth affinity. However, as a practitioner of both metal and fire, Chen can also cultivate this spell. These fundamental spells are accessible to all cultivators. Should Chen pursue this technique, it would merely require some consumption of his spiritual energy, as he cannot fully convert all his energy into the power needed for casting spells. According to the interrelations among the 5 elemental spells, the potency of Chen's magic would only reach 80% of the energy expended. Consequently, he might incur some loss, sacrificing a portion of his energy. Nonetheless, in light of the overall effectiveness of the spell, it is still quite advantageous. The earth wall technique serves as a specialized defense against enemy assaults. A cultivator transforms their spiritual energy into a solid earthen wall, firmly positioned before them, shielding from all threats and attacks. Regardless of the ferocity of the enemy's onslaught, this wall can effectively block all assaults. It offers exceptional protection against formidable attacks such as flames, toxins, ice, and lightning. Even against blade and spell strikes, the earth wall technique proves immensely beneficial. Chen, emulating the process, managed to proficiently wield this defensive spell within the span of a single day. With a mere thought and a hand gesture, a robust earthen wall would manifest before him, forming an indomitable barrier. Though this wall may appear unremarkable and devoid of surprise in practical combat, the earth wall technique remains one of the most effective defensive spells. When compared to other spells such as the golden shield technique, the great wood technique, the water wall technique, and the fire wall technique, the earth wall stands out as the most practical and efficient. The advantages of this technique quickly became apparent. Indeed, its defensive capabilities are astonishing. The execution of the earth wall technique is also relatively simple, requiring minimal spiritual energy while conserving considerable physical stamina. With this layer of protection, the cultivator's safety is assured, making the earth wall technique an invaluable asset for both offense and defense. With such a life-preserving mechanism at his disposal, Chen felt an even greater sense of joy. It dawned on him that the path of cultivation could indeed be so remarkably effortless. Having mastered the art of earthen walls, Chen can now establish defenses at any moment and engage in offensive maneuvers against his foes without the distraction of fearing a surprise attack from behind. This advancement significantly enhances the defensive capabilities of cultivators, particularly those of lower tiers, thereby augmenting their self-preservation skills and markedly reducing their perilous encounters and mortality rates. It is precisely through the availability of various spells, such as the earthen wall technique, that the cultivation level in the South region has been elevated, granting practitioners a certain degree of self-defense when venturing beyond their familiar territories. This spell has become an indispensable means of protection. In addition to this defensive spell, there exists another technique known as the binding spell, which is, strictly speaking, a hybrid of offensive and defensive capabilities. Once activated, the spell transforms one's magical energy into a vine-like plant that grows exuberantly, instantaneously manifesting into robust and resilient green tendrils. These tendrils swiftly ensnare the opponent's weapons, limbs, and body, rendering them powerless and at the mercy of their captor. However, the efficacy of this spell is limited to a certain radius. Beyond the range of one's spiritual awareness, its power dissipates. Within the confines of this awareness, the binding spell can swiftly entangle enemies, immobilizing them akin to a tightly wrapped zongzi, thus stripping them of their capacity to attack or flee. The most significant advantage of these magically conjured vines lies in their rapid growth and evolution. Upon invocation, the binding spell can proliferate instantly, securing the enemy in a firm grip. Should the enemy exhibit a moment of carelessness, the practitioner can seize the opportunity to thwart their escape and completely block their retreat. If wielded adeptly, this spell can yield remarkable effects, proving invaluable to Chen's future endeavors. Although other cultivators can also employ these spells, the variance in their capabilities means that the potency of each individual's application can differ greatly. Recognizing that these are fundamental spells commonly utilized by many cultivators, Chen contemplates the necessity of distinguishing himself through unique attributes and abilities. Therefore, he resolves to diligently practice these spells, mastering their intricacies to an extent beyond that of his peers. Next, Chen intends to rehearse two forms of evasion techniques. The longevity and stability of a cultivator's journey in the realm of cultivation often hinge on their ability to survive. To safeguard one's life, it is not only essential to possess a profound level of skill and power, but also to maintain a keen intellect, to be shrewd, and to understand the art of risk and reward. Furthermore, when faced with crises, one must possess the capability to escape unscathed. The means of escape in life-threatening situations hold paramount importance. The ability to extricate oneself from peril is a true skill and a guarantee for a cultivator's longevity. Chen possesses a talisman of escape, capable of transporting him 1,000 miles away when activated in the face of imminent danger. For a Qi refining stage practitioner, such a talisman is akin to a divine artifact for survival. This particular talisman was a gift from Liu Yao, the esteemed master of the Caixia Peak, during Chen's initiation into the sect. However, this extraordinary talisman is singular in existence and can be utilized only once. Therefore, aside from this escape talisman, Chen must also devise alternative methods of evasion, such as the earth escape technique and the water escape technique, both of which are specifically crafted for fleeing. The earth escape technique allows one to burrow underground, providing an excellent means of concealment should enemies pursue. The water escape technique, akin to the former, enables one to hide within or beneath water. Consequently, these two techniques present themselves as invaluable methods in times of danger. Chen initially focused on mastering the earth escape technique, But his cultivation cave, surrounded by unyielding rocks, posed a challenge. Although the technique could be performed, its efficacy diminished significantly in such an environment, leading to greater consumption of spiritual energy. Fearing entrapment within the subterranean rock layers due to a potential miscalculation, he deemed it prudent to practice in softer soil instead. Once he achieves proficiency in the earth escape technique, he could later attempt it amidst the rocky terrain without undue risk. Thus, Chen resolved to conclude his seclusion earlier than planned. Seeking a suitable plot of land for practice, he deactivated the cave's protective formations and opened its entrance, stepping out after 3 months of intense cultivation. Following a narrow mountain path, he ventured forth until he arrived at a level valley. Upon meticulous inspection, a wave of elation washed over him. What fortune! This was a spirit field. Had someone previously cultivated spiritual herbs here? Chen was filled with an exhilarating joy as he inadvertently stumbled upon a vast expanse of spiritual fields, suitable for a medicinal garden. This area also fell within the confines of Chen's cave dwelling, having been cultivated by a previous owner of the abode. The soil within these spiritual fields was not ordinary. Rather, it was a specially nurtured spiritual earth. Such fields are designated for the cultivation of spirit herbs and plants. And to qualify as a spiritual field, 2 fundamental criteria must be met. First, the soil must differ from mundane earth. It is enriched by spiritual veins that have nourished it for decades, if not centuries, resulting in a high-quality, energy-rich spiritual soil. Second, the field must have sufficient spiritual energy replenishment, typically established above subterranean spiritual veins that continuously supply spiritual energy to the fields. With ample spiritual energy, the quality of the fields improves, allowing for the cultivation of increasingly superior spirit herbs, thus elevating the field's classification. Spiritual fields range from level 1 to level 9, categorized by the quality of the herbs they yield. In the southern domain, achieving a level 5 or 6 spiritual field is already considered remarkable. This expansive field, however, had evidently fallen into neglect, unkempt and devoid of any spirit herbs, overrun by wild grasses and flowers. The once distinguishable spiritual field had become unrecognizable. Upon inspection, Chen found that the topmost layer of spiritual soil was of rather poor quality, merely reaching levels 1 or 2. The prolonged lack of care had led to the degradation of the soil's quality. In the deeper recesses of the valley, the spiritual energy was more concentrated, indicating that these areas were primarily level 2 fields, while the outskirts were level 1. This suggested that spiritual energy was likely seeping from beneath the valley, possibly through a blockage in the subterranean spiritual veins, which hindered the flow of energy and led to the desolation of the spiritual fields. It was conceivable that this field might have once been rated as a level 3 field. Presently, Chen lacked both the time and the ability to cultivate this area, and only when he had the resources and strength could he embark on the development of these fields. The wild grasses and flowers obscured the vastness of the spiritual fields, which spanned a relatively flat 10-acre plot. It was evident that this site had once been an excellent medicinal herb garden. Should Chen acquire the capability to begin learning alchemy, his demand for spirit herbs would undoubtedly rise. Cultivating herbs in this field would not only yield profit, but also reduce his costs, thus enhancing his income. Currently, the most pressing challenge for Chen was finding a means to earn spiritual stones, a dilemma that had long plagued him. This unexpected discovery of the spiritual fields rekindled his aspirations to cultivate spirit herbs and earn spiritual stones. By simply acquiring some spiritual herb seeds and diligently learning the techniques for cultivating various spiritual herbs, Chen can attempt to plant these herbs in the spiritual field adjacent to his cave dwelling. Once the herbs mature, he can exchange them for spirit stones or refine them into elixirs for sale, thus generating a means to earn spirit stones in the future. This spiritual field, conveniently located beside his abode, is discreetly positioned and not easily detectable, making it suitable for cultivating low-quality spiritual herbs. However, the soil is not sufficiently fertile to support the growth of high-quality, high-value herbs. To cultivate superior herbs, Chen must first enhance the quality of the spiritual field. This task is not insurmountable. It merely requires the excavation of several underground channels to channel the abundant spiritual energy from the subterranean ley lines to nourish the field, significantly improving its quality. At present, Chen lacks the ability to delve underground and must swiftly master the art of earth escape. Following the principles he previously learned, he begins to chant the incantation and form hand seals, invoking the spell. Soon, he feels himself gradually descending into the earth. In the subterranean realm, his eyes serve little purpose. He must rely on his spiritual awareness to sense his surroundings. As he attunes his awareness, he perceives himself sinking inch by inch. Akin to plunging into water, slowly descending deeper into the earth. The soil around him shifts continuously in layers. Suddenly, he feels as though he has stepped onto a riverbed. Halting his descent, through his spiritual perception, he quickly realizes he has reached the bottom of the land. The soil layer is not deep, measuring only between 1 to 3 zhang. At this moment, Chen stands at a depth of 3 zhang, with the earth beneath him giving way to solid rock. As he is still inexperienced with the earth escape technique, he hesitates to venture deeper into the rock. Thus, he can only explore the surface of this rocky layer. Remarkably, the earth escape technique proves to be quite profound. Once activated, it allows him to navigate freely through the soil, advancing, retreating, and moving in all directions as if he were on the surface. Chen thoroughly investigates this expansive underground region, eventually discovering anomalies in 3 locations. It appears that within this 10-acre area, there are 3 outlets of spiritual energy, each the diameter of a water bucket. Curiously, these outlets are all deliberately blocked, preventing any trace of spiritual energy from seeping through. This indicates that the outlets have been intentionally obstructed to halt the influx of spiritual energy, rendering the above spiritual field entirely barren. If these 3 outlets were to be unblocked, a continuous flow of spiritual energy would surge forth from below, revitalizing the spiritual field and elevating it to a 2nd or 3rd tier quality, thereby enabling the cultivation of 2nd or 3rd tier spiritual herbs. This discovery fills Chen with immense joy. The arrival of this spiritual field could not have come at a more opportune moment. Chen refrained from clearing the obstructed spiritual energy in trance, recognizing that the time for such an endeavor had not yet arrived. He understood the importance of patience, choosing instead to focus on elevating his cultivation level. Beneath the earth, he diligently practiced the earth escape technique, intermittently emerging from the soil only to dive back into it, traversing the underground with fluidity and finesse. Days passed, and Chen finally mastered the art of entering and exiting the earth with remarkable speed and precision. Within the central area of this spiritual field, he excavated a modest meditation chamber, measuring merely 10 feet square, using a mid-grade magical sword. This hidden sanctuary was constructed deep underground, while shielded from discovery without formidable means. The purpose of creating this chamber was twofold: to facilitate future modifications of the spiritual field and to serve as a clandestine retreat for his cultivation. Moreover, Chen experimented with the earth escape technique amidst the solid rock, noting that while his speed was considerably reduced, he could still navigate freely without obstruction. He even attempted to infiltrate his meditation chamber from the outside, but ultimately failed. A transparent array of restrictions surrounded his sanctuary, effectively preventing any unauthorized access. This formidable protective formation provided Chen with a sense of security. As long as he activated the defensive array, his safety was assured, rendering it nearly impossible for other cultivators to breach his sanctuary. This experiment bolstered Chen's confidence in the security of his meditation chamber, allowing him to cultivate without apprehension. Subsequently, he sought out a deep pool beneath a waterfall, dedicating 2 to 3 days to thoroughly practice and master the water escape technique. With this newfound ability, Chen could navigate underwater with ease and concealment, enabling him to explore previously inaccessible depths. Having acquired these techniques, Chen felt a significant enhancement in his abilities. Observing his senior brother, the Void Master, soaring through the skies with apparent ease, he now realized that such skills were not insurmountable. He too would inevitably master them all. With his newfound capabilities in earth and water escape, he had already made substantial progress. In the future, Chen must master the art of flying with the sword, a skill that necessitates formidable spiritual consciousness and magical power. Practitioners in the Qi refining stage are utterly incapable of wielding a flying sword. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage can their spiritual strength ascend to a level adequate for such a feat. Chen quietly resolved to learn this skill as swiftly as possible, striving to elevate his cultivation realm. Mastering sword flight would grant him access to more distant locales, allowing him to traverse markets thousands of miles away, where he could acquire cultivation resources unavailable in his sect. Furthermore, once he learned to concoct elixirs, he could sell his creations in those markets, earning spirit stones. Chen gradually fell into deep contemplation, recognizing that his path of cultivation had only just begun. He envisioned a distant future, brimming with anticipation. The longing to emerge from seclusion, exchange resources within the sect, and resume his training consumed him. Lacking spirit stones and elixirs left him feeling powerless, waiting for the sect to distribute resources. However, as he honed his mastery of 2 escape techniques, his spirits lifted again. He had planned to learn 8 spells, and he had completed 7. Only the final spell, the purification technique, remained. This technique proved not difficult to learn. And within just 2 days of practice, he had fully grasped this seemingly miraculous art. Now, Chen aspired to emulate senior brother Shukong, who could effortlessly cleanse his cultivation abode with a mere wave of his hand, leaving it immaculate. His body and robes could also be rendered spotless in an instant. Such is the art of immortals. He felt a sense of relief, realizing that this was not insurmountable. Yet, he reflected that mortals without spiritual roots could never cultivate these techniques. Thus, what appeared relatively simple to him would forever remain unattainable for ordinary beings. Alas, such is the chasm between mortals and immortals, a divide that renders the innate spiritual roots a determinant of one's fate, classifying individuals into hierarchies of high and low, rich and poor. The inequity of heaven weighed heavily on Chen's heart. But what could he do? Every practitioner must strive with all their might, pursuing their aspirations, often unaware that their goals might merely be the starting point for others. In the end, one might only attain what others were born with, such as fate, the greatest injustice. Yet, what can be done about it? Should one simply lay down and do nothing? If one's efforts cannot match others, how can they compete after surrendering? Although unfairness abounds in myriad forms, one must persist. These inequities are beyond our power to alter. The only transformation within our grasp resides in ourselves. To reshape our destiny, we must first amend our own essence, exerting ourselves to the utmost. This is the extent of our capability. Only through such endeavors can we forge a more favorable path ahead, one that is broader and more accommodating, granting us greater control over our circumstances and affording us a multitude of choices. Otherwise, we may find ourselves confronted with no alternatives, compelled to tread a singular path, one we may not wish to traverse, yet must, devoid of justification or entitlement, to pursue another route. Without the effort to instigate change, the opportunity for transformation remains elusive. Through diligent striving, the avenues and options before us may multiply, perhaps 3 or 5 paths, or even dozens, hundreds, or thousands, each a manifestation of the fruits of our previous endeavors. In the realm of cultivation, countless seekers of the Tao embark on their journeys. Yet, few attain the pinnacle of mastery, witnessing the moment of triumph. The majority falter along the arduous road of cultivation, where peril lurks at every turn. A single misstep may lead to demise. As the life of a cultivator oscillates between the roles of slayer and slain, ultimately fostering growth through these trials, the more adversaries vanquished, the greater one's power becomes, and the fewer the individuals capable of posing a threat. A cultivator's path is paved with the blood and heads of foes, each victory laying the groundwork for further ascension. After mastering the 8 fundamental spells, Chen departed the underground cultivation chamber of the spirit field area, returning to his own domain. This latest period of seclusion has spanned over 3 months, during which his resources have been entirely depleted, and his initial cultivation plan has reached its conclusion. Regrettably, his realm has yet to ascend to the 4th level of Qi refinement, lingering merely a step away from that goal, still situated in the late stage of the 3rd level. The 8 selected foundational spells were learned with commendable progress during the final phase of his retreat, now skillfully wielded. His swordsmanship remains at a mid-stage of minor attainment, with combat prowess equivalent to that of a 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Overall, Chen finds this retreat satisfactory. The most notable change he perceives is a significant expansion of his Dantian space, which has increased several-fold, enhancing the speed at which he absorbs and refines spiritual energy. The duration required for circulating the Great Circulation has diminished further, and his capacity for refining spiritual energy has seen a slight improvement, with the cyclones within his Dantian growing larger and stronger. In addition to these, Chen has also mastered the fundamental theories of alchemy, becoming exceedingly familiar with the basic processes of refining the pill of abstinence and the harmonious Qi pill. Simultaneously, he has learned to simulate alchemical processes within his mind, conjuring the image of pill concoction based on his imagination. Although the quality of the pills produced in these simulations remains largely mediocre, often resulting in inferior-grade pills, significant progress has been made compared to his earlier attempts. Occasionally, he even manages to refine a batch of mid-grade pills. For someone with no prior experience in alchemy, achieving such a level in such a short span without any guidance or foundational knowledge is commendable. Though this simulated alchemy does not equate to authentic pill refining, Chen is determined to embark on genuine alchemical endeavors during his next period of seclusion. Perhaps by then, he will indeed be capable of producing real pills. After all, every endeavor begins with challenges, and once a solid foundation is laid, the subsequent journey often unfolds with greater ease. Chen is not in haste to conclude his seclusion. He intends to spend several more days meticulously reflecting on the entirety of his recent cultivation process, summarizing and identifying areas for improvement, as well as aspects that merit further development. Moreover, he needs to consolidate his cultivation technique, the eternal spring skill, ensuring that his cultivation level is firmly established. In terms of his swordsmanship, he aims to reinforce his mastery of the primary sword technique, the soaring cloud sword technique, to solidify his skills further. Additionally, with the 8 formidable spells he has acquired, he plans to practice them individually once more and explore their potential synergies by combining those that can be effectively executed together. He wishes to test whether multiple spells can be unleashed simultaneously, thereby enhancing their collective potency. For instance, he ponders whether the binding technique can be employed in conjunction with the golden sword technique and fireball technique. If he can use the binding technique to disrupt and entangle his foes while simultaneously launching an attack with the golden sword technique, the enemy would undoubtedly find themselves in disarray, vulnerable to mistakes, allowing him to exploit any openings and achieve victory. Furthermore, Chen is eager to experiment with the integration of these spells alongside his swordsmanship, employing various methods to launch a multifaceted assault on his adversaries. With his bold spirit and willingness to act upon these ideas, he understands that the true efficacy can only be determined through personal experimentation. Thus, the delay experienced by Chen has extended beyond half a month. Previously, Chen had purchased 50 chi nourishing pills in one swift transaction from Pai Dai, which has allowed him to continue his cultivation without interruption during this retreat. In fact, he still possesses a considerable amount of these pills. By the time Chen completes his endeavors, a total of 3 months and 23 days will have elapsed since the commencement of this seclusion, leaving only 7 days until he can claim a total of 4 months' worth of cultivation resources. With numerous tasks awaiting him upon his emergence from seclusion, and with ample time still at his disposal, Chen decided to promptly conclude his retreat. He organized his cave dwelling, carefully stowing away his essential belongings in a storage pouch before deactivating the cave's defensive array and slowly stepping out through the stone door. Chen stepped out of his cave dwelling, lifting his gaze towards the sky. He soon realized that it was dawn, and a resplendent sun was gradually emerging from behind a cloud in the east, its golden rays casting a warm and enchanting glow. Turning his head, Chen observed the sun's brilliance illuminating the distant peaks of towering mountains, their majestic summits sparkling with golden light, enhancing their grandeur and imposing presence. From afar, the entire Lingyun Sword Sect sprawled across the vast forested mountains, its various halls adorned with colorful glazed tiles, glimmering magnificently under the sun's rays. These grand edifices crowned numerous mountaintops, their splendid beauty accentuated amidst the deep woods. Between the sea of clouds and emerald peaks, many cultivators navigated their flying artifacts. Mythical beasts, or gracefully soared on their flying swords, traversing the misty air. Viewed from a distance, the core area of the Lingyun Sword Sect resembled a celestial paradise, resplendent and magnificent, evoking joy in the heart. As Chen walked along the path outside his cave, he found himself surrounded by a sea of white mist swirling below his knees, enveloping his dwelling in an ethereal ambience. This scene reminded him of his first arrival at Lingyun Sword Sect, witnessing the peaks from his senior brother's flying sword. The beautiful scenery resembled a fairyland, with cultivators flying through the air, all of whom were profound practitioners in the foundation establishment stage, while those in the chi refining stage could only walk slowly along the mountain paths. Such a vast sect commanded respect and admiration. Chapter 40. Visiting senior brother Shukong, standing outside his cultivation cave, Chen gazed at the distant mountains, his emotions in turmoil. Despite the smooth journey since joining the Lingyun Sword Sect, with his exceptional spiritual root talent and being favored by his master as a direct disciple, granting him a lofty status within the sect, he understood that outward tranquility did not equate to true safety. Where there are people, there are conflicts. Where there are cultivators, there is strife. Without sufficient strength, once he left the protection of the sect and his master, he would inevitably encounter various challenges and dangers, perhaps even targeted retaliation. The last time he and San Yo visited the sect's market, did they not encounter other cultivators? Wasn't Wu Haoran a potential rival and enemy? Chen was certain that once he stepped out of the sect and encountered Wu Haoran and his companions, it would inevitably lead to a fierce battle, perhaps even a life-and-death struggle. This conflict was not merely a personal vendetta, it had the potential to escalate into a power struggle within the sect. Wu Haoran had likely already uncovered his true identity. The Divine Martial Peak and the Sword Peak were traditional rivals, with inherent tensions stemming from their status as the most significant peaks within the sect, both boasting formidable strength. Given the limited cultivation resources available within the sect, Equitable distribution was unattainable, prompting inevitable discord as each peak vied for greater access to these resources. The animosity between the divine martial peak and the sword peak had intensified over time. In every encounter, the sword peak had maintained the upper hand, leaving the divine martial peak dissatisfied and resorting to various means to suppress their rivals, including mutual oppression among disciples. While such strife remained subdued within the sect, it often escalated into clashes and skirmishes outside its confines. Each year, several outstanding disciples suffered severe injuries in this internal strife, with many others sustaining lighter wounds. Despite the frequency of injuries, an unspoken agreement prevailed among the disciples of both peaks. While sparring and mutual suppression were permissible, and even injuring one another was acceptable, killing was strictly forbidden. They were all fellow disciples of the Lingyun Sword Sect, and mutual harm was not to be tolerated. This peculiar state of ongoing conflict without destruction, though seemingly detrimental to the unity and development of the sect, paradoxically fostered a vigorous environment that honed the combat and survival skills of the disciples. As a result, the elite disciples from both the divine martial peak and the sword peak emerged even more formidable, gaining a significant advantage in confrontations with other sections. Thus, the mutual suppression between the two peaks inadvertently enhanced their combat prowess, benefiting the sect as a whole. Chen had already offended the disciples of the divine martial peak. Once he departed from the sect, an encounter with Wu Haoran and his allies would undoubtedly lead to a confrontation. If he lacked sufficient strength and cultivation, he would surely suffer great losses in such a contest. Therefore, Chen resolved to devise every possible means to swiftly elevate his cultivation. With only a few days remaining before receiving the sect's benefits, he decided to seek out Brother Shukong, hoping to gain his assistance. With this thought in mind, Chen left his meditation cave and strode purposefully along the mountain path. Brother Shukong and several other senior brothers resided at a higher elevation, where the concentration of spiritual energy in the air was greater, thus more conducive to cultivation. It was no surprise that these brothers chose to dwell in the upper reaches of the mountain, where the spiritual energy was more abundant. Before long, Chen arrived at a sunlit hillside, adorned with wild grasses and flowers, a vibrant expanse of green. A winding path led toward a secluded cave shrouded in mist at the hill's rear, where a towering stone bore the inscription, "Ambition soars to the azure sky." This was undoubtedly Brother Shukong's meditation cave. Previously, Brother Shukong had mentioned that his cultivation cave was situated nearby, and that any matters could be directly addressed there. Chen halted before the massive stone, casting a spell that sent a message soaring into the mist, vanishing from sight. Shortly thereafter, the swirling mists parted to reveal a narrow pathway, with the white fog rapidly receding to either side. In just a few breaths, Chen beheld a path 2 feet wide, leading to a cultivation cave. The heavy stone doors opened slowly, and a tall, vibrant, and strikingly handsome young cultivator emerged briskly. Who else could it be but Brother Shukong? With a courteous bow, Shukong warmly invited, "Ah, it is Brother Jiao. Please come in." Chen promptly returned the gesture, saying, "I apologize for interrupting your cultivation, brother. I hope you do not take offense." "Not at all. Fortunately, I just emerged from seclusion yesterday, so it is no trouble," Shukong replied. Chen followed him into the cave, the stone doors closing automatically behind them. The size of Brother Shukong's cave was roughly equivalent to Chen's, both being quite modest. The central area served as a reception room, flanked by several private chambers. Shukong invited Chen to sit at a tea table in the middle of the reception room, prepared a pot of tea, and poured a cup for each of them. "Brother Jiao, please enjoy this tea. It is a fine spirit tea bestowed upon me by our master during our last encounter. The flavor is exquisite. Do take a taste." As Chen lifted the cup, a delicate and fragrant aroma wafted into his nostrils, invigorating him and filling him with vitality. He took a gentle sip, and immediately sensed a thread of pure spiritual energy within the tea. This essence awakened the cyclone within his dantian, which began to operate at full capacity, absorbing and refining the remarkably pure energy. Although the spirit tea contained a high purity of spiritual energy, the quantity was limited, and in mere moments, it was entirely absorbed by his dantian. "What an exceptional tea! Such pure spiritual energy!" Chen exclaimed. "Indeed, the energy within this tea surpasses that of low-grade spirit stones in purity," Shukong lamented. "Unfortunately, this spirit tea is exceedingly precious, worth hundreds of spirit stones for just a few grams. We cultivators lack the financial means to indulge in it frequently. I was fortunate to receive half a tael as a reward from our master for my previous service. It truly is a remarkable elixir. If only we could consume it daily, it would greatly benefit our cultivation." With a hint of regret, Shukong remarked on how it had been almost a year since he last saw Chen, who had now reached the late stage of the qi refining third layer, indicating commendable progress in his cultivation. I wonder, what brings you here today, brother? Is there something with which I can assist you? Chen inquired directly, cutting through any unnecessary pleasantries. Chen quickly bowed again and replied, to be candid, brother, I have encountered some difficulties and require your assistance. Void waved his hand dismissively, his expression indifferent as he said, to put it plainly, my junior brother, I will certainly do my utmost to assist you. Chen then recounted the previous altercation he had at the sect's market with Wu Haoran and Wu Gang, simultaneously presenting a small booklet to Void. Brother, are you well versed in alchemy? This recipe for the harmony pill is somewhat incomplete. I wonder if you could help me fill in the gaps? Regrettably, ninth junior brother. Void replied, we disciples of the Sword Peak are dedicated sword cultivators, primarily focused on the path of the sword. No one among us diverts their attention to alchemy. I advise you not to waste your energy and time on such matters. As sword cultivators, we need only to concentrate on our sword practice. It would be unwise to expend excessive effort on alchemy, which is not suited for everyone. Alchemists devote nearly all their cultivation time to researching and refining pills, leaving little opportunity for actual cultivation. Consequently, alchemists often find their prowess lacking, and their combat abilities are typically inferior among practitioners of the same rank. Therefore, I urge you to abandon this precarious notion early on to avoid hindering your own cultivation. We sword cultivators need only to hone our sword skills. Pills can be purchased with spirit stones. As long as one possesses formidable strength and sufficient spirit stones, what kind of pill cannot be acquired? What resources cannot be obtained? Void persistently and earnestly advised Chen. Sensing his brother's concern, Chen quickly responded, brother, you misunderstand. I do not aspire to become an alchemist. It is merely my curiosity that has been piqued. Rest assured, I will not devote my energy and time to alchemy. I have already reached the mid-stage of the small accomplishment realm in swordsmanship. Chen raised his head with a hint of pride. Is that so? A glimmer of light flashed in Void's eyes. Indeed, I would never deceive you, brother, Chen said earnestly, with a gentle pat on Chen's shoulder. Void could not contain his excitement. Excellent. You truly are a genius in the way of the sword. In just 10 short months, you have advanced from an ordinary mortal to this remarkable stage, a true prodigy in cultivation. Oh, by the way, to what extent has junior brother Morong Yu progressed in his cultivation? Suddenly, Void inquired about Morong Yu's circumstances. In truth, since their initial 3 months of literacy training, Chen had not seen Morong Yu again, and he was unaware of his progress. Furrowing his brow, Chen replied, I must confess, brother, I have not seen junior brother Morong Yu for half a year. After we completed the sect's literacy training, we both entered closed-door cultivation. At present, junior brother Morong Yu is still in his cave, diligently cultivating, so I am truly unaware of his situation. Seeing the sincerity in Chen's eyes and the seriousness of his expression, Void instinctively believed his words. It was not unusual for 9th junior brother to be unaware of 8th junior brother's current status. After pondering for a few breaths, Void continued, 9th junior brother, I must reiterate that I have no interest in the art of alchemy. I cannot answer your questions, nor can I assist you with the challenges you face in alchemy. Perhaps our master has some knowledge in this area. If the opportunity arises, you may seek his guidance. I am truly unable to help you. My sincerest apologies. Chen expressed his apologies with a slight bow, and upon realizing that he could not extract a definitive answer from his senior, Chen tucked away the small booklet and posed another pressing question. Senior, I have heard whispers of a cultivation technique that can conceal one's own cultivation realm, allowing practitioners of similar levels within the same grand realm to be deceived, rendering them incapable of discerning one's true prowess. This technique is known as the concealing spirit skill. Furthermore, there exists a divine art referred to as the spirit eye technique, which enables one to perceive the cultivation levels of those who are either inferior or comparable to oneself. Might you assist me in acquiring both the concealing spirit skill and the spirit eye technique? Or could you guide me to where I might discover these two esteemed practices? Chen, upon hearing Chen's inquiry, widened his eyes in astonishment, unable to suppress his surprise. You are aware of this? Indeed, within the realm of cultivation, there exist these two schools of thought. However, it is noteworthy that there are numerous unique techniques for concealing one's cultivation level, each wielding distinct capabilities. For those who have attained a higher level of cultivation, it becomes increasingly arduous to mask their true essence, as advanced practitioners possess a heightened sense of awareness, enabling them to accurately detect the spiritual energy emanating from others. The level of spiritual energy released varies according to the practitioner's cultivation stage, leading to differing degrees of spiritual pressure. As one ascends in cultivation, the amount of spiritual energy dissipated diminishes, yet its purity amplifies. Practitioners can assess another's cultivation level by examining the purity of their released spiritual energy. This method of probing is known as the spiritual eye technique. The higher one's cultivation, the more precise the application of this technique, resulting in a more accurate assessment of another's level. Conversely, those of lower cultivation find it increasingly difficult to discern the true levels of others. At present, the junior disciple is in the Qi refinement stage. With the mastery of the spiritual eye technique, one can ascertain the specific cultivation level of a practitioner in the early Qi refinement stage and can generally gauge the level of those in the mid-stage. However, discerning the levels of practitioners in the late Qi refinement stage and beyond becomes unattainable. One can only vaguely sense that their cultivation surpasses their own. Once higher-level practitioners release their spiritual pressure, those of a significantly lower level will find themselves unable to withstand it. Thus, a foundation establishment practitioner need not engage in combat. Merely emanating their spiritual pressure is sufficient to instill fear in Qi refinement practitioners, who may even surrender without resistance. The spiritual pressure exerted by Golden Core practitioners is even more formidable, capable of rendering Qi refinement practitioners powerless, forcing them to the ground and stripping them of any will to resist. Consequently, higher-level practitioners hold a dominant advantage over their lower-level counterparts. Henceforth, one must refrain from provoking higher-level practitioners, for they can extinguish your existence with a mere wave of their hand, akin to crushing an ant beneath one's foot. Moreover, there are several techniques for concealing one's cultivation level. As long as one can manage the dispersion of their spiritual energy and regulate their spiritual pressure, they can deceive practitioners of comparable cultivation levels, as well as those beneath them. Nevertheless, no matter how adeptly one conceals their essence, such tactics will ultimately be discerned by practitioners of a significantly higher realm. A Qi refinement practitioner cannot deceive a foundation establishment practitioner with careful examination. The latter will easily see through any ruse. To navigate such scrutiny successfully, one can only hope for a stroke of good fortune, praying that the foundation establishment practitioner does not activate their spiritual eye to scrutinize closely. In summary, the concealment technique can only mislead those of equivalent cultivation levels, rendering its effects rather limited. Thus, does the senior brother possess these two techniques? Chen's eagerness to acquire these two cultivation methods stems from his desire for greater convenience in managing his affairs independently, away from the sect. In the future, as he embarks on his travels beyond the sect, Chen intends to conceal his identity as a disciple of the Lingyun Sword Sect. He will operate under the guise of a wandering cultivator, which would prove to be more advantageous. Thus, he is in urgent need of these two cultivation techniques. Should Brother Shukong lack them, he would seek to procure them from outside the sect, even if it means expending more spirit stones to compete at auctions to secure them. Noticing Chen's fervent desire for these techniques, Shukong contemplated briefly before responding. Ninth junior brother. As it happens, I do possess these two cultivation methods. However, I must disclose that the versions I have are incomplete, containing only the sections for Qi refinement disciples. The subsequent methods for foundation establishment and golden core stages are not included. Therefore, should you choose to practice these two techniques now, you will need to seek the subsequent methods once you reach the foundation establishment stage. At that time, I may be unable to assist you. Do not hold it against me. Not at all, brother. I am immensely grateful for your willingness to assist me. Though I find myself unable to repay you at this moment, the kindness you have shown me today will forever be etched in my heart, never to be forgotten. Ninth junior brother, you are too humble. As fellow disciples of our esteemed master, you and I are akin to brothers, bound by the same teachings and shared aspirations. From this day forth, we shall regard each other as kin, without the need for formalities. Our master has entrusted us with the duty to assist our younger brothers, the 8th and 9th disciples, in times of need. The other 6 senior brothers are either in secluded meditation or engaged in missions for the sect, which means that for the foreseeable future, it may be a year or more before our younger brother Yi encounters them. Our revered master has also entered a period of deep meditation, reaching a critical juncture in his cultivation. Should he succeed in this breakthrough, his power will ascend to new heights, and his standing and renown within the sect will be greatly enhanced, to the benefit of all disciples of the Sword Peak, particularly us, his direct pupils. At that time, we will no longer have to worry about insufficient resources for our cultivation. With an eager gleam in his eyes, Shukong spoke with increasing joy, as if he could already envision the promising future. Chen listened intently to Shukong's words, eagerly anticipating the two cultivation techniques he had long desired. Shukong had revealed that he possessed the secret methods for concealing one's cultivation level and discerning the levels of others. It was likely that he would present these invaluable techniques directly to Chen, as he had previously vowed to assist him wholeheartedly. It was evident that Su Kong was sincere and kept his promises. Once Su Kong had finished his enthusiastic account, he retrieved 2 jade tablets from his storage pouch. These tablets were precious tools employed by cultivators to inscribe and store significant texts and techniques, far more advanced than mere books. Su Kong then produced a blank jade tablet. Placing one of the original tablets against his forehead, with closed eyes, he unleashed his consciousness and seamlessly memorized the contents of the tablet. Shortly thereafter, he took the blank tablet and, within mere moments, inscribed the entirety of the first tablet's knowledge onto it. He proceeded to replicate this process with the second tablet, ensuring that every detail was faithfully recorded. After securing the original jade tablets, Su Kong solemnly handed the newly inscribed tablet to Yi Chen, saying, "Yi brother, every cultivation technique is hard-earned. You must exercise caution in the future. Do not share these techniques with others without my consent. Such knowledge should not be disseminated lightly. Otherwise, you may incur the karmic consequences of these techniques. Many cultivators who carelessly divulge their secrets have met grim fates. This is not mere alarmism, but rather hard-earned wisdom drawn from the experiences of countless cultivators. These 2 cultivation techniques are entrusted to you. You must not share them indiscriminately, not even with the 8th disciple. Do you understand?" Yi Chen solemnly nodded, promising, "Senior brother, rest assured. I, Yi Chen, vow before the heavenly Tao that these 2 cultivation techniques will not be disclosed without brother Su Kong's consent. Should I transgress, I would rather endure the heavenly Tao's punishment, making no progress in my cultivation, halting my path to immortality, and forever unable to break through. Enough, enough." At that moment, as Yi Chen was swearing his oath, Su Kong raised his hand to halt him from further pledging such a solemn vow. "We are fellow disciples, and I do this to ensure that you, junior brother, remain as untangled in karma as possible. If, in the future, your cultivation advances significantly and you successfully reach the foundation establishment stage, these rudimentary techniques will have no bearing on you. At that point, my restrictions will hold no power, and you may freely handle these cultivation methods. Even if you were to become entangled in karma then, it would be insignificant and would not impede your path to immortality. The heavenly Tao's constraints upon you would thus become meaningless, having no effect whatsoever." Yi Chen listened earnestly to the wise counsel of his senior brother Su Kong, his heart already yearning to delve into the contents of the jade mirror and learn these techniques as soon as possible. His mind was agitated, akin to a cat scratching at his insides. Once Su Kong finished speaking, Yi Chen eagerly seized the jade mirror, pressed it against his forehead, and placed it at the center of his brow. Imitating Su Kong's previous actions, he shut his eyes tightly, extending his consciousness and concentrating entirely on the jade mirror at his brow. In an instant, he felt a powerful and intricate surge of information flood into his consciousness. Yi Chen meticulously absorbed this influx of knowledge, and soon he discerned the cultivation methods among the seemingly chaotic information. Indeed, as senior brother Su Kong had previously mentioned, the techniques were the spirit eye technique and the hidden spirit technique. The jade mirror contained comprehensive details regarding these 2 cultivation methods, including precise instructions for practice. Both techniques required cultivators to possess a sufficiently strong sense of consciousness, capable of manipulating their spiritual awareness to control their magical power and suppress the dissipation of their spiritual energy. The spirit eye technique primarily focuses magical power and consciousness into the cultivator's eyes, enhancing their vision and perception, allowing them to accurately sense the spiritual pressure emanating from other cultivators. This enables swift and accurate assessments of their cultivation realms. Both the spirit eye and hidden spirit techniques necessitate that cultivators adeptly utilize their consciousness and magical power, employing specific methods to conceal their own cultivation levels while probing into the realms of others. Yi Chen discovered that these 2 spells were relatively easy to learn and would likely be mastered with little difficulty. Overjoyed, he stored the jade mirror away and earnestly bowed to Su Kong, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you very much for imparting your teachings, senior brother." Su Kong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, junior brother Yi. It is but a trivial matter. These are mere trifles, capable of deceiving only those at the Qi refinement stage, offering little enhancement to combat prowess. They serve merely as illusions to distract. Thus, to elevate one's cultivation and practical abilities, one must devote their primary focus to rigorous training. The enhancement of one's cultivation level is of paramount importance at present. One must not forsake the fundamentals for trivial pursuits, risking significant losses of opportunity and time. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance directly. There is no need for formality between brothers. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. I am now enlightened. I apologize for the disturbance today that may have interrupted your meditative practice. I hope for your understanding. I have greatly benefited from your insights. And now I must take my leave. Upon realizing that he had achieved his purpose and successfully obtained the 2 cultivation manuals, Chen felt an overwhelming urge to return to his cave residence and commence his training immediately. Consequently, he hurriedly clasped his hands in farewell to his senior brother Shukong. Sensing Chen's eagerness, Shukong smiled faintly, acknowledging his desire to retreat and cultivate, and returned the gesture of farewell, escorting Chen out of the cave. As he watched Chen hastily depart, Shukong's heart was anything but tranquil. He felt a burgeoning admiration and envy for this junior brother. Although Chen had recently joined the Lingyun Sword Sect as a disciple of the Sword Peak lineage, his tenure was relatively brief, merely 10 months. In this short span, this junior brother, endowed with superior spiritual roots, had managed to elevate his cultivation to the late 3rd layer of the Qi refinement stage. Upon their initial meeting, Shukong had utilized his spiritual eye technique to assess Chen's cultivation level, which not only astonished him but also instilled a sense of respect towards this seemingly ordinary 9th junior brother. Beyond the realm of cultivation, what truly astonished Shukong was Chen's rapid advancement in swordsmanship. Remarkably, in less than 10 months since his initiation, and with limited time dedicated to practice, Chen had achieved a commendable level of proficiency in the sword path, despite having only a basic manual and no formal guidance. Through sheer understanding and relentless self-study, he had reached the minor accomplishment stage in swordsmanship, a feat that is notoriously challenging. Generally, disciples at the Qi refinement stage face significant difficulties advancing from the introductory level to minor accomplishment, often requiring several years. Yet, this extraordinary 9th junior brother had accomplished what many would deem impossible in such a brief period. Shukong pondered in awe how Chen had achieved such remarkable progress. It is indeed a source of curiosity and envy. Furthermore, this junior brother seems to harbor a keen interest in alchemy. The art of crafting elixirs and becoming an alchemist is no trivial endeavor. It often requires a certain innate talent. Alchemists typically devote the vast majority of their energy and time to the meticulous processes of concocting pills, studying formulas, and refining their techniques. Consequently, they have little time to dedicate to enhancing their cultivation, which often results in them possessing relatively low realms of power and weak combat abilities. Among all cultivators, alchemists tend to be the least formidable in terms of strength. It is surprising that this junior brother has developed an interest in alchemy, aspiring to become an alchemist himself. Moreover, it is unclear how he managed to acquire a booklet on elixir crafting, as such knowledge is generally difficult to obtain. His possession of this booklet is indeed a rare fortune. Should he truly master the art of alchemy and become an alchemist, it would greatly assist in his cultivation journey. Overall, this young disciple displays remarkable talents in various aspects. Despite his tender age, he is shrewd, meticulous, and approaches tasks with great diligence, leaving no detail overlooked. It can be confidently asserted that this junior brother is destined for greatness. As Void gradually returned to his cave dwelling, the heavy stone doors slowly closed behind him. Instantly, a thick fog began to swirl around the exterior of the cave, obscuring it from view within mere breaths, enveloping the area in an impenetrable mist. From a distance, one could only see this region shrouded in ethereal vapor, rendering it invisible. Chen hurried back to the cave, swiftly sealing the entrance and activating the formation. Retreating once more into the secluded chamber to continue his cultivation of 2 particular techniques. After a fortnight of intensive practice, Chen had finally mastered the execution of these 2 spells. Utilizing his concealment technique, he could suppress his cultivation level to the initial stage of Qi refinement, allowing him to present a facade of power that other Qi refinement practitioners could not detect. Simultaneously, while employing his spirit eye technique, he was capable of discerning the precise cultivation levels of those below the mid-stage of Qi refinement, though he could not ascertain the exact levels of higher-tier practitioners, such as those in the foundation establishment or golden core stages. He could at least gauge their general realms. This awareness would prevent him from unintentionally offending formidable opponents, a perilous mistake that lower-tier cultivators often make, leading to severe repercussions. It is well understood that offending a higher-tier practitioner could result in dire consequences, ranging from severe injury to fatality. Chen had been cautioned by senior brother Void against using the spirit eye technique to probe the realms of senior practitioners, as higher-tier cultivators detest having their strength scrutinized. Thus, upon detecting a peer of foundation establishment, it is prudent to refrain from curiosity-driven probing. Within the cultivation chamber, Chen felt an uplifting sense of accomplishment. Over the past several days, he had become thoroughly acquainted with the 2 cultivation techniques. With the addition of the spirit eye and concealment techniques to his repertoire, his future cultivation endeavors would be significantly facilitated. Chen resolved to maintain his cultivation at the initial stage of qi refinement, slightly above newcomers like San Yo, while not drawing undue attention compared to direct disciples of peak masters like Morongyu. He aimed for a balance, remaining inconspicuous as he quietly developed his abilities, biding his time until he could unleash his full potential when the moment was ripe, catching his adversaries off guard. Understanding the risks and harsh realities of the cultivation world, Chen recognized the necessity of exercising caution and preparing thoroughly. While he remained relatively weak, it was wise to conceal his strength, blending seamlessly among the ranks of ordinary disciples to safeguard himself. In the chamber, he carefully placed the jade mirror into his storage pouch, rising slowly to reassess his current cultivation level. Thanks to the enhancement of the concealment technique, he sensed that the aura of spiritual energy emanating from him indeed resembled that of an initial stage qi refinement practitioner. Success! Chen murmured softly to himself, his face radiating an uncontrollable joy. Purification technique. With a swift gesture, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, and in mere moments, he was transformed. The dust accumulated on his clothing and body during his days of secluded cultivation was instantly eradicated, leaving him feeling invigorated and immaculate. As he opened the door to his cave abode, Chen stepped outside, hands clasped behind his back, gazing serenely at the distant mountains. His heart swelled with excitement once again. This recent endeavor of mastering the concealing spirit technique and spiritual eye technique had consumed him for over 10 days. And with the time he had spent in seclusion prior, his total period of retreat exceeded 4 months. Now, he was poised to collect the rewards from his sect for this duration, an impressive sum of 60 spirit stones and 4 vials of mid-grade qi pills. Chen had meticulously crafted his plan. He intended to claim his sect benefits, visit the market, purchase some fire stones, consult senior brother Pai Dai about medicinal concoctions, and seek guidance on refining pills, as well as request the selection of a basic alchemical furnace. Given the discreet nature of his tasks, Chen decided against bringing Sen Yo along, opting to undertake this journey alone. The fewer who knew of his affairs, the better. He intended to keep his aspirations of learning alchemy under wraps, as it was a significant undertaking that directly impacted his cultivation, requiring the utmost diligence. Once his plans were set, he departed from his cultivation cave and made his way down the mountain. Before long, he arrived at the inner disciples' training area on the mountainside. Instead of seeking out Sen Yo, he headed directly to the disciples' dining hall, where he enjoyed a hearty meal. Afterward, he filled a cloth bag with provisions, including meat buns, steamed bread, and various meats. His decision to prepare food stemmed from hearing senior brother Su Kong mention that the storage bag gifted by their master could preserve food. Generally, items placed inside could remain fresh for 2 to 3 months, allowing Chen to have sustenance during future retreats, sparing him from relying solely on tasteless and unsatisfactory fasting pills. The storage bags distributed by the sect did not possess such capabilities, meaning San Yo and others could not utilize theirs for food storage. After a satisfying meal, Chen left the dining hall, feeling content as he let out a comfortable belch, mentally praising the array of delicacies he had just enjoyed. Soon, he arrived at the deacon's hall to claim his sect benefits. After 4 months of seclusion, he was eligible to receive his rewards all at once, presenting his first token with anticipation. In no time, he obtained 60 spirit stones and 4 vials of mid-grade qi pills. Chen was filled with joy, having once again acquired spiritual stones and elixirs, enabling him to devote himself to seclusion for a time. A radiant smile illuminated his face as he skipped merrily towards the sect's marketplace. After all, at this moment, Chen was merely a 13-year-old child, and the innocent exuberance of youth was still apparent in him. With 70 spiritual stones in hand, Chen's first task upon arriving at the marketplace was to locate senior brother Pai Dai. Given their previous acquaintance, he intended to procure another batch of elixirs from him. Additionally, he sought assistance from senior brother Pai Dai in selecting and purchasing an alchemical furnace and firestones. Most importantly, he hoped for guidance in refining his alchemical skills, particularly in improving the formula for the harmony pill he possessed. Ideally, he yearned to witness Pai Dai's alchemical processes firsthand. Chen's first task was to visit the sect's market in search of Pai Dai. If Pai Dai was not there, Chen would have no choice but to visit the mountain peak where he resided. Soon, he arrived at the sect's market with ease. Upon entering, he quickly noticed that the number of cultivators present was roughly the same as during his last visit. After surveying the sole street within the market, he regrettably discovered that his senior brother Pai Dai was absent that day. Inquiring from the cultivators who frequently set up stalls nearby, he learned that Pai Dai had not been seen for several days and was unlikely to return soon. During their last meeting, Pai Dai mentioned he was engrossed in alchemical studies and would need around 10 to 15 days to complete his work. Thus, it was apparent that visiting him directly was now necessary. With a resigned shake of his head, Chen purchased some firestones before leaving the market. There were 3 shops specializing in the sale and purchase of experience items. Before departing, he had meticulously compiled 2 lists of spiritual herbs required for crafting the pill of abstinence and the harmonizing pill, categorizing dozens of herbs into 2 separate lists to safeguard against the leakage of his formulas. Even if the shops obtained these lists, they would be unable to deduce the specific varieties and quantities of herbs needed for the alchemical process. After careful comparison, Chen selected 2 shops with reasonable prices and high-quality herbs from among 5 or 6 vendors. He purchased 20 sets of herbs for the pill of abstinence and 5 sets for the harmonizing pill, spending a total of 35 spirit stones. Adding the cost of the fire stones, he had expended 38 spirit stones, leaving him with only 32. He still needed to buy an alchemical furnace and other essential items. If he were to visit senior brother Pai Dai and seek his assistance, he would likely have to offer some form of compensation. Thus, it was evident that his remaining spirit stones would be insufficient, and he might have to part with some of his own mid-grade harmonizing pills as a reward for Pai Dai. Even though he was reluctant, Chen understood that if necessary, he would not hesitate to offer these pills. He was acutely aware that at his current cultivation stage, he needed to find every possible means to elevate his realm swiftly. After completing his herb purchases, Chen explored several shops and stalls selling weapons, equipment, and various artifacts. He discovered that the cheapest entry-level alchemical furnace would cost at least 30 to 40 spirit stones, a price that felt burdensome given his dwindling resources. With spirit stones in short supply, he had to be frugal in his purchases. Despite this, he still found himself in a precarious situation financially. Chen's expression darkened as he furrowed his brow. His current predicament meant that all his cultivation resources relied on the monthly benefits provided by the sect. These resources barely sustained his own training, leaving no surplus spirit stones for additional purchases. However, without acquiring these necessary items, he could not increase his income from cultivation resources. Once he could successfully craft pills, he could sell them to earn spirit stones, which would facilitate a smoother and faster advancement in his cultivation. Hence, investing in alchemy and using the profits to support his training was the most appropriate path for him moving forward. Therefore, spending these spirit stones was indeed essential. Enduring hardship now would pave the way for future ease. Although the initial stages of learning alchemy were arduous, overcoming them would lead to a more favorable journey ahead and a quicker progression in his cultivation. With a heavy heart, Chen exited the sect's market and quickened his pace towards Qingyang Peak. During his last introduction, Pai Dai had mentioned he was an inner disciple of Qingyang Peak and an apprentice alchemist under the tutelage of the esteemed elder Qing Chunzi. Although Pai Dai could already craft the pill of abstinence and low-grade harmonizing pills, his skills had yet to meet the standards required to be recognized as a true alchemist, relegating him to the status of a mere apprentice. Chen's objective was to find Pai Dai directly at Qingyang Peak. The third elder, despite his esteemed position, shared a close bond with Li Dahai, the peak's master, often engaging in discussions over tea and the intricacies of cultivation. As a result, Qing Chunzi resided in a highly concentrated spiritual energy area, about 1 to 200 zhang from the inner disciples' living quarters. There lay a vast expanse shrouded by a protective formation known as the Alchemy Pavilion, where numerous alchemical chambers were constructed atop a geothermal vent, providing an ideal heat source for alchemy. This unique environment had made the Alchemy Pavilion the premier location for alchemical studies within the Lingyun Sword Sect, attracting many alchemists and apprentices, including Pai Dai, who had established his own alchemical chamber there. Elder Qing Chunzi, renowned for his unparalleled alchemical skills, had taken 6 direct disciples and over 30 named apprentices, among whom Pai Dai was included. In addition, there were 100 or 200 other apprentices not formally recognized. These individuals contributed to various supportive roles in alchemy, some showing potential to become alchemists themselves. All disciples working in the Alchemy Pavilion not only enjoyed their monthly sect benefits, but also received additional rewards in the form of pills based on their contributions, often exceeding the sect's welfare provisions. Many disciples with average roots, believing they lacked the potential for significant achievements in cultivation, sought to learn alchemy, hoping to carve out a new path for themselves. Elder Qing Chunzi was not overly strict with his alchemical apprentices, entrusting their management to his 6 direct disciples while he focused solely on refining his alchemical techniques and formulas. Those with innate talent were tested and, if deemed worthy, would be accepted as named disciples, with the possibility of becoming direct disciples if they exhibited exceptional qualities. Pai Dai, however, was considered an average apprentice. having studied under Qing Chunzi for 4 to 5 years, and could only produce ordinary pills of abstinence and low-grade harmonizing pills. His success rate and quality were often lacking, and he sometimes faced multiple failures in succession due to his inability to control temperature and adjust the herbs in the furnace accurately. As Yi Chun departed the sect's market, he followed the main road westward toward Qingyang Peak. The central peak, Lingyun Peak, housed the leaders of the sect, with the market situated at its eastern base. Yichen Sword Peak lay to the east, while Qingyang Peak was located to the west, Saixia Peak to the south, and Xinwu Peak to the north. Thus, cultivators often referred to the peaks by their cardinal directions. Before long, Yichen arrived at the base of Qingyang Peak, where a formidable defensive array enveloped the entire mountain. The entrance was guarded by several disciples, and the words Qingyang Peak loomed above in strong, weathered characters, a testament to the sect's ancient heritage. Yichen approached with purpose, clasped his hands in respectful greeting, and smiled as he addressed the disciples. Greetings, brothers of Qingyang Peak. The junior disciple is a member of the inner sect of the Sword Peak. He has come to pay a visit to Brother Pai, as per our previous agreement. I kindly ask several senior brothers to extend their courtesy. With that, Yichun hastily retrieved his identity token from his storage bag and presented it for inspection. Clad in the ceremonial robe of the inner sect disciples of the Lingyun Sword Sect and holding the token, one of the guarding disciples took it, examined it closely, and then nodded with a smile as he returned it to Yichun. Ah, it is junior brother Yi. Welcome, disciple of the Sword Peak. Brother Pai is currently in seclusion at the Alchemy Pavilion, refining pills. You may proceed directly to the Alchemy Chamber to find him. Our East and West Peaks have always maintained a cordial relationship. Please feel free. The disciple stepped aside to clear the path, gesturing for Yi Chun to pass without hindrance. Yi Chun graciously thanked him once more before departing towards Qingyang Peak. Once Yi Chun had walked far away, the guarding disciple quickly turned to the surrounding peers and introduced, Brothers, do you know the identity of junior brother Yi who just left? Brother Lu. Please do not keep us in suspense. Who is he? Several guarding disciples swiftly gathered around, eager to learn more, as he continued. This individual is named Yi Chun, a new entrant among this year's batch of disciples, and a direct disciple of the Sword Peak's master. What? A direct disciple of the Peak Master? I have heard that Ouyang Qing, the Peak Master, is quite discerning. Ordinary disciples rarely catch his eye. For him to select someone as a direct disciple, this young man must possess extraordinary qualities and talents that surpass the norm. Indeed, it is said that in the past century, the Peak Master has only accepted 7 direct disciples. I have heard that this year he took in 2 at once, and Yi Chun is one of them. This young man is truly remarkable. Have you noticed? He has already attained the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Such an achievement in less than a year is indeed beyond what ordinary disciples can compare to. Due to Yi Chen's use of the concealment technique, the disciples could only discern that he had reached the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Ah, truly impressive. We, as inner sect disciples, took several years of arduous training to reach the 2nd level of Qi refinement. This young man has quite the social grace and treats us with respect. What could he possibly want from Brother Pai on this visit to our West Peak? I suspect he has come to purchase pills. Junior Brother Zhang, do exercise a bit of logic. Who doesn't know that the pills crafted by Brother Pai are of mediocre quality, even inferior to those found in the sect's market? How could a direct disciple of the Peak Master deign to consider such subpar concoctions? They receive only mid-grade pills from the sect. Right. How could I have forgotten? The disciples of Sword Peak are primarily sword cultivators, and none have shown any interest in alchemy. It seems unlikely that he would come to study alchemy with Brother Pai. Besides, our West Peak is not only known for the Alchemy Pavilion, but also has a robust martial tradition. He may be here to seek out someone else. Perhaps to have Brother Pai introduce him. Regardless, I am convinced he is neither here to purchase pills nor to learn alchemy from Brother Pai. Purchasing pills? Could it be that he is here to commission Brother Pai to procure high-grade pills from the Alchemy Pavilion? Those direct disciples are quite affluent and do not lack for spirit stones. I find that Brother Li's deduction is the most credible, and this explanation seems the most reasonable. It must be so. I too believe this. He must have come to purchase high-grade elixirs. I concur with this speculation. The disciples stationed at the mountain gate, who spend their days in idleness, are indeed quite curious about Yi Chen's identity and intentions, which has sparked such fervent discussions and conjectures. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Chun is the subject of their whispers as he makes his way up the mountain. In no time, he arrives at the mountainside, where Qingyang Peak resembles Sword Peak. The inner disciples reside at this mid-mountain area. From a distance, one can see an abundance of cultivation caves constructed by these inner disciples. And further up the mountain lies a magnificent array of pavilions and palatial structures, enclosed by a tall, vermilion wall. At one side of the mountain path stands a grand archway, prominently displaying 3 bold, crimson characters, Alchemy Pavilion. So, this is indeed the Alchemy Pavilion. Chen quickens his pace, and no one obstructs his path, for within the sect, all inner disciples don identical robes, rendering it impossible to distinguish which peak they hail from. Only by examining the identity token at their waist can one ascertain their true affiliation. Upon reaching the archway of the Alchemy Pavilion, Chen is once again halted by a guarding disciple. This is a crucial area for alchemy. No idlers may enter. If you have business, please present your disciple token for registration. A mid-stage Qi refinement inner disciple stands firmly in Chen's way, blocking his passage. Junior brother, you appear unfamiliar. What business do you have at our alchemy pavilion? Chen maintains a calm demeanor, respectfully inclining his body in greeting. Greetings, brother. I am a disciple of Sword Peak, here on an appointment with Brother Pai Dai. I would be immensely grateful if you could convey this message. Upon hearing Chen's courteous words, and that he is seeking someone, the disciple realizes that Pai Dai is likely well acquainted with these disciples. He responds, you are a friend of Brother Pai. Very well, please wait a moment. I shall inform Brother Pai at once. The Alchemy Pavilion is a significant place, and generally, disciples are not permitted to enter. I hope you can understand and kindly wait here for a moment. Chen is led courteously to a nearby table, where tea is available. The disciple pours a cup for Chen and places it before him. Please enjoy the tea, junior brother. Kindly wait here for a moment. Chen graciously accepts the teacup, taking a gentle sip. The tea is merely ordinary, a far cry from the spiritual tea he had enjoyed previously with Brother Shuko. After ensuring Chen is comfortable, the inner disciple sends another disciple to relay the message. Chen can only wait in the interim. As time passes slowly, within less than 15 minutes, the disciple returns. Junior brother, I apologize for the wait. Unfortunately, Brother Pai is currently engaged in refining a batch of elixirs and has reached a critical stage. It will take approximately another hour before he can conclude. He will come out to meet you once he finishes. That is quite all right. I had nothing pressing to attend to anyway. Brother Pai's alchemical endeavors are of great importance. I shall wait here. Thank you, brother. Please carry on. The disciple clasped his hands in farewell and returned to his post at the archway. These inner disciples had all received tasks assigned by the sect, and as long as they completed the corresponding duties each month, they would be rewarded with sect contribution points. These points were recorded in the disciples' identity tokens and could be exchanged for various cultivation resources at places like the sect's Deacon Hall and Scripture Hall, such as spirit stones, elixirs, cultivation techniques, weapons, and talismans. The greatest advantage of sect contribution points lies in their ability to be exchanged for cultivation techniques in the Scripture Hall, an opportunity that spirit stones cannot procure. In the realm of cultivation, possessing a suitable and effective technique is of utmost importance. With an appropriate method tailored to one's cultivation path, one's realm can be swiftly elevated, and one's strength can be maximized. Furthermore, one's potential can be fully realized through the right cultivation technique. Acquiring such techniques in the cultivation world is no easy feat. Disciples from sects and families must make significant contributions to their clans to gain access to these precious methods. Only the most loyal can hope to obtain them. For wandering cultivators, the avenues to acquire techniques are even scarcer. Aside from the rare chance to find a few advanced techniques at large auctions, the only other opportunities arise from stumbling upon ancient ruins or the caves of long-dead cultivators. Once a high-grade cultivation technique appears at an auction, various factions will compete fiercely, driving the final price to exorbitant heights. How can solitary cultivators compete with such resources? Thus, for wandering cultivators, the only viable option is to contend for the techniques that have emerged from ancient ruins or the caves of old masters. Though such contests are invariably brutal, those lacking sufficient strength risk becoming mere cannon fodder in the fray, facing significant dangers. For sect disciples, the most prudent approach is to accumulate sect contribution points and use them to exchange for cultivation techniques. Disciples often enjoy unique advantages during the Qi refinement stage. The sect provides cultivation techniques and resources free of charge. However, by the foundation establishment stage, they must complete sect tasks to gather contribution points for the required cultivation materials and techniques. This is the standard model in the cultivation world. Chen waited patiently for an hour and a half, finishing an entire pot of tea, when Pai Dai finally arrived in a flurry. He emerged from the alchemy pavilion, disheveled and covered in soot, with his robe torn and his face blackened, looking as if he had just emerged from a fire. Some of his hair and eyebrows were singed, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Unfazed by his disarray, Pai Dai bowed from a distance, apologizing loudly. Junior brother Yi, I beg your forgiveness for my tardiness. It could have concluded earlier, But a mishap occurred in the final stages, and the furnace exploded, he continued. Chen quickly rose to return the gesture, replying, Brother Pai, I hope you are well. Upon their reunion, the bond between the two individuals appeared to have grown warmer, courtesy of their previous transaction. As soon as they met, Pai Dai enthusiastically grasped Chen's hand, leading him toward the alchemy pavilion. With Pai Dai present, the gatekeepers, being disciples of the alchemist, naturally refrained from obstructing Chen's passage. Junior brother Yi, Pai Dai began, for the past few days, I have been engrossed in concocting elixirs here in the alchemy pavilion, without returning to my cultivation cave or visiting the sect's marketplace. Your presence here indicates you must have something important to discuss. Come, let us retreat to my alchemical chamber for a more private conversation. This place is too crowded and distracting for serious matters. Given Pai Dai's invitation, Chen readily agreed, eager to accompany him to the alchemical chamber and seize this opportunity to inquire about alchemy. They swiftly arrived before a chamber designated as number 29. Pai Dai performed a spell, causing the heavy stone door of the chamber to slowly open. Upon entering, the door sealed shut behind them, enveloping the chamber in a profound silence. Chen surveyed his surroundings, noting that the alchemical chamber was modest in size, measuring slightly over 1 zhang in width and more than 3 zhangs in depth. Along one side, there were 3 or 5 wooden racks crafted from century-old spiritual wood, housing a variety of spiritual herbs, meticulously organized and labeled with their respective names. On the opposite side stood an imposing alchemical furnace, significantly larger and of a far superior quality than the basic furnaces he had inquired about in the sect's marketplace. The initial furnaces were suitable only for novice alchemists, being of low quality and price, classified as the lowest grade. In contrast, the furnace in Pai Dai's possession was of a higher caliber, yielding better results in the alchemical process. The classification of alchemical furnaces paralleled that of weaponry, categorized into 4 grades: heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow, each further subdivided into 4 levels: premium, superior, medium, and inferior, resulting in a total of 16 classifications. The basic furnace Chen had encountered belonged to the lowest tier, classified as an inferior yellow-grade furnace. Noticing Chen's captivated gaze fixed upon the furnace, Pai Dai chuckled softly, shaking his head with a subtle smile. Junior brother Yi, allow me to introduce you to the nuances of my alchemical practice. Pai Dai reminisced about his initial encounter with the alchemical chamber and furnace, noting that his expression mirrored that of Chen's in the present moment. This alchemical chamber was specifically constructed by the sect for the purpose of refining elixirs. It was ingeniously excavated from over 100 feet underground, channeling the molten lava to bring forth the flames through controlled outlets, allowing for meticulous regulation of both the intensity and temperature of the fire. The furnace, known as the Crimson Copper Furnace, was a top-tier alchemical apparatus capable of producing a variety of elixirs suitable for all qi refining disciples. Its market value exceeded 1,000 spiritual stones. The wooden frames surrounding the chamber were crafted from century-old spiritual wood, their worth and utility comparable to that of inferior magical artifacts. Upon these frames lay an assortment of spiritual herbs frequently utilized in the elixir refining process. Previously, Pai Dai had been engaged in concocting a rejuvenation pill, but an unfortunate mishap occurred during the fusion stage of the herbal liquid, leading to an explosion that rendered an entire batch of spiritual herbs unusable, a regrettable loss. Fortunately, neither the furnace nor he sustained any damage. Once he had managed the subsequent tasks, he finally emerged to greet his junior brother. Feeling genuinely remorseful for making Chen wait for so long, he implored Chen not to take offense. As Pai Dai prepared to bow in apology once more, Chen quickly intervened, saying, Senior brother Pai Dai, you are being excessively courteous. I regard you as a true friend and brother. There is no need for such formality between us. We are connected by a special bond, so let us dispense with the pretense. With Chen's heartfelt words, Pai Dai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Very well, I shall heed your words, junior brother. I will refrain from pleasantries in our brotherhood. Let us speak candidly going forward. Encouraged by Pai Dai's response, Chen chose to express his purpose for the visit, confessing, I am here to seek your assistance on a few matters, senior brother. With a grand gesture, Pai Dai replied, junior brother, there is no need for formality. Speak freely. As long as it is within my power, I shall certainly assist you. My only notable skill lies in the realm of alchemy, albeit with some limitations. Upon hearing this, Chen felt a measure of relief, and he bowed deeply once more, expressing, I am immensely grateful for your genuine willingness to assist me, senior brother Pai Dai. I harbor a keen interest in alchemy and wish to learn, but I have lacked guidance. Hence, I have come to seek your help today. That is no trouble at all. However, my own alchemical skills are rather limited, and I may not have much to offer. I hope you will not hold it against me if I am unable to resolve your concerns. Not at all, not at all. First and foremost, I would like to request my esteemed elder brother to assist me in selecting a rudimentary alchemical furnace. My expectations are modest. I merely require one capable of refining the most basic elixirs. I have already inquired within the sect's market, where such elementary alchemical furnaces are priced between 30 to 40 spirit stones. However, being somewhat inexperienced, I am uncertain how to choose the right one and thus hesitate to make a purchase. Therefore, I seek your help in acquiring an alchemical furnace. Chen, in need of assistance, opted for a straightforward issue to resolve, one that would not pose any difficulty for Pai Dai, nor cause him any embarrassment. It merely required him to be attentive, as selecting a furnace of reasonable quality would be an effortless task for Pai Dai. Observing Chen's eagerness to learn the art of alchemy and his desire to seek guidance on related matters, Pai Dai readily agreed to lend a hand. He is not a narrow-minded individual. On the contrary, he is a remarkably optimistic and cheerful cultivator, eager to assist others and possessing a strong sense of justice. He cherishes the camaraderie of like-minded individuals who share his aspirations. Pai Dai enjoys a commendable reputation at Qingyang Peak, with many disciples acquainted with him and holding him in high regard. Despite having only engaged in a single transaction with Chen, Pai Dai sensed the young man's reliability and worthiness of friendship. Thus, he provided his address, encouraging Chen to seek him out at Qingyang Peak whenever he required assistance. Indeed, for months later, Chen sought him out in the alchemical chamber, requesting help with challenges he faced in his studies. The foremost obstacle was the lack of alchemical tools. He needed to purchase a furnace. At this point, Chen was an absolute novice in alchemy. Just embarking on his journey, there was no need for a highly advanced furnace at this stage. While a superior quality furnace could enhance the quality of the elixirs, reduce the difficulty of the refining process, and improve the yield, the exorbitant prices of such furnaces were beyond the means of a cultivator in the early stages of qi refinement. Even the most affordable basic furnaces on the market were priced at 30 to 40 spirit stones, which someone like Chen could scarcely afford. The inner disciples receive a mere 3 spirit stones as monthly sect benefits, and as a newcomer to the outer sect, he certainly lacked the resources for such an expenditure. It was likely that when Chen previously acquired a substantial quantity of spirit stones for purchasing elixirs, he had done so on behalf of several other disciples. Now, as he sought assistance in selecting an alchemical furnace, this modest request was well within Pai Dai's capabilities. Moreover, he had an even more appealing solution to offer. With this thought, a proud smile spread across Pai Dai's round face. My young brother, how much do you intend to spend on the alchemical furnace? Do you have any specific requirements in mind? Without concealing anything, my humble request is modest, for I find myself financially constrained and possess but a few spirit stones. Thus, I harbor no particular demands. I simply wish to concoct the most fundamental of primary elixirs. Whether new or old is of little consequence. The cheaper, the better. Once I am more financially stable in the future, I shall invest in a superior alchemical furnace. Upon hearing Chen's words, Pai Dai felt more assured and cautiously inquired. Is that truly the case? Indeed it is. Chen replied earnestly. I would never jest with you, Brother Pai. In that case, I happen to possess an excellent solution. Would you care to hear it? Naturally, I am eager to listen. Please do not keep me in suspense, Chen urged, his anticipation palpable. Seeing Chen's impatience, Pai Dai chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha. A hasty spirit cannot savor a hot tofu. My dear brother, please temper your eagerness and listen closely. I assure you, you will be pleased. Since you are not particular about the alchemical furnace, whether it be new or old, large or small, that simplifies matters considerably. When I first embarked on my journey as an alchemist, I too, like you, lacked the spirit stones necessary to purchase a furnace. Eventually, I fortuitously discovered a rather decent second-hand furnace in the market. Though it is somewhat antiquated, it remains in excellent condition and functions perfectly for alchemical purposes. While it may be on the smaller side, capable of producing but a single batch of elixirs at a time, it is important to note that even novice alchemists typically work with one batch at a time. Hence, its size does not detract from its utility. Years ago, I acquired this modest, aged furnace for merely 10 spirit stones. It served me faithfully for several years, during which I crafted countless elixirs. Though I have since moved on from using this particular furnace, I have held on to it with sentiment. Given your current needs, I would like to sell this furnace to you at a low price. I suspect that if I were to simply gift it to you, you would not wish to accept such charity. Therefore, I propose a price of just 1 spirit stone for this old and small furnace that I no longer require. Please do not refuse. This is a token of my goodwill. I hope that you will soon create elixirs with this companion that has accompanied me for so long, making the most of its potential. Seeing the sincerity and emotion in Pai Dai's words, Chen initially considered offering more spirit stones, but ultimately decided against it. He stood, bowing deeply in respect to Pai Dai, and expressed, "Thank you, brother, for your kindness. I am truly humbled. I shall remember your generosity today." Pai Dai waved dismissively. "No need for such formality, my brother. It is but a trifling matter. Now, let us proceed with the furnace." As Pai Dai raised his hand, a brass tripod alchemical furnace, roughly the size of a rice bowl, materialized before Chen. Compared to the alchemical furnaces sold in the market, this particular furnace was indeed diminutive. Although it was second-hand, it appeared to be in remarkably good condition, free from any cracks or damage, resembling a new furnace. The only evidence of its extensive use was the singed marks at the base, indicating that Pai Dai had spoken the truth. This furnace had been well-loved and meticulously cared for by its previous owner. The surface of the furnace was spotless, smooth, and the lustrous golden hue of the brass remained unchanged. When Chen lifted the lid, he found the interior impeccably clean, with the walls of the furnace equally smooth. Overall, the condition of this alchemical furnace was quite impressive. Despite its age, it rivaled that of a new one. Chen's face lit up with delight as he fondled the furnace, utterly captivated by it. Noticing Chen's affection for the furnace, a subtle satisfaction flickered in Pai Dai's eyes as he smiled and asked, "Brother, are you satisfied? If you find this furnace acceptable, shall we proceed with the transaction?" Upon hearing Pai Dai's words, Chen reluctantly shifted his gaze from the furnace, his excitement bubbling forth as he exclaimed, "I am more than satisfied. I truly cherish such an exquisite alchemical furnace. I want to indulge in unnecessary flattery. I deeply appreciate your kindness. When I am capable in the future, I will surely repay you for today's generosity." With that, Chen stored the furnace away and presented a spirit stone to Pai Dai, who accepted it cheerfully. Chen understood that this single spirit stone could not possibly purchase such a remarkable furnace. Pai Dai was intentionally offering him support. Recognizing this, Chen's previous apprehensions dissolved completely. It seemed he had made the right choice today. With the matter of the furnace concluded, Chen wasted no time and retrieved a small booklet on alchemy he had purchased from the market, handing it to Pai Dai. "Brother, I wish to learn alchemy under your guidance." This booklet was a fortuitous find in the market, containing methods for refining the pill of abstinence and the harmonizing pill. However, the process for creating the harmonizing pill is somewhat incomplete and requires further elaboration. The formulas for both pills are largely intact. I kindly ask you to review this booklet and assist in filling in the gaps. I hope this request is not too much to ask. Pai Dai took the booklet, flipping through it briefly, and remarked, "Ah, my dear brother, the booklet you purchased contains numerous flaws in its alchemical methods, particularly in the recipe for the harmonious chi pill, which also has its shortcomings. I can assist you in revising and supplementing it. However, my master has instructed me not to indiscriminately share the alchemical knowledge acquired from him. Therefore, I cannot provide this assistance for free. It is not that I am greedy for wealth, but rather that this is the established protocol, which cannot be altered. Please consider this carefully." Upon seeing that Pai Dai did not refuse, Chen was elated, for such requests are often declined by alchemists. Confidential information, especially when it pertains to others' livelihoods and recipes, is considered sacred ground. In the realm of cultivation, recipes are frequently regarded as closely guarded secrets, and even among masters and disciples, important formulas are seldom passed down lightly. Alchemists place immense value on their recipes. Chen's request for Pai Dai to assist in refining the recipe was rather audacious. The most refined recipe in Pai Dai's possession was likely the harmonious chi pill, which must have been imparted to him by his master, the third elder, and thus comes with stringent constraints that forbid its dissemination. By agreeing to help Chen, Pai Dai was already bending the rules set by his master. Although he was not directly transmitting the harmonious chi pill recipe to Chen, supplementing the incomplete recipe could be viewed as a breach of confidentiality. To maintain discretion and genuinely assist Chen, Pai Dai proposed a fee. This strategic approach provided him with a plausible explanation should his master inquire about the matter in the future. He could assert that the recipe was not originally his gift to Chen, but rather that Chen possessed an incomplete version and he merely aided in completing the missing elements, all while receiving compensation for his efforts. This way, he could absolve himself of any blame from the third elder, having also provided Chen with valuable assistance. As for the compensation, Chen understood that Pai Dai was aware of his limited resources and did not expect an exorbitant fee. He simply hoped for a reasonable amount. Chapter 45. Observing alchemy, Chen felt a swell of joy upon hearing Pai Dai's agreement to assist him in completing the alchemical methods and recipes. Initially, Chen had doubted that Pai Dai would acquiesce. However, Witnessing Pai Dai's prompt acceptance brought him immense delight. As for the mention of compensation, Chen recognized it as merely a pretext that would allow Pai Dai to legitimately revise and enhance the alchemical methods and recipes for him. Offering some form of remuneration was only fitting. Chen believed it prudent to present a sum that was within his means, thus demonstrating his sincerity and fostering a closer relationship with Pai Dai. He wished to convey that he was not a miser, but rather a person of gratitude and loyalty. Knowing he would inevitably require Pai Dai's assistance in the future, he saw this as an excellent opportunity. Now equipped with an alchemical furnace, if Pai Dai could help him finalize the recipe and impart further alchemical techniques, he would be able to embark on his own endeavors in pill crafting. With this in mind, Chen resolved to offer 20 spirit stones and a vial of mid-grade harmonious chi pills as remuneration, his utmost limit. For Pai Dai, 20 spirit stones may seem insignificant. However, the value of a vial of medium-grade chi pills far surpasses that of mere spirit stones. Although Pai Dai is capable of concocting low-grade chi pills himself, he currently lacks the ability to refine medium-grade ones. His cultivation level is merely at the mid-stage of the chi refinement period, and he typically consumes only low-grade chi pills for his training. He does not possess any medium-grade chi pills and is reluctant to purchase them with spirit stones, as their worth is exorbitant and beyond the means of an ordinary cultivator. Thus, presenting a vial of medium-grade chi pills is indeed a practical and suitable gesture that Pai Dai would likely not refuse. Having contemplated this, Chen withdrew 20 spirit stones and a vial of medium-grade chi pills from his storage pouch, placing them before Pai Dai. Elder brother, I find myself in a state of financial restraint and can only offer these as my recompense. I hope you will not disdain them. Pai Dai merely glanced at the 20 spirit stones, then lifted the pill vial, uncapping it to pour the contents into his palm for a meticulous examination. He gasped in astonishment, medium-grade chi pills. Is this vial of medium-grade chi pills your gift to me, Yi Xiao Di? Chen nodded vigorously, indeed. I hope you will not turn it away. Excellent. This vial of pills is splendid. I will gladly accept it. As for the spirit stones, please take them back. I understand your situation, Pai Dai asserted with resolute determination. Observing Pai Dai's firm stance, Chen realized that he would undoubtedly refuse the spirit stones. However, a single vial of pills seemed insufficient, especially since he still had further requests of Pai Dai. To ensure a smoother negotiation, Chen, with a determined heart, presented another vial of medium-grade chi pills before Pai Dai, saying, "Since you find this pill to your liking and refuse to accept my spirit stones, allow me to offer this second vial as a substitute for the stones. I feel a bit remiss for taking advantage of you in this matter. Now, this is agreeable. I shall graciously accept both vials of pills. Please take back the spirit stones. It is not that I am greedy for wealth, but rather that I am currently striving to break through my cultivation bottleneck and desperately require high-quality pills. Your gesture is akin to a timely delivery of coal in the snow, alleviating my pressing need. I must express my gratitude to you, dear brother." Pita bowed respectfully to Chen, who quickly waved his hand dismissively, saying, "My dear brother, there is no need for such formality. I ought to be the one expressing my gratitude to you. Your gesture makes me feel somewhat embarrassed." As Chen stored the spirit stones, he awaited Pita's revisions to the booklet. Pita, without further ado, carefully placed 2 pill vials into his pocket and began amending and supplementing the booklet for Chen. It took him a full hour to complete the modifications. Upon receiving the revised booklet, Chen meticulously perused its contents. Thanks to Pita's enhancements, the booklet now brimmed with substantial information. Not only were the previously missing sections filled in, but Pita had also added explanations and annotations in critical areas, rendering previously obscure concepts crystal clear and easily comprehensible. Throughout the process of alchemy, Pita infused the booklet with his insights, resulting in a remarkable transformation. This revised booklet undoubtedly enabled the successful crafting of both the pill of abandoning hunger and the harmonizing pill, validated by Pita's own expertise as an alchemist. Such insights from an experienced alchemist are invaluable for novices seeking to refine their craft. For instance, when concocting the pill of abandoning hunger, Pita introduced 3 distinct techniques for precisely controlling the temperature, a closely guarded secret among alchemists, seldom shared with others. Yet, Pita generously imparted this knowledge to Chen, leaving him profoundly grateful. He mused to himself that perhaps he had offered too little in return, feeling rather stingy for merely providing a spirit stone and 2 vials of mid-grade harmonizing pill, receiving instead a bronze alchemical furnace and invaluable insights. Having accomplished 2 significant tasks, Chen contemplated a matter of greater importance for which he needed to trouble Pita. After a moment's reflection, he bowed deeply once more and said, "Brother, I have an unreasonable request that I hope you might consider." Pita, in high spirits after receiving the 2 vials, waved his hand dismissively and replied, "My dear brother Yi, can we refrain from such grand gestures? Speak plainly. We are brothers now, no need for formality. Go ahead." Seizing the opportunity, Chen continued, "Brother, I have never concocted pills nor witnessed anyone else doing so. Therefore, I humbly request your permission to observe your process of crafting the pill of abandoning hunger and the harmonizing pill. I understand this may be asking too much, but learning solely from the booklet would be inefficient and wasteful of precious spirit herbs. Observing your technique would greatly expedite my learning and conserve valuable resources." Paidi raised his hand to halt Chen's words, his expression tinged with displeasure. Upon witnessing this, Chen's heart sank, a sense of foreboding creeping in. It seemed that Brother Paidi might be angered. Was it such a trivial matter? Merely a glance at the alchemical process. What could possibly be difficult about that? It would hardly take much time. Why not commence immediately? However, the words that Paidi uttered next reassured Chen, lifting the heavy weight from his chest. He promptly nodded with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, elder brother. Thank you." As he spoke, Chen produced a selection of spiritual herbs for concocting the pill of abstinence and the harmonizing pill. Believing that he ought to contribute to the preparations rather than burden Paidi with the task of gathering the necessary ingredients. He had previously procured the herbs from the market, so retrieving them was effortless. Observing Chen's readiness, Paidi smiled but refrained from further comment. "Ah, my dear junior brother," he began. "The art of alchemy is no trifling endeavor. Each step is of utmost significance, particularly the details that directly influence the quality and yield of the resulting elixirs. Before we embark on the alchemical process, a preparatory phase is essential, encompassing 3 primary aspects. First, the human element. One must be thoroughly prepared, maintaining ample energy and magical prowess. Familiarity with the alchemical procedure is crucial, and it is imperative to regulate one's mental state beforehand. Attaining a tranquil mindset is indispensable, allowing one to mentally rehearse the entire process, paying close attention to every detail and particularly to the stages most prone to errors. Once one has achieved a state of complete mental readiness, one may officially commence the practical work. Second, the preparation of the herbs. All spiritual herbs for the elixir must be meticulously selected. This is equally vital. When choosing herbs, one should opt for those with sufficient age and maturity, ensuring they are undamaged and visually appealing. Herbs that are flawed, incomplete, or lacking in sufficient potency should be avoided. As our master, Elder San, has stated, the manner in which the herbs are handled according to alchemical requirements is crucial to the quality of the elixirs produced. Many herbs require careful treatment prior to the alchemical process, yet many alchemists overlook this, resulting in elixirs of only mediocre quality, unable to attain superior or exceptional grades. For instance, when crafting the harmonizing pill, one particular herb known as Huang Yin Chao must be soaked in warm water for 15 minutes and then dried for later use. This procedure is designed to fully extract the spiritual energy contained within the Huang Yin Chao during the refining process. Such is the essence of Huang Yin Chao. Paidi, while speaking, picked up a 5-inch-long spirit herb from the concoction of Huchi Dan that Chen had provided and displayed it for him to see. Subsequently, Paidi fetched warm water and a vessel, meticulously cleaning the Huang Yin grass, changing the water, and soaking it again. Thirdly, he prepared the alchemical furnace, ensuring it was pristine and adjusting the flame size and temperature before commencing the alchemical process. All preparations had to be meticulously arranged prior to the formal commencement of alchemy to ensure a smooth experience devoid of errors. Paidi elaborated exhaustively on the myriad preparatory tasks to Chen, knowledge imparted to them by their esteemed master, the third elder, during their apprenticeship in alchemy. Such detailed instruction was a privilege not afforded to the average individual, and Paidi genuinely regarded Chen as a brother, thus selflessly sharing every detail without reservation. The insights Paidi shared were not found in Chen's modest booklet, which lacked such comprehensive information. Chen listened intently, committing each word spoken by Paidi to memory. These invaluable experiences were priceless, and the practical knowledge would be indispensable in his future endeavors in alchemy, directly influencing the quality of the elixirs he would produce. Consequently, Chen dared not exhibit any negligence, meticulously observing Paidi's every subtle movement, as well as his techniques and sequences in handling the spirit herbs, all deeply etched in his mind. Once Paidi had thoroughly elucidated the various preparatory details, he commenced with practical demonstrations, articulating his actions while occasionally explaining the rationale behind them. Soon, both the spirit herbs for the production of the bigadan and the Huchi Dan were processed, neatly arranged on 2 wooden swords for future use. They would first concoct the bigadan, an elixir devoid of grade classification. Although it lacked categorization, its status was due to its unsuitability for consumption by cultivators, as it contained no spiritual energy. Naturally, elixirs lacking spiritual potency could not be classified as suitable for practitioners, hence the absence of a grade. However, the process of crafting the Big Dan was far from simple. Each step mirrored that of creating the Huchi Dan. In the realm of mortals, the Big Dan was undoubtedly regarded as a miraculous elixir. In terms of quality, the Big Dan could be classified into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower grades. The lower grade elixir could sustain an individual for at least half a month without sustenance, the middle grade for over a month, and the upper grade for 2 to 3 months. The disparities in the quality of elixirs not only indicated their specific effects, but also reflected the alchemist's proficiency in the craft. Thus, the quantity and quality of elixirs produced from the same spirit herbs were a testament to an alchemist's skill. A proficient alchemist could distill and purify the spiritual energy from the herbs, concentrating it into a minuscule pill, while a less skilled practitioner would squander much of the spiritual essence, resulting in an elixir rife with impurities. Enhancing the quality of elixirs, reducing impurities, increasing the yield, and refining the formulas to produce superior, purer elixirs became the lifelong aspirations of every alchemist. All aspired to craft exquisite elixirs devoid of impurities. However, few ever attained such lofty goals. The path of alchemy is undeniably arduous. Yet, the joy of alchemy lies within itself. The practice of refining elixirs is arduous, monotonous, and often tedious. The process can be quite torturous, as alchemists must endure hardships beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals, facing pressures that ordinary cultivators cannot withstand. They also bear numerous risks, including explosive reactions, poisoning, and even death. True alchemists become engrossed in their craft, perceiving the entire process as an inexhaustible source of delight. Chapter 46. Alchemical refinement. Before commencing the alchemical process, one must first regulate the intensity of the flame at the furnace's outlet. The refining of elixirs can generally be divided into 7 distinct stages. First, warming the furnace. Second, adding the herbs. Third, refining the spiritual herbs. Fourth, purifying the herbal liquid. Fifth, merging the herbal liquids. Sixth, separating and condensing the elixirs. Seventh, retrieving the finished elixirs. Warming the furnace involves utilizing the earth's fire to thoroughly incinerate and cleanse any residual impurities within the alchemical apparatus, subsequently achieving an optimal temperature for the refining process. Adding the herbs entails sequentially introducing various spiritual herbs into the furnace according to the prescribed formula. Refining the spiritual herbs requires careful control of the furnace's temperature to ensure that the area housing the herbs reaches the ideal warmth, allowing them to gradually dissolve into a liquid state. This stage is fundamental to the alchemical process, testing the alchemist's magical prowess and refining skills. Purifying the herbal liquid entails repeatedly refining the liquefied herbs to eliminate any impurities until they are reduced to levels acceptable for alchemical practice. The degree of purification directly influences the quality and grade of the resulting elixirs. Thus, significant effort must be invested in this phase to produce high-quality concoctions. Merging the herbal liquids involves blending the refined liquids in a specific order to create a composite elixir. This step is often the most critical in the alchemical process, as any errors in fusion can lead to violent explosions, resulting in catastrophic consequences. The success of this fusion phase directly determines whether the elixir can be successfully refined, underscoring its vital importance within the entire process. Finally, the separation and condensation of the elixirs represent the simplest step in the alchemical journey. This involves utilizing magical prowess to divide the blended herbal liquid into equal portions, each destined to become an individual elixir. Condensing the elixirs entails evaporating excess moisture while shaping the mixture until it forms into perfectly rounded and plump pills. The process of opening the furnace to retrieve the elixir involves timely lifting of the lid to extract the refined potion. Failure to do so may result in the elixir becoming charred and rendered utterly worthless due to prolonged solidification. Once the elixir is extracted, the earthly flames can be extinguished, thus concluding the alchemical endeavor. This encapsulates the general procedure for potion refinement. Some adept alchemists might streamline or amalgamate several steps, employing more advanced techniques. For instance, the processes of dosing, refining, and purifying can be seamlessly integrated. Highly skilled alchemists may even introduce all spiritual herbs into the furnace at once, simultaneously refining and amalgamating the medicinal concoction, and may swiftly segregate and solidify the elixir. Such operations demand an exceptional level of alchemical mastery and formidable mental acuity, enabling the alchemist to adeptly manage the intricate steps of refining, purifying, and amalgamating numerous herbs at once. In other words, they possess the ability to multitask effectively, executing various operations with precision and control over timing and intensity, ensuring accurate measurement of potency and dosage. These alchemists stand far above the likes of us novice practitioners. The path of alchemy is replete with masters, with no end in sight. In our southern domain, we do not hold a competitive edge in the art of alchemy. It is said that the most flourishing and prosperous region for alchemy in our world is the central continent, where the pinnacle of alchemical civilization and countless prodigies reside. That place is a sanctuary for alchemists, a veritable paradise. As Pai Dai elaborated on the central continent, his eyes brimmed with longing and anticipation. In his heart, he yearned for the day he might reach that wondrous land, to immerse himself in the profound legacy of its alchemical civilization, hoping to further elevate and refine his own skills and theories in the art of alchemy. After a considerable time lost in contemplation and fantasy, Pai Dai finally emerged from his reverie, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Dear Brother Yi, I may have digressed somewhat. Now, I shall proceed to the practical task of concocting a batch of the fasting elixir. You may observe quietly by my side, but I implore you not to interrupt or pose any inquiries until the completion of this potion. It is paramount that no distractions occur during the alchemical process. After I have finished, you may share your questions and uncertainties. The alchemist's work is most sensitive to outside interference, so I advise you to observe closely. Having conveyed this, Pai Dai commenced the genuine process of alchemy. He retrieved a half-human-sized, copper-hued three-legged cauldron from his storage pouch and placed it over the source of the earth's fire, relocating the larger cauldron that had previously occupied the space. Gradually, he adjusted a mechanism controlling the flame's intensity at the outlet of the earth's fire. As he manipulated the controls, the outlet began to emit searing flames, transitioning from a brilliant crimson to a luminous azure. When the fire reached its optimal state, Pai Dai ceased his adjustments, with the ethereal blue flames enveloping the copper cauldron entirely. In a short while, the originally golden cauldron transformed into a translucent, fiery red hue, enduring this searing heat for several breaths. With a single hand gesture, Pai Dai conjured a mystical seal, which instantaneously opened the lid of the cauldron. At the bottom, a small residue of herbs remained. Employing both hands, he swiftly cast a series of intricate seals, unleashing streams of magical energy that danced around the cauldron, executing various tasks with the dexterity akin to human hands. The remnants of the herbs were swiftly cleared away, leaving the cauldron immaculate and free from impurities. As time elapsed, the once incandescent red cauldron gradually began to regain its original splendor, shimmering with golden brilliance. After several more breaths, Pai Dai finally stabilized the temperature of the copper cauldron to an optimal level. With a grand sweep of his arm, he summoned the meticulously prepared spiritual herbs, now pristine and ready for use. Raising one arm high, he channeled his magical energy, and a mysterious force emerged, propelling a sprig of spiritual herb known as cold star grass from the wooden rack with a swift motion. A singular sound resonated as it soared directly into the open mouth of the alchemical furnace. Shortly thereafter, with a resounding clap, the lid of the furnace sealed shut, creating an impenetrable barrier between the interior and the outside world. As the fierce flames below relentlessly scorched the contents, the spiritual herb within began to shrink and soften under the intensifying heat, gradually dissolving like snow in the sun. With the passage of time, under the precise control of Pai Dai, the herb was ultimately liquefied into a small pool of verdant essence, while the impurities were incinerated into ash by the searing temperatures, expelled through a conduit above the furnace. Pai Dai maintained a vigilant awareness of the furnace's interior, and upon confirming that the herb had been completely refined, he commenced a meticulous process of repeated distillation and purification of the small pool of liquid. As Pai Dai deftly manipulated the flames and temperatures, the pool diminished in size while its spiritual potency became increasingly refined, until he was wholly satisfied with the result. Subsequently, Pai Dai lifted the furnace lid once more to introduce a second herb, employing the same method as before. After undergoing the same rigorous distillation and purification, this second essence reached a satisfactory state. Following this, Pai Dai began the delicate process of slowly merging the two meticulously refined liquids. Under his careful guidance, the disparate essences inched closer, gradually amalgamating over the span of an entire tea preparation until they coalesced into a singular, new concoction. Next, Pai Dai introduced a third herb into the furnace for melting and refining. This third essence, upon undergoing its own series of distillation and purification, smoothly blended with the newly formed mixture. This procedure continued in a nearly identical manner, with successive herbs being added one after another into the furnace. each undergoing refining and ultimately merging with the collective mixture. Thus, after more than 3 hours had elapsed, Pai Dai successfully refined the final herb, uniting it with the amalgamation. Once this substantial mixture had been heated to the requisite temperature, Pai Dai executed several alchemical incantations, resulting in the division of the large amalgamation into 9 distinct portions. He then adjusted the size of the flames emanating from the furnace with utmost care, meticulously controlling the temperature surrounding the now separated 9 portions. As the heat intensified, the liquids gradually contracted, reshaping into spherical forms. With each passing moment, Yi Chen observed the entire transformation within the furnace, meticulously recording every subtle gesture of Pai Dai, including each intricate seal formed while manipulating the flames. Eventually, the 9 spherical pills became sufficiently dry and formed, ready for use. After a brief wait, Pai Dai was finally prepared to proceed, casting several incantations to initiate the next phase. With a sudden low shout, Pai Dai finally lifted the lid of the alchemical furnace and extinguished the ground fire. Inside, nestled closely at the bottom of the purple-gold copper furnace, lay 9 perfectly round and plump crimson pills of the bigodan. Success! The bigodan had ignited brilliantly, producing 9 pills from just a single batch of spiritual herbs, surpassing Pai Dai's usual yield of 8. Overcome with excitement, he picked up one of the bigodan pills, examining it closely in his palm, and exclaimed, "A superior pill. Indeed, a high-quality bigodan." Elated, Pai Dai danced with joy, his face radiant with delight. Previously, the bigodan he had concocted were predominantly of inferior quality, occasionally yielding a few moderate pills, but he had never before produced a pill of such high quality as today. This elation drove Pai Dai to quickly extract the remaining 8 pills from the purple-gold copper furnace for inspection. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily. A single batch yielded 9 pills, 1 superior, 6 moderate, and 2 inferior. To have produced a superior pill in a single furnace is truly unprecedented. In a fit of exhilaration, Pai Dai could hardly contain his joy, exuberantly waving his arms and laughing towards the heavens. He had never anticipated that despite his meticulous efforts in the past, the bigodan he created were primarily inferior pills, occasionally producing a handful of moderate ones. However, today marked a groundbreaking achievement, with the first furnace yielding a superior pill. This indicated a significant leap in his alchemical skills for creating the bigodan. The presence of 1 superior and 6 moderate pills spoke volumes. Such a level of achievement was certainly worthy of pride. How could he not be ecstatic? After a quarter of an hour, Pai Dai finally composed himself and began to ponder a question. Why had he been able to produce such high-quality bigodan today? What specific aspect had contributed to the significant enhancement of the pill's quality? Deep in thought, he reflected for a long time before arriving at a conclusion. The success of today's bigodan production stemmed from several differences compared to his usual practice. First, he had adjusted his mindset before the alchemical process, mentally familiarizing himself with the entire procedure and paying special attention to the common pitfalls. Second, the herbs prepared for the alchemical process had been meticulously selected by Lin Xian, with all the spiritual herbs exceeding the necessary standards for alchemy. Third, he had handled the various herbs with greater care and diligence than before. Typically, he had overlooked these details, but today he had been meticulous. Fourth, during the refinement and purification of the herbs, he had been more attentive to controlling the flame's temperature and had increased the purification process by 2 additional cycles. This, perhaps, was the most crucial factor. It seems that repeated refinement and purification is indeed the key to enhancing the quality of the pills. Yes, this is the insight I have come to understand. In the future, to refine elixirs of superior quality, one must strive for excellence in this aspect. As long as the medicinal liquid is sufficiently pure and contains minimal impurities, the quality and caliber of the elixirs produced will undoubtedly improve. Henceforth, in my alchemical endeavors, I shall exert every effort to perfect the process of refining and purifying the substances. I cannot believe that the quality of elixirs created from such pure solutions will not elevate. Moreover, the fusion of the medicinal liquids today appeared particularly smooth. Compared to previous attempts, this step, which is fraught with risk and concern, typically incites fears of explosions leading to furnace mishaps. In the past, my apprehension often diverted my attention, resulting in suboptimal fusions that led to the loss of vital medicinal energy, thus compromising the elixir's quality. Chapter 47. Refining and purifying spiritual medicines for an alchemist. The most exhilarating phase of the entire process is the fusion of the medicinal liquids. A slight misstep during this stage could result in catastrophic explosions or failure in the refinement. Historically, I approached this stage with extreme caution and trepidation, anxious about potential mishaps. However, today, this phase unfolded quite smoothly, with the liquids merging effortlessly. I surmise this is due to their high purity and minimal impurities, reducing the risk of explosive reactions. Furthermore, the separation and solidification of the elixirs seemed to progress more favorably than usual, and the timing for extinguishing the flame and retrieving the elixir was impeccable. Poor timing in extinguishing the flame can adversely affect the elixir's quality, whether it is too early or too late. Both scenarios can lead to a decline in excellence. The timing today was just right, resulting in an exceptionally high-quality elixir. Clearly, I must reference this outcome in future endeavors when deciding the optimal moments to extinguish the flame and retrieve the elixir. PETA meticulously summarized the differences in this refining process compared to previous attempts, deriving numerous effective methods for enhancing alchemical practices from this singular change. He was immensely satisfied with the successful creation of the fasting elixir. His joy was beyond words. Ah, Brother Yi, ultimately, I must express my gratitude to you. Without your arrival, I would not have had the opportunity to refine this elixir so diligently, nor could I have achieved such remarkable quality. You have facilitated a significant leap in my alchemical journey, and my gratitude is beyond verbal expression. You are truly my good fortune. PETA, overwhelmed with excitement, clasped Yi Chen's hands, momentarily at a loss for how to convey his elation. I cannot offer anything of great value to express my thanks. But if you ever have questions or uncertainties regarding alchemy, feel free to seek my assistance. I will do everything in my power to help you, and I may even consult our esteemed master for guidance. Oh, by the way, I wonder if Brother Yi would be interested in apprenticing under Elder Sand to learn the art of alchemy? If you are willing, I would gladly seek permission from our master. Upon receiving such a sincere invitation from Pai Dai, Yi Chen felt a surge of gratitude in his heart. However, he was acutely aware that he could not act upon it. It would be unwise for him to take on another master without proper consent, especially now that he had become a direct disciple of the Jianfeng sect, with a true master to guide him. To do otherwise would be tantamount to betraying his lineage and disrespecting his mentor. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen solemnly bowed to Pai Dai and said, I am truly grateful for your generous offer, my esteemed elder brother. However, as I already have a master, I cannot take on another without my mentor's approval. Thus, I must set this matter aside for the time being and inform my master before making any decisions. Thank you very much. Pai Dai was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, dismissing the matter with a wave of his hand. No need for concern. I was thoughtless and did not consider all aspects. Let us leave this as it stands, even without my mentioning it. After speaking, Pai Dai began to tidy up the alchemical furnace in preparation for the next round of potion crafting. Brother Yi, you have observed the entire alchemical process. Do you have any questions or areas of uncertainty? Yi Chen pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Not at the moment. You have explained everything with great clarity. Should any questions arise in the future, I will seek your guidance. Very well. In that case, let us take advantage of the momentum and prepare to concoct another batch of Hachi Dan. Certainly, if you feel fatigued, dear elder brother, please take a moment to rest. We can resume our work when you feel rejuvenated and invigorated. I have ample time to wait. It is no trouble at all. The refinement of a single batch of the nourishing elixir requires minimal resources. With this thought, Pai Dai commenced the preparatory work for alchemy. Drawing from his prior successful experience in concocting the nourishing elixir, he approached this endeavor with even greater meticulousness, particularly in the handling of the spiritual herbs that required prior processing. He adhered scrupulously to the methods imparted by his master. The herbs selected for the formulation of the elixir were meticulously chosen by Yi Chen. Any herbs of inferior quality or with defects had been exchanged prior to purchase. Yi Chen, in his efforts, had even gone to great lengths, offering additional spirit stones and speaking persuasively to ensure the quality of the herbs. As a result, all the herbs possessed ample potency and spiritual energy, devoid of any blemishes or defects. In terms of quality, the herbs prepared by Yi Chen for this alchemical process far surpassed those Pai Dai typically utilized. With all preparations complete, Pai Dai began the process of refining the nourishing elixir once more. He seated himself before the purple gold copper cauldron and slowly activated the earth fire switch. Instantly, a surge of intense flames erupted from the earth fire outlet, roaring to life beneath the alchemical furnace. Pai Dai carefully adjusted the size of the flames until they reached the desired intensity, transforming into a pure azure hue. The ethereal violet flames licked the surface of the purple gold copper cauldron, which soon glowed a fiery red, reminiscent of a piece of iron heated to its limits. Pai Dai then executed a series of incantations, reducing the earth fire to focus its heat on the bottom region of the cauldron. With swift hand seals, he invoked further incantations, causing the lid of the cauldron to open. A rush of spiritual energy swept through the interior. lifting the remnants of charred herbs from the base and propelling them out through the top into an iron box designated for residue collection. At this juncture, Pai Dai meticulously sensed the temperature within the cauldron with his spiritual awareness. Once the temperature fell to an optimal level for alchemy, he once again performed an incantation, lifted the lid, and introduced a spiritual herb into the cauldron. As the first herb entered, the lid closed once more, and the flames at the base of the cauldron flared with renewed vigor. Soon, the temperature within the alchemical furnace has risen to the optimal level for refining this spiritual herb. Pai Dai meticulously adjusts the flames of the ground fire, wielding his mana through his spiritual awareness. The herb hovers within the furnace, an invisible force guiding it to the highest temperature zone. Each area of the furnace possesses a distinct temperature, necessitating precise placement of the herb to ensure effective refining. Only through such meticulous control can the herb's intrinsic spiritual energy be maximized, allowing it to exhibit its full medicinal potency. Thus, the ability to accurately manipulate the furnace's various temperature zones is paramount during the refining process, underscoring the importance of the alchemist's spiritual acuity. The higher the alchemist's cultivation, the more abundant their mana, enabling sustained output and superior control over the refining process. A stronger spiritual awareness provides clearer insight into the furnace's conditions, enhancing the precision of the entire operation. At present, Pai Dai's cultivation has reached the 6th level of qi refinement, significantly surpassing Yichun, with a correspondingly greater strength of spiritual awareness. Consequently, throughout the refining process, Pai Dai can deftly manage every nuance. Unlike previous occasions, with Yichun observing and learning, Pai Dai is particularly driven to demonstrate his abilities, fueled by a sense of pride as an alchemist. His recent success in crafting the pill of abstinence has bolstered his confidence, inspiring him to strive for excellence in the refinement of the harmonizing pill, aspiring to produce a high-quality version. With the experience of successfully creating a superior pill of abstinence, Pai Dai approaches the crafting of the harmonizing pill with a calm demeanor, exuding assurance. In the past, he could not guarantee success with every batch, managing only a 60 to 70% success rate. Thus, when attempting to create 10 harmonizing pills, he could only expect to succeed with 6 or 7, while 3 or 4 would invariably fail due to various complications, leading to a lamentable waste of materials. Pai Dai yearns for significant progress in the refinement of the harmonizing pill, aspiring to enhance both the success rate and the quality of the pills produced. He hopes to achieve at least a mid-grade version, having previously only succeeded in crafting low-grade pills, often of the lower tier among them. This persistent issue has troubled him greatly, yet he has been unable to identify the root cause, leaving him at an impasse in improving the quality of his pills. As the temperature of the purple golden copper furnace continues to rise, the spiritual herb, under Pai Dai's mana, hovers at the highest temperature point. Once the temperature stabilizes at an appropriate level, the herb begins to undergo transformation. Its branches and leaves gradually wilt, ultimately splitting apart. Simultaneously, a small orb of light green liquid is extracted from the herb. As the volume of this liquid increases, the herb becomes increasingly desiccated, until it is entirely transformed into a small sphere of light green liquid, leaving only a small residue that settles at the furnace's bottom, eventually reduced to ash by the searing flames of the ground fire. With a command of his mana, Pai Dai directs a surge of spiritual energy through the furnace wall, lifting the ash from the bottom and expelling it through a designated channel at the top of the furnace, where it lands in a rectangular iron box set aside for residues. The furnace is left with only a small quantity of the initially refined liquid. Pai Dai slowly forms hand seals, casting a series of incantations. As these incantations are executed, he channels his mana to continuously refine and purify the small orb of liquid within the furnace. With each successive refinement, the previously impure liquid gradually becomes clear and luminous, as residual impurities are meticulously eliminated. Drawing upon his prior experiences, Pai Dai dedicates himself to this purification process, refining the liquid an unprecedented 6 times, a significant increase from the usual 2 or 3 iterations. However, as he reaches the 5th round of purification, he finds himself straining under the limitations of his spiritual awareness and mana. The minute impurities within the liquid become increasingly elusive, leaving him powerless to remove them further. Pai Dai is certain that with even greater strength of spirit and mana, he could achieve a more refined liquid with fewer impurities, thus elevating the quality of the harmonizing pills he produces. Alas, his current limitations constrain him to this extent. Compared to the past, the current potions possess a significantly higher purity than those he had previously concocted independently. With a sense of resignation, Pai Dai ultimately decided to abandon further refining of the potion, fully aware that his current limit for purification was 4 to 5 cycles. Any additional attempts would yield no further benefit. This represented the pinnacle of his capabilities. After thoroughly purifying the first spirit herb, Pai Dai took a moment to recuperate before commencing the refinement of the second herb, adhering to the same steps and methods. He meticulously began the process of refining and purifying the remaining 30 spirit herbs, treating each one with the same standards as the first. The only distinction was that the number of purification cycles for all subsequent herbs was reduced by 1, now set to 5. Once Pai Dai completed the purification of all the herbs, the interior of the purple gold copper furnace brimmed with 28 clusters of varying sizes and colors, each representing the essence of the refined potion. The next phase was the crucial integration of these potions, which required strict adherence to the sequence dictated by the alchemical formula. For any deviation could lead to disastrous consequences, ranging from the failure of the concoction and the destruction of all herbs, to the catastrophic explosion of the furnace, resulting in the alchemist's demise. This stage was fraught with tension, and even Pai Dai, despite having brewed the Qi Dan numerous times, felt a flicker of apprehension. After a brief respite, he adjusted the size of the fire, maintaining the furnace temperature within a suitable range. Pai Dai had grown exceedingly familiar with the 28 spirit herbs required for the Qi Dan, and the clusters of potion had been meticulously arranged in the correct order. With everything prepared, he slowly formed hand seals and began to chant incantations. A surge of mystical energy shot forth from his fingertips, penetrating the walls of the purple gold copper furnace and entering the cauldron. As the energy gradually coursed through the furnace, 2 clusters of potion, one green and one red, drew closer under its influence. Just as they were about to touch, Pai Dai halted their advance, reassessing their temperatures and the surrounding environment before resuming the fusion. With utmost caution, he maneuvered the 2 clusters, inching them toward one another until they gently made contact. As the 2 potions touched, they began to merge slowly at the point of contact. After a quarter of an hour, the 2 clusters finally amalgamated into a singular, new concoction. Neither entirely red nor green, but a vibrant blend of both hues, forming a multicolored potion. Pai Dai exhaled slowly, finally achieving the desired fusion. It became evident that the amalgamation of medicinal liquids should not be rushed. When 2 potions with differing properties are hastily combined, they may react violently or repel each other. Hence, the process of merging must be approached with patience. Seizing the opportunity of a brief respite, Pai Dai took the time to instruct Chen, who diligently nodded and committed Pai Dai's words to memory. After a short interlude, Pai Dai resumed his meticulous work, methodically integrating the remaining 26 elixirs into the mass of blended potions, adhering to the previously established sequence. Due to Pai Dai's careful control, no peril arose during this phase. An hour and a half later, he had successfully completed the fusion of the potions. The pure liquid, derived from the refinement of all 28 spiritual herbs required for the creation of the Qi Dan, coalesced into a sphere the size of a fist. This substantial orb of mixed liquid hovered at the center of the purple gold copper furnace, resembling a magnificent crystal ball, its surface sparkling with ethereal light and exuding a gentle glow. With his spiritual awareness, Pai Dai sensed the vast liquid sphere, feeling an overwhelming mixture of emotions. The successful fusion of the medicinal liquids indicated that the creation of the elixir was nearly accomplished. The next step involved separating the pills and evaporating the moisture from the mixture, marking the completion of this batch. Pai Dai believed that the quality of this refined elixir surpassed that of any he had previously concocted. With eyes closed, he directed his spiritual insight to the mass of blended spiritual herbs within the furnace. Gradually, he adjusted the intensity of the earthly flames, softening their ferocity. As the flames transitioned from a cerulean hue to a vibrant crimson, as the heat diminished, the temperature within the alchemical furnace rapidly decreased. Once it reached the appropriate level, Pai Dai simultaneously formed hand seals and executed a series of rapid incantations. With each incantation, the mass of mixed liquid was meticulously divided into 9 equal portions, each levitating within the furnace. These 9 globes of liquid, each the size of a walnut, began to rotate under the influence of his magical energy. As they spun, the intense heat within the furnace steadily evaporated the moisture from each orb. The globes continued to whirl, gradually shrinking in size and becoming denser and more viscous. Time slipped away unnoticed, and after half an hour, the once walnut-sized orbs had diminished to the size of longan fruits, indicating that the elixirs had been successfully formed. Filled with elation, Pai Dai carefully assessed the status of the elixirs. Upon confirming that they were ready for retrieval, he promptly extinguished the earthly flames. A wave of excitement, tinged with anxiety, washed over him as he rubbed his hands together in anticipation. As he awaited the cooling of the furnace, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. and an inexplicable joy began to swell within his heart. The creation of the pill of abandoning grains was assuredly successful. However, the true quality of these elixirs remained to be evaluated. It is only after the furnace is ignited that a definitive conclusion can be reached. During the interval of allowing the alchemical furnace to cool, Pai Dai's heart was in turmoil, akin to a cat scratching restlessly, an unbearable anticipation. He was aware that the quality of this batch of harmonious pills had undoubtedly improved. Would it attain the status of a medium-grade elixir? Pai Dai was filled with hopeful expectation. As for high-grade elixirs, he dared not entertain such aspirations, for the number of alchemists capable of concocting high-grade harmonious pills is exceedingly scarce, even among the few foundational alchemists taught directly by his master, King Chunzi. Not all could achieve such a feat. Those like Pai Dai, who were still in the qi refining stage, had little hope of accomplishing it. Pai Dai possessed a degree of self-awareness. He was quite cognizant of his own limitations. Previously, the quality of the harmonious pills he had produced barely reached the level of low-grade medium elixirs, falling short of even low-grade high elixirs, let alone the upper echelons of medium-grade elixirs. Such aspirations were beyond his reach. For this batch, Pai Dai hoped to attain at least low-grade high quality, or ideally reach the lower or middle tier of medium-grade elixirs. Achieving the realm of medium-grade harmonious pills would mark a significant advancement in his alchemical skills, ensuring that Master King Chunzi would regard him with newfound respect. Among the hundreds of alchemical apprentices, Pai Dai had gradually risen from the ranks of mere alchemical youths and apprentices over many years. As long as he could successfully produce harmonious pills, he would be considered an alchemist. Generally, those capable of crafting various elixirs suitable for qi refining practitioners are deemed first or second level alchemists. The foundational elixir, which serves as a critical breakthrough for ascension, is classified as a third level elixir. Consequently, alchemists who can formulate elixirs for foundational practitioners fall into the category of third or fourth level alchemists. Similarly, those capable of concocting elixirs for golden core practitioners are classified as fifth or sixth level alchemists. Harmonious pills, being the most fundamental elixirs for qi refining practitioners, signify that Pai Dai, proficient in their creation, is naturally regarded as a first-level alchemist. Only by mastering the more complex elixirs of the qi refining stage can Pai Dai aspire to ascend to a second-level alchemist. Currently, he has quite a journey ahead to reach this goal. If today he could indeed produce medium-grade harmonious pills, he would gain the confidence to concoct a variety of other elixirs, thereby shortening the distance to his elevation as a second-level alchemist. This is the true source of Pai Dai's excitement and exhilaration. After what felt like an eternity, the temperature of the purple gold copper furnace had gradually diminished. Unable to contain himself, Pai Dai sprang from the ground and strode purposefully towards the furnace. Channeling his magical energy, he struck the furnace with a palm, producing a deep, resonant hum. The furnace lid was suddenly propelled open by a surge of magical force, revealing the contents within. Pai Dai eagerly leaned in to observe. At the base of the purple gold copper furnace lay 9 perfectly round, ruby-red pills, each the size of a longan fruit. Hastily, Pai Dai directed a stream of magical energy, which lifted one pill into the palm of his hand. He held the pill before his eyes for a meticulous inspection, and a wave of ecstatic joy washed over his face and shone in his eyes. Indeed, it was a medium-grade elixir, specifically, a low-grade harmonious pill. Pai Dai exclaimed with unrestrained joy, "Brother Ye, come quickly and take a look. I have finally crafted a medium-grade harmony pill." Chen hurried to the side of the purple gold copper furnace, receiving the pill from Pai Dai's hands for a meticulous inspection. After examining the pill, Chen confirmed without a doubt that it was indeed a medium-grade harmony pill. This pill was evidently of a significantly superior quality compared to the harmony pills previously purchased from Pai Dai. Seizing the moment, Chen jubilantly congratulated Pai Dai. "Congratulations, my dear brother. Your alchemical skills have evidently advanced. I am truly delighted for you." Thank you. Pai Dai replied with a respectful gesture, his eyes glistening with tears of excitement and joy. "It has been a challenging journey. Today, thanks to Brother Ye, both batches of pills I crafted have achieved remarkable success, with a substantial enhancement in quality. I owe it all to your influence. You greatly flatter me, my brother. I possess no such extraordinary talent. It is merely your diligent practice and perseverance that have culminated in this breakthrough. The fruits of your labor are indeed well-deserved," Chen responded humbly. After exchanging expressions of gratitude and congratulations, Pai Dai remembered that there were still more pills remaining in the purple gold copper furnace that had yet to be examined. Thus, the two gathered once more before the alchemical furnace, where Pai Dai eagerly seized all the remaining pills for a thorough inspection. Upon counting, Pai Dai discovered that this batch yielded a total of 9 pills, 3 medium-grade, 5 high-quality low-grade, and 1 medium-quality low-grade pill. In summary, this batch not only showcased an impressive yield but also exhibited a significant enhancement in the quality of the pills. Previously, P-Dice batches typically produced 6 to 8 pills, predominantly of medium low-grade quality. The successful refinement of this batch not only elevated the yield rate, but also greatly improved P-Dice alchemical standards, thus bolstering his confidence and courage to further enhance his skills. He felt that if he continued to develop along this trajectory, it would not be long before he could personally concoct high-grade harmony pills, potentially elevating himself to the status of a second-tier alchemist in just a few years. Padai, with lingering reluctance, carefully arranged the various elixirs into distinct alchemical vials according to their grades. Once this task was accomplished, he summoned Chen to sit before him. The two settled cross-legged on separate cushions. Padai spoke, "Brother Yi, during the process of refining this batch of harmony pills, I employed numerous distinct hand seals and silently recited various incantations. These techniques, while seemingly simple, require only a modicum of dedication and diligent practice to master independently in a short time. The methods and incantations I utilized are closely guarded secrets among cultivators, seldom shared with others. Such invaluable techniques for alchemical operations are treasures of immeasurable worth, far beyond the valuation of spirit stones. Consequently, what began as straightforward techniques gradually transformed into esoteric mysteries, ultimately forgotten by practitioners, rendered as mere scraps of paper. I possess a small booklet that records frequently used alchemical techniques. These methods are essential for alchemists, and thus, Brother Yi, I wish to impart to you the gestures and incantations detailed within this booklet. Surely, they cannot be deemed overly precious?" Yi Chen, filled with excitement, responded, recalling how he had observed Padai continuously forming seals and casting spells during their previous alchemical endeavors. These seals enabled the manipulation of his own spiritual power to achieve unimaginable feats. These techniques, though invaluable, are rather ordinary and simple. With time, one will inevitably come to understand them. Since you, Brother Yi, have a passion for learning alchemy, sharing these with you will be a worthy endeavor. I hope these methods will serve you well. Your sincerity overwhelms me, brother. I am deeply grateful for your generous gift today. Aside from cherishing your kindness, I find myself at a loss for how to repay you. I truly feel embarrassed." Yi Chen exclaimed. Padai waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You are too courteous, brother. These trinkets are of little consequence. Do not hesitate in your gratitude. Focus on mastering alchemy. The sooner you become a refined alchemist, the more valuable my small gesture will be." As he spoke, Padai retrieved a small booklet from his storage pouch. It was modest in size, comprising merely 3 pages densely filled with approximately 1 to 2,000 characters. "This booklet was imparted to me by my master, and I cannot give it to you directly. Therefore, I must trouble you to transcribe it yourself." Upon seeing the booklet, Yi Chen felt a surge of joy and promptly took it to a nearby table equipped with ink and paper, beginning his transcription. Before long, he had completed the task and returned the original to Padai. Bowing deeply, he expressed with utmost sincerity, "Brother Padai, I shall forever remember the great favor you have bestowed upon me today. I need not speak my gratitude further. Oh, Brother Yi, you are far too polite. Between us brothers, let us forego such formalities in the future. It is entirely natural for us to assist one another. It may very well be that I shall have need of your help. Dear brother, henceforth, let us dispense with the unnecessary niceties. There is no need for our mutual expressions of gratitude, as they only serve to create distance between us. Would you not agree? Indeed, what you say is most astute. I have been too formal, and I vow to abandon such pretenses moving forward." Padai, upon hearing Yecheng's words, gently patted him on the shoulder and remarked, "That's the spirit. We are family, and there is no need for such decorum. It only breeds estrangement. From now on, let us speak openly and directly, without any need for circumspection." Chapter 49. Purchasing elixirs after exiting seclusion. Yecheng had managed to accomplish all he set out to do, and everything had unfolded smoothly. Notably, he had acquired the techniques of concealment and spirit vision from his senior brother in the void. Additionally, he procured firestones and the necessary herbs for concocting the abstinence and harmony elixirs at the market. His most significant achievement was not only acquiring a complete formula for the elixirs from Brother Padai, but also purchasing an alchemical furnace for the price of a single spirit stone. He had the opportunity to observe Brother Padai personally refine the abstinence and harmony elixirs, from which he gleaned a multitude of alchemical techniques and hand seals. Yecheng was confident that by adhering to these teachings upon his return, he would successfully produce elixirs himself. All that remained was to procure the elixirs for his cultivation. Having spent 38 spirit stones in the market, Yecheng retained 32. He intended to use these stones entirely for purchasing elixirs for his training. Wondering how many harmony elixirs Brother Padai had available for sale. Noticing Padai had resumed his seat at the table, Yeqing cautiously inquired, "Brother, I have another purpose for my visit today, namely, to purchase harmony elixirs. The last batch proved insufficient, and I wish to acquire more, if that is permissible." "Have you exhausted 50 harmony elixirs already?" Padai asked, somewhat astonished. "Indeed, they are nearly gone," Yeqing replied honestly with a nod. "Typically, those of your ilk, who are newly initiated and at the first level of qi refinement, take several days to fully absorb a single harmony elixir. It is quite unusual for you to consume them so swiftly, which speaks volumes about your remarkable spiritual root and extraordinary aptitude for cultivation." As he spoke, Padai scrutinized Yeqing thoughtfully, remarking, "Your exceptional talent will surely lead you to great accomplishments in the future. I trust that when you achieve success, you will remember the benefits of the alchemical wisdom I have imparted today and lend a hand to your elder brother. My own spiritual roots are merely of average quality. Thus my future achievements in cultivation shall inevitably be limited. I shall not hesitate to seek your assistance, and I hope you will support me in my endeavors." Padai gazed intently into Yi Chen's eyes, his expression brimming with anticipation and sincerity. "Rest assured, my dear brother, I am certainly not one to forget a kindness. I understand the principle of reciprocating even the smallest of favors with great gratitude. Should I achieve any success in the future, I shall wholeheartedly assist you. And I vow to keep my word," Yi Chen declared earnestly. He held Padai in high regard, having only transacted with him once in the market before seeking his assistance again, from which he had greatly benefited. Amongst cultivators, who often act out of self-interest, it is indeed rare to find someone like Padai who treats others as kin. Thus, it was clear that Padai possessed commendable character. Yi Chen genuinely intended to support him in the future if he were to attain any accomplishments. In light of Padai's generous help, Yi Chen retrieved all 32 spirit stones from his storage pouch and placed them before Padai. "Brother, I have purchased some spiritual herbs in the market, and these are all the spirit stones I possess. Please use them to procure some hechidan for me." However, Padai did not accept the spirit stones immediately. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of inspiration flashed in his eyes, and he asked excitedly, "Did you say you bought spiritual herbs? How many portions of hechidan do you have?" "I have 4 portions," Yi Chen replied without hesitation. He noticed a spark of joy in Padai's gaze. "Oh, my dear brother, I have an idea, and I wonder what you think of it. Please, do share," Yi Chen urged. "My proposal is this. Since you have 4 portions of hechidan, why not allow me to use them to refine 4 batches of hechidan for you? Regardless of how many pills are successfully crafted, I shall only take 3 as my reward, and the rest shall be yours. You may keep the spirit stones for now. They are of great importance to cultivators, and there are many uses for them. This should provide you with sufficient resources for your cultivation for some time. Once you have consumed these pills, you can return to me for more hechidan. What do you think?" Upon hearing Padai's suggestion, Yi Chen was overjoyed, for this arrangement would also allow him to observe and learn from Padai as he concocted the 4 batches of pills. How could one refuse such a benevolent gesture? Moreover, Brother Pai only took 3 of the completed pills, leaving approximately 40 of the harmonious pills for himself. This time, he stands to gain significantly, clearly indicating that Brother Pai is extending his hand to assist him, providing more opportunities for him to learn the art of alchemy. Observing just once is insufficient. There are many intricate details that Yi Chen has yet to comprehend. He believes that if he could witness the process for more times, he would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. Perhaps he might even master some of Brother Pai's alchemical techniques and methods. The kindness displayed by this elder brother is genuinely aimed at helping him. Engaging an alchemist to concoct a batch of pills typically incurs a fee for an alchemist of Brother Pai's caliber. The cost of producing a single batch of harmonious pills would at least require 10 spirit stones as remuneration. Thus, for 5 batches, it would amount to 50 spirit stones. The necessary herbs for alchemy are naturally prepared by the practitioner, and this elder brother has voluntarily waived the fee, generously crafting pills for Yi Chen without charge. How could Yi Chen remain oblivious to such goodwill? Initially, Yi Chen contemplated offering the 32 spirit stones as a fee for the alchemical services. However, upon further reflection, he decided against it, fearing that Brother Pai might take offense. He had previously stated that he would not stand on ceremony with him, and if he were to present more spirit stones, Brother Pai would undoubtedly refuse, making Yi Chen appear overly distant. Thus, he chose not to decline, and the spirit stones offered by Brother Pai were accepted into his storage pouch. Yi Chen deeply cherishes this gesture of warmth and kindness from Brother Pai. With this visit, he has already accumulated a considerable debt of gratitude to him. An additional favor matters little, and once Yi Chen possesses the ability to assist Brother Pai, He will undoubtedly repay the kindness shown to him today. Upon noticing that Yi Chun accepted the spirit stones without protest, Brother Pai laughed heartily, exclaiming, "That's the spirit. From now on, we brothers ought to maintain this camaraderie. Let us not be so formal, or it will feel distant. Won't it?" "Indeed, brother, you speak wisely. I am grateful for your guidance," replied Yi Chun. The two continued to discuss and exchange insights regarding the previous alchemical processes. Subsequently, Brother Pai prepared to commence alchemy once more. This time, he entrusted Yi Chun with the task of personally preparing the herbs, selecting and processing them, while he provided guidance and feedback from the sidelines. Thus, all the herbs required for this batch of harmonious pills were meticulously handled by Yi Chun himself. Once he had prepared all 28 varieties of herbs, they were neatly arranged in order, ready for the alchemical process to begin. "Very well, Brother Yi, your skills in organizing and handling the herbs have improved considerably. The only drawback is a lack of proficiency. With more practice, you will surely excel." "Excellent. It appears you have truly chosen the right path in learning alchemy. You are indeed a natural talent. You flatter me. There are still many areas where I fall short and need to learn from you, brother. I have much ground to cover." Padai expressed immense satisfaction with Yi Chun's performance in the handling of the freshly acquired elixir, bestowing upon him high praise. Yet, Yi Chun remained unperturbed by Padai's compliments, possessing the self-awareness to recognize his own limitations. He understood that, in the realm of alchemy, he was still a novice, having never truly concocted a furnace of elixirs by his own hand. His knowledge was derived solely from an incomplete and flawed manuscript on alchemy, which he had only simulated in his mind. Although the outcomes of his mental simulations appeared promising, they remained mere theoretical constructs, untested in practice. It was only through the actual process of refining elixirs, resulting in the creation of qualified products, that he could genuinely claim mastery in the art of alchemy. Thus, he regarded Padai's praise as nothing more than encouragement and affirmation, knowing that his true worth would be determined by his future achievements in elixir crafting. "Brother Yi, now that you are prepared, let us commence the alchemical process," Padai urged, inviting Yi Chun to take a suitable position beside him for closer observation of his techniques. "Very well," Yi Chun responded, promptly taking a seat next to Padai. This new position was advantageous compared to his earlier spot, which had been too distant, obstructed by Padai's frame, rendering some subtle movements unclear. This time, he aimed to rectify that shortcoming, ensuring he could witness every precise action and technique employed by Padai. "Let us ignite the furnace," Padai exclaimed with a hint of excitement, activating the switch for the geothermal flame. The intense heat surged upward, igniting fiercely beneath the purple-gold cauldron. The alchemical process mirrored that of previous attempts, with the steps remaining fundamentally unchanged. The only distinction lay in the mindset of the two individuals at the cauldron. Padai was filled with joy, anticipation, and a touch of nervousness. However, compared to his previous endeavors, he brimmed with confidence, believing he now possessed a greater grasp of the craft. He felt fully capable of successfully refining this batch of harmonious elixirs. As for the quality and quantity of the resulting products, that would only be revealed when the furnace lid was finally lifted. Regardless, he was determined to produce no less than a superior grade of harmonious elixirs. This newfound confidence stems from the successful concoction of a mid-grade elixir he had previously achieved. Throughout this process of enhancement, Pai Dai recognized certain issues he had encountered during his past alchemical endeavors. These shortcomings had invariably hindered the quality of the elixirs he produced. Now, armed with the experience of his recent success and the knowledge to rectify his past mistakes, the prospect of crafting mid-grade elixirs seems almost assured. Should he consistently produce mid-grade elixirs, or, ideally, an entire batch of them, he would be able to report his achievements to his master and receive commendations. With an elevation in his alchemical skills, Pai Dai's status among his fellow alchemical disciples would also rise, yielding significant personal benefits. At the very least, he would no longer fret over the scarcity of spiritual herbs essential for his craft, as his master and the sect would provide ample supplies, thus granting him more opportunities to hone his skills. Currently, his abilities are somewhat limited, and the alchemical pavilion can only offer a finite number of free opportunities each month. To expedite his progress, besides seeking guidance, he must engage in extensive practice. Previously, the cost of alchemy had been exorbitant, and the repercussions of multiple failures would escalate his expenses, leaving him at a deficit, constantly investing spiritual stones into his craft. Now, with a significant increase in both the yield and success rate of his elixirs, alongside a stable quality reaching mid-grade, he could swiftly turn his losses into profit, fundamentally altering his alchemical predicament. The path ahead would be smooth and promising. Pai Dai, brimming with enthusiasm and ambition, has experienced a profound transformation in his mindset. No longer does he approach alchemy with trepidation and doubt. The anxiety stemming from his prior lack of confidence has dissipated, replaced by a sense of assurance and profound anticipation. In contrast, Chen remains composed and unfazed, observing everything as usual. While he has gained a clear understanding of the alchemical process, he recognizes that he still has a considerable way to go before mastering it himself. This moment presents a splendid opportunity for learning, and he is determined to absorb every subtle movement made by his elder brother, Pai Dai, committing each observation to memory. Upon returning to his own abode, he hopes that these techniques and experiences will aid him in avoiding unnecessary detours on his path to mastering alchemy, ultimately alleviating his own predicament of insufficient spiritual stones. Thus, Chen is wholly focused, meticulously engaging all his faculties to observe the entire alchemical process. The flames of the earth fire blaze intensely, and the temperature of the golden bronze furnace rises rapidly, soon glowing a vibrant red, thoroughly reaching the desired warmth. Following this, Pai Dai executes a series of operations with fluid grace, warming the furnace, adding herbs, refining, purifying, merging the elixir, separating the pills, condensing them, and finally, with a resounding crack, he opens the lid of the golden bronze furnace. This time, however, Pai Dai does not rush. He delicately retrieves a pill, examining it closely in the palm of his hand. Mid-grade, albeit of the lower tier. Pai Dai whispered softly, and Chen noticed a slight tremor in his hands, a manifestation of overwhelming excitement. As Pai Dai retrieved the elixirs, he had already observed that this batch yielded 9 pills, with the very first being a mid-grade potion, a promising omen. Subsequently, he methodically examined each elixir, scrutinizing their respective qualities. In Chapter 50, he returned triumphantly, having produced a total of 9 potions, 4 of mid-grade lower tier and 5 of low-grade upper tier, with no mid-grade lower tier potions in sight. In stark contrast to the previous batch, which comprised 3 mid-grade and 5 low-grade upper tier potions, alongside 1 mid-grade lower tier. It was evident that the quality of this batch had significantly improved, boasting an increased number of mid-grade potions and eliminating the presence of mid-grade lower tier ones. After a thorough count, Pai Dai's voice trembled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Ah, my dear brother, you truly are my lucky star. With your presence, I feel as though I am under divine assistance. My alchemical skills have advanced at a pace that surpasses even the progress I made over several years of practice. Brother, you are indeed my good fortune. If it weren't for your visit, I would remain oblivious to when I could achieve such a level of alchemy." Seeing Pai Dai in such high spirits brought joy to Chen as well. The direct cause of this delight stemmed from the superior quality and increased yield of the elixirs produced by Pai Dai. The higher the success rate in alchemy, the better the quality and quantity of the potions Chen would ultimately receive, thus reaping greater benefits. Therefore, Chen shared in Pai Dai's elation, his face adorned with a smile, celebrating his brother's continuous breakthroughs in alchemical mastery, a truly joyous occasion. The two individuals resumed their seats to reflect upon and discuss the intricate process of alchemy. During this exchange, Chen presented some of his inquiries and areas of confusion, to which Pai Dai responded with unwavering generosity, providing thorough elucidations without reservation. He shared his knowledge openly, leaving no question unanswered. Through this dialogue with Pai Dai, Chen gained a deeper insight into the nuances of alchemy, coupled with the various incantations and seal techniques Pai Dai had previously imparted to him. Lingyun began to adeptly employ these spells. He endeavored to cast these incantations following Pai Dai's guidance, and indeed, they proved effective. Although he could not yet manipulate them with the same proficiency as his senior, he had made significant strides in utilizing these techniques. Should he truly embark on the journey of alchemy, mastering these incantations would undoubtedly enhance his ability to control flame temperatures and refine the intricacies of the alchemical process, leading him to successfully concoct elixirs and, in the future, produce mid-grade chi elixirs. This method of experiential learning and discourse was particularly well suited for Chen, who, as a novice with limited hands-on experience yet a fervent passion for alchemy, found great benefit in it. After finishing their tea and having rested sufficiently, the two did not hesitate to seize the moment. Eager to build upon the breakthroughs they had achieved in alchemy, they set about familiarizing themselves with the recently grasped techniques and insights. Without waiting for Pai Dai's instructions, Chen took the initiative, skillfully selecting and preparing the 28 spiritual herbs required for crafting the chi elixir. In less than the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, Chen had adeptly organized the herbs, ensuring they were arranged in the correct order. Subsequently, Pai Dai gestured for Chen to personally regulate the furnace. Chen took a moment to collect his thoughts before activating the switch, controlling the intensity of the flames beneath the purple gold bronze furnace, cranking it to the maximum. Instantly, a roaring inferno enveloped the base of the furnace, with azure flames licking at its bottom, rapidly raising the temperature within. Before long, the furnace glowed a fiery red, reminiscent of the sun rising above the horizon. After a brief interval, Chen formed seals with his hands and recited incantations, casting a spell. As he did so, the remnants of the spiritual herbs at the furnace's bottom were enveloped by a surge of spiritual energy and expelled through a designated outlet at the top of the furnace into an iron box nearby. At this moment, the furnace was entirely cleansed of impurities. Chen gradually adjusted the switch, lowering the flames to a temperature suitable for refining the qi elixir. It was now time to enter the phase of herb infusion. Chen stepped back, allowing Pai Dai to monitor the furnace's temperature closely. Once it reached the ideal level for refining the herbs, Pai Dai quickly formed a seal with one hand, casting another incantation. The cover of the purple gold bronze furnace opened, and a surge of spiritual energy guided the first herb into the furnace. This herb did not settle at the bottom. Rather, it was suspended in the center, where the flame's temperature was precisely calibrated for its refinement. As moments passed, the herb began to soften and shrink, eventually melting slowly like ice. A portion of its essence was extracted, while some remnants fell to the bottom of the furnace. Ultimately, the herb was fully transformed into a small mass of liquid, and the residual impurities were expelled from the furnace through the outlet, completing the refining process. The liquid, however, contained some remnants and impurities, leading to the next stage of purification. Chen sat quietly beside Pai Dai, closely observing his every move, while simultaneously maintaining a keen awareness of the complex dynamics within the furnace. Every action taken by Pai Dai was within the purview of Chen's perceptive awareness. Though his spiritual sense was not exceptionally powerful, it had reached the level of a fifth-tier qi refining practitioner, allowing him to detect every subtle change in the alchemical energies at such close range. In other words, every subtle movement of Pai Dai is within the perceptive range of Chen. Every action is meticulously sensed by him. With the experience gained from successfully refining the Qi Dan on 2 previous occasions, Pai Dai's techniques have become increasingly adept and fluid, his operations now executing with an elegance akin to flowing water. This mesmerizing display momentarily dazzles Chen, yet he relies on his remarkable memory to firmly etch every detail into his mind. As Pai Dai continues his meticulous refining process step by step, he ultimately succeeds in purifying and condensing all the spiritual herbs. All 28 varieties of herbs have been successfully transformed into a pure elixir. Next, Pai Dai slightly increases the temperature of the earth fire, intending to further refine and purify the elixir. This process requires a more intense flame to eliminate impurities and residues present in the liquid. The purification relies entirely on the potency of one's divine consciousness, employing it to control the magical energy and repeatedly refine each herb within the alchemical furnace. This careful elimination of residual herbal essences and various impurities continues until he reaches the limits of his capabilities. It is at this stage where a cultivator's strength truly shines. A more powerful practitioner can achieve even greater refinement, yielding a more potent elixir. Once Pai Dai can no longer refine the liquid, having pushed his magical and spiritual energies to their utmost limits, and when the impurities prove impossible to eliminate, he finally halts this phase. He then reduces the temperature of the earth fire, significantly cooling the internal environment of the purple gold copper furnace. A lower temperature stabilizes the fusion of the elixirs, making the process easier, but it cannot be too low, as an excessively low temperature could provoke violent reactions among certain elixirs, potentially leading to an explosion. Thus, maintaining the temperature within an optimal range is crucial, neither too high nor too low. Ideally, the temperature should be adjusted according to the unique characteristics of the elixirs being fused. Although this approach is somewhat cumbersome, it ensures a smoother and safer amalgamation, minimizing any loss during the process. However, given Pai Dai's limited prowess, he can only control the temperature within a broad range he can manage. As the temperature meets the necessary requirements, the fusion of the elixirs gradually commences. After an arduous span of 2 to 3 hours, all 28 elixirs finally meld together under Pai Dai's meticulous guidance, without any unforeseen incidents. At this juncture, the alchemical process is nearly complete. Indeed, the success of the elixir is all but assured. Pai Dai's previously tense expression relaxes momentarily. After a brief respite, he embarks on the final stage of his endeavor, the division of the elixir. With his magical energy directed by his divine consciousness, he evenly portions the mixed elixir into suitable sizes, then initiates the process of forming the elixir pills. He reduces the earth fire's intensity even further, causing the temperature within the purple gold copper furnace to drop once again. 9 spheres of elixir float within the alchemical furnace, slowly rotating. The moisture within these spheres is rapidly vaporized by the intense heat, transforming into steam that wafts upward from the furnace. The spheres diminish in size, and the elixir becomes increasingly viscous, gradually taking on the shape of pills. After a brief interval, the elixir finally takes form, successfully crafted. The smile on Pai Dai's face grew more pronounced as he executed a series of incantations to extinguish the flames of the earthly fire. He then awaited the gradual cooling of the alchemical furnace, anticipating the moment to retrieve the concocted elixirs. Chen, observing Pai Dai's demeanor, discerned that yet another batch of qi pills had been successfully refined, and a smile crept onto his lips. For this signified the prospect of acquiring another batch of medicinal pills. These elixirs would swiftly aid him in ascending his cultivation realm. Should he choose to enter seclusion once more, the quality of the pills he consumed would surpass that of previous attempts. Previously, he had possessed 50 inferior-grade pills crafted by Pai Dai. This time, he anticipated that at least half of the pills would be of medium quality. Coupled with the 3 vials of sect benefits still in his possession, he would boast a commendable quantity of medium-grade pills. If he could successfully refine and absorb these elixirs, a breakthrough in his cultivation realm would be within reach, with the 5th layer of the qi refinement stage appearing increasingly attainable. Thus, as these thoughts coursed through his mind, Chen's smile blossomed even brighter. Before long, a brief respite had passed, and Pai Dai, his hands forming intricate seals, slowly cast a spell. As the lid of the purple gold copper furnace opened, Pai Dai approached the alchemical furnace with measured calm, peering inside. 9 plump crimson pills lay serenely at the bottom of the furnace. A grin spread across Pai Dai's face, radiating joy at having produced yet another batch of 9 pills. He extracted each pill, scrutinizing the quality of each one. 5 were classified as inferior medium grade, while 4 were superior inferior grade. Pai Dai's expression gleamed with delight, yet a flicker of regret and disappointment flashed in his eyes. Alas, although the quality had stabilized at this level, he lamented the absence of a breakthrough. If only one medium-grade pill of intermediate quality could manifest. With a resigned shake of his head, Pai Dai exclaimed, "Congratulations, my brother. Your alchemical skills have now reached a stable level. Future endeavors shall not fall short of this standard." Congratulations indeed. However, do not be overly anxious. The enhancement of alchemical prowess is a gradual process, akin to the slow flow of water. How could one expect instant results? Therefore, do not become overly entangled in your thoughts. With increased practice, experience will accumulate, and a breakthrough will inevitably follow. Perhaps the next attempt will yield a significant advancement. Upon hearing Chen's encouraging words, Pai Dai offered an embarrassed smile and sighed. It seems I have been too hasty. This outcome is indeed a cause for celebration. Prior to this, I would have dreamed of refining even a single medium-grade pill. Now, to have produced 5 medium-grade pills in one batch, yet I find myself dissatisfied. Perhaps my ambition has clouded my judgment. I should not feel this way. To achieve 9 pills in one furnace, with 5 being of medium quality, is already an outstanding accomplishment. I ought to be content and joyous. Stabilizing the production of over half medium-grade pills in a single batch is, in itself, a remarkable progression. I ought to be content. It seems my expectations were rather excessive. Pai Dai, engaged in self-reflection, still wore a radiant smile upon his face. After gathering all the elixirs, the two returned to the table to sip tea, converse, and rest, reflecting upon the gains and losses of their recent alchemical endeavors. After half an hour, they prepared to commence the 4th round of elixir refinement, eager to capitalize on their recent insights and forge ahead. Thus, after an entire day, all 5 batches of harmonious elixirs were successfully created. Notably, upon the opening of the final batch, a medium-grade harmonious elixir emerged. Pai Dai was elated. He had finally succeeded in producing a medium-grade elixir. Should he continue to progress, the creation of a high-quality medium-grade elixir, or even an upper-grade elixir, was not beyond the realm of possibility. From the 5 batches, a total of 45 elixirs were refined, including 1 medium-grade elixir, 26 low-grade elixirs, and 18 medium-grade elixirs. According to their prior agreement, Pai Dai selected 3 harmonious elixirs, 1 medium-grade, 1 low-grade, and 1 upper low-grade. These 3 elixirs were to be presented to his master, King Chunzi, for review, as Pai Dai wished to demonstrate the improvement in his alchemical skills. He yearned for his master's praise and recognition, believing that these 3 elixirs would elevate his standing in his master's eyes, enhancing his position significantly. With his improved alchemical abilities, the alchemy pavilion would resume assigning him tasks, increasing the quantity of spiritual herbs available to him each month, alleviating his previous worries about the scarcity of materials for his craft. Chapter 51. Return to the market. Pai Dai placed the remaining 42 harmonious elixirs into 2 large vials and presented them to Yi Chen, who was overjoyed and accepted the elixirs without hesitation. Brother, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. It has been immensely beneficial to observe your alchemical process. I have gained so much. I shall refrain from further pleasantries, as I am aware of the trouble I have caused you by receiving such generosity. I understand you have pressing matters to attend to, so I will not impose further. Farewell. Yi Chen could clearly perceive that Pai Dai was indicating his intention to see him off, suggesting he had urgent matters to attend to. Yi Chen speculated that Pai Dai likely wished to refine another batch of harmonious elixirs alone and verify his alchemical prowess before reporting his achievements to his master. Thus, he promptly took his leave. The two exchanged courteous farewells, with Pai Dai accompanying Yi Chen to the entrance of the alchemical chamber. After a final wave, once Yi Chen departed, Pai Dai hastily returned to his alchemical sanctuary, closed the door, activated the defensive array, and began preparing the spiritual herbs for the next batch of harmonious elixirs. Eager to discover the quality of the elixirs he could produce independently and whether he might achieve a breakthrough, Yi Chen departed from the alchemy pavilion, traversing the mountain path downwards. Initially, he intended to procure another batch of harmonizing pills with the 32 remaining spirit stones from Pai Dai. However, Pai Dai opted for an alternative approach, indirectly supporting himself by refining all 5 portions of harmonizing pill ingredients into harmonizing pills, selecting only 3 as his reward. This was tantamount to a generous gift of numerous elixirs. Now, Yi Chen found himself in possession of the 42 harmonizing pills bestowed upon him by Brother Pai Dai, along with 2 additional vials containing 20 mid-grade harmonizing pills. With such an abundance of harmonizing pills, he could afford to extend his seclusion during his next meditation session, striving to elevate his cultivation significantly, ideally reaching the 5th level of Qi refinement. The higher his cultivation, the greater his strength, and the more assured his success in alchemical endeavors. Moreover, with heightened cultivation, he could purify the medicinal liquid more effectively, resulting in elixirs of superior quality with fewer impurities. Thus, to master alchemy, one must first possess a sufficiently elevated cultivation level, which serves as the foundation for refining high-grade elixirs. Given that he already possessed numerous harmonizing pills, there was no need to purchase additional ones from Brother Pai Dai, allowing him to conserve his remaining 31 spirit stones. During his upcoming retreat, he would undoubtedly attempt to refine alchemical products. Having exhausted the 5 furnaces of harmonizing pill ingredients he had previously purchased, he would need to acquire more. Yi Chen resolved to spend all his spirit stones without reservation, aiming to procure as many harmonizing pill ingredients as possible, and using the remainder for the purchase of fast absorption pill ingredients. Previously, each batch of harmonizing pill ingredients required 5 spirit stones, allowing him to buy 6 more batches now. Each batch of fast absorption pill ingredients required half a spirit stone, permitting him to acquire only 2 batches. So be it. Life is fleeting. He would go all out. With his mind made up, Yi Chen hastened down the mountain. Upon leaving Qingyang Peak, he returned directly to the marketplace without delay, heading straight to the shop where he had previously purchased his ingredients. The attendant, recognizing him as a returning customer, greeted him with a broad smile. Expressing gratitude for his patronage and inquiring what he wished to inspect today, Yi Chen, without hesitation, commanded, "Bring forth the brush and ink." The young attendant hastily laid out the parchment on the table and retrieved the ink he had prepared earlier. Yi Chen, unreserved, stepped forward and promptly began to inscribe the various spiritual herbs he intended to purchase. The variety of herbs remained unchanged, though the quantity had been adjusted. Yi Chen cleverly combined the ingredients for the pill of abstinence and the harmony pill, ensuring that even the most discerning observer could not deduce the precise ratios from his list. He purchased the herbs in the quantities he had previously determined. Before long, the attendant returned with the required herbs, adhering to the specifications on the list. Yi Chen meticulously examined the items, finding nothing amiss. They were all of exquisite quality, abundant in potency, and of suitable age. During his last purchase, Yi Chen had emphasized the necessity for superior herbs, rejecting any inferior products. Consequently, he had paid a premium price, and this time, the attendant had carefully selected the herbs in accordance with Yi Chen's previous meticulous requests. As the adage goes, you get what you pay for. In order to concoct high-quality elixirs, one must first select the finest ingredients. This was Yi Chen's philosophy, and thus, the quality of the elixirs crafted from the herbs he purchased yielded remarkable results. After settling the payment with spiritual stones, Chen swiftly acquired all the necessary herbs from 2 other shops using the same method. However, as he jubilantly exited the market and stood at the entrance, he realized he was utterly penniless, devoid of a single spiritual stone. Chen shook his head in resignation and sighed, lamenting, "Alas! At this moment, I am destitute. I shall never allow such a situation to occur again. I must earn money, accumulate a substantial amount of spiritual stones." Currently, Chen possesses 22 elixirs for refining the pill of abstinence and 6 elixirs for concocting the pill of harmony. During this period of seclusion for cultivation, Chen has 2 primary objectives. Firstly, he aims to elevate his cultivation level once more, striving to break through to the 4th layer of qi refinement, and subsequently, if fortune favors him, to advance to the 5th layer. He has prepared a total of 62 elixirs of the pill of harmony, the vast majority of which are of medium quality, thus ensuring a sufficient supply for his aspirations to achieve a continuous rise in his cultivation level to the 5th layer. As for the pill of abstinence, he still has a considerable quantity remaining from his previous retreat, and he also plans to produce more while studying alchemy, which should suffice for his needs. Secondly, he intends to learn the art of alchemy, using these 22 elixirs of the pill of abstinence as primary experimental materials for his studies. Ultimately, he hopes to successfully refine the pill of harmony from the 6 batches of elixirs he has prepared, with the knowledge he has simulated in his mind regarding the alchemical process, as well as the insights gained from observing the alchemical practices in the secluded chamber of his senior, Pai Dai. He feels confident in his understanding of the entire procedure. The hand seals and incantations gifted to him by Pai Dai will also prove indispensable during this process. Within Pai Dai's alchemical chamber, Chen feels an eager urge to try his hand at the craft. However, he ultimately dismisses this notion, recognizing that it is not his domain. Should he make an error and cause an explosion, resulting in damage to the alchemical furnace or the chamber, it would be most unfortunate. Fortunately, he has access to a geothermal outlet within his own cultivation cave, where he can also refine elixirs. Moreover, the quality of the flames from his cave's geothermal outlet far surpasses those in Pai Dai's chamber. As Pai Dai is merely an inner disciple, the alchemical chambers allotted to such disciples are naturally of lower quality, particularly in terms of geothermal flame quality. In contrast, Chen, being a direct disciple of the Peak Master, enjoys a far superior cultivation cave. Chen has previously observed the flames within his own alchemical chamber and noted a significant disparity in quality. His flames are indeed far superior. This thought brings him a sense of pride. Might it be possible that by utilizing the superior flames from his cave for alchemy, he could produce elixirs of even higher quality? Quite possibly. The higher the flame temperature and the better the flame quality, the easier it becomes to manipulate and refine the spiritual elixirs thoroughly. This implies that under comparable conditions, using the geothermal flames from his cave could yield a more refined and pure concoction, ultimately leading to elixirs of superior quality. If he were to be more meticulous and attentive, refining each step with greater precision, would it not be plausible for him to craft even higher quality elixirs? Should one's cultivation level progress swiftly, it would greatly assist in the refinement of elixirs. As Chen pondered his alchemical pursuits while journeying, he was suddenly confronted by a fellow cultivator who obstructed his path. Almost colliding with this individual, Chen realized, is that not the same scoundrel from Sword Peak who previously seized my belongings? Chen is it. Today, fate has brought us together once more. You must willingly surrender that little booklet to me. Otherwise, I shall make you regret it. Upon raising his gaze, Chen recognized that it was none other than Wu Gang, the disciple from Divine Martial Peak who had previously contested him over the alchemical manual in the marketplace. Had it not been for Wu Haoran's timely intervention during their last encounter, a confrontation would have undoubtedly ensued. While Chen would not face punishment if apprehended by the enforcement team, he would gain nothing from such a debacle. Now, in this secluded spot with no one around, Wu Gang sought to exploit his 4th level qi refinement to bully Chen, who was merely a new disciple. However, under the guise of the concealment technique, Chen appeared to Wu Gang as a mere 1st level qi cultivator, rendering him an easy target. In reality, Chen's cultivation had reached the late stage of the 3rd level of sword qi, a mere step from the 4th level of qi refinement. Moreover, his mastery of the sword had reached a small success, allowing his overall strength to rival that of a 5th level qi cultivator. Chen felt no fear, yet he feigned trepidation, stepping back politely and saying, "I thought it was someone else. So it is Brother Wu Gang from Divine Martial Peak." The previous misunderstanding was entirely unintentional. I implore you, esteemed brother, to overlook such trifles. I humbly apologize for any offense caused, and hope you can show magnanimity and let this matter pass. With a beaming smile, Yi Chun bowed respectfully to Wu Gang. Taken aback by this unexpected change in demeanor, Wu Gang's tone softened slightly as he replied, "Since you are so gracious, I shall not press you further. Simply hand over that booklet, and I will reimburse you for the spirit stones you spent, plus an additional 5 spirit stones. How does that sound?" Although Wu Gang's request was not particularly harsh, the intent remained firm. He sought to purchase the booklet. The manual had undergone significant modifications and enhancements by Brother Pai Dai, rendering it vastly more valuable than before. No amount of spirit stones, even if Wu Gang offered more than a dozen, would persuade Yi Chun to part with it. "That booklet shall not be relinquished," Yi Chun replied with a playful grin. "Brother Wu, I must apologize. In my haste to set out this year, I unfortunately left the booklet behind. Perhaps we can discuss this another time?" Wu Gang, seeing Yi Chun's reluctance to surrender the manual, glared furiously, his expression turning fierce and unreasonable as he retorted, "No way. Today, if you do not relinquish the booklet, do not expect to leave easily." Yi Chun observed that Wu Gang was resolute in his demand for the booklet, and it seemed that a confrontation was inevitable. A plan began to form in Yi Chun's mind. Although he possessed the capability to defeat Wu Gang, doing so would expose the concealment of his own cultivation level. Therefore, a direct confrontation was out of the question, given that he was at the first level of chi refinement while Wu Gang was at the 4th. The only recourse was to employ cunning tactics. He needed to launch a surprise attack when Wu Gang was unprepared, incapacitating him instantaneously, allowing Yi Chun to make his escape. In the future, should he encounter this individual again, his own cultivation would have grown significantly, rendering Wu Gang insignificant in his eyes. Thus, he deemed this underhanded approach necessary. Although it was somewhat ignoble, it was not shameful to admit that a first-level chi refinement practitioner managing to escape unscathed from a 4th-level practitioner was already quite remarkable. Yi Chun bore no fear of future vengeance. If Wu Gang possessed any sense, he would refrain from provoking him again. However, should this obstinate Wu Gang continue to pursue trouble, Yi Chun would not hesitate to impart some lessons, allowing him to suffer the consequences. If he remained obstinate, intent on plotting against Yi Chun as an adversary, Yi Chun had but one principle for dealing with enemies: to eliminate them, ensuring their silence forever. Chapter 52. Encounter with Wu Gang. Yi Chun noted Wu Gang's insistence on obtaining the alchemy booklet. If he refused to comply, an altercation was unavoidable. With this in mind, Yi Chun decided against further submission. He would prepare to teach this Wu Gang a lesson. Previously, in the market of the sect, Yi Chun had acquired a box of concealed flying needles known as the Golden Light Needles. Although he currently lacked the strength to unleash their full potential, he had achieved remarkable speed. Within a close range of 10 feet, an enemy engaged in combat and distracted would find it exceedingly difficult to evade the stealthy assault of the Golden Light Needles. During his seclusion, while Yi Chun diligently practiced the swordsmanship, he also took the opportunity to hone his skills with a certain flying needle-concealed weapon. This particular weapon proved relatively easy to wield, requiring only a sufficient amount of spiritual energy rather than intricate techniques. In close combat, a sudden surge of strength from the left wrist allowed for the swift launch of the flying needle from the ample sleeves of his robe. However, achieving accuracy with the needles necessitated a period of rigorous practice. The flying needle was ideally suited for covert assaults at close range, making it an excellent choice against Wu Gang. In terms of potency, Yi Chun had conducted tests. When he fully unleashed his spiritual energy at the late stage of the chi refinement realm, the needle could effortlessly penetrate a cultivator's body, passing through entirely. If it managed to avoid striking bone, it would pierce through the opponent's torso. To augment the lethality of the flying needles, Yi Chun had dipped 2 of them in a tranquilizing poison. Should these needles strike, the victim would swiftly succumb to unconsciousness, collapsing without a trace of awareness. The remaining 2 needles were laced with a deadly toxin. If a cultivator were to become poisoned without timely antidote, death was certain. Only 1 needle remained untouched, merely a standard flying needle devoid of any enhancements. This ordinary needle possessed limited power, inflicting significant damage only if it struck vital points such as the heart, throat, or the third eye. Strikes to less critical areas would yield only minor wounds, leaving behind nothing more than a small puncture, far from lethal. This time, Yi Chun intended to utilize the tranquilizer-coated needle for a direct ambush on Wu Gang, rendering him entirely incapable of combat. "If I do not have it on me, will senior brother Wu resort to violence against me?" Yi Chun quipped with a playful glimmer in his eyes. "Naturally, if junior brother Yi does not obediently surrender the booklet and remains obstinate, I shall be compelled to discipline you," Wu Gang retorted, a smug expression plastered across his face. "Should I search you thoroughly and find no trace of that booklet, I will have no choice but to temporarily confiscate your storage pouch as collateral." In exchange, you may retrieve the booklet to reclaim your pouch next time. Wu Gang regarded Yi Chun with the gaze of one looking down from a great height, his arrogant demeanor radiating from his elevated posture. You may attempt it. Should you ignore my counsel, you shall surely regret your misguided decision today. With that, he assumed a stance ready for combat, prepared to engage. Let us see what you can do. Yi Chun retorted, incensed by this arrogant individual, defiantly narrowing his eyes at Wu Gang. Very well. Regret not, for Wu Gang, filled with fury and humiliation, immediately launched a punch. Yet, Yi Chun, with unhurried grace, sidestepped, simultaneously preparing for a surreptitious assault with the golden needle as they brushed past one another. Wu Gang's fist met only air, and as he turned to initiate another strike, an unexpected sting pierced through his chest. In an instant, he felt an unsettling sensation blossom within him, spreading rapidly throughout his body in mere breaths. His limbs swiftly succumbed to numbness and weakness, leaving him in a state of paralysis. As heaviness settled upon his eyelids, darkness enveloped him moments later, and he slipped into a complete void of consciousness. Thud! Wu Gang's body collapsed to the ground, resembling a puddle of mud, utterly devoid of any consciousness. Yi Chun approached slowly, turning over Wu Gang's body to find him with tightly shut eyes, pupils rolled back, completely unconscious. Yi Chun expanded his spiritual awareness and soon located the golden needle he had just deployed, lodged in the trunk of a nearby tree. He carefully retrieved the flying needle and stored it in his needle case. Returning to Wu Gang's side, Yi Chun swiftly removed the storage pouch from his waist. He then extended his spiritual consciousness, attempting to unravel the imprint Wu Gang had placed on the pouch. Similar to other magical artifacts, a cultivator's storage pouch is typically bound to its owner through a blood oath and ritualistic cultivation, imbuing it with a seal. For another cultivator to access the pouch, they must first break this seal. The strength of a cultivator's soul directly correlates with their ability to dismantle such seals. A weaker soul cannot break the seal of a stronger one. Generally, the potency of a cultivator's spiritual power is intimately connected to their realm of cultivation. However, those like alchemists, who frequently expend spiritual energy, possess a soul strength significantly surpassing that of their peers at the same cultivation level. Yi Chun happened to fall into this category, with a soul power equivalent to that of a 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Despite his actual cultivation being only at the late stage of the 3rd level, Yi Chun's soul power exceeded that of Wu Gang, who was at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Therefore, it did not take long for Yi Chun to dismantle the seal at the opening of Wu Gang's storage pouch. With a sweep of his consciousness, he examined all the items within, discovering that although Wu Gang was an inner disciple of the divine martial peak, he was merely an ordinary one, receiving only limited monthly benefits from the sect without any additional income. After accounting for his own cultivation expenses, he was not particularly affluent. Within the pouch, aside from some commonly used items, there were merely 25 or 6 spirit stones, 3 vials of low-grade Qi pills, some fasting pills, 2 rejuvenation pills, and a low-grade magic sword, an evidently worn-out sword that Wu Gang must have purchased at a bargain from the market with his saved spirit stones. This sword was likely his most valuable possession. Beyond that, there were only ordinary cultivation techniques similar to those practiced by his peers, including the sect's swordsmanship. Yi Chun found these items unworthy of his interest. Though he currently possessed nothing of great value, he was far wealthier compared to Wu Gang. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Chun decided not to let Wu Gang off so easily. Since he dared to provoke him, a lesson was warranted. He recognized the necessity of restraint within the sect. So he took only 20 spirit stones, leaving behind 5 or 6 for Wu Gang. He had no desire for the pills or the magic sword, knowing that if he took the sword, Wu Gang would likely awaken enraged and seek vengeance, which would not reflect well on him. Thus, he left everything else untouched and returned the storage pouch to Wu Gang's waist, covering it discreetly with clothing and one of Wu Gang's arms to deter any opportunistic thieves. Although the anesthetic Yi Chun concocted was potent, its effects were short-lived, and Wu Gang would soon regain his consciousness without any lasting repercussions. The tiny puncture wound from the golden needle was not critical, as it had not penetrated any vital organs like the heart or lungs. This minor injury would heal naturally within a few days without special treatment. Consequently, Wu Gang's body and life were not in jeopardy. After Yi Chun departed, it was likely that Wu Gang would awaken shortly. Wu Gang had intended to visit the sect's market that day to scout for worthwhile purchases. His previous desire to acquire a small alchemy booklet was to sell on behalf of another disciple, potentially earning him several spirit stones. This disciple was a talented youth from divine martial peak, capable of refining pills himself, and had a good rapport with Wu Haoran. This connection explained why Wu Haoran was willing to pay double for the booklet last time. Unlike Wu Gang, Wu Haoran was shrewd and adept at navigating interpersonal relationships, making him a formidable opponent. Yi Chen's previous refusal had irked Wu Haoran, who masked his displeasure and resentment with a smile, vowing to remember Yi Chen and seek revenge when the opportunity arose. Not long after, Yi Chen returned to his cultivation cave, astonished that he had encountered Wu Gang along the way and unexpectedly acquired 20 spirit stones. Currently, he was in dire need of spirit stones, having spent all 70 he had brought with him on this trip. The serendipitous gain from Wu Gang significantly uplifted his spirits. Closing the cave door and activating the defensive array, Yi Chen sat cross-legged on the magical artifact mat, feeling invigorated and refreshed. Indeed, the cultivation artifact bestowed by his master was remarkable. Sitting on this mat allowed him to swiftly calm his emotions and dispel chaotic thoughts. This artifact facilitated focus during cultivation, practice, or meditation, rapidly alleviating feelings of anxiety and distress. Yi Chen felt immense gratitude towards his long-absent master for this invaluable tool, which greatly aided his cultivation endeavors. The gift of this magical artifact from my esteemed master is truly heartwarming. It far surpasses the efficacy of those cultivation elixirs and spirit stones. The meditation cushion will accompany me in my practice, enduring for as long as I desire, unlike those fleeting resources that vanish once depleted. Moreover, I perceive this treasure to be exceptionally rare and precious. The fact that my master has bestowed it upon me signifies my significant standing in their eyes. It is evident that my master holds me in high regard, and I must never disappoint them. I am determined to cultivate diligently, to grow swiftly, and to bring honor to my master, becoming a valuable aid. Only in this way can I repay my master's kindness and the guidance they have graciously bestowed upon me. Reflecting on these thoughts, Yi Chen gradually found tranquility in his heart and began to contemplate the specifics of his upcoming cultivation regimen. Firstly, to achieve success in alchemy, he must possess a sufficiently formidable level of cultivation and spiritual power. Thus, the foremost priority for Yi Chen is to elevate his cultivation level. This enhancement is undoubtedly the essence of his current retreat. Secondly, he must focus on improving his combat prowess, which, besides a robust cultivation level, necessitates advancing his swordsmanship. If he could elevate his swordsmanship from the minor success stage to the intermediate success stage, it would be most advantageous. Attaining the intermediate success stage in swordsmanship would provide him with adequate combat strength for the time being. Lastly, he must delve into the art of alchemy. With all prior preparations laid out, Yi Chen is determined to commence his alchemical studies. During this process, he intends to adopt his unique approach, beginning with simulated alchemy followed by practical application, summarizing and refining his techniques in a cyclical manner. As for the allocation of time for cultivation, he can refer to his previous schedule, dedicating 8 hours to cultivation, 2 hours to swordsmanship, and 2 hours to alchemical studies daily. This way, he can adequately balance the 3 distinct paths of cultivation while effectively honing these skills. In terms of cultivation resources, Yi Chen has prepared an ample supply of medicinal elixirs and qi pills, most of which are of medium grade, with the remainder being of upper-low grade. He will initially utilize the remaining fasting pills from before. The sect's primary cultivation technique, Changchun Gong, serves as the foundation for his cultivation. For swordsmanship, Yi Chen will primarily practice the sect's Lingyun Sword technique. Additionally, he requires further training in various spells and divine abilities, continuing his studies on the basic spells and divine abilities of Lingyun Sword Sect. This time, he aims to master all the spells and abilities he has yet to learn. As for alchemical studies, Yi Chen will refine his skills through continuous practice, adjusting and improving his methods while integrating his unique simulated alchemy model to swiftly master the entire alchemical process and produce elixirs at an early date. By observing Brother Pai Dai's alchemical practices, Yi Chen has already grasped the entire process of elixir crafting, lacking only the hands-on experience of performing the alchemy himself. In the upcoming retreat, he will have ample time and opportunity for this. Given the number of elixirs he has prepared, the retreat could last over 3 months. If Yi Chen successfully produces fasting pills and qi pills, the duration of his retreat will be contingent upon the quantity and quality of these elixirs. This alchemical endeavor may also influence the speed of his cultivation advancement. Overall, the outcomes of this retreat, particularly in alchemy, will directly determine Yi Chen's future cultivation trajectory. If all goes smoothly, and he can produce quality elixirs early on, he can cultivate while simultaneously engaging in alchemy, selling elixirs to acquire spirit stones, thereby enhancing his financial resources, elevating his cultivation, and augmenting his combat strength. This will create a virtuous cycle of continuous growth and development in his cultivation, swordsmanship, and alchemical prowess. Conversely, if he cannot achieve breakthroughs in alchemy, Unable to produce elixirs, or if the quality of produced elixirs is subpar, he will eventually exhaust his resources, necessitating the end of his retreat and halting his cultivation. With everything meticulously planned, Chen officially commenced his third retreat. In his first retreat, he spent 3 months elevating his cultivation to the second layer of qi refinement and advancing his swordsmanship to the introductory stage. During his second retreat, he raised his cultivation to the late stage of the third layer of qi refinement and progressed his alchemical skills to minor success in swordsmanship. Additionally, he delved into the methods of alchemy and created a new training methodology for simulated alchemy, ultimately discovering a vast spiritual field and the secrets of a blocked underground spiritual vein. In this third retreat, Chen aims not only to achieve breakthroughs in cultivation, but also to advance to the fifth layer of qi refinement. If the alchemy proceeds smoothly, he aspires to leverage the newly crafted elixirs to break through to the sixth layer. In his subsequent retreat, he may directly transition to the late stage of qi refinement. For his swordsmanship training, Chen's objective is to swiftly elevate his swordsmanship to the intermediate success stage, achieving combat strength that far exceeds his current cultivation level. This will enable him to effortlessly defeat peers of the same rank, thus laying the groundwork for attaining the grand success stage in swordsmanship. With an advantage in swordsmanship, he will be capable of overcoming opponents of higher tiers, exhibiting overwhelming combat prowess. Chen understands that advancing in swordsmanship is no simple feat. It demands immense energy and resources, prolonged periods of isolation, and the ability to conquer solitude, tedium, and his inner fears and lethargy. It requires an extraordinary level of effort and perseverance, enduring hardships beyond the ordinary, facing numerous trials, and maintaining unwavering dedication to his goals. As a practitioner in the qi refinement stage, he is akin to a fragile creature before higher-tier cultivators, easily disposed of by their overwhelming power. Foundation and Golden Core practitioners can effortlessly extinguish a qi refinement disciple as one would crush an ant. This illustrates the vast disparity in strength, an insurmountable chasm that no one can bypass. The only solution lies in elevating his own cultivation to become a higher-tier practitioner. Chen is currently engaged in this endeavor, striving to surpass other cultivators and reach the foundation establishment stage, aspiring to become a foundation establishment practitioner like senior brother Su Kong. In this retreat, he also intends to master all the sect's spells and abilities he had yet to learn, further enhancing his overall combat and destructive capabilities. With ample elixirs this time, he anticipates an extended period of cultivation. Having arranged everything meticulously, Chen commenced his retreat, dedicating 8 hours to cultivation daily. However, this allocation is not rigid. It serves merely as a general guideline. For instance, if he reaches a critical moment in breaking through his cultivation level, he will not cease his practice but will instead intensify his efforts, temporarily setting aside other matters. Once he solidifies his breakthrough, he may pause his cultivation to focus on other pursuits. Thus, this time allocation is flexible and can be adjusted based on the specific circumstances, distributing his time reasonably according to the importance of cultivation, swordsmanship, and alchemy. Cultivation remains the most vital task, requiring the most time and energy, with slower results. Consequently, more time will be allocated to enhancing his cultivation. Entering his secluded training chamber, Chen sat cross-legged on the magical artifact mat, beginning his meticulous practice. Before long, he swiftly entered a meditative state, free from distractions, casting aside all selfish thoughts, and achieving a clear mind. Chen primarily practices the sect's Changqun Gong, a traditional cultivation method accessible to all practitioners. He possesses the qi refinement version of this technique. Upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, he will need to adopt the corresponding cultivation method. Without the appropriate method, his progress would stagnate. Fortunately, once disciples of the Lingyun Sword Sect reach the foundation establishment stage, the sect promotes their status, assigning them responsibilities and elevating their benefits. Consequently, sect disciples need not worry about cultivation methods, as Changqun Gong can be practiced regardless of one's spiritual root qualities. Due to variances in spiritual roots, individual progress in the same cultivation method will naturally differ. Some may advance more swiftly, while others may lag behind. As a disciple with superior spiritual roots, Chen cultivates at a significantly faster pace than average disciples, and his cultivation advancements occur more rapidly. Furthermore, his diligent practice, sharper intellect, and commitment to research enable him to grasp the nuances and techniques more swiftly and effortlessly, all of which are his intrinsic advantages. With access to abundant cultivation resources, Chen can freely absorb and refine qi pills, converting the rich spiritual energy within them into his own magical power. This has facilitated his rapid advancement to the late stage of the third layer of qi refinement. Armed with more qi pills as cultivation capital, Chen's confidence and determination have been bolstered. Preparing for cultivation, he retrieved a bottle of medium-grade qi pills distributed by the sect, uncorked it, and consumed one. The medium-grade qi pill dissolved instantly, releasing a refreshing medicinal potency that flowed down his throat into his abdomen. With his eyes tightly shut, Chen immediately activated his dantian. As the dantian gradually awakened, a small vortex began to form, spinning faster and faster, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Before long, the pure spiritual energy and medicinal power transported to the dantian through his meridians began to converge toward the center of the vortex, gradually being absorbed and devoured, disappearing entirely from the dantian. As the small vortex absorbed and refined the increasing amounts of spiritual energy transformed from the medicinal power, the more refined energy occasionally surged from a specific area within the dantian, as if crossing over from a mysterious space distinct from the dantian. Chen has yet to comprehend the entire process of refining spiritual energy within his dantian because it involves a mysterious second space, an enigmatic realm that remains unseen and intangible, yet undeniably exists within his dantian. The entrance to this mysterious space is the center of the small vortex, where all spiritual energy is drawn in. However, the exits are unpredictable. Any part of the dantian could potentially serve as an exit. Chen has discerned that the refined spiritual energy emerges unexpectedly from various locations within the dantian space, leaving him perplexed about the specific principles at play. Rather than dwell on this complexity, Chen understands that such matters may not be comprehensible to a practitioner at his current stage. As his cultivation advances in the future, these questions will naturally resolve themselves. Thus, he chooses not to become entangled in this issue, avoiding any waste of time. He must focus all his energy and time on what truly matters, while he channels his magical power and operates the great circulatory system, allowing his dantian to continually absorb and refine the spiritual energy released by the qi pills. Chen feels that his mind is capable of undertaking additional tasks. Cultivating his level necessitates merely activating his dantian to absorb and refine the spiritual energy, following the guidelines of Changchun Gong, ensuring that the energy within his meridians circulates along a fixed path, rapidly transmitting the medicinal power absorbed by his body to his dantian. The faster the meridians operate, the quicker the transmission of spiritual energy, which in turn accelerates the absorption speed of the small vortex in the dantian, enhancing the rate at which the dantian refines the energy. This enables Chen to swiftly absorb and refine the spiritual energy from a medium-grade qi pill. Suddenly, this realization sparked an idea within him. Could he simulate the alchemical process in his mind while cultivating? While cultivating, one's mind often finds itself at leisure. It would be more prudent to engage it in tasks within its capabilities. If such endeavors are successful, one's cultivation speed could increase significantly. This would be akin to possessing 24 hours in a single day, whereby a day's worth of cultivation would equate to 2 days in the past. Consequently, one would enjoy 12 hours dedicated to simulated alchemy. How astonishing! The mere thought left Chen in awe. This revelation suggested that a year of his cultivation would be tantamount to 2 years for another. Remarkable. However, it must be noted that simulated alchemy does not necessitate such extensive time. One cannot possibly engage in 12 continuous hours of simulation each day. Yet, since the possibility of simulating alchemy exists, why not attempt to simulate sword practice as well? It stands to reason that this would be equally feasible. If both these distinct forms of cultivation could be executed through simulated alchemy and simulated swordplay, Chen would have ample time and opportunities to hone his skills in both alchemy and swordsmanship, which would be crucial for his advancement in these disciplines. Moreover, this concept could be extended to the practice of various spells and supernatural abilities. For instance, his previous experience with the golden needle, a concealed weapon, was hindered by insufficient practice time, leading to less than precise control. With an abundance of time at his disposal, he could engage in continuous mental rehearsal of its manipulation, and it would not be long before substantial progress was achieved. Thus, many of the challenges he faced in his cultivation could be easily resolved, transforming long-standing difficulties into mere trifles. Determined to pursue this idea, Chen commenced an immediate experiment. He began to cultivate, while simultaneously absorbing and refining medicinal pills, embarking on a new approach to simulated alchemy that diverged significantly from his previous attempts. Previously, he had merely followed the instructions in a purchased alchemical booklet, relying solely on its flawed methods. It is important to recognize that the booklet contained numerous errors and inadequacies. Could one truly expect to produce top-quality pills using such a simplistic and flawed approach? Absolutely not. Thus, regardless of how diligently Yi Chun had previously endeavored, he could only manage to barely simulate the concoction of the most inferior grade of the pill of voidness. The root cause of his failures lay herein. Chapter 54, The Third Retreat for Cultivation. After 3 months of seclusion, this time, however, the simulation of alchemical crafting was markedly different. Firstly, Brother Pai Dai had rectified several erroneous practices based on his own experiences in refining the pill of voidness, thoroughly amending the unreasonable mistakes. Secondly, Brother Pai Dai possessed a wealth of successful experiences in crafting the pill of voidness. Yi Chun had the opportunity to personally observe and learn from the entire process of Brother Pai Dai's hands-on refinement of the pill. With a solid theoretical foundation, practical experience, and meticulous guidance, Yi Chun became exceedingly familiar with the entire procedure and key points of the alchemical process. When he revisited the crafting of this ungraded pill, which was relatively easy to produce, he encountered no substantial difficulty. Successfully refining a pill of voidness of superior quality was no longer a daunting task. Consequently, Yi Chun adhered strictly to the newly revised alchemical processes and methods during his simulation, referencing the entire alchemical procedure he had witnessed firsthand from Brother Pai Dai. Remarkably, he completed the simulation of refining the pill of voidness in merely an hour and a half. According to this simulated process, Yi Chun indeed succeeded in producing a mid-grade pill, a significant enhancement compared to the previously crafted inferior-grade pill. Filled with joy, Yi Chun felt an overwhelming urge to immediately commence the actual alchemical process and personally refine a batch of the pill of voidness. However, he ultimately subdued this impulsive emotion, calming himself once again to meticulously practice the refinement of the pill of voidness. Yi Chun currently possessed 21 precious spiritual herbs intended for the crafting of the pill of voidness, along with 6 additional herbs for the same purpose. Each of these herbs was exceedingly valuable, and Yi Chun dared not plunge into the actual endeavor without caution. What if all these pills were to fail in their refinement? Not only has an abundance of spiritual medicines been squandered, but it has also significantly delayed Yi Chun's meticulously crafted cultivation plan. He had meticulously designed his strategy around the complete refinement of these spiritual herbs into elixirs. Should the alchemical process fail to yield the desired cultivation pills, Yi Chun would be compelled to emerge prematurely from his retreat, a result that was far from his intentions. His goal during this seclusion was to extend his time in meditation for as long as possible. The longer he remained, the more successful his cultivation would be deemed, and the higher the quality of the elixirs he produced. This was Yi Chun's utmost aspiration. If he could successfully refine all 6 portions of the harmonious spirit elixir into commendable quality pills, it would result in 54 harmonious pills, each with vastly differing effects depending on whether they are of inferior or medium quality. Hence, it is imperative for Yi Chun to absorb and refine all the harmonious pills at his disposal before commencing their production. By doing so, he would have reached an optimal state of cultivation, maximizing his magical and spiritual powers, which would inherently increase his chances of success in alchemy. As for the fasting pills, he could begin their refinement in advance, given that there were 21 portions of the requisite herbs. The fasting pills left from his previous cultivation were insufficient for the entire duration, and once they were depleted, he would need to halt his practice to commence their production. He could initially refine a portion of the fasting pills, as the process was relatively straightforward and he had a greater assurance of success. Yi Chun was confident that he could produce fasting pills of commendable quality. As long as half of the 21 herbs successfully yielded pills, it would suffice for his retreat. As the simulation of alchemical processes unfolded in his mind, one batch of fasting pills after another was meticulously crafted within his thoughts. Simultaneously, he remained diligent in his cultivation, steadily absorbing and refining each medium-quality harmonious pill. Within Yi Chun's dantian, a small cyclone spun incessantly, continuously drawing forth the spiritual and medicinal energies released from the harmonious pills flowing through his meridians. Periodically, strands of refined magical energy would emerge from the second space within his dantian, a testament to his ongoing alchemical and martial practice. Within the confines of his secluded chamber, the distinction between day and night blurred. For cultivators, the need for sleep is often diminished. The consumption of fasting pills addressed the necessity for sustenance, allowing Yi Chun to engage in uninterrupted cultivation. As time flowed by imperceptibly, 2 months had elapsed. During this period, Yi Chun successfully advanced to the 4th layer of qi refinement in the first month. After 10 days of consolidating his progress, he firmly established himself in the early stage of the 4th layer, thus ascending to the mid-stage of qi refinement. This stage is categorized into 9 layers. with each 3 layers forming a distinct phase: early, mid, and late qi refinement. The disparities in strength among practitioners at different stages are considerable, and Chen had finally transitioned into the mid-stage of qi refinement, rendering early-stage practitioners no match for him. He could easily dominate those at the early stage, while his spiritual awareness had also significantly enhanced, reaching the 6th layer of qi refinement. Although his swordsmanship had not shown remarkable progression, Chen sensed a notable improvement in his mastery of the sword arts, a natural outcome of a month's practice. He had not yet initiated the actual alchemical process, continuing instead with his simulations to enhance his skills in producing fasting and harmonious pills. Throughout this simulated alchemical endeavor, Chen made new discoveries. He realized that after refining and purifying all 28 types of spiritual herbs, impurities remained within the blended concoction. However, owing to his limited spiritual prowess, he had not expended excessive energy on further purification during earlier stages. Now, with his spiritual strength having reached the 6th layer of qi refinement, he attempted to refine the blended concoction further, and indeed, it proved effective. By eliminating certain impurities from the mixture, the resultant elixir became increasingly pure and transparent, thereby significantly elevating the success rate and quality of the pills produced during the subsequent process. While the quality of the harmonious pills yielded through simulation reached an intermediate level, it was evidently inferior to that of those crafted by more experienced alchemists. Nevertheless, for a novice at the outset of his alchemical journey, this achievement was commendable. The true extent of his capabilities in producing quality elixirs would only be revealed during actual refinement, as everything thus far remained within the realm of simulation. The disparity between simulated and genuine alchemical processes was yet to be discerned, for Chen had not yet engaged in true alchemy, leaving him uncertain of the actual differences that might exist. In the past month, Chen has proficiently learned to wield various spells and supernatural abilities, although he has yet to master them to the extent of casting fireball with ease. His practice with the golden needle has indeed shown significant improvement. Chen has personally tested it, and the speed of the golden needle's flight has markedly increased. While it cannot yet achieve the level of a fleeting flash of golden light, it can instantaneously strike any small target within several zhang. The force of the needle is formidable, capable of penetrating rock to a depth of 1 foot, and if aimed at a human body, it could effortlessly pierce through an enemy's flesh. Moreover, when combined with the effects of anesthetics and toxic substances, the golden needle has now become Chen's lethal weapon in close combat. Cultivators in the early to mid stages of qi refinement would find it nearly impossible to evade a sudden attack from the golden needle. If Chen succeeds in ambushing an opponent, their life would be entirely at his mercy, reminiscent of the previous individual, Wu Gang, who delivered spirit stones to Chen and willingly handed over his storage bag for Chen to dispose of as he pleased. During Chen's month-long seclusion for cultivation, Yu sought him out. However, since Chen was deep in his training, Yu could only linger for a while before departing, unable to wait for his arrival. At that time, Yu had just broken through to the 3rd level of qi refinement, while Chen was solidifying his foundation at the 4th level. Unlike Chen, Yu relied solely on the cultivation pills provided by the sect, without venturing to the sect's market to purchase additional qi-enhancing elixirs. Consequently, this left Yu 1 level behind Chen in terms of cultivation. Unbeknownst to Chen, within the disciples' living quarters on the mountainside, San Nyo and Lin Yifei had intended to find him to celebrate his birthday. However, lacking the authority to visit Chen's training chamber, they ultimately abandoned their plan. Coincidentally, Chen, San Nyo, and Go Dan were all born in the same month. San Nyo is the eldest, followed by Chen, and Go Dan is the youngest, being 3 days older than Chen. Thus, all 3 share a similar age, referring to each other by name. Lin Yifei, being 3 months older than San Nyo, has naturally aged a year since his birthday. Therefore, Chen and San Nyo are now both 13 years old. In the blink of an eye, they have been residing in the Lingyun Sword Sect for nearly a year. San Nyo has trained in the inner disciples area for nearly a year, and indeed, life here is far superior to that in the Yi family village, free from worries about food and drink. As long as one diligently cultivates, the future prospects are undoubtedly promising. San Nyo is thoroughly satisfied with this lifestyle at the Lingyun Sword Sect, especially enjoying the delightful meals in the dining hall. A stark contrast to the days of hunger in the Yi family village. Now, both San Nyo and Lin Yifei are cultivating in the inner sect. After this considerable period, San Nyo has just reached the 2nd level of qi refinement, while Lin Yifei lags slightly behind, at the late stage of the 1st level. For inner disciples, achieving this level of cultivation within less than a year is quite normal. Generally, It takes 8 to 10 years for an inner disciple to reach the mid to late stages of qi refinement. Considering that not every inner disciple can attain the foundation establishment stage. The late stage of qi refinement is essentially the limit for about 80 to 90% of inner disciples. In the inner sect, Chen has become acquainted with numerous fellow disciples. His days are predominantly spent in cultivation, mingling with these individuals. Within the inner sect, there exists a martial arts arena, a favored venue where disciples engage in skillful exchanges, combat competitions, and endeavors to enhance their practical abilities. Chen, being one of the new disciples who has shown remarkable progress in cultivation, has garnered the familiarity of many. As time gracefully unfolds, Chen's training within his cave abode has proceeded exceptionally well, witnessing a steady ascent in his cultivation level. Within the first month, he successfully broke through the third level of qi refinement, shattering the constraints and advancing to the fourth level. After a period of consolidation, and through 2 additional months of relentless practice, Chen ultimately achieved the 5th level of qi refinement. After 3 months of arduous effort, Chen expended a considerable amount of mid-grade qi dan and successfully elevated his cultivation to the initial stage of the 5th layer of qi refinement. Concurrently, his alchemical skills also saw a modest advancement, reaching the late stage of minor accomplishment in the sword path. Chen's actual combat prowess and spiritual strength matched that of an average practitioner at the 7th layer of qi refinement. Throughout these 3 months, Chen diligently pursued his training in various techniques and spells without any relaxation. He has now mastered all fundamental spells of his sect and has placed particular emphasis on enhancing the 8 spells he previously focused on, further refining his skills. These 8 spells can now be executed with great proficiency. In terms of his swordsmanship, Chen dedicated 2 hours daily to practical training, supplemented by additional hours of simulated practice, which significantly improved his swordplay. Even when facing practitioners at the 7th layer of qi refinement, Chen possesses the confidence to effortlessly defeat his opponents using the expertly mastered Lingyun Sword technique. Moreover, with the substantial enhancement of his concealed weapon, the Golden Needle, when used in conjunction with the Lingyun Sword technique, his adversaries stand little chance of victory. Chen is even confident in his ability to eliminate them entirely. Through rigorous simulations, spells such as Fireball Technique and Golden Sword Technique have seen a remarkable increase in potency due to Chen's diligent practice and cultivation progress. His ordinary fireball has ballooned from the size of a basin to that of a water tank, with flames now exhibiting greater might. The enhancement of his spiritual power has also elevated the temperature of the flames. Similar significant improvements have been observed in other spells, as Chen's advancement in cultivation naturally bolstered his other abilities. At the initial stage of the 5th layer of qi refinement, Chen's capabilities have effectively caught up with those of his elder brother, Pai Dai. His spiritual power and soul strength have reached the early stage of the 7th layer of qi refinement, suggesting that he could now produce pills of comparable quality to those made by Pai Dai. After nearly a year of seclusion and cultivation, Chen has exhausted his reserves of fasting pills, which were provided by the sect and purchased from Pai Dai in the market. Consequently, Chen must now commence the formal process of pill making while continuing his cultivation. The first pill he intends to concoct is the fasting pill. During the previous 3 months, Chen dedicated several hours each day to simulate the refinement of fasting pills and qi dan, ensuring he meticulously covered every aspect of the alchemical process. Pai Dai had advised him that every detail in pill making is crucial. The quality of the pills is determined by each step taken. Only by striving for excellence in every facet can one achieve the desired rewards and produce high-quality pills. When acquiring spiritual herbs, Chen selected only those of superior quality, with excellent appearance, appropriate age, and intact condition. Any herbs that did not meet his stringent criteria were returned for replacements, even at the cost of additional spirit stones. As he recognized that quality comes at a price, Chen currently possesses 21 sets of spiritual herbs for crafting fasting pills. As he prepares to officially commence alchemy, he feels no apprehension, only a sense of excitement. Throughout the past 3 months, he has mentally simulated the pill-making process countless times, sometimes dedicating up to 6 hours in one session. Chen is now exceedingly proficient in the refinement of fasting pills, having rehearsed every detail in his mind. Observing the furnace for alchemy set at the earth fire outlet, along with the brass 3-legged alchemical furnace, which is about the size of a bowl, Chen feels a thrill of anticipation. During his previous 2 hours of daily practice in alchemy, he has mastered the warming process of the furnace, using a spirit stone gifted by Pai Dai to procure this compact yet impressive alchemical furnace. It is perfectly suited for Chen's current endeavor of mastering the art of alchemy. Utilizing this alchemical furnace to concoct the pill of abstinence, and the harmonizing pill poses no challenge whatsoever, although the quality of this brass furnace is rather modest. Allowing for the refinement of only a single batch of elixirs at a time, it does not hinder Chen's learning process. At his present level, he is unable to produce multiple batches simultaneously. Thus, the meticulous approach of crafting one batch at a time aligns splendidly with his current circumstances. Chen carefully arranged a selection of spiritual herbs for the pill of abstinence on a nearby table. With all preparations complete, Chen is poised to ignite the furnace and create his very first elixir in his lifetime. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, after achieving tranquility, Chen gradually opened his eyes and approached the table where the spiritual herbs were arranged. He meticulously examined each herb, despite having scrutinized them several times before. Nevertheless, he adhered to a rigorous inspection, reviewing each specimen with care. Before long, he completed the examination of all 18 herbs required for the refinement of the pill of abstinence. These herbs, while meeting the necessary standards, were predominantly not genuine spiritual herbs. Rather, they constituted advanced supplements within the realm of mortals. Among them were the commonly known ginseng, deer antler, angelica, and goji berries, all rich in nutritional value. These herbs primarily serve to provide cultivators with sustenance akin to food. As the pill of abstinence contained minimal spiritual energy, only 5 of the most ordinary and inferior herbs were included, which thrived abundantly in areas rich in spiritual energy, resulting in a high yield yet low market value. Compared to ginseng and other medicinal materials, these herbs were less valuable. Even the rarest of mortal herbs could fetch an exorbitant price in spirit stones. Thus, when Chen initially procured these herbs for the pill of abstinence, they were quite affordable, with a single spirit stone capable of purchasing 2 sets of the necessary materials. Having completed the inspection to his satisfaction, Chen proceeded to prepare the herbs. He peeled where necessary, retained leaves as required, selected roots for some, and only branches for others. Certain herbs demanded peeling and soaking in warm water. In total, he dedicated half an hour to meticulously preparing all the materials. Following the order of refinement, he arranged the herbs neatly before the alchemical furnace, ready to commence the true process of pill creation. Chen did not rush to begin. Instead, he retrieved the small alchemical booklet, which had been revised and supplemented by his mentor, Brother Pai Dai, and thoroughly reviewed the entire refining process once more. In truth, Chen had perused this booklet countless times, with every word and detail indelibly etched in his memory. He could recite the contents without even glancing at it. After this, he set the booklet aside and recalled the various hand seals and incantations that would be employed during the alchemical process. With eyes gently closed, he moved his hands up and down, skillfully forming intricate gestures, executing all the hand seals and methods he had practiced to perfection. This included the diverse hand seals recorded in the small booklet gifted to him by Brother Pai Dai, all of which he had mastered thoroughly. To be prudent, Chen rehearsed these applicable hand seals and methods once more. With all preparations complete, he was ready to ignite the furnace for alchemy. Chen adeptly activated the earth fire switch, adjusting the flame's intensity. It must be noted that the source of earth fire in his cave dwelling was vastly superior to that found in Brother Pai Dai's alchemical chamber. Not only is the earth fire exceptionally potent and fierce, but its flames also burn at a significantly higher temperature. Chen meticulously adjusts the earth fire's blaze, ceasing only when the flames transform into a mesmerizing azure hue. The brass alchemical furnace, roughly the size of a bowl, is enveloped by these azure flames, which within mere breaths become incandescently red and transparent. With deft precision, Chen employs a single hand to form intricate seals, continuously unleashing a series of incantations. As these spells are cast, streams of magical energy are deftly manipulated to perform an array of meticulous tasks. The lid of the alchemical furnace swings open as a surge of spiritual power swiftly cleanses its interior. The remnants of medicinal powders are promptly ensnared by this energy and whisked away from the furnace's opening, landing within a nearby iron box. Following the successful refinement, Chen flips his wrist and casts another incantation. The flame's intensity gradually diminishes in response to his command. The earth fire's blaze gently wanes until only a small, walnut-sized ember remains, slowly consuming the copper base of the furnace. As the flames recede, the furnace's temperature rapidly decreases, and shortly thereafter, the once incandescent red furnace regains its original golden hue. Chen attentively calibrates the temperature until the earth fire reaches an optimal size, ensuring the interior of the furnace attains the perfect heat for refining the various herbs and elixirs. The furnace is now ready for operation. With a resolute voice, Chen formed intricate hand seals, unleashing a mystical gesture that gently opened the lid of the alchemical furnace. Once more, he directed a spell onto the first medicinal herb, which, propelled by a surge of spiritual energy, soared gracefully into the furnace, levitating at its center. The lid of the furnace descended with a soft thud, and the temperature within began to rise sharply. Chen chanted incantations while his hands danced in complex patterns, his 10 fingers weaving an array of elaborate gestures. As he synchronized his murmured spells with the hand seals. As he executed the fire control technique, the flames beneath the furnace fluctuated dramatically at his command, enveloping the herb in searing heat that swiftly transformed it into a globule of liquid essence, the remnants incinerated to ash by the fervent flames. With a surge of spiritual force, the ash was expelled through a discharge outlet at the top of the furnace, landing in a large iron box beside it. The globule of elixir hovered in the air, rotating slowly, while the temperature within the furnace began to drop once more. Chen's spiritual energy guided the elixir to descend gently to the bottom of the furnace, marking the completion of the herb's refinement. The subsequent phase involved purification. As Chen executed the fire control seal and intoned the corresponding incantation, adjusting the state of the flames. Suddenly, the inferno beneath surged violently, completely enveloping the copper furnace. The temperature soared rapidly, and the elixir began to exhibit notable changes. The impurities still present in the liquid, resistant to removal, were gradually collected and concentrated by a surge of spiritual energy, ultimately separated from the elixir. In a swift motion, a burst of magical force encapsulated the small mass of impurities and expelled it through the discharge outlet above, landing perfectly in the large iron box beside the furnace. The first round of purification was triumphantly completed, and Chen was filled with joy, astonished that with his 7th level of qi refinement and spiritual force, he could manipulate his magic to purify the impurities from the elixir, an endeavor that even the adept Pai Dai could not achieve. Chen attributed this success to his slightly superior spiritual power and the higher quality of the geothermal fire source in his alchemical chamber, which far surpassed the ordinary fire source in Pai Dai's facility meant for regular disciples. His own training cave was specifically designed for the direct disciples of the Peak Master, while Pai Dai's furnace was merely equipped with a standard fire source for ordinary practitioners. Thanks to the exceptional quality of the geothermal flames, Chen was able to effortlessly refine and purify the impurities and remnants from the elixir. However, as he attempted to refine the elixir once more, he found little success. His magical and spiritual powers had reached their limits, and he could not extract any further impurities from the liquid. With a heavy sigh of regret, he shook his head in resignation. Alas, alas, my magical prowess and spiritual force remain insufficiently robust, hindering my ability to manipulate my mana with greater precision for the profound refinement and purification of elixirs. It appears that the creation of high-quality pills is unattainable without formidable spiritual strength and cultivation. The crux of manufacturing superior-grade pills lies fundamentally in the refinement and purification process, where potent spiritual power is of utmost importance. Henceforth, I must diligently enhance my spiritual force. Ideally, I should acquire a technique specifically designed for the cultivation of spiritual power. Should I attain such a method, my spiritual force would undoubtedly ascend at a swifter pace through diligent practice. With a sufficiently potent spiritual force, the purification of medicinal liquids to eliminate impurities becomes increasingly effortless. Harnessing the formidable power of one's spirit and consciousness enables the precise removal of minute contaminants within the elixir, rendering it more refined and devoid of impurities. Such an exquisite concoction is destined to yield high-quality elixirs. Through the meticulous distillation of the medicinal liquid, Chen has gained profound insights and a unique understanding of alchemy, establishing a clearer aim and direction for his future cultivation. In summary, Chen has reaped substantial rewards. Having successfully refined the first medicinal herb, he now intends to apply the same method to the remaining 17 herbs. Buoyed by his initial success, Chen approaches the subsequent refinements with renewed confidence. Calm and unperturbed, he deftly forms hand seals and recites incantations, channeling his spiritual energy. As he executes the spells, the magical power within him begins to circulate within and around the alchemical furnace. With the furnace lid lifted, he introduces the medicinal materials, adjusting the flames accordingly. After a full hour, all 18 types of medicinal herbs have been meticulously refined and purified, culminating in orbs of crystalline liquid, each the size of a longan, suspended within the bowl-sized alchemical vessel. These liquid orbs represent the essence of the purified elixir. Next, Chen must amalgamate these 18 distinct liquids into a cohesive mixture, a process fraught with peril A moment's carelessness could result in an explosion or a furnace mishap. This stage is often the most treacherous, and alchemists typically proceed with utmost caution, fearful of missteps that could lead to calamity. However, having observed the entire alchemical process conducted by his mentor, he now feels an exhilarating anticipation for this challenge. Chen executes the fire control technique, diminishing the flames and lowering the furnace temperature. He prepares to merge these 18 liquids, each with disparate properties, into a singular amalgamation. If this step is accomplished successfully, the entire alchemical endeavor will be nearly assured of success, with the subsequent stages of separating and solidifying the elixir posing little risk. With meticulous care, he guides the two liquid orbs closer, inching them toward one another until they finally converge. As the two liquids make contact, a transference begins, and Chen focuses intently on this critical process. Encased in his consciousness, he deftly manipulates his spiritual force to control the liquids, ensuring their fusion does not proceed too rapidly and lead to unforeseen consequences. He gently tugs at the two orbs with his magical energy to slow their merging. Under his careful guidance, the orbs gradually blend together, and after a quarter of an hour, they finally coalesce into a singular mass of liquid. Hush! The first fusion of the elixir is complete, marking a significant milestone in his alchemical journey. Chen exhaled deeply, finally allowing the tension that had gripped his heart to settle back into his core. With his consciousness, he sensed the amalgamation of two entirely distinct elixirs within the alchemical furnace, a surge of excitement and joy enveloping him. He believed that if he succeeded once, further successes would surely follow. Subsequent elixir integrations, if executed with the same method, would undoubtedly yield favorable results. Filled with confidence, Chen prepared to merge the second batch of elixirs. According to the prescription, this time he needed to integrate a spiritual herb. The distinction between spiritual herbs and ordinary ingredients lies in the former's inherent spiritual energy, which is notoriously challenging to manipulate during the fusion process. Consequently, the higher the grade of the spiritual herb, the more potent its energy, and the greater the risk of errors in fusion. With utmost caution, Chen wielded two streams of magical power to guide the two elixirs closer together, inching them toward contact. As the elixirs finally touched, he held his breath, focusing intently on their interaction. His consciousness deftly governed both his awareness and magical energy, precisely controlling the gradual fusion of the two elixirs. As time trickled by, after a quarter of an hour, the second batch of elixir eventually amalgamated completely into the mixture, causing the combined elixir to swell. Now approximately 3 times its original size, and roughly the size of a jujube. Chen scrutinized the newly formed concoction with his consciousness, observing that the once singular hue had transformed into a mesmerizing spectrum of 3 intertwined colors. These colors did not react to create a new shade but retained their original essence, resulting in a remarkable phenomenon of multiple hues coexisting harmoniously. This successful fusion bolstered Chen's courage and confidence, igniting within him a belief that he was indeed capable. At that moment, he brimmed with self-assurance, convinced that he would ultimately master the art of alchemy. If Chen succeeded in his first attempt at concocting elixirs, he would undoubtedly emerge as a prodigious talent in alchemy, an unprecedented genius. Overcome by a surge of excitement and impulsive enthusiasm, he felt an irresistible urge to accelerate his actions, eager to complete the process and achieve this miraculous feat, to create a myth never before seen, and to become the first of his kind. Influenced by the tumultuous fluctuations of his emotions, Chen's actions began to falter, and the hand seals he conjured displayed a slight deviation. Yet, immersed in a fervent state, he remained oblivious to this discrepancy, continuing to indulge in his grand dreams. Little did he know, at this very moment, the elixir within the alchemical furnace had begun to exhibit unusual signs. The force applied to the spheres of liquid on either side had become imbalanced, resulting in a significantly accelerated fusion of the two concoctions. However, this anomaly went unnoticed by Chen. Due to his oversight, the subsequent series of elixir integrations, which should have progressed slowly, were hastily expedited. It was not until the 15th elixir amalgamation that the cumulative errors manifested their dire consequences. In the realm of alchemy, it has been said throughout history that whether one is a prodigy or a genius, those who can successfully concoct a potion on their first attempt are truly exceptional alchemists. Many aspiring alchemists encounter myriad mistakes and challenges at the outset, leading them to question their suitability for the art of alchemy and whether they can persist on this arduous path. How many alchemists can claim to have succeeded on their first attempt? How many can boast of a smooth journey from the beginning? Alchemy is fundamentally distinct from cultivation. They are not comparable practices. A cultivator can embark on their journey as long as they possess a spiritual root or demonstrate exceptional aptitude, with variations only in the speed of their progress and the rate at which they elevate their realms. Alchemy, however, is a different matter altogether. Talent plays a pivotal role, determining whether one can ascend to the ranks of an alchemist. It is talent that ultimately dictates how far an alchemist can travel on their path. Without talent, one may never succeed in producing a single pill. With mediocre talent, one might struggle to create potions beyond the second tier or to craft high-quality elixirs. As for those who can achieve success on their very first attempt, Chen remained unaware of their existence, having never heard of such individuals. Presently, Chen finds himself longing to become one of them. However, just as Chen was filled with anticipation, envisioning himself as the first alchemical prodigy in centuries to succeed on his inaugural attempt at concocting the elusive pill of abandoning grains, a sudden transformation occurred within the alchemical furnace. The amalgamation of various medicinal liquids, which had previously melded harmoniously, began to react violently with one another. Notably, two particular spiritual herbs, having already merged into the mixture, began to exert a profound influence upon each other, generating an immense amount of heat. This heat rapidly converted the abundant moisture within the blended concoction into high-temperature steam, causing the overall temperature of the mixture to soar dramatically. As the temperature escalated swiftly, the steam expanded rapidly, causing the air within the furnace to undergo violent expansion as well. This entire chain reaction transpired in an instant, and soon the furnace was filled with an overwhelming surge of energy from the steam and expanding air. The immense pressure found no outlet, culminating in a sudden, muffled explosion. The brass lid of the alchemical furnace was forcefully dislodged, striking the luminous stone above the alchemical chamber with great ferocity, shattering it into 3 pieces that fell onto the stone floor of the chamber. Fortunately, the brass lid sustained only a minor dent, and no significant damage was incurred. However, all the medicinal liquids erupted from the furnace, splattering around its perimeter, and Chen's front was also doused with the scalding concoction. Several portions of his robe were stained, and some of the liquid even found its way into his hair. Thankfully, due to the resilience of cultivators, far surpassing that of ordinary mortals, Chen remained unscathed. Albeit startled by the unexpected eruption, he could hardly believe that his first attempt at alchemy would result in such a tumultuous explosion. Fortunately, the concocted pill of abandoning grains was not a potent elixir. Its medicinal properties were relatively weak, consisting mainly of herbs used for nourishment. This mitigated the potential for a violent reaction among the spiritual herbs, preventing a catastrophic explosion that could have claimed his life. Had he been concocting a more formidable elixir, such as the harmony pill, the entire alchemical chamber could have been obliterated, jeopardizing the entire cultivation abode. Thank heavens, it was merely a minor explosion, sparing my life. I am grateful to the heavens for their mercy. Chen knelt in gratitude. This failure served as a true awakening for him. Alchemy is not a task that can be undertaken lightly. Every detail must be meticulously attended to, particularly one's mindset, which must be firmly controlled. It is imperative not to become distracted or indecisive during the alchemical process, for this can lead to grave errors, even catastrophic consequences. This recent failure served as a profound lesson for Chen, awakening him from his illusions. Alchemy is far more challenging than it appears at first glance. The alchemical furnace stands as a testament to the years of practice endured by his mentor, Brother Pai Dai. Throughout this extensive journey of mastering alchemy, Brother Pai Dai had never encountered a serious furnace explosion. The preservation of this small copper furnace over the years indicates that Brother Pai Dai had not made significant mistakes. Unlike Chen, who had experienced a rather alarming explosion at the outset, this suggests that alchemy is not as straightforward as it seems. Possessing a formula, observing the process, and simulating it in one's mind for an extended period does not guarantee successful concoction. The practical execution diverges significantly from mere imagination. Chen reflected with a sigh. Observing the chaos before him, his spirits no longer buoyant. He began to worry whether he might repeat the same mistakes and face similar repercussions. Although the value of a single batch of fasting elixir is not particularly high, this failure severely undermined Chen's confidence. He had believed that, bolstered by his lengthy simulation, observational learning, and diligent study, he could easily produce a batch of fasting elixir. However, he had not anticipated that problems would arise in the final stages of liquid amalgamation. After much contemplation, Chen resolved to pause his alchemical endeavors, to first reflect upon the lessons learned from this failure. He decided to refrain from further attempts until he had formulated a solution to the issues at hand. He extinguished the flames of the furnace, tidied the disheveled alchemical chamber, and cleansed both his body and robe. After a meal, The alchemical chamber was restored to a pristine and orderly state. Seated quietly before the furnace, Chen fixed his gaze upon the indentation on the lid of the three-legged copper furnace, meticulously recalling the entire sequence of events that led to the recent mishap. He reflected on each operational step, every hand gesture that enacted the incantations, and the manipulation of his spiritual energy over the magical forces. Through diligent review of his alchemical process, he ultimately identified the source of his errors, discrepancies during the amalgamation phase. The principal reason was a deviation in his mindset. His eagerness to complete the first batch led him to rush the amalgamation process, neglecting the gradual and methodical integration he had initially envisioned. This haste resulted in some liquids failing to fully integrate before he proceeded to combine them with subsequent ingredients, leading to a disordered amalgamation sequence. Consequently, the temperature of the mixed liquids surged dramatically, causing a violent expansion of moisture and air within, which triggered the furnace explosion. Chen repeatedly recounted his actions during the amalgamation process, recognizing that the liquids had not fully merged and that his impatience had prevented him from noticing this critical oversight. Thus, he continued to add liquids to the mixture, ultimately leading to inadequate amalgamation. Chen came to comprehend the specifics of his operational missteps, subsequently embarking on a journey to rectify his erroneous mindset. His restlessness and unwarranted vanity, coupled with a desire for comparison, led him to place undue emphasis on ephemeral accolades. In his misguided belief in his own superiority and excessive pride, he aspired to become the envy of others, a prodigious alchemist, a genius in the art of potion making. This obsession ultimately precipitated a collapse of his mental state, compelling him to seek immediate results. During the alchemical process, he failed to devote his full attention to the craft and the intricacies of the operation, allowing his thoughts to wander and become ensnared in the illusory allure of hollow titles. In truth, those accolades bore no substantive value. What truly mattered was the unwavering dedication to perfecting each batch of elixirs and enhancing their quality. All the ephemeral labels, talent, genius, first place, held no significance. For the practice of alchemy, it was imperative to diligently refine each potion, setting aside all distractions. With this realization, Chen grew increasingly disdainful of his previous notions. What purpose do hollow titles serve? As a monk, immersing oneself in diligent practice is the rightful path. As an alchemist, the foremost consideration should be the meticulous crafting of each elixir. Other distractions are of no consequence. After a day of profound contemplation, Chen arrived at a newfound understanding. Resolutely casting aside all meaningless titles and vowing to dedicate his efforts solely to the art of alchemy, dismissing trivial matters that hold no relevance. As for who might be the prodigious genius in alchemy, such titles hold no weight for him. He shall not exert any effort for the sake of such ephemeral acclaim. All his energy will be devoted to alchemical pursuits. Now, standing before the three-legged bronze furnace, Chen felt a surge of emotions. Reflecting on how he nearly strayed from his path due to momentary folly, which could have led to grave errors. Fortunately, the explosion of the furnace was not catastrophic, sparing both himself and the cauldron, with the only loss being a single batch of spirit herbs for the elixir of fasting, a loss he could bear. With renewed determination, he resolved to restart his endeavors. This time, he would not allow thoughts unrelated to alchemy to cloud his focus. His full attention would be directed towards the furnace, the flames of the earth, and the various spiritual herbs. These were the elements that truly warranted his concern. Although the loss of the initial batch of elixir, which had consumed much of his energy and hope, ended in such an explosive manner, Chen's resolve to pursue alchemy remained unshaken. Despite the blows to his confidence, his commitment to the craft was unwavering. The path of alchemy, though fraught with challenges and thorns, has solidified his determination. He vowed to press forward, undeterred by obstacles, until he reached his goals. No matter the hardships or crises that lay ahead, even at the risk of his own life, he would advance boldly. After an entire day of introspection and synthesis, Chen thoroughly diagnosed and corrected the issues he faced. His mindset underwent a transformation, shedding previous notions of seeking instant success and recognition. His confidence in alchemy grew stronger, and through reflection and reformation, he attained a new perspective on the craft. Ultimately, through this setback and failure, Chen liberated himself from mental burdens, setting clearer goals and aspirations. The experience gained from this failure proved to be immensely beneficial, bringing unexpected insights and illuminating his path. His resolve became clearer, untainted by temptations or hollow accolades. With a defined objective and unwavering direction, Chen considered this misfortune a blessing in disguise. Unwittingly, he had undergone a crucial breakthrough in the mindset that every alchemist must face. Without overcoming this mental barrier, one is destined to be constrained by limitations on the path of alchemy. Yichun's early encounter with such obstacles and his subsequent elevation of spirit are indeed rare. With the path before him now unobstructed and illuminated, he is ready to forge ahead into the brilliance of alchemical mastery.